Gu Yunjiao felt like she couldn't breathe. It was as if something heavy was pressing down on her chest. Gu Yunjiao remembered it was an earthquake. She was counting herbs in the storage room at home when the quake struck unexpectedly. She recalled a large wall-sized cabinet collapsing toward her, trapping her underneath. Gu Yunjiao opened her eyes, but it was not the darkness she expected. The light was bright, and a large man's face was close to hers. He was very near, and his heavy breathing filled her ears. His eyes were red with obvious desire. Smack. Gu Yunjiao slapped the man's face hard and pushed him back. Get away. As she spoke, she was startled by her own voice, which was hoarse and unpleasant. Her throat burned painfully with each word. At that moment, the man released her neck and reached over, grabbing her throat again. A strong feeling of suffocation overwhelmed her. Gu Yunjiao vaguely understood why her voice was hoarse. She frantically grabbed at his hands, trying to pull them away. But the man's grip was like iron clamps, and her strength was no match, like a tiny ant trying to shake a tree. The suffocation grew worse, and her mind was almost unable to think. Her remaining consciousness told her she had to find a way out or she would die. Suddenly, she loosened her grip and began to fumble around her surroundings. Her hands felt something, and she was happy inside. She was outdoors. In the next second, Gu Yunjiao closed her eyes, raised her left hand, and threw a handful of dirt at the man. She then swung a fist-sized stone at his temple. Ah! The man screamed and loosened his grip on her neck. Gu Yunjiao seized the chance and used all her strength to push the man off her. She rolled over and quickly got to her feet, running forward desperately. Behind her, she heard the man's voice. Little girl, you dare hit me. When I catch you, you're dead. Gu Yunjiao looked back briefly. A man with a tied-up hair bun, dressed in a blue short jacket, was sitting on the ground rubbing his eyes. She was momentarily stunned. Could he be from ancient times? Meanwhile, a flood of information flooded her mind, making her feel like her head would explode. As she ran, she endured a headache while trying to organize her memories. This young girl, under 15, who shares her name and looks very much like her teenage self. This place was the Great Chu dynasty that never existed in history. Today marked the 72nd day since she married into the Jang family for good luck. On the day she married, her husband, Jang Daliang, had already died. The man who just tried to her was Jang Erlang, her late husband's cousin who lived next door. The Jang family's 3 houses shared the same yard, and Jang Erlang often behaved badly toward her. Today, while she was gathering firewood in the field behind the village, Jang Erlang suddenly came over to bother her. Maybe because she was too weak, Gu Yunjiao ran for a while but couldn't keep going. She stopped to catch her breath and looked back. That look surprised her. Jang Erlang rubbed his eyes and cursed as he chased after her. Gu Yunjiao quickly assessed the situation. She was small and had short legs, and with her current strength, she definitely couldn't outrun this tall, long-legged man. She had never learned martial arts or anything like taekwondo, so she wasn't his match. She couldn't run away or fight him, but giving up wasn't her style. Her mind raced quickly, and suddenly she had an idea. She stopped and stood still. Gu Yunjiao stared at Jang Erlang without blinking. When he reached out his hand, she grabbed his wrist. Then she pressed his shoulder and pushed down with her body's strength. These actions were done smoothly. Before Jang Erlang could react, his body involuntarily leaned forward with her force. At that moment, Gu Yunjiao quickly raised her left hand, then swung her right hand forward. In the next second, Jang Erlang let out a loud, pig-like squeal. My arm. Gu Yunjiao released his arm, stepped back quickly, and looked at Jang Erlang coldly. She had also thought of this move herself. As a descendant of a family of medicine, this was just a small trick. Jang Erlang held a few times and suddenly stared at Gu Yunjiao fiercely. Little girl, what did you do to my arm? He reached out with his other hand to grab her again. Gu Yunjiao sneered coldly. Instead of retreating, she moved forward, grabbing his injured arm. Usually, if a joint is dislocated, it doesn't hurt much if you leave it alone. but if you move it, the pain is terrible. Seeing her reach for his arm, Jang Erlang suddenly realized something. He hurriedly stepped back, not wanting to experience that pain again. Seeing that Jang Erlang was afraid to come closer, Gu Yunjiao coldly said, "If I were you, I'd go find a doctor quickly. Otherwise, if you wait too long, your arm will be useless." She wasn't being kind. She just knew that even if Jang Erlang could only move one arm now, he was still stronger than her. If he fought through the pain and tried to overpower her, it would only take a moment. She needed to get away from him quickly. Jang Erlang's face changed dramatically. He clenched his teeth and said, "Little girl, wait until I recover my arm, then I'll deal with you." After speaking, he covered his right arm with his left hand and ran home. Gu Yunjiao watched him run away, brushed off the dirt on her clothes, and walked a short distance to pick up a bundle of firewood from the ground. She carried it on her back and slowly headed back to the Jiang family's house. As she entered the courtyard, she saw Jang Erlang and his mother, Yang, standing there. Jang Erlang shouted, "Are these copper coins enough? I need to take a bus to the county seat and pay the doctor's fee," Yang replied sharply. Gu Yunjiao bypassed them, walking along the wall to the outside of the kitchen. She put down the firewood and then heard Yang's sharp voice, "Gu Yunjiao, you bad luck charm, have you grown a backbone? How dare you move against my family's Erlang? Just wait, I'll beat you to death." Gu Yunjiao turned around and saw Yang, with high cheekbones, holding a door latch and approaching aggressively. Jang Erlang followed behind her with a grim face. Gu Yunjiao quickly ran into the kitchen, grabbing a butcher's knife from the corner and holding it across her chest. Inside, Chen was chopping vegetables and looked up, asking, "What's going on?" Before she could answer, Yang rushed in, brandishing the door latch. She saw Gu Yunjiao standing there with the knife, ready to fight. Yang paused for a moment, but still charged toward Gu Yunjiao. Chen stepped forward quickly and blocked her, saying, "Sister-in-law, what are you doing? What did Yunjiao do to upset you?" Yang looked at the shiny vegetable knife in Chen's hand, worried about accidentally hurting someone, and stopped, breathing heavily. "Look at Erlang. His arm is either dislocated or broken. It hurts so much. It's all because of that bad luck charm." Gu Yunjiao looked at Yang coldly. Apart from the eldest family, everyone else in the family called her either little brat or bad luck charm. Today, she even received a new nickname from Jang Erlang, little girl. Chen waved her knife and said, "No way. Yunjiao is so small and thin, and Erlang is tall and strong. Can she really fight him?" Yang took a step back. "Big sister-in-law, can you put down the knife first?" Chen glared at her. "No, I can't. You're holding the latch, so I can't put down my knife." Yang stomped her foot, threw the latch on the ground, and said angrily, "I don't care. Anyway, this little brat hurt Erlang's arm. She's from your big family. You have to pay silver to take Erlang to the county for treatment." Chen sneered, "Silver? No way." Gu Yunjiao stood not far behind Chen, quickly recalling everything she knew about Chen in her mind. Mrs. Chen is her mother-in-law. Her fierce attitude might be related to her husband's death. If she weren't tough enough, she would only be bullied in such a big family. After Gu Yunjiao married in, Mrs. Chen mostly ignored her for the first few days because she was very sad over her eldest son's death. Later, she was quite kind. Mrs. Chen never scolded her. When the Jiang family called Gu Yunjiao a bad omen, Mrs. Chen defended her, saying, "Don't say such harsh words. Eldest son was already very sick, and the doctor couldn't cure him. That's why they tried everything to save him. Now that he's gone, it's not her fault." Compared to the mean Jiang family, she seemed like a saint. At this moment, Gu Yunjiao approached Mrs. Chen from behind and called out, "Mother." Mrs. Chen turned around, looked at Gu Yunjiao, and her face changed suddenly. "What's wrong with your neck? And your voice?" Gu Yunjiao's skin was fair, but around her slender neck, there were dark marks. She calmly said, "Just now, second brother Jiang tried to me and even grabbed my neck. He almost succeeded." Hearing this, Mrs. Chen's eyebrows furrowed deeply. She pointed a kitchen knife at second brother Jiang from a distance. "Jang Erlang, you shameless brat. Yunjiao is your sister-in-law. How dare you think about her? Jang Erlang's face grew darker, but he didn't say anything. Mrs. Chen then pointed at Yang's nose. Do you still want to hit Yunjiao? Do you even have the nerve to ask me for money? Your second brother is worse than a beast. Look at what he's done to Yunjiao. You should give money to Yunjiao. Her neck was hurt by that beast Jang Erlang. She needs to see a doctor. She held a kitchen knife, spat on Yang's face, and Yang retreated step by step. Gu Yunjiao, hearing Mrs. Chen's words, flicked her eyes slightly. You're right, mother. I am hurt so badly. You should give me some silver. Before Yang could speak, she quickly added, just a tael or two of silver. I can help him heal his arm. Yang opened her mouth to curse. You little brat. Even if I threw my silver into the water, I wouldn't give it to you. Gu Yunjiao calmly said, from here to the county town, it's over 20 miles. Even if I pay for a mule cart, it will be dark by the time we get there. Don't think I'm trying to scare you. The longer we wait, the harder it will be to treat the arm. Yang spat fierce. If I believed you, I'd be an idiot. She didn't dare delay any longer. She turned to pull Jang Erlang. Let's go to town and see Dr. Su first. In her haste, she accidentally grabbed Jang Erlang's right arm, causing him to scream loudly like a pig being slaughtered. Mother and son argued as they left. Mrs. Chen then turned to look at Gu Yunjiao and asked, Are you really good at treating his arm? Gu Yunjiao nodded. Didn't mother forget? My father is a doctor, and I've been learning from him since I was young. This was just a way to scare Mrs. Chen. Her father is indeed a doctor, and she has learned some basic medical knowledge and practiced writing characters with him. But these skills are far from enough to cure illnesses or save lives. Her medical skills come from her previous life. She was born into a family with a medical tradition that lasted hundreds of years. Mrs. Chen didn't suspect anything and nodded. Then you can treat your own neck and throw it with some medicine. She paused. If you need herbs, I still have some copper coins here. Gu Yunjiao was truly surprised. Their family wasn't wealthy. She remembered hearing Mrs. Chen mumbling recently that she borrowed 10 taels of silver from the neighbor to go to the city for her son Jiang Sanling's exam. Her eyes flickered. Thank you, mother. No need to fetch medicine. I'll go pick some herbs from the back mountain tomorrow. Mrs. Chen didn't say much and picked up a kitchen knife to continue chopping vegetables. Gu Yunjiao helped with the chores. They stir-fried some long beans and mixed a cucumber salad, and lunch was ready. During the meal, in the main hall, about a dozen people sat at 2 tables, men at one, women at the other. Grandmother Jiang, Youzhi, asked, Where is second brother? And where did the second family go? Why aren't they here for dinner? Mrs. Chen stayed silent, and Gu Yunjiao lowered her head, pretending not to hear. At the neighboring table, Zhang's second uncle, Zhang Rong, glanced at Gu Yunjiao. Second brother's arm was broken by the wife of De Wang. Both of them went to town to see Dr. Su. De Wang from Zhang's family was no longer there. Now, second brother was the eldest grandson, which was very important to Youzhi. When Youzhi heard that the eldest grandson was hurt, she was very distressed. She suddenly turned to look at Gu Yunjiao. You cursed R. Isn't it enough that you killed our De Wang? Now you're harming our second brother too. Mrs. Chen frowned. Mother, this isn't Yunjiao's fault. It was Jiang's second brother's beastly behavior that caused this. Yunjiao only. Youzhi clanged her chopsticks against the bowl, making a loud noise. Shameless little. You must have seduced second brother. Cursed star. Gu Yunjiao just ignored Youzhi, thinking she was a barking mad dog, and lowered her head to eat. At that moment, the old master of the Jiang family sitting at the head suddenly looked toward the door. Quiet. There's a carriage outside. He looked at Zhang Rong. Go see who's here. Zhang Rong put down his chopsticks and stood up. He saw a carriage stop in the yard, and as the curtain was lifted, a handsome young man, elegant like a jade orchid, appeared inside. Zhang Rong exclaimed happily, Sanlang is back. Everyone at the table immediately dropped their bowls and chopsticks to run outside. Only old Master Jiang and Mrs. Zhou, who were more aware of their status, stayed seated, though even Mrs. Zhou stood up quickly and looked outside anxiously. Gu Yunjiao saw no one paying attention to her, so she took the chance to sneak some food onto her plate. Usually, when she tried to take a little food, Mrs. Zhou and Yang would tap her hand with their chopsticks. At that moment, she heard old Master Jiang ask Mrs. Zhou, "Old lady, what is today's date?" Mrs. Zhou thought for a moment and replied, "Today is the 12th. Old Master Jiang's face changed dramatically. "12th?" he exclaimed. "Isn't the 12th the second day of the autumn exams? Why is third brother back?" While listening to their conversation, Gu Yunjiao quickly ate her rice. Last year, Jang Youzhi, the third son of the Jiang family, took the imperial exam and went to the capital city to participate in the autumn exams a few days ago. The whole family was eagerly waiting for him to succeed, hoping that one person's success would bring prosperity to everyone. But now, the person who should be taking the exam in the capital has returned home. The atmosphere in the family might not be very good soon, so she needed to eat quickly and leave. Just as she was eating, Jang Youzhi entered amidst a crowd of people. Gu Yunjiao hurriedly picked up her bowl and moved to the back to stand. Jang Erlang, with a flushed face, said, "Quick, quick, quick. Third brother hasn't eaten yet. Younger sister-in-law, go make a few dishes for him." Zhang's third aunt, Lu, agreed but didn't leave, her eyes flickering as she looked at Jang Youzhi. She was not as careless as Jang Erlang and had already sensed that something was off since the exams hadn't finished yet, and Jang Youzhi's return was suspicious. Old Master Jiang also looked at Jang Youzhi with a serious face. Jang Youzhi, under everyone's watchful eyes, spoke calmly, "Grandpa, Grandma, Mother, second uncle, and third aunt, I am truly sorry. Before the exam, I ate something bad and couldn't get into the exam hall on the first day. I was in a guest house lying down for 3 days before I started to feel better. I then ordered a carriage to return home." After he finished speaking, the entire main hall was silent. The older and younger family members looked as if they had suffered a great. Only Gu Yunjiao, hiding in the corner, was still eating. Her body was now weak and fragile, so she had to seize every chance to eat enough. Perhaps because her behavior was too unusual, Jang Youzhi looked at her. After a long while, Jang Erlang finally spoke. "Didn't take the exam?" Jang Youzhi nodded. Chun, his mother, also looked devastated but quickly recovered. She patted her son's back and asked, "Are you feeling better? Should we call a doctor to check? You look so thin." Jang Youzhi looked at Chun, and his expression softened instantly. "I'm much better now." Jang Erlang suddenly shouted, "No exam this time? Does that mean we have to wait 3 more years to take it again?" Third Aunt Lu muttered, "Sigh, why are they so careless? He must have eaten something bad." Third Uncle Jiang Hua angrily slapped his thigh. "I told you to let me go with Sanling. It's because you all are too stingy with money. You don't want one more person to spend more. Now look, everything's ruined." These words made the atmosphere in the house even more tense. Gu Yunjiao held her rice bowl and looked at Jang Youzhi with some sympathy. He seemed like a sinner in this family. She could guess what they were thinking. It's mainly about the high cost of studying. Since Jang Youzhi didn't pass the exam this time, the family still has to support him for 3 more years, which is a big expense. If he had passed, things would be different. Someone would send money or land to seek protection, and the whole family could live better lives. Gu Yunjiao finished her meal quietly and silently left through the back door. As soon as she stepped out, she heard Zhou's scolding, "That bad luck charm, he's cursed my eldest son, and now he's sick too. What are we supposed to do? How will we get through these days?" Gu Yunjiao sneered and took her bowl around to the kitchen from behind the house. She knew that whenever something bad happened in this family, it was always her fault. She was just the scapegoat. Jang Youzhi stood in the main hall, neither happy nor sad. He already knew what awaited him when he returned. Zhou's words were just indirect insults. In this family, he was treated like a precious egg, not because they loved him, but because he was useful. Now that their hopes are dashed, his days ahead probably won't be easy. Although Chun was disappointed too, she cared more about her son's health. She pulled Jang Youzhi to sit down. "It's good you're back. Let's not talk about anything else. Just eat first." She turned to call her daughter. "Sanya, Go serve your third brother a bowl of rice. Never mind, I'll do it. I'll also fry an egg for your second brother, Chen said, then stretched out her hand to Zhou. Mother, give me 2 eggs. Zhou lazily lifted her eyelids. Those eggs are saved for market day. We need them to exchange for money. There's plenty of vegetables. What do we need eggs for? Well, since you didn't pass the exam, you don't even deserve to eat eggs? Before Zhou Shi could speak, Jang Erlang's 15-year-old brother, Si Lang, shouted, Big sister-in-law, usually the eggs in this house are all for third brother. I work hard for the family too. I want to ask, do I really not deserve to eat eggs? Fifth brother from the third household also whispered, I want to eat eggs too. And I want to go to school. Second sister from the third household lowered her head. Who doesn't want to eat eggs? Jang Youzhi lowered his eyes. The family has limited resources, and now all of them are focused on him. His brothers might feel resentful. He used to think that once he passed the exam, he would repay the family. But now he realizes that was too simple. It's not about having few resources, but about unfair distribution. Gu Yunjiao was bringing a bowl of rice from the kitchen when she overheard Si Lang and Wu Lang's words. She hesitated at the door but then stepped in, placing the rice bowl and chopsticks in front of Jang Youzhi. In this family, besides Mrs. Chun, Jang Youzhi also once supported her. She is kind to those who treat her well. After setting down the bowl, Gu Yunjiao left quickly, afraid that staying longer might cause trouble for herself. Jang Youzhi was also hungry. He sat down slowly and started eating. Everyone else sat down quietly and ate in silence. Gu Yunjiao returned to the kitchen and took the rusty chopping knife to sharpen it on the whetstone. She decided that from now on, she would carry this knife wherever she went. Jang Erlang was unlikely to give up easily. In the main hall, silence fell, and the sound of sharpening the knife in the kitchen was sharp and uncomfortable. Restless, Jang Rong cursed, You little brat. In the middle of the day, what are you sharpening the knife for? The meal ended in a heavy, tense atmosphere. The men got up and went back to their rooms. Mrs. Chun and the third sister cleaned up the dishes. Jang Youzhi helped clear the table briefly, but Mrs. Chun quickly stopped him, saying, You need to focus on your studies. Leave it to me and your sister. Knowing he couldn't argue with his mother, Jang Youzhi turned and left the house. As he stepped outside, he saw Yang Shi and Jang Erlang walking toward the house with determined looks. Yang Shi called out loudly as she walked, Gu Yunjiao, you little brat, come out quickly and treat Erlang's arm. Earlier, she and Erlang had gone 2 miles to town to see Dr. Su. The doctor shook his head and said he wasn't good at treating injuries like sprains and bruises. He also told Yang Shi to find a better doctor soon. If they waited too long, even if the arm was fixed, it might never regain full strength. Yang and Jang Erlang were getting anxious, thinking the county town was too far away, so they went home to find Gu Yunjiao. Jang Youzhi heard Yang scolding someone and frowned, then turned to ask Chen, second aunt, what is she so angry about? Chen lowered her voice and said, Erlang hurt his arm, and Yunjiao did it. That beast Erlang. Today he was rough with your older sister-in-law. Yunjiao almost choked him to death. Jang Youzhi's expression turned cold as he gave Erlang a cold look. In the kitchen, Gu Yunjiao was sweating while sharpening a knife. Just as she stopped to rest, she heard Yang shouting. She clenched her hand around the firewood knife, came out of the kitchen calmly, and said, Treating the arm is fine. Second aunt, bring some silver, and I will treat it right away. Yang jumped up and cursed loudly, You unlucky star, little. How dare you ask me for silver? Me second aunt. Jang Youzhi interrupted her because her words were too harsh. Yang then saw Jang Youzhi. She was first stunned, then forced a big smile. Oh, our talented scholar has returned. How did you do? Is passing the exam certain? Jang Youzhi slowly shook his head. I didn't pass. I didn't even take the test. Yang's face immediately turned pale. The whole family had been saving money to support Samling's studies, hoping he would pass the imperial exam, become an official, and the family could live a wealthy life. But he didn't go to take the exam? Does that mean 3 more years of hardship? Yang was too upset to tell if she was sad or disappointed, and she looked dejected. At this moment, Lu from the third household came out of her room. She had overheard everything and deliberately acted surprised. Oh no. What happened to Erlang's arm? Is it okay? Hearing her words, Jang Erlang remembered how he had accidentally hurt his arm several times on the way, feeling terrible pain. His anger flared, and he grabbed a stick, cursing as he rushed toward Gu Yunjiao. Little, I'll beat you to death today. Jang Youzhi quickly stepped forward and stopped him. Second brother, what are you doing? Erlang impatiently said, what's it to you? This little needs a lesson. I must teach her a good one. Jang Youzhi coldly said, do you not see the law in your eyes? Today's matter, if the older sister-in-law reports to the officials, you'll be whipped dozens of times and forced to do a year of hard labor. Do you want to try? Erlang was stunned for a moment, then chuckled. So what? Does she dare to report? Does she want to lose her reputation? Is she afraid of being spat on? Gu Yunjiao picked up the chopping knife and waved it. I'm really not afraid. I'm not planning to get married anymore, so what do I need a reputation for? She waved the knife and took a few steps forward. Come on, you come. This knife has no eyes. If I cut something, don't blame me. Anyway, living doesn't mean much to me. If I kill you, I'm willing to accept the punishment. There's a saying, the soft are afraid of the hard are afraid of the bold, and the bold are afraid of those who don't care about life. Right now, Jang Erlang is the bold one, and Gu Yunjiao is the one who doesn't care about life. Seeing the shining light of the chopping knife in the sunlight, Jang Erlang suddenly didn't dare to move forward. He threw away the stick in his hand but still kept his bravado, cursing loudly. Yang was really worried nearby. It had been an hour or two, and his arm still wasn't healed. If it got worse, it would be ruined. She hesitated, took out her purse, and looked at Gu Yunjiao. Can you really heal it? Gu Yunjiao just looked at her with a half-smile. Yang clenched her teeth. All right then, you can try. But we're family, so can you lower the price? 2 coins of silver, okay? At this moment, Chen carried a basket of bowls and chopsticks into the kitchen. She took a moment to smile at Yang. Sister-in-law, why can't you understand? Go to the county to see a doctor. It's not just wasting time, but also more money. Give Yunjiao the silver early, get her to heal it sooner, so Erlang won't suffer so much. Seeing Yang hesitating, Jang Youzhi's eyes flashed. He was about to leave when he accidentally bumped into Jang Erlang's injured arm. Jang Erlang let out a loud cry like a pig being slaughtered. Jang Youzhi apologized insincerely. Sorry, second brother. I wasn't paying attention earlier. Jang Erlang howled a few times and shouted, what do you mean you weren't paying attention? I think you did it on purpose. You're helping that little. Gu Yunjiao's lips curled slightly unnoticed. Jang Youzhi was quite cunning. Jang Erlang, in pain, couldn't take it anymore. He turned around and snatched Yang's purse, reached inside, and found about 1 or 2 silver coins. He threw it toward Gu Yunjiao. Gu Yunjiao was quick and caught the coins in her hand. She turned and went into the kitchen, loudly saying, Mother, here's the silver. Chen, who was washing dishes, paused. For me? It's your silver. You should keep it yourself. Gu Yunjiao shoved the silver into Chen's arms and smiled. Mother, you keep it. She knew she couldn't hold on to that 1 or 2 silver coins for long. Soon, Zhou would find a reason to take it, and if she didn't give it up, she'd be scolded and beaten. The silver given to Mrs. Chen was different. She also wanted to save silver for herself, but not now. After giving the silver, she turned around and still held the sickle. Elder brother Jiang looked at her fiercely. The silver is also given to you. Hurry up and treat me. If you dare to cheat me and can't treat it, just wait and see how I deal with you. Gu Yunjiao hesitated for a moment, glanced at Jang Youzhi. Her eyes seemed to speak, and Jang Youzhi quickly understood her meaning. She wanted to treat Heir's arm, so she couldn't still hold the knife. But once she put down the knife, she would feel unsafe. Jang Youzhi quietly moved closer to Jang Erlang, then nodded slightly at Gu Yunjiao. Gu Yunjiao heaved a sigh of relief, then put down the sickle and walked toward Jang Erlang. She reached out and grabbed Jang Erlang's arm, suddenly looked up at the sky. Wow, a big pig is flying in the sky. Jang Erlang instinctively looked up to see the sky. At that moment, Gu Yunjiao pulled and pushed, restoring his arm. She quickly ran backward. Jang Erlang still looked up. Where is the pig flying in the sky? Next to him, Jang Youzhi couldn't help but laugh. Jang Erlang then realized he had been fooled. He was angry and embarrassed, raised his arm, and pointed at Gu Yunjiao. Are you playing me? Just wait, I won't let you go. Next to him, Yang was happily shouting, your arm is really better. Jang Erlang then noticed he had been raising his right arm. He tried moving it. It was flexible and didn't hurt. Yang's wife looked worried again. Just a push and it's worth 1 or 2 silver coins. My goodness, I didn't even hear a sound. Jang Youzhi glanced at Yang and seriously tried to persuade her. 1 or 2 silver coins isn't expensive. Last time, my classmate also dislocated his arm like heirs. The county doctor fixed it, and he charged 2 silver coins. Actually, the doctor didn't take any money, but Jang Youzhi knew that if he didn't say this, Yang might curse Gu Yunjiao for 3 days and nights. At dinner that night, Zhou suddenly looked at Gu Yunjiao. Can you see illnesses? Gu Yunjiao blinked. Some illnesses I can see, some I can't. As for which one she could and couldn't, that was up to her. Zhou didn't say anything, lowering her eyes, apparently thinking about something. After dinner, Gu Yunjiao followed Mrs. Chen into the room. She hesitated. Mother, I want to go back to my mother's house tomorrow. Mrs. Chen turned around. It's about time to go back. You've never returned home after getting married. Fine, since Samlang is at home, tomorrow let him take you back. Gu Yunjiao waved her hand. Mother, there's no need. It's only a few miles, and it won't take long. Mrs. Chen whispered. I'm worried that Erlang won't give up. If you go alone, he might do something again. Gu Yunjiao thought about it and agreed. Even if she carried a machete, she might not be able to fight Erlang. In the end, the machete's real purpose was to scare him. Mrs. Chen hesitated. If tomorrow your mother asks about this, Gu Yunjiao pressed her lips together and said nothing. Her mother wouldn't care about these things. Mrs. Chen took out a tael of silver that Gu Yunjiao had given her. Take this to buy something for your mother. Even though Daliang is gone, you're still my daughter-in-law. It wouldn't look good to go home empty-handed. Gu Yunjiao pushed the silver back. Mother, just keep this silver peacefully. I don't need to buy anything when I go home. Mrs. Chen saw that Gu Yunjiao insisted and said no more. Meanwhile, Zhou called Yang into the main room. The two whispered for a long time before Yang came out. Gu Yunjiao had gone to bed early. In the middle of the night, she suddenly woke up, startled. She had another dream of the earthquake. She was standing where the earthquake had happened, inside her family's herbal storage. She opened her eyes and realized she was really in the herb store. Gu Yunjiao's grandfather and uncle were both skilled traditional Chinese doctors. They used to prescribe medicine and advise patients to go to an old pharmacy in Beijing to pick herbs, which was known for genuine quality. One time, a patient called to say the medicine didn't work well. Grandpa was puzzled. He trusted his prescriptions, so he thought the problem was the herbs. He asked the patient to bring the unboiled herbs for inspection. They found that the most expensive ingredient, musk, had been shortchanged by half at the pharmacy. Musk is very expensive. Today, good natural musk costs about 700 or 800 yuan per gram. Later, the pharmacy did add more musk and claimed it was a mistake caused by their small-scale scales that couldn't weigh less than a gram. Since then, Grandpa never trusted outside pharmacies again. He collected his own herbs and prepared some of the key ingredients himself. Patients who came for treatment would get their medicine from his own herbal store, with precise amounts and the best quality, to ensure effectiveness. Her family's herbal storage was called a herbal store, but it was actually a well-stocked pharmacy. It was arranged like a pharmacy, but did not sell to outsiders. It only used its own prescriptions. At this moment, Gu Yunjiao looked at a whole wall of medicine cabinets, then at the deer antlers on the shelf, the tiger bones and deer antler velvet inside the small cabinet, musk, calamine, ginseng, and tianma. She pinched her arm hard, feeling the pain. This was not a dream. Suddenly, she had a realization. The medicine storage was with her through the time travel. She happily walked to the door. If she opened it, would she go back? She turned the handle, but the door wouldn't open. She looked outside the window. Outside was a void, as if covered in thick fog. Gu Yunjie felt a bit disappointed. She left the medicine room and found herself still lying on the bed, with Sanya sleeping beside her. Gu Yunjie couldn't sleep anymore. She had a sudden thought and entered the medicine room again. She randomly opened a drawer. Inside was licorice. She grabbed a handful of licorice, thinking about coming out. She found herself back on the bed, still clutching the licorice. She realized she could take medicines from the storage and use them outside. This made Gu Yunjie a little excited. Not to mention, having this pharmacy in hand meant her future survival was more secure. Gu Yunjie was excited for a long time before she finally drifted back to sleep. Early the next morning, Gu Yunjie was awakened by a series of whooshing sounds. The sounds came from outside the window. Gu Yunjie opened the window and saw Jang Youzhi practicing swordsmanship in the yard. His movements were swift and lively, looking quite skillful. She raised an eyebrow, surprised that Jang Youzhi was both talented in martial arts and scholarly. The noise of opening the window startled Jang Youzhi. His eyes flashed like lightning, and he looked over here. Gu Yunjie quickly closed the window and went to wash up. After breakfast, Gu Yunjie wrapped a scarf around her neck and set out. Although Jang Youzhi was following behind, she still carried a small dagger at her waist. Her home village was next to Jang's village, about 7 or 8 miles away. Jang Youzhi was about 4 or 5 meters behind Gu Yunjie. As they walked, his gaze casually fell on her. She wore a sky-blue cotton dress, tied with a light blue belt at the waist. Her slim waist was just right, and as she walked, her movements naturally swayed with a charming rhythm. After walking nearly 3 or 4 miles, Jang Youzhi saw a large stone by the roadside and called out, "Take a break here." He could still walk, but he noticed Gu Yunjiao's speed had slowed significantly, probably unable to continue. He didn't call her big sister, as he was hesitant to address a girl who looked delicate and younger than him. Gu Yunjie stopped and brushed dust off a large stone with a handkerchief. She called to Jang Youzhi, "Sit here." Jang Youzhi shook his head, "No need. I'll stand for a while. You sit by yourself." Gu Yunjie glanced at the stone and then at Jang Youzhi. "The stone is quite big." Jang Youzhi immediately understood what Gu Yunjie meant. Since the stone was large, 2 people could sit comfortably. He hesitated for a moment, then walked over confidently and sat down on one side of the stone. Gu Yunjie sat on the other side, with her back to him. After they sat down, a slightly plump woman came from one end of the path. The woman had been watching them from afar. When she got closer, she happily smiled at Gu Yunjie. "Yunjie, are you returning to your family home?" Gu Yunjie smiled at her. "Yes, Aunt Wang." Aunt Wang squeezed onto the stone and sat down, then looked at Jang Youzhi with a friendly smile. "Is this your husband?" "Wow, this young man is so handsome." Jang Youzhi's face turned a little red. He stood up, cupped his hands politely, and was about to explain when Gu Yunjie calmly said, "Aunt Wang, you misunderstood. This is my younger brother-in-law. My mother-in-law was worried about the journey, so she asked him to see me off. The day I got married, my husband was gone." Aunt Wang's mouth opened wide in surprise. "So, you're now a widow?" Gu Yunjie nodded. Aunt Wang sighed. "That's really sad. I told you before that doing the lucky charm thing isn't good, but your mother didn't listen. I remember you're not even 15 yet. Why not find someone else to marry soon?" She looked at Jang Youzhi, swallowing the rest of her words. Suddenly, Aunt Wang clapped her thigh. "Oh right, a few days ago someone said they saw someone in the city who looked just like your father. They wanted to ask about him, but then couldn't find him. Your mother heard about it, and now plans to sell the house and land to go to the city to find your father. She even asked me to help find a buyer for her house." Gu Yunjie was silent for a long time. A few months ago, her father went to another county to see a doctor and mysteriously disappeared. No one saw him alive, no one saw him dead. Her mother fell ill and couldn't get up. She took medicine for 2 or 3 months, and all the family's savings of several dozen silver coins were spent. If it weren't for the 10 or so acres of land they still owned and rented out to tenants, the family would have nothing left and would be starving. Hearing Aunt Wang's words, Gu Yunjiao wasn't surprised. Her mother was not very smart and wouldn't think about selling the land to survive. Maybe she thought that going to the city would help find her father, and then they could all live happily again. A few people rested for a while before setting out together. They traveled about 3 or 4 miles and soon arrived. At the village entrance, Jang Youzhi stopped and said, "I won't go in. I'll wait here for you." It was a bit awkward for him to follow alone to Gu Yunjiao's family home given his status. Gu Yunjiao nodded and said, "At most half an hour, then I'll come out." Jang Youzhi waved his hand and said, "No rush. Since you're home, you should have lunch before leaving." "I'll be fine. I just want to look around, casually." Gu Yunjiao glanced at him, but said nothing, then walked toward home with Wang Shen. When they reached the door, Wang Shen called out to the yard, "Gu family's girl, Yunjiao has returned." At the sound, a boy about 7 or 8 years old ran out and hugged Gu Yunjiao's leg, choking with tears. "Second sister, I miss you so much. Blood ties are truly a strange thing." Even though Gu Yunjiao felt she should be quite unfamiliar with her younger brother Gu Chuan, when he hugged her leg, her heart softened a little. She reached out to touch Gu Chuan's head but quickly withdrew her hand. Gu Chuan hadn't washed his hair in a long time. His hair was matted into strands, and she couldn't bring herself to touch it. Gu Yunjiao gently pulled him aside and asked, "Where is mother?" Gu Chuan pointed inside the house. Gu Yunjiao led Gu Chuan inside and saw her mother, Li, lying on the bed, looking very tired. When she entered, Li's eyes brightened, and she sat up, saying, "You just came back. I need to go to the county seat to find your father. I have no money, but your eldest sister is stopping me from selling land. Help me up. I want to find your second uncle and ask him to talk to your sister." Gu Yunjiao looked down at Li and asked, "Mother wants to sell the land to go to the county seat to find my father? If she can't find him, what will she do?" Li paused, then said, "If I can't find him, I will definitely find her father." Gu Yunjiao replied calmly, "The county seat is so big. Finding someone isn't easy, and they only said he looked like my father, but it might not be him. If you sell the land for money, and I can't find your father, what will the family eat? Are you waiting to die?" Li covered her chest and cried, "Why should I care so much? In the end, if I can't find her father, living is pointless. It's better to die cleanly." Gu Yunjiao pressed her lips and said, "Older sister can still marry, but what about the younger brother? Should he also die with us?" Li started crying even more, shaking her head on the pillow. "I don't know. I don't understand anything. I just want to find your father." Gu Yunjiao felt extremely disappointed. Li is the kind of woman who is like a parasitic flower. She cannot live without a man. Her father disappeared, and she, as the mother, does not bother to take care of her children. She spends her days crying, and her health cannot get better. From her attitude, it seems she only cares about herself and doesn't want to take care of her younger brother either. Gu Yunjiao coldly said, "About selling the land, don't say that my eldest sister disagrees. I also won't agree. Anyway, the house and land cannot be sold. If you want to go to the capital city, just go by yourself." Li's crying suddenly stopped for a moment, then she cried even more fiercely. "You're also unkind. When our father is missing, you don't go look for him, and you don't want me to go either." Gu Yunjiao replied calmly, "What more do you want from me? I even spent 5 taels of silver to buy medicine for you. Isn't that enough?" She stood up. "No one is stopping you from looking for our father. I only ask you not to sell the land." Li cried even louder upon hearing this. Gu Yunjiao ignored her and continued searching inside the room. After a while, she found a thick stack of books and notebooks, along with a white porcelain basin. She set the items aside and kept looking. Finally, she found what she was looking for in a drawer at the bottom of the wardrobe. It was a box made of purple sandalwood. She opened the box, revealing a set of gold needles inside. She came back to her parents' house today for this item. Originally, there were 2 sets of needles at home, one gold and 1 silver. Both sets were inherited from their ancestors, who were said to be imperial doctors. Her father had always used the silver set, but now that set has also gone missing with him. Gu Yunjiao took a bundle of cloth, preparing to wrap the box, books, and basin. Suddenly, Li, sitting up on the bed, looked shocked and shouted, "What are you doing? That's something passed down from your grandfather's family. You can't sell it." Just then, her eldest sister Gu Mei entered the room. She saw the purple sandalwood box and her eyes lit up. She had forgotten that their family still had this. The needles inside contained gold, though mixed with other metals. There was some gold in them. The purple sandalwood box was also valuable. Taking it to the pawn shop might get a dozen silver taels. Gu Mei raised her eyebrows. "So, now that you're married, you secretly take things from your family to your in-laws' house?" Gu Yunjiao quickly wrapped everything up and held the bundle close to her chest. Gu Mei hurriedly said, "You can't take these things. Our family is about to run out of money. I'll them for some silver." Gu Yunjiao sneered. "You just sold me for 5 taels of silver. How long did that last?" "An ordinary family, 5 taels of silver enough for a year." Gu Mei angrily said, "You don't understand. Mother needs medicine every day. That little silver can't last more than a few days." Li Shi pursed her lips on the bed. "She doesn't take medicine every day. She hasn't taken any for over half a month. Gu Mei, this stubborn girl, says there's no silver to pick herbs." Gu Yunjiao didn't argue with Gu Mei. She just said, "I won't sell this thing. I need it." When she heard she wouldn't sell it, Li Shi sighed in relief and lay back down. Gu Mei was not satisfied. "You can't take it either. It's a family heirloom. As a married daughter, you have no right to take it." Gu Yunjiao looked at her coldly and suddenly asked, "Big sister, I want to ask you something. This Jiang family's good luck marriage, you were the one who asked second aunt to arrange it. When Jiang family gave the betrothal money, why did you refuse to marry the next day? Not marrying is one thing, but why did you push me into it?" Originally, Gu Yunjiao was also naive. When her older sister and mother cried, she agreed. Gu Mei's eyes flickered. "Once you get the betrothal money, you spend half on medicine for mother. What will you do if you don't marry?" Gu Yunjiao stared at Gu Mei. "I'm asking why you suddenly changed your mind and decided not to marry?" In Gu Yunjiao's memory, Gu Mei was fine the day before, but the next day she seemed like a different person. Not only did she refuse to marry, but she also sweet-talked Li Shi into convincing her to marry a girl under 15. Then, after some persuasion from the matchmaker and second aunt, Jiang family agreed to change the bride. This whole thing seemed suspicious. Gu Mei's eyes flickered nervously. She wouldn't say she had reborn. In her previous life, after her father disappeared, as the eldest sister, she had to handle everything at home. She cooked for her mother, took care of her sister, washed clothes, and managed the vegetable garden. Their family used to have a servant girl. All these chores were done by the servant before. After her father went missing, her mother took medicine daily. The family ran out of silver, and they couldn't afford a servant, so they had to dismiss her. She was exhausted every day and just wanted to escape her burdensome family. She begged second aunt, the matchmaker, to find her a marriage. Second aunt said most families wait until after the autumn harvest to arrange marriages, when they have silver. Now, she only had one urgent marriage proposal, the Jiang family's good luck marriage, and it was about to happen. Gu Mei didn't want to marry for good luck, but the idea of getting married soon suited her. However, second aunt also said that although Jiang Dezhong was sick now, when he was healthy, he was full of energy and could work as hard as 2 strong men. The Jiang family was well off, living in a blue brick tiled house. Not only that, Jiang Dalong's younger brother, Jiang Sanlang, was a child prodigy. At only 15, he had already passed the imperial exam and was well known throughout Nanyang Prefecture. People said he was a celestial star descended to Earth and that he would surely become an official someday, bringing happiness to his family. She wanted to marry Jiang Sanlang, But second aunt said that the Jiang family planned to wait until Jang Erlang passed the imperial exam before seeking a marriage with a family of officials, which would help his career in the future. Many wealthy families wanted to marry their daughters to Jang Erlang and had asked her to speak for them, but the Jiang family refused all offers. Such a popular young man was hard to come by. Gu Mei thought her family was now poor, so marrying Jang Erlang was just a dream. If she couldn't marry Jang Erlang, then Jang Dalong was okay. After all, they were family. If Jang Erlang succeeded, Jang Dalong's life wouldn't be too bad either. As long as Jang Dalong could get through this difficult time, Gu Mei believed she was lucky. Marrying into that family would surely bring her good luck. Since Li Shi was crying every day and not caring about anything, Gu Mei decided on her own to accept the marriage proposal. But on the wedding day, Jang Dalong died. The days afterward were too sad to talk about. Gu Mei's rebirth came too late. The wedding had already been arranged the day before, the wedding date was the next day, and the bride price had already been spent. The money wasn't a big problem. Her family still had some savings, and she could find some items to exchange for money. But refusing the marriage would damage her reputation. If people found out she had been engaged, her chances of marrying well would decrease even more, and it would be harder to find a good family. Gu Mei quickly thought of a plan and pushed 14-year-old Gu Yunjiao forward. When Gu Yunjiao asked her about it, Gu Mei nervously said, "I've changed my mind. I'm worried that mother and my brother won't be taken care of. You're still young and can't do much work. It's still me who has to handle the family affairs." Gu Yunjiao pulled Gu Chuan over and asked, "Are you really taking care of your brother? How long has he gone without a bath? It's August now. He should take a bath at least once a day. Look at his hair, and smell that odor on him." Gu Chuan's face turned red. He often felt uncomfortable and wanted to take a bath, but he was too weak to draw water. He told his older sister, but she said that men being dirty wasn't a big deal. They had always been like that. Gu Mei turned her face away and said nothing. In her past life, after she married into the Jiang family, they sold the house in just over half a year. Everything valuable was taken. Under Li's instructions, second aunt sold Gu Yunjiao to a traveling merchant for 20 taels of silver to be his concubine, and she never returned. It is said that the man was older than her father. Her mother took the 20 taels and went to the city to find her father with her younger brother. After a few months, her mother returned alone. Gu Mei asked her brother where he had gone when she got home. Her mother said she had no money for food and had sold her brother. Gu Mei saw through her mother. She was selfish to the core. She didn't care about her daughter or her son. She had to think about herself now. As for her younger siblings, she knew that in this second life, they wouldn't help her or be useful to her, so she didn't bother about them anymore. Everyone looked out for themselves. Recently, she had been just cooking 2 simple meals at home to get by. Her mother's medicine was gone, but she didn't bother to pick more. Her brother was lazy and didn't care. He spent his days at uncle's house, trying to please second aunt, hoping she would find him a good marriage. She had just come back from uncle's house. Seeing Gu Mei like this, Gu Yunjiao's heart grew colder. This family, her mother and eldest sister, were all selfish and self-centered. There was no real family love. Only her younger brother still seemed somewhat human. She didn't want to say anything more. She carried her bag in one hand and pulled Gu Chuan with the other. When they reached the kitchen, she hid her bag somewhere first, then rolled up her sleeves to prepare to boil water for Gu Chuan to bathe. But when she looked into the water basin, it was empty. Not a drop of water. Gu Yunjia had to take a bucket and go outside to fetch water from the well. She was small and thin, and it took a lot of effort to fill one bucket. She struggled to carry it to the kitchen. Trying to get a second bucket was even harder. Her arms were so sore, she almost couldn't lift them. Gu Yunjia thought for a moment. This wouldn't do. With Gu Chuan's dirtiness, she'd need at least 7 or 8 buckets of water to wash him properly. She waved to Gu Chuan and said, "Come on, let's go to the village entrance." Gu Chuan happily followed Gu Yunjiao. Their mother didn't care for him, and their eldest sister also ignored him. Only their second sister was willing to be close to him. When they reached the village entrance, they saw Jang Youzhi sitting under a big tree. When he saw Gu Yunjiao, he quickly got up and came over. Gu Yunjiao didn't hesitate and said, I want to fetch water to bathe my brother, but I can't lift the bucket. The bucket was made of wood and weighed several jin, a Chinese weight measure. Plus, it was filled with water. Just moving it was difficult. Talking to smart people makes things easier. Jang Youzhi nodded. Then I'll help you carry it. The group continued walking home. Along the way, villagers kept glancing at Jang Youzhi. Everyone guessed he was Gu Yunjiao's new son-in-law and was very curious. Plus, Jang Youzhi was handsome and didn't look like a rural person at all. The three of them returned home, under the watchful eyes of the villagers. When they entered the yard, they coincidentally met Gu Mei coming out of the house. She saw Jang Youzhi's eyes suddenly brighten, then seemed to think of something, and her expression darkened again. She stood at the door for a long time, lost in thought, before returning to her room. Gu Yunjiao brought a bucket to fetch water for Jang Youzhi. There was no firewood at home, so she took Gu Chuan to the back of the village to gather some. She filled the stove with firewood and lit a fire to boil water. Gu Yunjiao told Gu Chuan, from now on, you need to go to the mountain every day to pick some firewood and keep it for boiling water. But don't go deep into the mountain. Be careful of wild animals. If you can't carry the water, call your older sister to help. If she won't help, ask your second uncle's brother. If he also refuses, find your own way. Just carry less water each time. In this weather, you only need to wash your hair and body every other day, or you'll smell bad, understand? Gu Chuan nodded silently, got it. Jang Youzhi came in carrying a bucket of water, but didn't disturb the siblings. He poured the water into the basin and then left again. Gu Yunjiao continued giving instructions. Later, you need to learn how to cook. Your older sister is already 16. She might get married anytime. When that happens, who will you rely on? And if mother wants to sell the land, tell your second and third uncles. They won't let her sell it. Gu Chuan nodded again. Gu Yunjiao added, I took some books from home. Don't let your older sister or mother sell the rest. Hide them yourself and read more when you can. It's good for you. Suddenly, Gu Chuan started crying. Second sister, please don't go. Mother and big sister don't care about me. My clothes are torn and no one patches them. Gu Yunjiao sighed. Your second sister is also helpless. She wanted to leave the Jang family and didn't want to return to her own family. She dreamed of opening her own pharmacy, since medicine was readily available and she could earn some silver to support herself. But there were two problems with leaving. One was money. She truly had no money at all, but that was okay because she had a medicine store. Selling some medicines could easily earn her some silver. The other problem was household registration. Her household registration was currently with the Jang family. Unlike modern times, ancient people tightly controlled the movement of their population. When going out, one had to carry household registration papers to the government office to get a travel permit. Without it, traveling to another place didn't guarantee accommodation, and there was a risk of being caught by officials. Even if not caught, a young girl traveling alone would likely attract the attention of human traffickers, who knew where she might be sold. Therefore, the only way was to find a proper way to leave the Jang family and establish herself as a widow with her own household, so she could live peacefully alone. But this was not easy and required careful planning. Gu Yunjiao withdrew her thoughts and said to Gu Chuan, go get the clothes and sewing kit. Second sister will mend them for you. Gu Chuan quickly ran out. Gu Yunjiao saw Jang Youzhi come in again with a bucket of water. She stood up and looked at the water jar. That's enough. No need to carry more. Thank you. You must be tired. Go rest now, Jang Youzhi said. He nodded and said, I'll sit in the yard for a while. He stepped toward the kitchen door but stopped, as if unsure whether to go in or out. Gu Yunjiao walked behind him and looked outside. She saw Gu Mei standing there in a bright red top and pink skirt, with her eyebrows and eyes carefully painted. Her expression was obvious. She was clearly showing her feelings. Gu Yunjiao rolled her eyes and sat back by the stove to continue cooking. Outside, Gu Mei was twisting a handkerchief, shy and nervous. She said, third Third brother, come here. I have something to tell you. Jang Youzhi frowned slightly. Besides family members, no one called him third brother. The title sounded too familiar. He looked a bit cold and bowed slightly. Miss, we don't know each other, so there's nothing to say. Gu Mei became anxious. Third brother, I really have something important to tell you. It concerns your future. It's more than just the future. It's about your whole life, she added. Although Gu Yunjiao was sitting in the kitchen, she could faintly hear Gu Mei's words. She found it strange. Gu Mei and Jang Youzhi seemed like two people with no connection. They shouldn't know each other. How did Gu Mei know she was Jiang's third brother? And what did she want to say to Jang Youzhi? Hearing Gu Mei's words, Jang Youzhi's heart moved slightly. He had recently taken the imperial exam in the city and got a stomach upset because someone had tricked him. The doctor said the tea he drank contained crushed senna leaves. Jang Youzhi suspected that the 3 classmates who took the exam with him might have been involved, but everyone seemed suspicious, and none of them seemed guilty. He still couldn't figure out who was responsible. When Gu Mei spoke, he naturally linked this incident to her. Although the events happened in the city, all 3 classmates are locals, and Gu Mei might really know something. He walked to the wall and whispered, "Just tell me." Suddenly, Gu Mei hesitated and said, "This is very important. I can tell you, but I have a request." Jang Youzhi remained calm and said, "What is your request? Go ahead." He guessed Gu Mei might want some benefit, as he still had some silver coins. Gu Mei looked up, stopped pretending to be shy, and said seriously, "I want you to marry me. This is a big matter. I can't tell someone I'm not close to. After we are engaged, I will tell you everything honestly." She looked at Jang Youzhi with bright eyes and said, "If you're willing, go back and find someone to propose." At first, Jang Youzhi thought he had misheard, but when he heard engaged, he confirmed he hadn't. He had never seen a girl so bold as to threaten a man into marriage. This shows her character clearly. He quickly frowned, took a few steps back, bowed slightly, and turned to leave. Gu Mei felt very upset seeing this. She couldn't hide her anger and asked, "Why do you look down on me? What's wrong with me? Last time, he looked down on her, and this time is no different." Hearing this, Jang Youzhi stopped and looked back calmly, saying, "Marry for virtue." Gu Mei was stunned for a moment, then realized he was hinting that her character might not be good. She was very angry but still refused to give up, saying, "I'm not lying. This matter is very important to you. It will happen soon. This will change your life completely." Jang Youzhi replied slowly, "Since it's something that will happen in the future, how could you know about it?" Gu Mei stepped forward and lowered her voice. "That's why I want you to marry me. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare tell you this secret." Jang Youzhi took a step back and said, "Then forget it. The girl's secret should stay hidden." Gu Mei stomped her foot and asked, "Are you sure about this? Don't regret it later. I tell you, if you can't avoid this matter, your days ahead will be very hard." Jang Youzhi looked down and said calmly, "Hard or not, it's none of your concern." After speaking, he turned and went back to the kitchen. Gu Mei stared at Jang Youzhi's back, clutching her handkerchief tightly. She had thought for a long time in her room before deciding to come and try talking to Jang Sanlang. Jang Sanlang was born as handsome as a jade tree and talented beyond measure. If he agreed to marry her, she would tell him about that matter. Since he avoided it, he was still the promising Jang Sanlang, and she could enjoy happiness with him in the future. Since he looked down on her and didn't want to marry her, she decided to wait and see how the proud Jang Sanlang would fall from his high place into the mud.
Gu Mei sneered coldly.
That matter wouldn't last long. When the time came, she wondered if Jang Youzhi would regret not accepting her. Jang Youzhi went back to the kitchen. There was also Gu Chuan in the kitchen, so it wasn't just a man and woman alone. Gu Yunjiao saw him come in, moved a chair for him to sit, poured him a glass of water, then sat down to mend Gu Chuan's clothes. After boiling water, Jang Youzhi helped carry it into the room and pour it into the bathtub. Gu Yunjiao also finished fixing her clothes. Gu Chuan went to wash himself. Gu Yunjiao rummaged through the kitchen, found some flour and 2 eggs. She beat the eggs, poured them into the flour, added some water, salt, and chopped green onions, then mixed everything well. She heated some oil in a pan and poured the batter in to make pancakes. In her past life, Gu Yunjiao didn't know how to cook. Although she read many old cookbooks in her free time, she had never actually cooked before. With dozens of servants at home, she was a young lady who never touched water. Her cooking and sewing skills were inherited from her current body. Soon, Gu Yunjiao finished frying a green onion pancake. She handed it to Jang Youzhi and kept frying. It was lunchtime, and Jang Youzhi was hungry. He didn't refuse and took a golden, fragrant pancake, biting into it. The pancake was tasty and crispy. One pancake was quickly eaten. Gu Yunjiao used a spatula to scoop out another pancake. Jang Youzhi kept eating, finishing 3 pancakes in a row. When Gu Yunjiao reached out with her spatula again, he waved his hand. "I'm full." Gu Yunjiao fried 2 more and put them in the cupboard, then finally fried one for herself. After just a few bites, Li Shi appeared at the kitchen door, leaning on the doorframe and gasping for breath. Tears shimmered in her eyes as she pouted. "I called for a long time. Why didn't you hear me? Your eldest sister doesn't know where she went, and she didn't cook. I'm hungry. Just make me something to eat." She saw the pancake on Gu Yunjiao's plate and said, "Eating pancakes is fine." Gu Yunjiao originally picked up her chopsticks to eat the pancake. Hearing Li Shi's words, she put down her chopsticks and quickly stuffed 3 bites of pancake into her mouth. Li Shi looked at her blankly. Gu Yunjiao muttered vaguely, "The cakes are gone. If you want to eat, make them yourself." Jang Youzhi looked at Gu Yunjiao's cheeks puffed up like a little squirrel and almost laughed out loud. Is this girl too protective of her food? Mrs. Li supported herself on the doorframe and pointed at Gu Yunjiao. "How can you do this? I haven't eaten yet, and you're only thinking of yourself." Gu Yunjiao shot her a glance. "I only care about myself because I learned it from you." "You." Mrs. Li's face turned pale. She swayed as if she was about to faint. Gu Yunjiao raised an eyebrow. "Don't faint. If you do, I won't help you up." Her mother didn't actually have a serious problem. At first, she was overly sad, but as days went by, she just stayed in bed, and her energy and blood became weaker. Mrs. Li opened her mouth wide but couldn't close it for a long time. Is this really her daughter? What's wrong with this family? Now, the eldest daughter acts like a different person, dressing up beautifully every day, and the younger daughter, who used to be honest and gentle, has become fierce. Even her son is less close to her now. With her husband gone, everything in the house is a mess. Jang Youzhi looked back and forth between the mother and daughter. He noticed that Gu Yunjiao's attitude toward her brother was very different from her attitude toward her mother. He instinctively felt that Mrs. Li must have done something wrong. Mrs. Li was stunned for a while before finally noticing Jang Youzhi. She pouted sadly at him. "Son-in-law, you also don't control Yunjiao." Gu Yunjiao coldly interrupted her. "This is my little uncle. The day I got married, my husband was already gone." Mrs. Li was shocked again. The kitchen has 2 doors. Seeing the scene was awkward, Jang Youzhi stepped out through the back door. He went for a walk and happened to meet Gu Chuan coming out after a bath. He then went inside to help pour water. Gu Chuan entered the kitchen, and Gu Yunjiao openly took out 2 cakes from the cupboard that she had kept for him. Mrs. Li watched Gu Chuan eat the cakes eagerly, tears silently falling down her face. She didn't know if it was because she was hungry or angry. Gu Yunjiao lowered her eyes. "Mother, I only say this once. If you can listen, listen. If not, forget it. First, about your health. If you keep lying down like this, you'll never get better. Don't cry anymore. Move around more. In just a month or 2, your health will improve and you won't even need medicine." She initially thought about giving Mrs. Li some medicine, but then she remembered that her mother was just lying in bed crying every day. Taking medicine would be pointless, so she decided not to. There is a saying, a mother must be strong. Since your father's whereabouts are unknown, as the mother, you should take responsibility, manage the household well, and take care of Xiao Chuan. If you continue to be careless and indifferent, this family will fall apart completely. Your younger brother now seems like a wild child without parents. If your father returns someday and asks about him, how will you explain? Mrs. Lee moved her lips, but said nothing for a long time, then asked, will your father come back? Gu Yunjiao replied. She had said so much, but her mother's only concern was her father. Forget it, talking is useless. She walked past Mrs. Lee, went to her room, and took a towel to wipe Gu Chuan's hair. Mrs. Lee, having no food, cried for a while and then shakily went back to her room. Gu Yunjiao dried Gu Chuan's hair until it was half dry, loosely tied it up, and said, second sister is going back now. You must take good care of yourself at home. She stood up, found her bag, and held it in her hand. When she went out, she saw Jang Youzhi waiting in the yard. They left together, one after the other. Just a few steps out, Gu Chuan ran out of the house and hugged Gu Yunjiao's waist, crying non-stop. Second sister, I don't want you to leave. Please don't go. Although he was young, he understood clearly, if second sister left, no one at home would take care of whether he washed, ate, or slept. On the day his father disappeared, his mother was gone too. Gu Yunjiao felt heartache from seeing Gu Chuan cry. She patted his head, knelt down, and hardened her heart, saying, Xiao Chuan, no one in this world can be relied on completely. In the end, everyone must depend on themselves. Remember what I say: cook, bathe, and wash clothes by yourself. Find ways to live on. If something happens, go to Qingshan village and find second sister. Jang Youzhi watched the siblings silently beside them. Gu Yunjiao, feeling heartless, pushed Gu Chuan away and turned to leave. Passing by Wang Ani's house, Gu Mei suddenly ran out and stopped her. Gu Mei stared at the bundle in Gu Yunjiao's hand. If you're leaving, you have to leave your things behind. That's worth over 10 taels of silver. Jang Youzhi saw Gu Mei and quickly stepped back a few paces, turning away. He didn't want to get involved in their sisterly quarrel and was worried about getting caught in her way. That would be trouble to explain. Gu Yunjiao, leaning her elbow against Gu Mei, pushed her aside. I must take my things. They're useful to me. It wasn't that she was greedy for the family's belongings. As a descendant of a medical family, gold and silver needles are her livelihood. Having a set of tools makes her confident. Her family's medicine storage only had medicine but no acupuncture needles. Also, as she knew, even in the county town, there were no silver needles for sale, and she couldn't buy any. Gu Mei stubbornly chased after her. You have no right to take this. This is meant to be passed to the male heirs. Gu Chuan looked up nearby. Since it's mine, I am willing to give it to second sister. Gu Mei pointed at him. You traitor, idiot. She's already married. Don't you expect her to take care of you? Are you siding with her? Don't I cook for you every day? Gu Chuan kept silent, knowing that if he wanted to stay alive in this family, he couldn't offend the eldest sister. Gu Yunjiao patted Gu Chuan's head. I will return this to you in the future. Right now, I'll lend it to second sister to use. After saying that, she looked at Gu Mei. Move aside. Gu Mei spread her arms. I won't let you. She turned to Gu Chuan. Xiao Chuan, go find second uncle and third uncle. Tell them my sister wants to take our family's heirloom to her new home. Jang Youzhi frowned slightly when he heard this, as if implying that the Jiang family was taking advantage of the Gu family. Gu Chuan didn't move and begged Gu Mei. Second sister said she will return it someday. Let her use it for now, okay? Gu Mei spat. Fool. She wants to exchange it for silver. She won't return it in the future. Gu Yunjiao frowned and thought that if she kept arguing, it would cause trouble. If she really called second uncle and third uncle over, things would get complicated. By then, she might not even be able to take the item away, and it would waste her time. Thinking of this, she simply pulled out the machete tied to her waist.
Move or not.
Gu Mei saw the long knife and instinctively flinched, but she was sure Gu Yunjiao was just trying to scare her and wouldn't really attack. She straightened her chest and said, Go ahead and cut. Cut here. I'm not afraid of you. Gu Yunjiao raised the knife high, but while Gu Mei's attention was on the blade, she suddenly moved her foot and kicked Gu Mei's calf. Gu Mei tilted her body to the side and fell to the ground. Gu Yunjiao bypassed her and quickly walked away. When Gu Mei got up from the ground, she only saw her dress hem disappear around the corner. She didn't chase after her. She was thinking about why her usually honest and obedient sister seemed to have changed. Could it be that she, too, had been reborn? On the rural path, Gu Yunjiao and Jang Youzhi continued walking one behind the other. Not far from there, Jang Youzhi saw Gu Yunjiao switch her bundle from her left hand to her right, then back again. He knew she was struggling to carry it. After thinking for a moment, he hurried a few steps forward and said, "If you trust me, I can hold this for you." Without hesitation, Gu Yunjiao handed him the bundle. Jang Youzhi remembered that Gu Mei had said inside was a family heirloom. Carefully, he took the bundle and held it close, as if afraid it might fall or break. Seeing this, Gu Yunjiao chuckled softly. "You should carry it yourself. It's nothing special inside, just a set of gold needles, a small basin, and a few books. If it falls, it's no big deal. However, these gold needles were passed down from my ancestors. Honestly, they're not worth much." Jang Youzhi relaxed and slung the bundle over his shoulder. When they reached home, it was still early in the day. At the door, Jang Youzhi returned the bundle to Gu Yunjiao, worried that his family might misunderstand him buying something valuable. When they entered, Yang saw the bundle in Gu Yunjiao's hands and looked at it curiously. During lunch, she heard Gu Yunjiao had gone back to her family home and wondered if she had brought back something nice. When Dr. Gu was still around, he was a well-known doctor in several nearby counties, and many people came to see him. He probably earned a good amount of silver. Though the Gu family had fallen on hard times, a fallen dragon is still a dragon. They might find something valuable among their belongings. Yang thought about this and went into the main room. Only Zhou was there, working on shoe soles. Yang approached her and asked, "Mother, did you tell Dad about what happened yesterday?" Zhou glanced at her and nodded. Yang asked excitedly, "What did he say? Did he agree?" Zhou snorted. "Of course. Your father listens to me."
Yang smiled flutteringly.
"That's right. Mother is our family's pillar of strength. But, Mother, do you think that girl really has a hard life, born unlucky and destined to clash with her family?" Zhou rolled her eyes. "How could that be? When she came in, it was hurried, but your eldest sister had someone check her astrology. The fortune teller said she's destined for great wealth and honor." Yang was overjoyed. "If that's true, she can also bring prosperity to our second son."
Zhou scoffed.
"That kind of talk is just for listening. Don't take it seriously. Anyway, as long as her astrology isn't a problem." Yang nodded. "So, Mother, when will you tell eldest sister?" Zhou paused her work. "At dinner tonight, when everyone is here. It's better to settle things clearly. As the harvest season approaches, after the grains are gathered and the money is sufficient, it's the perfect time to celebrate Erlang's wedding. Mrs. Yang is very happy." "Mother, that's settled. I'll go cook now." She happily comes out of the upper room, glances toward the east wing, hums a little tune, and heads into the kitchen. The Jiang family has 3 daughters-in-law, taking turns cooking each day. Today, it's Yang's turn. The 5 rooms in the east wing include a central hall. Jang Youzhi and Lu Lang live in the 2 rooms to the south, Mrs. Chun in the northern room, and Gui Yunjiao and Sanya in the northern side room. Gui Yunjiao carries a bundle inside, places it on the table, and opens it to reveal a purple sandalwood box. Sanya leans over, curious. "Sister-in-law, what's this?" Gui Yunjiao opens the box, revealing neatly arranged gold needles on black silk. Gold doesn't easily oxidize, but these needles are nearly 100 years old and haven't been used for a long time, so they've lost their shine. Sanya tilts her head and asks, "What is this?" Gui Yunjiao softly replies, "They're gold needles. Although called gold needles, they are not pure gold because pure gold is too soft and easily deformed. The needles are very thin and can't be used if made of pure gold, so they are mixed with other metals." Gui Yunjiao closes the box. Later, second aunt will cook rice. When she drains the rice soup, you bring me a bowl. Sanya nods happily. She likes her sister-in-law very much. They sleep in the same bed every night, and Gui Yunjiao tucks her in at night and combs her hair during the day. She is willing to listen to her sister-in-law. Soon, Sanya goes to the kitchen, watches Yang drain the rice soup, and quickly runs over with a bowl. Yang scolds from behind, "You naughty girl. I was saving that rice soup for fourth Lang to drink. You're so greedy." Fortunately, the bowl is thick at the bottom and not hot to hold. Sanya carries the rice soup into the room, thinking Gua Yunjiao wants to drink it. Instead, Gua Yunjiao finds an old plain silk cloth. The cloth is a silk handkerchief. Before her father went missing, life at home was actually quite good. Gua Yunjiao dips the silk cloth in hot rice soup and begins to wipe the gold needles. Sanya claps her hands happily. Wow, they shine immediately. Gua Yunjiao smiles at her and continues wiping. She polishes all the gold needles until they shine brightly, then stops and stores them carefully. She closes the box, puts it into a chest, and locks it securely. In the main hall, Mrs. Yang raises her voice, calling out, "Dinner is ready." Gua Yunjiao leads Sanya outside and happens to see Jang Youzhi also leading Lu Lang out. She smiles at Jang Youzhi and then turns to enter the main hall. Inside, 2 tables are already set. Gua Yunjiao helps serve the rice. At this moment, Jang Erlang came in from outside, walked behind Gua Yunjiao, nudged her with his arm, and whispered, "I told you earlier, you can't run away. Watch how I deal with you later." Jang Youzhi saw Erlang nudge Gua Yunjiao and frowned. He went over to stop Jang Erlang and said coldly, "Second brother, what are you doing? If you bother the eldest sister-in-law again, don't blame me for being rude to you." Jang Erlang glanced at him, gave a mysterious smile, and sat down by himself. When everyone was seated, they started eating. Gua Yunjiao sat to the left of Mrs. Chun and to the right of third sister. Halfway through the meal, old Master Jiang from the next table said, "The day after tomorrow is the festival. After the festival, we'll start harvesting the rice. These days, only the wife is cooking. The others are all working in the fields." He paused. "Everyone should put in some effort. If anyone dares to slack off, I won't let them get away with it." Gua Yunjiao ate silently. She didn't know how to farm, never had and never would. Her family's 10 acres of land had always been farmed by tenants. If she was clumsy, she wondered if old Master Jiang would think she was lazy. After old Master Jiang finished speaking, Zhou added, "There's one more thing. Erlang is also 18 this year. It's time for him to get married. Our family isn't wealthy now, and marriage costs a lot of silver. I discussed with my husband, and we decided Erlang should marry Delang's wife. That way we can save on the bride price and also reduce one more mouth to feed." Many poor rural families couldn't afford a proper wedding, and it wasn't unusual for a younger brother-in-law to marry a widow to save money. Gua Yunjiao clenched her chopsticks. She looked up at Jang Erlang at the other table and understood why he had spoken that way earlier. Jang Erlang was also looking at her, showing a mischievous smile. Gua Yunjiao lowered her eyes and chewed slowly. She would never marry a brute like Jang Erlang. If she really had to, she would run away. Mrs. Chun froze for a few seconds, then suddenly put down her bowl. "No, Erlang can't marry Yunjiao." Everyone in the room looked at Mrs. Chun. Gua Yunjiao also turned her head to look at her. Mrs. Chun waved her hand. "I wanted to give Delang a good match before, but you all disagreed. The bride price for Yunjiao was my dowry, not the family's money. Why should I use my dowry to pay for a second wife?" She snorted heavily. "Even if Yunjiao is to marry, it should be my family's third son who marries her. He's already 17. Hearing his mother's words, Jang Youzhi choked on his soup and started coughing uncontrollably, his face turning bright red from the coughing. Gua Yunjiao kept her head down and said nothing. Old Master Jiang angrily shouted from the next table, "Nonsense. Third son will marry a daughter from a noble family in the future. How can he marry a widow?" Yang Shi looked at this and slightly curled her lips. Clearly, she was implying that her second son was better than the third, which, although true, made people uncomfortable. Mrs. Chun confidently said, "Even if third son doesn't marry, Yunjiao is still part of our main family. In any case, I do not agree with this." Old Master Jiang and Zhou Shi both looked unhappy. They forgot that the bride price was paid by Mrs. Chun. The dowry is a woman's private property, so forcing Mrs. Chen over this was indeed not proper. At this moment, second son Jiang said, "Then just give 5 taels of silver to the eldest aunt." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Shi exclaimed, "Who would still marry a widow for 5 taels of silver? Even for a proper marriage, the bride price is only 2 or 3 taels of silver." Hearing this, Gu Yunjiao felt half relieved. As long as Mrs. Chen didn't agree, based on the Jiang family's character, they would never come up with 5 taels of silver to marry her. While she was thinking, Yang Shi suddenly called warmly, "Yunjia, you're still young, only 14. You can't serve Big Brother for your whole life. Look at our second brother. Not only is he handsome, but he's also strong and healthy. Marrying him won't be a bad deal." Gu Yunjia raised her eyes and pointed to the dark mark around her neck. "Second aunt, do you think I'm tired of living?" Yang Shi was momentarily speechless. Mrs. Chen loudly said, "Let's not mention this again. If second brother wants to marry, he should find a matchmaker. Don't make any ideas about my Yunjiao." Yang Shi sarcastically replied, "Sister-in-law, we haven't even divided the family yet. What do you mean, your family and mine? Even if Yunjiao married with your dowry silver, so what? Over the years, third son has spent at least dozens of taels on his studies. That's all public money. Now, for 5 taels, you're arguing with the family? Is that reasonable?" Gu Yunjiao clenched her chopsticks tightly. Her previously relaxed heart was once again tense. Zhou Shi then spoke, "Second daughter-in-law makes sense." This implied that Mrs. Chen shouldn't fuss over the 5 taels of silver. Mrs. Chen turned her head and looked at Gu Yunjiao. Gu Yunjiao lowered her eyes and thought quietly. She had only been married into this family for a little over 2 months. Honestly, she hadn't developed any real feelings for anyone yet. Mrs. Chen, although defending her, was certainly limited in her support. She wouldn't pin all her hopes on Mrs. Chen. Mrs. Chen looked at Gua Yunjiao, clearly feeling that she carried a look of determination on her face. Mrs. Chen sighed inwardly. If second son were a good person, she wouldn't stop him today. But second son, that scoundrel, is full of bad intentions. He once peeked at a widow bathing in the village and was caught. He also likes to hang out with some shady people. Moreover, he once hurt Gua Yunjiao very badly. If Yunjiao married him, she fears she would be worn down by him in just a few years. Mrs. Chen quickly made up her mind. This is not just about money. Our eldest son left just a few days ago. His mourning period isn't even over. And you're already scheming against his wife. Is this something a person can do? There's no need to say more. Yunjiao wants to keep her virtue for our eldest son. Don't even think about it. Yang looked at Zhou, whose face was as dark as a pot bottom, and said happily, "Sister-in-law, this is my mother's idea. Now, even mother dares to scold you." Mrs. Chen knew things were not good. She hurried to fix it. "Mother, I didn't mean to offend you. I was talking about second son and his wife." Zhou had initially been pretending to be deaf, but Yang openly pointed out her mistake, embarrassing her. She sneered at Mrs. Chen. "Who do you still care about now? Third son hasn't even passed the imperial exam yet. You're so arrogant in this house. One day, if third son becomes an official and earns you a title, you'll be longing to reach heaven." Mrs. Chen blushed and stammered, "Mother, I really didn't mean it against you." Gua Yunjiao wanted to say something for Mrs. Chen, but she knew her place in the family was low. Speaking up might only make things worse. She looked at Jang Youzhi. At that moment, Jang Youzhi spoke up, "Grandmother, mother is just quick-tongued. She wouldn't disrespect you. Don't take it to heart." Normally, when Jang Youzhi spoke, Zhou would definitely give him face. Jang Youzhi had fame and was second only to old Master Jiang in the family. No one dared ignore his words. But now, because he didn't pass the exam, Zhou was still holding a grudge. She snorted coldly, "You're not much better than your mother. All the same trash." Jang Youzhi lowered his eyes, then looked up with a cheerful smile. "Grandmother, as long as you can vent your anger, scolding a few more times is fine." Old Master Jiang coughed heavily at this moment. "Eat your meal and speak less." He couldn't just watch his wife offend third son. Although third son didn't pass this time, in 3 years, with his knowledge, he would surely succeed. This is not because he assumed it naturally, but because the local scholar from Fuching came to inspect the county. After testing Samling's knowledge, he said directly, with this child's talent, he will surely pass the autumn exams, and he has a good chance in the spring exams next year. Because of this, the whole family is confident that Samling will become an official in the future. Even though he is a grandson, no one dares to offend him. The room fell silent. Only the sound of chewing could be heard. After dinner, Mrs. Chen lowered her head and walked into the room. Gu Yunjiao quickly followed. Mrs. Chen sat on the bed, feeling upset. Gu Yunjiao softly said, "Mother, I'm sorry. Today, because of my matter, I made you suffer." When someone feels wronged, they are most afraid of being comforted. Hearing this, Mrs. Chen's eyes turned red. She waved her hand and choked out, "It's not your fault. This family has always been like this. I saw through it a long time ago." Tears in her eyes, she said, "You don't know how hard it was when De Wang's father died. We, mother and children, struggled a lot. At that time, De Wang was 12 and Samling was only 10. He happened to catch the attention of village teacher Yuan, who was willing to let him study without requiring any fees. But even then, the family was unhappy. They said that if Samling went to study, they'd lose a farm worker. It was my life-threatening insistence, and De Wang said he could do the work of 2 people. Only then did they reluctantly agree. During those years, De Wang's grandparents didn't like me. They always said De Wang's father was killed by me and scolded us. The second and third wives' families also weren't kind. They often bullied us. On the way to school, Samling was beaten several times by Second Lang, once so badly he broke his head.
There's still a small scar in his hair now.
Our family and De Wang fought to do the chores, afraid they would say no one worked and stop Samling from studying. De Wang was still a child and had to do heavy work. Maybe that was when his health started to suffer. Later, Samling worked hard and gained the attention of the county's academy head, who wanted him to study in the county. To pay for his schooling, I caused a fuss and finally used my jewelry to pay for his fees. Until the next year, when Samling scored first in the academy exams. When the old master heard, he thought Samling had a bright future and paid for his further studies. They're willing to pay because they hope Samling will become an official and benefit from his success. Don't think I'm bold only now. That started after Samling passed the scholar exam 2 years ago. Do you know why I feel ashamed today? It's because Samling didn't take the exam this time. They didn't dare to get angry at Samling, so their frustration all turned toward me. Gu Yunjiao sat beside Mrs. Chen, handed her a handkerchief, and softly said, "Mother, you've worked hard." Mrs. Chen took the handkerchief, wiped her tears, and gave a self-deprecating smile. Why am I saying all this? Now that Samling is grown up and doing well, life has gotten better.
It's just a pity for my Daliang.
She held Gu Yunjiao's hand tightly. Back then, the county doctor and Dr. Su from the town both said they didn't think Daliang's illness looked good. They also said that if your father were still here with his medical skills, Daliang might have a chance. Your father? Why did he just disappear without a word, my Daliang? Mrs. Chen burst into loud tears. Jang Youzhi stood by the window, looking down, his eyes slightly moist. His mother and elder brother had done so much for him. He could never repay their kindness in his lifetime. Gu Yunjiao gently comforted Mrs. Chen, carefully wiping her tears. After she finished crying, Gu Yunjiao went out to get some hot water to wash Mrs. Chen's face. As soon as she stepped outside, she saw Jang Youzhi nearby, his eyes seemingly a bit red. She looked at him, but he turned his face away quickly and walked away. Gu Yunjiao brought the hot water back to wash Mrs. Chen's face. After tidying herself up, Mrs. Chen pulled Gu Yunjiao to sit with her, patting her hand. You're a good girl, but my Daliang wasn't lucky. I had already thought about it long ago, but I haven't told you yet. You're still young, and the days ahead are long. It would be too hard to ask you to guard Daliang for a lifetime. I was thinking if you keep your vow for 3 years, then I will let you go free. What do you think? She had lost her husband, so she naturally understood how hard it was to be a widow. She didn't want to make things difficult for Gu Yunjiao. Gu Yunjiao's body trembled slightly. 3 years? 3 years felt a bit long to her, but it wasn't about rushing to marry someone. Mainly, the Jang family was hard to get along with, especially with Jang Erlang lurking nearby. But since Mrs. Chun had said so, she couldn't really argue. After all, Mrs. Chun wanted her to keep her vow for a lifetime, which was proper in this era. Moreover, Mrs. Chen's support meant a lot to her, and she was grateful. She decided to repay Mrs. Chen's kindness by accepting her arrangement. Gu Yunjiao nodded. All right, I will listen to mother. At this moment, in the West Wing, Yang Shi was also comforting Jang Erlang, who looked gloomy. Don't worry. After we harvest the rice, I will go to the neighbor's village to find the matchmaker and ask her to help you find someone good. Seeing his son still unhappy, Yang Shi added, Are you still thinking about that bad omen? She is so thin, with hardly any flesh on her body. There's nothing to worry about. Don't worry. Mother will definitely find a good match for you through the matchmaker, someone with a big, healthy backside. Jang Erlang didn't reply. He left with a serious face. He didn't really want to marry Gu Yunjiao, but he was still thinking about her since he didn't get to eat her. Moreover, Gu Yunjiao had caused him a big loss, and he still hadn't gotten revenge. Thinking about it, his arms started to ache again. Gu Yunjiao came out of Mrs. Chen's room and just saw Jang Erlang coming out of the West Wing across the yard. They looked at each other across the courtyard. Gu Yunjiao remained expressionless and turned back to her room. Third sister was alone inside, playing with a string. Gu Yunjiao patted her head and said with a smile, Don't let Grandpa see you playing with this. It's almost harvest time. If it rains, Grandpa will definitely scold you. An old local saying was that playing with a string meant rain was coming. Third sister stuck out her tongue and quickly put the string away. At that moment, a crying sound came from outside in the yard. Gu Yunjiao peeked out the window and saw Lu Lang running towards the house with one hand held awkwardly. Jang Youzhi reacted quickly, ran out of the house, and asked, What happened? Why are you crying? Lu Lang pointed to his eyelid with his finger, crying, Woo, I was bitten by a centipede. It hurts so much. Mrs. Chen also came out of the house, grabbed Lu Lang's hand, looked at it, and exclaimed, Oh, this centipede is quite venomous. Your hand is swollen. Lu Lang had been crying because of the pain, but when he heard Mrs. Chen mention poison, he cried even harder. Woo-woo, I'm going to die from the poison. Woo-woo, I don't want to die. His crying made Mrs. Chen panic. She knew that centipede venom was usually not deadly, but she still started trembling all over and almost couldn't stand. She had already lost her husband and her eldest son. If her youngest son got into trouble, she felt she couldn't go on living. Jang Youzhi quickly supported her. Gu Yunjiao hurried out of the house, first checking Lu Lang's hand. There was a visible wound on Lu Lang's index finger, still bleeding, and the area around it was swollen. She asked, What kind of centipede bit you? Lu Lang paused his crying and pointed to the gate of the yard with his right finger. There, I stepped on it. He had originally been playing with the centipede when he was bitten. Gu Yunjiao ran to the gate of the yard, picked up the crushed red-headed centipede, which was quite large, about 10 centimeters long. Behind the village was a mountain, and the centipedes there were especially big. She carried the centipede into the house while calling out to Lu Lang, Come quickly. I will apply medicine for you. Lu Lang stiffly raised his hand, crying as he entered. Mrs. Chen was also helped into the house by Jang Youzhi. Gu Yunjiao called out to Sanya, Light the lamp. Sanya picked up the fire striker from the table and skillfully lit the oil lamp. Gu Yunjiao sat down, carefully peeled off the pincers next to the centipede's head, then applied the juice from the broken part of the pincers onto Lu Lang's hand. Both pincers were removed by Gu Yunjiao, and all the juice was spread over Lu Lang's wound. Mrs. Chen and Jang Youzhi watched nearby. Mrs. Chen saw that Gu Yunjiao was calm and not panicked, which made her feel more at ease. She hesitated and asked, Is this really effective? Gu Yunjiao nodded. It should work. My grandfather, she paused, recalling that her grandfather was also a doctor, so there was no problem. She continued, Centipedes are a medicinal ingredient. In our family, we used herbs that we collected ourselves and processed to ensure their effectiveness. This method was told to my grandfather by an old man from the mountains who sent us centipedes every year. Just then, Lu Lang suddenly called out, "Mom, I don't feel pain anymore." Mrs. Chen exclaimed happily, "Really? It doesn't hurt anymore?" Lu Lang nodded repeatedly, "Not at all." Jang Youzhi looked at Lu Lang's hand. "The swelling seems to be going down too." The whole family watched Lu Lang's finger. After a short while, the swelling indeed subsided, leaving only some residual bloodstains. Mrs. Chen patted her chest and said, "Oh my goodness, I was so scared." She quickly recovered and, with renewed energy, stood up and grabbed Lu Lang's ear. "I told you not to be so reckless. Those centipedes and scorpions are poisonous, and you still want to play with them? Today, if it weren't for your sister-in-law, you might have been poisoned to death." She reached for Lu Lang's backside with her other hand. "Are you going to keep being so reckless? Dare to play with these dangerous things again?" Lu Lang's eyebrows and eyes darted around as he cried out, "Ouch, ouch," while Sanya giggled nearby. Gu Yunjiao couldn't help but laugh too. Jang Youzhi watched the lively scene in the house and smiled faintly. Just now, when he helped Mrs. Chen, he was genuinely worried that something might happen to his brother and that his mother might collapse completely. Fortunately, she was there. Lu Lang, crying out in pain, gave Jang Youzhi a look, who held back his laughter and poured a glass of water for Mrs. Chen. "Mom, you're tired. Drink some water first." Mrs. Chen was distracted and loosened her grip. Lu Lang took the opportunity to twist his body and quickly ran away. Chen looked at the disappearing figure of Lu Lang at the door and quickly called out, "It's getting dark. Play in the yard and don't run around randomly." She sat down, took a sip of water, and scolded Jang Youzhi, "You still protect him. This kid really needs a lesson." Then she said to Gu Yunjiao, "Thanks to you, otherwise." Gu Yunjiao smiled and said, "It's just a small matter, mother. No need to worry. I'll get some water and wash Lu Lang's hands later." She stood up and went to the kitchen to fetch a basin of water, added some soap nuts, and placed it by the window. She waved at Lu Lang, who was playing outside in the yard. Lu Lang ran over quickly, and Gu Yunjiao grabbed his hand to wash it in the basin. Inside, Chen and Jang Youzhi were talking. "When will you go to the county school?" Jang Youzhi thought for a moment. "Maybe after the autumn harvest." Chen frowned. "Your grandfather said your hands are for writing, not for farm work, right?" Jang Youzhi smiled apologetically at Chen. "Mother, this year is different." Chen was silent for a moment. "Yes, this year is different. The main laborer, De Lang, is gone. San Lang's exam didn't go well, and if they don't help with the harvest, it wouldn't make sense." Chen nodded after a while. "All right then. Let's wait until after the harvest to go to the county to study." That night, Gu Yunjiao lay in bed, tossing and turning, lost in her thoughts. She was still in her teenage growth period, and her main task was to take good care of her body, grow taller, and gain some weight. If she missed this period, it might be too late. Her body was actually quite good, but over the past 6 months, after experiencing many setbacks, her living standards had dropped sharply, and she had become a bit weaker. The trouble was, although her family could mostly get enough rice and vegetables, she needed to supplement protein, especially meat. She remembered that there was a butcher shop 2 miles away in the town. The problem was, even if she bought meat, it wouldn't be easy to cook and eat it. Her family was like wolves, and she didn't want to take advantage of others. What could she do? Suddenly, Gu Yunjiao thought of her medicine storage. She had tried, and it was possible to bring things inside. Maybe she could set up a small stove inside and cook meat for herself? But she quickly dismissed the idea. The medicine storage was kept at a constant temperature and humidity because many herbs could mold or get bugs. Now it was a sealed space, and cooking inside would probably make the smoke escape poorly. Gu Yunjiao was worried and couldn't think of a good solution. The next day was the Mid-Autumn Festival. The Jiang family celebrated as usual, with no special differences. Don't talk about mooncakes, and not a single dish was added to the dinner table. It was obvious everyone was a bit unhappy, but no one dared to speak. Early the next morning, before dawn, old Master Jiang was knocking on a basin in the yard, waking everyone up. Everyone hurriedly ate some leftover grain pancakes from the night before, then headed to the fields in the dim morning light. Old Master Jang no longer mentioned that Jang Youzhi couldn't do farm work. When they reached the field, he handed out sickles. Thank goodness there were 6 sickles in total, 2 uncles, Jang Erlang, Jang Youzhi, all strong workers. Each took 1 sickle. Old Master Jang was still vigorous and a good worker. He took 1 himself, and the remaining 1 was given to 4th brother. 4th brother was also 15, a skinny boy but quite strong. The women and children in the family were assigned to thresh the grains. Mrs. Chun asked Gua Yunjiao and the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th daughters to pick up the grains that had fallen on the ground. Picking grains was easier than harvesting, but it still required constantly standing up, squatting, or bending over. Across the field was Zhang's land. Zhang's eldest son's new wife, Taohua, had moved in just a few days before Gua Yunjiao. Their families lived nearby, and perhaps because both were new wives, Taohua liked chatting with Gua Yunjiao. This was Gua Yunjiao's only friend in Qingshan village. Taohua was also assigned to pick grains. By then, the sky was already bright. She was leaning on the field ridge, picking grains nearby, while Gua Yunjiao was not far away. Taohua started chatting casually. Gua Yunjiao nodded in agreement, busy with her work. Taohua mysteriously said, I heard that He Zhao's family is also looking for a match for their youngest son, using the matchmaking woman from the neighboring village. Gua Yunjiao casually responded and suddenly remembered that the matchmaking woman was her second aunt. Taohua looked envious. Anyone who marries into his family will be lucky. They have a lot of land, and their youngest son is the only child of the old couple. They cherish him like an eye, and they're trying to find him a good wife. As she spoke, Taohua dropped her grains and stood up. Picking grains is giving me a headache. She suddenly fainted and collapsed to the ground. Gua Yunjiao kept her eyes on the grains in the field. When she heard Taohua faint in the middle of her sentence, she turned and saw Taohua lying on the ground. She quickly put the grains into her bamboo basket, crossed the field ridge, and was about to help Taohua up. Just then, Taohua's mother-in-law, Qin, also ran over. Seeing Taohua unconscious in the field, without hesitation, she reached out to pinch Taohua's pressure point. Gu Yunjiao had to let go of her hand. Madame Qin gave her a sharp pinch, and Taohua let out a breath, slowly waking up. She looked at the sky above her and asked, What happened to me? Madame Qin thought Taohua was just pretending to be sick and said impatiently, You fainted from such a small task. You just want to slack off. Get up now. She reached out to help her up. Taohua pushed herself up and sat on the ground, tears welling in her eyes. Mother, I didn't. Gu Yunjiao stopped Madame Qin. Madam, don't rush to make her stand. Let her rest for a moment. Then, Gu Yunjiao crouched down, took Taohua's hand, and placed it on her lap to check her pulse. Madame Qin looked at Gu Yunjiao with curiosity. You know how to see a doctor? Gu Yunjiao nodded, then focused her mind on feeling the pulse. The men from the Zhang family, seeing something was wrong, came over from a distance. The women and children from the Zhang family also gathered around to watch. Yang Shi saw Gu Yunjiao checking the pulse and snorted, a bad omen, pretending to be a doctor. Thought she was some kind of healer? Lu Shi blinked silently. Chen Shi was afraid of disturbing Gu Yunjiao and didn't speak. After a moment, Gu Yunjiao released her hand, stood up, and said to Madame Qin, Congratulations, madam. Taohua is pregnant. What? Really? Madame Qin was in disbelief. Pregnant? Did she mean what she thought? The eldest son of the Zhang family was much more straightforward. He squatted beside Taohua, holding her head in his arms. It's true. Taohua, we have a baby now. Taohua felt both sad and happy. Her mother-in-law had just said she was pretending to be sick and lazy, but now she was crying happily, leaning on her husband's lap. Madame Qin realized she had misunderstood Taohua and forced a smile. Taohua, my temper is quick. Don't blame me. Since you're not feeling well, go inside and rest, she added. Taohua looked up shyly and proudly, nodding her head. The eldest son of the Zhang family carefully helped Taohua to her feet. I'll carry you. Seeing her son's cautious attitude, Madame Qin felt annoyed again and said sourly, "You only get this careful because of a mother-in-law like me. When I was pregnant with Daliang, I was almost giving birth and still working in the fields." Tahua knew her mother-in-law was a bit upset. Her face turned red, and she pushed her husband away. "I'm feeling better. I can walk by myself." Yang Shi, standing nearby, sarcastically said, "Oh, so you all believe her? She's just a young girl, not even fully grown. She says she's pregnant, and you believe her?" Hearing this, Tahua hesitated and couldn't move her feet. The eldest son of the Zhang family also stopped. Madame Qin's expression became uncertain. Mrs. Chun pulled Gu Yunjiao over and snorted, "Whether you believe it or not, our Yunjiao is a great doctor. Don't forget who her father is." Mrs. Qin patted her thigh. "That's right. Dr. Gu is famous in several counties. If Yunjiao learns even a little bit, it's a big achievement." Lu Lang also loudly said nearby, "Exactly. My sister-in-law is amazing. Yesterday, I got bitten by a centipede, and my hand swelled up. I was almost poisoned to death, but my sister-in-law healed me quickly." Gu Yunjiao looked at Lu Lang and smiled, thinking, "Can we not exaggerate so much?" At this moment, Tahua said to Mrs. Qin, "Mother, come here. I want to tell you something." Mrs. Qin came over, and Tahua whispered in her ear, "I really think so. I forgot to change my clothes for almost 2 months." Mrs. Qin was now completely convinced and smiled at Gu Yunjiao. "Yunjiao, thank you. I'm busy now, but I'll thank you properly later. Is Tahua okay?" Gu Yunjiao smiled. "She just didn't eat enough this morning, so she has low blood sugar. Plus, she's been squatting for a long time and suddenly stood up fast, which caused her brain to lack blood. Just pay attention next time and she'll be fine. Be careful during these 3 months. And also, it's best not to." Gu Yunjiao, who is still a young girl, hesitated to say more. Mrs. Qin kindly smiled. "Got it. I've had 3 children myself, so I understand. I'll remind them later." Tahua, supported by her husband, shyly said to Gu Yunjiao, "Yunjiao, thank you." Gu Yunjiao waved her hand. "You should rest now. It's best to drink some sweet soup when you go back." Zhang Dalong helped Tahua away. The women and children of the Jiang family, who were watching, also returned to the fields to continue working. At night, after finishing work, the family gathered in the main hall for dinner. Mrs. Qin brought a basket of 20 eggs, saying it was a thank you for Gu Yunjiao diagnosing Tahua's pregnancy. Gu Yunjiao stood up. "Aunt Qin, you can take it back. It's no big deal." Mrs. Chen also said nearby, "Really no need. The neighbors on both sides, you're too polite." At this moment, Zhou, sitting at the head, cleared her throat. "Second sister's family, go put the eggs down and clear the basket for your sister-in-law Qin." Gu Yunjiao and Mrs. Chen exchanged awkward glances, then watched Yang happily take the basket inside. Soon, she brought out the empty basket. Mrs. Qin took the basket and smiled as she left. Yang, grinning, said, "Mother, we got 20 eggs for free. Let's fry them tomorrow. It's been a tiring harvest season, and we should eat something good." Mrs. Zhou spat on her face, saying, "What are you eating? I told you to save the eggs to exchange for money. Is your family short of food or what? You act like a starving ghost every day." Mrs. Yang pursed her lips and said nothing. Gua Yunjiao lowered her head to eat. In this era, the rules were clear. No family division. Children were not allowed to keep private property, and every coin earned belonged to the whole family. So Mrs. Zhou could openly take the eggs given to her by Aunt Qin and keep them for herself. The Zhang family worked hard for several days. The harvest from 30 acres of land was finally gathered. After drying, they kept most of the grain for half a year's food. The rest was taken to the county to pay taxes, and some was sold. Jang Youzhi went to the county school, and he left with them. That evening, old Master Jiang returned home and handed the money from sales to Mrs.
Zhou.
Next door, Granny's son saw the Jiang men carrying bundles back, and her eyes flickered. Soon, she called out to Chun from the courtyard gate. Chun hurried outside when she heard the call. Granny's son smiled and said, "I have a question for you. A while ago, Your third son borrowed 10 taels of silver from us to take the exam. When will he pay it back? Granny's son smiled and continued, It shouldn't be a problem to remind you, but my youngest son is also looking for a wife now. We're waiting for the money to settle the marriage. Once we find a good match, we'll be waiting for the silver to be used for the wedding. Chen's face turned red and she quickly said, Yes, I know. We're just waiting to sell the grain to pay the debt. I'll ask my mother-in-law later. Granny's son smiled. Then I'll wait for your news. Chen turned and went to the upper room. As she entered, Mrs. Zhou had just covered the cypress wood box. Seeing Chen come in, she quickly locked the box and looked at her with displeasure. Why are you coming in? Chen lowered her head. Mother knows. Third son went to the city for the exam and borrowed 10 taels of silver from the Zhang family next door. Just now, Granny's son from the Zhang family asked me when he would return the money. She said they plan to get a daughter-in-law and are waiting for the money to pay the bride price. Mrs. Zhou's face darkened. I have no money.
Don't come asking me.
Chen was surprised. Mother, how can we have no money? We just sold the grain, didn't we? Mrs. Zhou lowered her eyes. Haha, I already said, the money from selling the grain this year is for our birthday celebration. So, you want to take this money too? Chen's face reddened. Mother, I'm not trying to take it. Since we borrowed the money, we have to pay it back. Mrs. Zhou snorted. Did I use this money? Did I tell you to borrow it? I didn't use your silver, so I won't worry about repaying it. Mrs. Chen was almost crying in a hurry. It was my mother who said we only had 10 taels of silver, and since third brother didn't have enough, I borrowed from Aunt Sunday. At that time, father agreed too, and you know that, mother. Mrs. Zhou lowered her eyes. Anyway, it's none of my business. She waved her hand dismissively, like swatting flies. Go away, don't stand here and be a bother. Mrs. Chen stood there for a while, her face flushing and paling alternately, before finally leaving the house. Gu Yunjiao sat by the window, looking at the family account book brought from home, when she saw Mrs. Chen wiping tears as she walked outside. She quickly put down her book and went to the next room, where she saw Mrs. Chen sitting alone at the table, crying. Gu Yunjiao approached softly and asked, Mother, what happened? Mrs. Chen, feeling angry, anxious, and wronged, told her everything in one breath. All my dowry is gone, and now I have no silver to pay back anyone. She wiped her eyes. I've seen through it. They're unwilling to spend silver on third brother, and are just waiting for him to become an official so he can enjoy life. Mrs. Chen spat bitterly. There's no such perfect thing in the world. Gu Yunjiao thought for a moment. She had valuable musk, deer antler, ginseng, and other medicinal ingredients in her pharmacy. She could easily take some out to exchange for silver, but this silver wasn't hers to take, and she wouldn't take it. She softly said, Mother, why not go talk to the old master? He's still reasonable. At least he's better than Mrs. Zhou. Mrs. Chen nodded. Yes, I want to talk to the old master. Our family hasn't divided yet. Third brother's monthly rice allowance of 6 do has been given to the family, so the owed silver should be paid from the common funds. If there's no silver, fine, but if there is silver and they refuse to pay it back, that's unfair. She patted Gu Yunjiao's hand, her eyes full of gratitude. Third brother is studying in the county, and luckily, I still have you. I also have someone to discuss things with. Mrs. Chen left the house and looked around, but didn't see old Master Jiang, so she kept her worries inside. When dinner time came, old Master Jiang finally returned. After taking a few bites, Mrs. Chen couldn't hold back and loudly said, Father, today Aunt Sun urged us to pay back the silver. It's the 10 taels borrowed when third brother went to take the imperial exam. You said you couldn't face the official to borrow it, so you asked me to go instead, saying I'm a woman, and it's hard to speak. The room fell silent. Old Master Jiang was stunned. Mrs. Chen's words clearly implied that he had instructed her to borrow the silver. And that was true. Chen sure openly said this in front of everyone, so he couldn't refuse. He said he didn't have money, which was even harder to explain. He hesitated for a moment and said, Then just pay it back after dinner, and I'll ask your mother for the money. Mrs. Chen was overjoyed. Indeed, the old master was reasonable. Mrs. Zhou's face sank. She didn't expect that Chen Shi would still ask the old master for money after she refused. Jiang Rong muttered suddenly, I remember when third brother went to the city, his mother gave him 10 taels. Now he borrowed another 10 taels. He didn't even take the exam, so why did he spend so much money? Chen Shi raised her eyebrows, about to speak, but Guo Yunjiao slowly said, even if he didn't take the exam, there are expenses for the carriage, staying at inns, and medicine when sick. All need money. Jiang Rong shot her a look. Elder says something. You, a young girl, should keep quiet. Mrs. Zhou suddenly slammed her bowl down heavily. I have no money. Whoever borrowed the money, they should pay it back themselves. Yang hurried to agree. Exactly, we didn't spend that money. Why should the family pay it back? Third brother is capable, right? Let him pay it himself. Lu also chimed in. Second sister-in-law's words make sense. Chen Shi sneered. So, everyone disagrees with the idea of the money coming from the family? Lu smiled. Look at what big sister-in-law said. We didn't spend that money either. If everyone has to chip in, that wouldn't be fair. Chen Shi calmly said, fine, if the family doesn't want to pay, I have no opinion. From now on, don't expect third brother to benefit from us. Since that's the case, let's divide the family. Guo Yunjiao was holding her bowl, her hand trembling slightly. Divide the family. She hadn't thought of this good solution before. Chen Shi, this mother-in-law, was really kind. Jang Youzhi wasn't a troublemaker either. If they really divided the family, she guessed they wouldn't complain even if they ate meat every day. Yes, she was willing to take the whole family along to enjoy it. Guo Yunjiao looked down at her chest. If she didn't eat some meat now, her stomach might really stop working. Moreover, if they divided the family, she wouldn't have to face this family full of different thoughts every day. Guo Yunjiao was lost in her happy thoughts when she suddenly heard old Master Jiang shout angrily, dividing the family? I'm not dead, so don't even think about it. Jiang Rong also said, big sister-in-law, don't say such angry words. Our family is doing well. Why divide the family? It would just make others laugh. He would never divide the family, even if he had to wait 3 more years. He would wait until third brother was successful, so they could enjoy the good life together. Chen Shi replied calmly, not dividing the family, not taking the money, are you trying to push us to death? Mrs. Yang said loudly, sister-in-law, you still have your dowry. Just take out something, and it will be enough. Most people in the family shared this idea, but didn't say it aloud. Mrs. Yang, being simple-minded, blurted it out. Mrs. Chen's face turned pale. My dowry? I've already used all of it for this family. Back then, when Daoyang's father was sick, the family said there was no money. I took my silver to pay for his treatment. This year, Daoyang was ill, and the money for medicine, as well as the bride price for Yunjiao, were paid with my jewelry. Shouldn't these funds come from the family? My dowry isn't bottomless. Can it withstand such spending? Now I've emptied my entire dowry, and you still expect me to give more? Mrs. Chen looked around firmly and declared, today I stand here. Either you give me silver or we split the family. You decide. If not, I will go to the county town and find third brother. Gu Yunjiao moved her lips, wanting to say something to stir trouble, but then she heard old Master Zhang's voice. Wife, give the silver. Go get the silver now. Old Master Jiang was angry, and Zhou Shi dared not disobey. She stood up and glared fiercely at Mrs. Chen, as if she wasn't going to get silver, but was risking her life. Soon, Zhou Shi came out, carrying a 10-ounce silver ingot, which she slammed heavily onto the table. Gu Yunjiao felt very disappointed. Why did Zhou Shi give in so easily? If only she had persisted a little longer, splitting the family would be so good. Yang Shi and Lu Shi stared fixedly at the silver ingot. Mrs. Chen looked at their expressions, feeling nervous. She quickly reached out and took the silver. I'll go pay it back. Yang Shi couldn't help but mutter, my second son is already 18. I've found a matchmaker, but I worry that when the time comes, they'll like the match, but I won't have enough for the bride price. Zhou Shi finally vented her anger, shouting at Yang Shi with spittle flying, fool. Eat your food. If you don't speak, No one will think you're mute. Gu Yunjiao hurriedly picked up her bowl and moved back, afraid the spit might splash into her food. Soon Mrs. Chun returned, sat down, and continued eating. After the meal, Mrs. Chun and Gu Yunjiao cleaned up the dishes, then went to the kitchen. Mrs. Chun took out a promissory note from her pocket and handed it to Gu Yunjiao. You can read, right? Help Mom check if this promissory note is correct. Gu Yunjiao looked at it and nodded. Mom, it's correct. Chun then threw the IOU into the stove to burn. She explained to Gu Yunjiao, it's not that I don't trust his family, but I heard before that if someone repaid silver, they might give a fake IOU. Since he can't read, he thought it was real. Later, others took the IOU to ask for money again. Gu Yunjiao nodded. Mother, being cautious is the right choice. While washing dishes, she said to Chun, Mother, now there's not much work in the fields. I plan to go to the county town tomorrow. She wanted to buy a cast iron pot and some meat, hoping to hide in the back mountain and cook for herself. Chun looked confused. There's no market tomorrow. Why are you going to the county town? Gu Yunjiao paused, forgetting that in ancient times, commerce and transportation were very limited. Without a market day, the main streets in the county wouldn't have many people or goods. Only during market days would people from 10 miles around come to sell their local products or buy things, making the town lively. Especially during big markets, people from villages dozens of miles away would gather, creating a lively scene. Small markets happen every 10 days, and big markets once a month. Tomorrow isn't a market day, big or small. Gu Yunjiao smiled, I forgot. Then I'll wait until the market day. There are only a few days left until the big market. Waiting a few days is fine. Now that the harvest is over, it's the farming off-season, which is usually the busiest time. It's a good chance to see if there's anything new to buy. As Gu Yunjiao was thinking, she suddenly saw a thin, shy girl appear at the kitchen door, looking at her nervously. Chun raised an eyebrow. Yingzi, why are you here? Do you need something? The girl was very thin, making her big eyes stand out even more. She looked a bit scared and nodded slightly. Chun said to Gu Yunjiao, this is Ho-Hat's daughter from the west side of the village. Ho-Hat's husband died last year. She and her daughter rely on each other. Hearing this, Gu Yunjiao remembered. She had seen the girl and her mother before. Ho-Hat was a thin, yellow woman who always smiled politely when she saw anyone. Seeing the girl's big eyes looking at her, as if she wanted to say something but was afraid, Gu Yunjiao wiped her hands and went over, asking Yingzi, do you have something to ask me? Yingzi nodded and softly said, my mother is sick. She's been vomiting and having diarrhea. She's gone several times this afternoon and can't get up now. Grandma Qin just said you can treat illnesses, so she asked me to find you. Chun explained from beside them, Ho-Hat is your neighbor Aunt Qin's niece. Sometimes she goes to check on her mother and daughter. She paused for a moment. If you can cure her, please do. She and her mother are very pitiful. Gu Yunjiao nodded, took Yingzi's hand, and said, all right, let's go to your house and see. Mrs. Chun quickly wiped her hands and took off her apron. I'll go with you. Gu Yunjiao went to her room to get a gold needle. The three of them headed out toward the west end of the village. Soon, they arrived at Yingzi's house. Yingzi's home was a small, 3-room straw hut. The room on the west side looked almost ready to collapse. The three approached the easternmost room. Even at the door, they could smell a strong odor coming from inside. Mrs. Qin came out, fanning her nose. Wait before you go in. I just helped her flush the toilet, and now she needs to go again. They waited outside for a while. Then, they heard her vomiting inside. Mrs. Qin hurried in to help Ho-Hat breathe easier and supported her to lie down on the bed. She covered the toilet and moved it behind the bed. Then she opened the window to let out the smell. Only then did she call Gu Yunjiao and Mrs. Chun inside. Gu Yunjiao sat by the bed. The room was dim, so she couldn't see Ho-Hat's face clearly. She turned to Yingzi. Yingzi, turn on the lamp. Yingzi quickly lit the oil lamp. Gu Yunjiao looked at Ho-Hat's face briefly. Just as she was about to ask, Ho-Hat shook her head and said to Gu Yunjiao, I already told my cousin that we don't need a doctor. I don't have money for consultation fee or medicine. It's just diarrhea. It will get better after a couple of days. Mrs. Chin, standing nearby, said nothing. When Ho-Hat's husband died, he borrowed 2 taels of silver from her, which she has not yet repaid. She didn't rush her to pay back, but she didn't want to lend her money again either. She asked Jingzi to call Gu Yunjiao because she didn't want to spend money and was worried that Ho-Hat might get into serious trouble. Gu Yunjiao smiled at Ho-Hat. Don't worry, I won't charge you for the treatment. She added, don't be afraid. There are different ways to treat illnesses, whether you have money or not. Mrs. Chin scolded Ho-Hat nearby. People are already here to help you. Just see what can be done. You're from the village, and neighbors won't push you if you can't pay right now. You can pay later. Ho-Hat looked a bit embarrassed. Thank you, that's very kind of you. Gu Yunjiao first asked, what did you eat? Ho-Hat whispered, not much. Just some leftover vegetables from yesterday. They were a bit spoiled, but I thought wasting them would be a shame, so I ate some myself. Luckily, I didn't give Jingzi any. Gu Yunjiao nodded. Then she reached out to check her pulse. After feeling her pulse, she withdrew her hand. It's not just that you ate the wrong food. You've also caught a cold. Osmanthus nodded on the pillow. Dr. Gu, you're really amazing. At noon, I felt hot while eating, so I ate near the window. Afterward, I drank a big cup of cold water. Gu Yunjiao stood up. I'll give you a few acupuncture needles first. It will help, but you still need medicine. Osmanthus shook her head. We don't have a single copper coin at home. The millet has just been harvested and hasn't been sold yet. I really can't afford medicine. Gu Yunjiao smiled. Then let's start with the needles. Later, I'll prescribe a free medicine for you. She went to the kitchen, boiled and disinfected the needles, then asked Osmanthus to lift her clothes. Gu Yunjiao carefully inserted needles around her navel and stomach area. Mrs. Chin looked at the shiny needles and exclaimed, I heard that Dr. Gu's ancestors were imperial doctors. It seems true. Are these needles made of gold? Mrs. Chun, standing nearby, felt proud. Of course. The imperial doctors used gold needles. Maybe these gold needles have even been used on the emperor, Mrs. Chin giggled. Then Osmanthus's belly will be even more precious, she joked. Gu Yunjiao seemed unaware of the surrounding chatter, focusing solely on inserting the needles. In just over a quarter of an hour, she finished, carefully removing the needles. As she did, she asked Osmanthus, how long has your stove been used? Osmanthus was surprised. She didn't understand the strange question but answered, I don't know exactly. Before I married in, the stove was already there. Mrs. Chin said nearby, I know. Your house was built over 10 years ago, so the stove was probably made then. It's been more than 10 years. Gu Yunjiao nodded. That works. She then asked Osmanthus, do you have a small shovel at home? Mrs. Chun, Mrs. Chin, and Osmanthus all looked confused. They wondered why she was asking about the stove and then a shovel during a medical consultation. Osmanthus shook her head. No, I only have a sickle and a... Suddenly, she touched her chest. Hey, I think I'm feeling better. I used to feel sour water and wanted to, but now my chest feels much more comfortable. Mrs. Chin was pleased to hear that. It seemed Dr. Gu really knew her stuff. Although she was reluctant to lend money to her unlucky niece, she still hoped she would get better. She quickly said, we have a shovel at home. How big do you need? Gu Yunjiao gestured. A smaller one. If you don't have one, a chopping knife will do. Mrs. Chin agreed and turned to leave. Gu Yunjiao called after her, Auntie, tell your eldest son to come along too. Mrs. Chin didn't ask questions and hurried back home to get the shovel and find her eldest son. On the way, she met people who asked her where she was going. She replied, I'm the wife of the eldest son of the Jiang family. Oh, and I am the daughter of Dr. Gu, the young Dr. Gu. She is treating Ho-Hat for her illness. I am going home to get a shovel. These people couldn't understand what was going on. How could treating an illness be related to a shovel? Soon after, Qin and Zhang Daliang started talking. Zhang Daliang was holding a small shovel, and they hurried to Ho-Hat's house. The people who had asked earlier also followed to see what was happening. When they arrived, Gu Yunjiao was standing in the kitchen, pointing at the stove. She said, Brother Zhang, put the shovel into the stove and dig out some of the soil inside. She warned, dig a little deeper. I want the soil used for the stove, not the ashes. Zhang Daliang nodded, first pouring a cup of water to put out the fire, then lifting the iron pot and sticking his arm inside to shovel the soil. Soon, he dug out a piece and placed it on the ground. Gu Yunjiao set down the oil lamp, held the soil in her hand, and cleaned off the blackened parts, leaving only a small patch of red-yellow soil in the middle. Gu Yunjiao nodded and said, This is what I need. Dig out another piece. Worried about damaging her family stove, Zhang Daliang moved to another spot and dug some more. Gu Yunjiao weighed the soil in her hand, dividing it into several chunks of red-yellow soil. She then handed the soil to Qin, saying, Use one piece at a time. Wrap it in a clean cloth and boil it in water, just like making medicine. Boil 2 bowls of water down to 1. Then give it to Sister Ho Hot to drink. Once in the morning and once at night. After 2 days, it will be fine. Qin held the small pieces of soil, her face twitching. Isn't this just soil? Will it really work if I eat it? Some onlookers nearby also said, Little girl, don't be silly. Although this soil won't kill you, it won't cure the illness either. Mrs. Chen hesitated. Having lived for decades, she had never seen soil used as medicine. Gu Yunjiao smiled and said, Mother, just follow my instructions. This stove soil is actually a medicine called Fulong Gong. It can warm the stomach, stop bleeding, and also stop vomiting and diarrhea. Perfect for Sister Ho Hot's symptoms. When everyone heard the name, they suddenly felt it sounded very impressive. However, a teenage girl saying this made it seem less believable. Yingzi was listening nearby and suddenly ran back to her mother's room. She told her mother about Gu Yunjiao asking Zhang Daliang to dig soil and repeated what Gu Yunjiao had told Ho Hot. Ho Hot thought for a moment and said, Go tell Grandma Qin that I am willing to try this medicine. Ho Hot thought that eating some dirt wouldn't kill anyone and was not a big deal. Second, she somewhat believed in Gu Yunjiao's medical skills. She hadn't felt like vomiting all morning and her stomach felt much better, all thanks to the golden needle. Anyway, she had no money to buy medicine, so she ate dirt instead. Yingzi ran back to the kitchen and told Ho Hot's words. Qin sure sighed, All right, if your mother is willing to eat it, I'll prepare some for her. But don't blame me if it doesn't work. She called Dalong, Get some dirt to fix the stove, so it doesn't collapse later. Gu Yunjiao smiled. Auntie, I'll head back now. If anything happens, come to my house and call me. Qin sure held the small amount of dirt and smiled politely. Little Dr. Gu, thank you for your trouble. I won't charge you for the consultation. Later, when Ho Hot is better, she can thank you herself. Gu Yunjiao smiled and left with Qin. A few onlookers whispered in the kitchen, criticizing Gu Yunjiao for causing trouble. They shook their heads and left one after another. Qin sure honestly wrapped the dirt in cloth, boiled a bowl of water, and gave it to Ho Hot to drink. It was already very late when Qin Shi returned home, and before leaving, she told Yingzi that if anything happened, she should come find her. The next morning, Qin Shi came again to help Ho Hot prepare medicine. The medicine was on the stove. She entered the room and asked Ho Hot, Are you feeling better? Ho Hot nodded repeatedly, Much better. Yesterday after you left, I had a movement and didn't. Qin Shi asked suspiciously, Could it really be the dirt that helped? Ho Hot nodded, Yes, I think it helped. I believe this little Dr. Gu's medical skills might be even better than Dr. Gu's. It costs nothing to cure the illness. When she was pregnant with Yingzi, Dr. Gu had treated her, and they had charged 20 coins for the consultation. It's better if it's free. Qin Shi didn't comment. Once the medicine was ready, she let Ho Hot drink it while hot. She also gave Ho Hot's mother some porridge she brought. At noon, Qin Shi was worried that Ho Hot and her mother hadn't eaten. After finishing her own meal, she planned to go help Ho Hot cook something. But when she arrived, she saw Ho Hot busy working in the kitchen herself. She was surprised. Can you stand up now? Ho Hot smiled and nodded. I feel completely better. I didn't have a movement all morning. I also have some strength now. Qin Shi saw how sick Ho Hot had been yesterday. Her face was pale, and she was so weak she couldn't even sit on the toilet without help. After just 2 doses of medicine, she was almost fully recovered. Qin Shi had to admit that eating dirt really worked. No, it was Gu Yunjiao's medical skills that were truly good. Even if the patient has no money to buy medicine, she can come up with free remedies. She even gave injections and didn't charge for the consultation. This truly shows both skill and kindness. Mrs. Qin said seriously, since you're better now, you should find time to thank Dr. Xiao Gu. Although she didn't take your money, if you sell some grain and give her a small gift, that's a kind gesture. Guohua nodded firmly, I will. It's also thanks to my cousin this time. Tears welled up in her eyes as she said, if my cousin hadn't often thought of me and come to see me, I'm afraid no one would have known if I and Yingzi had died at home. Bah, bah, bah. Mrs. Qin spat a few times. Stop talking such gloomy words. Once Yingzi grows up and finds a husband, life will be fine again. Guohua wiped her eyes and said, my cousin is right. Mrs. Qin instructed, and the remaining soil, oh, the leftover medicine, you should finish it. All right, since you're better, I'll go home now. My peach blossom is pregnant. I need to watch over her more. After leaving Guohua's house, Mrs. Qin happened to meet a lady who had been watching the excitement yesterday. The lady asked, is your niece better now? Mrs. Qin smiled happily. Yes, she's better.
She can even cook for herself now.
Dr. Xiao Gu's medical skills are truly extraordinary. The lady opened her mouth in surprise. She's eating soil and getting better? Mrs. Qin snorted. Didn't you hear Dr. Xiao Gu say? The soil in the stove is actually a medicine. What's it called? Something like dragon liver or phoenix gall. It's so powerful, nothing can be incurable. After saying this, Mrs. Qin rolled her eyes and went home. The lady thought for a moment, then walked past Guohua's door, looked inside, and saw Guohua coming out of the kitchen. People say that even eating soil can cure illnesses. The lady found it strange and told everyone. These women are the main spreaders of gossip in the village. In just a few days, most villagers knew that Dr. Xiao Gu from the Jiang family could cure diseases, claiming that Guohua's illness was cured by eating the soil from the stove. Some villagers who weren't feeling well looked at their own stove soil, eager to try, but they didn't dare to do it. 2 days later, Guohua's family sold some grain, bought a bag of brown sugar in town, and carried it to the Jiang family. When she entered, she saw Mrs. Chun in the yard. Guohua carried the brown sugar into the east room and thanked Dr. Xiao Gu sincerely. Seeing how pitiful the mother and daughter were, Dr. Xiao Gu handed the brown sugar back to Yingzi. Sister doesn't want it? You and your mother can take it home and mix it with water to drink. She pinched Yingzi's face. You're so thin. You need to eat well. Guohua wiped away her tears, then held Yingzi's hand, and Yingzi carried the brown sugar back home. Mrs. Zhou stood at the door of the main hall, looking at everything with a grim face. By dinner time, Mrs. Zhou finally lost her temper. When Gu Yunjiao was picking vegetables, she suddenly struck her hand with a chopstick and said fiercely, You're the only one eating at this table. You don't work all day, just run outside. Yet, you eat more than anyone. Gu Yunjiao was caught off guard. Her hand was hit, and she quickly pulled it back. She resisted the urge to throw her bowl at her mother-in-law's face. She lowered her head, chewing slowly to calm her emotions. Her grandfather, a traditional Chinese medicine expert, always told her that anger is the root of all illness. So, not getting angry means fewer illnesses. But she was still young and not skilled enough in her practice. Mrs. Zhou kept scolding, If you could earn some silver for the family, I wouldn't bother talking to you. Are you out of your mind? You treat outsiders for free, but charge your own family a little silver. Yang, standing nearby, muttered, I knew it. She's a heartless person. Mrs. Zhou grew angrier. A traitor. A bad omen. Raising you is like raising a pig. During New Year, we can kill you and eat pork. The men at the next table seemed used to Mrs. Zhou's scolding during meals. No one said a word, not even old Jiang. Gu Yunjiao's mood gradually calmed. She acted as if she hadn't heard anything. When Mrs. Zhou wasn't paying attention, she quickly and precisely snatched a few bites of vegetables. Seeing that Gu Yunjiao's face didn't change, still focused on grabbing food, Mrs. Zhou became even more angry. She threw her chopsticks at Gu Yunjiao. Gu Yunjiao turned her head and dodged. Then she picked up her bowl and left. She ate outside, telling herself not to get angry, but tears still fell uncontrollably. In her past life, she was only 20, studying medicine at university. She was a top student there and a pampered young lady at home. Now she was here, forced to chop pig grass and gather firewood every day. She didn't mind the hard work, but what she couldn't tolerate was the vicious insults and attacks from these people. She knew she couldn't go back to that world. She was trying to live each day. But life here was truly terrible. Suddenly, she felt someone pull at her clothes. She turned around and saw Sanya standing behind her, holding a pair of chopsticks high, with a piece of spicy radish between them. Sanya looked up at her and softly said, "Big sister-in-law, don't cry. I've picked your favorite dish for you." Gu Yunjiao wiped her eyes with the back of her hand and reached her bowl under Sanya's chopsticks. Sanya put spicy radish into Gu Yunjiao's bowl. She then used her chopsticks to stir her own food, saying, "I still have some here, all for big sister-in-law." Gu Yunjiao patted her head and said, "Big sister-in-law has enough to eat. You eat your own." She lowered her head to eat rice, chewing carefully, hoping that all this limited food would turn into the nutrients her body needed. After dinner, Gu Yunjiao went to Hohata's house at the west end of the village. Hohata's family had just finished eating. She was washing dishes when she heard Gu Yunjiao call at the door, "Sister-in-law Hohat." She quickly wiped her hands and came out. Seeing Gu Yunjiao, Hohat was very friendly, pulled her into the main room to sit, and poured her a cup of brown sugar water. Gu Yunjiao held the brown sugar water and whispered, "Sister-in-law Hohat, I have something I want to ask for your help with." Hohat nodded firmly. "Little Dr. Gu, just tell me. If I can help, I will." Gu Yunjiao organized her words and said, "It's like this. My body is very weak. I need to eat meat to get better, but my family isn't very convenient for that." Hohat blinked, not quite understanding what Gu Yunjiao meant. Gu Yunjiao continued, "Here's what I think. From now on, every day I'll give you some copper coins. You go to the town to buy some meat and prepare it. I'll find time to come to your house to eat." Hohata's mouth opened slightly. She wanted to say that Gu Yunjiao was being selfish, that it was proper to prioritize elders when there was good food at home. That's what filial piety is. But she was more grateful to Gu Yunjiao and thought about how she had heard Zhou and Yang scolding some bad luck charm when passing by Zhang's house. It seemed that little Dr. Gu might not have had an easy life at home, and she might not even be eating enough. She nodded, "All right, don't worry. Once I buy the meat and prepare it, I'll save some for you. I won't steal any, and I won't let Yingzi steal either." Gu Yunjiao smiled, "Sister-in-law, you misunderstood me. I mean, we'll eat together. You've worked hard helping buy and prepare the meat, and it cost your firewood. I won't pay you extra silver. The two of you can eat together." Hohat kept waving her hands. No, that's not right. We don't deserve to eat meat." Gu Yunjiao frowned. "Who says you don't deserve to eat meat? Look at yourself. You're seriously malnourished. And Yingzi, she's so young. She's all skin and bones. How can she be raised like this?" Yingzi had come in quietly and was standing at the door, her big eyes blinking. Osmanthus heard Gu Yunjiao's words and started crying. "I don't have any other way. When Yingzi's father died, he borrowed money, and we still haven't paid it back. My daughter and I can only live frugally, saving a little from our food to pay off the debt." Gu Yunjiao said, "Then it's settled. We'll buy some meat and eat together. Yingzi has such pretty eyes and features, but she's too thin now. Once she eats some meat and gains weight, she'll be very beautiful." Osmanthus was willing to endure hardship herself, but didn't want Yingzi to suffer. She also hoped her daughter would grow up healthy and plump. Listening to Gu Yunjiao, Osmanthus knelt down to kowtow to her. Gu Yunjiao stopped her. "Don't do that. We haven't even eaten any meat yet, so why bow? Sister-in-law, don't shorten my life." She stood up and said, "Tomorrow, there's a big market.
I'll buy some meat then.
From now on, you go to town to buy it. It's only about 2 miles, and it won't take long to get there." Just as Osmanthus was about to agree, Gu Yunjiao added, "Sister-in-law, keep your words secret. Don't let others find out. Osmanthus nodded firmly. I won't tell anyone, not even my cousin. From now on, I'll close the courtyard door when I cook. Don't worry. Our house is on the outskirts, and the neighbors are far away. Others shouldn't be able to smell the meat. Gu Yunjiao smiled. At this moment, Yingzi came in and looked up at her. Sister, don't worry. Yingzi won't tell anyone. Gu Yunjiao patted Yingzi's head. You're so obedient. Tomorrow, we'll secretly eat meat so Yingzi can grow into a little beauty. After settling the big matter of eating meat, Gu Yunjiao felt so happy she seemed to be walking on air. When she returned home, Chinshi was waiting for her. Tomorrow there's a big market. You said last time you wanted to go to the county town. It's perfect. We can go together. Hearing this, Gu Yunjiao was slightly surprised. She had planned to go alone to sell medicine and buy meat, so it was inconvenient for Chinshi to go with her. But it was not a big problem. She would see how things unfolded when the time came. The county town was about 20 miles from Qingshan village. Before dawn, Gu Yunjiao was awakened by Chinshi. Not only her, but also third sister and Lu Lang were awakened. They planned to go to the county town for the market, take the two children to see the excitement, and visit the academy to see third brother. Gu Yunjiao got up to wash up and noticed that not only her family, but also the second and third room's lamps were on. It seemed everyone was preparing to go to the big market. Now that it was the farming off-season, they said yesterday they planned to find work in the county town. After eating some coarse grain cakes, the families set out on their journey. The village has a car that goes to the market, which is very busy. It's worth taking a trip, but Chin didn't plan to ride in the car. The fare is 4 coins per person, and her family has 4 people, so it would cost 16 coins. Too expensive. So she decided to walk. Gu Yunjia held hands with Sanya, walking under the moonlight along the country road. Lu Lang, the youngest boy, was energetic and soon ran ahead. Chin wasn't worried about him getting lost. During market days, the roads were crowded with neighbors from nearby villages, all related in some way. Lu Lang probably went to find familiar friends. As they walked, the sky gradually brightened. 20 miles was a long way. Gu Yunjiao had never traveled such a distance before, not even in her previous life. Even in this life, she had never walked so far, especially since Chen's pace was quick. Before they reached halfway, Gu Yunjiao couldn't go on. Her face was red, and she was breathing heavily, like a bellows. Seeing her like this, Chen quickly pulled her to sit on a dry tree branch by the roadside. I forgot, Chen said. Your family used to be well off. You probably used to ride in a carriage. You've never walked such a long distance before. If a carriage passes by later, we'll take it, she added. Gu Yunjiao nodded. She really couldn't go on anymore. After resting for a while, they continued walking forward. Gu Yunjiao admired Chen. She was carrying a bundle on her back, which held a pair of shoes she made for San Lang, some pickled vegetables, and dried mushrooms she planned to sell. All these things probably weighed about 10 pounds. Chen carried her load and walked faster than Gu Yunjiao, who was empty-handed. After waiting a long time, they finally saw a mule cart pass by. When they asked, they found out it was too crowded to get on, and the mules couldn't carry more. There was nothing to do but keep walking. When they reached the city gate, Gu Yunjiao felt she never wanted to walk again in her life. Looking at others, even Sanya seemed fine, as if nothing had happened. In the city, Gu Yunjiao did something she had never done in her 2 lives. She sat down on a stone step outside a shop without caring about her image. She waved her hand and said, I can't walk anymore. Mother, go do what you need to do. We'll meet at the city gate in the afternoon, she said. Chen was eager to sell mushrooms, so she replied, That's fine. You take Sanya with you. Gu Yunjiao waved her hand. If Mother takes her, you and the others want to see San Lang, right? I won't go. Chen thought for a moment. Let's meet at the city gate during the late morning. The county was small with only a few streets, so she wasn't worried about getting lost. Maybe they'd run into each other again along the way. Chen took Lu Lang and Sanya and walked away. Gu Yunjia rested for a while, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and then got up. She headed toward the only pharmacy in the county. The 4 large characters above the pharmacy read Wang Family Pharmacy, simple and clear. Gu Yunjiao entered and saw that the place was still busy. Today was a market day, so the pharmacy's business was booming. In front of the main counter, there were more than 10 people waiting. 2 assistants at the counter were busy measuring herbs, moving quickly like spinning tops. An older man, probably the shop owner, was also behind the counter, watching the herb preparation. Gu Yunjiao walked over and saw the shop owner finishing packing herbs, about to put 10 sets of herbal packages on the counter. She reached out quickly and started packing herbs efficiently. Shop owner Wang glanced at Gu Yunjiao while packing, asking, "Are these your family's herbs?" Gu Yunjiao shook her head. "No, I'm just helping you." While packing herbs, Wang kept working and looked at her. After packing 5 sets of herbs, he saw Gu Yunjiao pull a piece of rope and tie her 5 packages with skill, clearly experienced. Wang handed 2 baskets of herbs to a customer and then asked Gu Yunjiao, "Do you know how to prepare herbs?" Gu Yunjiao nodded. When another customer handed her a prescription, she didn't say anything and continued helping. Wang was busy preparing herbs, and Gu Yunjiao was packing beside him. They worked until nearly noon when everyone went to eat, and the pharmacy finally emptied out. Wang called over Gu Yunjiao, who was standing nearby, and waved, "Girl, come here. Do you need something?" She helped quietly, so she must have a purpose. Gu Yunjiao said, "Yes, I have some musk here. I wonder if the shop owner is interested?" Her herb stock was large. She chose musk because, although expensive, it was needed in many formulas. Musk is also a fragrance used in perfuming, so it sold well. The quantity was easy to control. Wang's eyes brightened. "Let me see it." Gu Yunjiao took out a small paper bag containing some brownish, small, block-like pieces and granules. Wang carefully took the paper bag, sniffed it hard, then pinched some with his fingers and lightly tasted a bit with his tongue. He closed his eyes as if savoring the flavor, then opened them and nodded. "Good, genuine product, good quality." He looked at Gu Yunjiao. "How much silver do you want per gram?" Gu Yunjiao hesitated. "How much will you pay?" Wang raised an eyebrow, placed the paper bag on the counter, and said, "You're clever. Since you helped me pack herbs earlier, I won't cheat you. I'll give you a fair price, 2 taels and 1 qian." Gu Yunjiao didn't know the current price of musk, but since this was the only pharmacy in the county, she had to sell it. She nodded and said, "All right, then Manager Wang can weigh it." Manager Wang took a small scale, wiped it clean, placed a piece of paper on it to weigh the paper first, then showed Gu Yunjiao that it weighed 4 grams. Gu Yunjiao nodded, and only then did Manager Wang pour the musk from the paper bag onto the scale. The weights on the scale moved a few times, and Manager Wang placed the scale in front of Gu Yunjiao's eyes. 19 qian. Gu Yunjiao nodded again. Manager Wang quickly calculated, the paper weighs 4 grams, minus 4 qian, leaving 15 qian of musk. The total is 30 taels of silver. He carefully put the musk away, then opened the money box to weigh the silver for Gu Yunjiao. 30 taels of silver felt heavy in her hand. Gu Yunjiao put the silver into a prepared bag, thanked Manager Wang, and then left. After going out, she looked back to see if anyone suspicious was following her, but there was no one. That was fine. 30 taels of silver wasn't enough to make someone want to harm her for money. Besides, in the pharmacy just now, only the shopkeeper, 2 assistants, and the chief doctor were there. Gu Yunjiao was hungry. Luckily, there was a restaurant nearby. She went in, looked at the menu, and ordered a bowl of meat noodles that cost 5 coins. While eating, she looked up and saw Chen's family passing by the door with Lu Lang and Sanya. Gu Yunjiao raised her voice and called out, "Sanya!" Sanya turned around and, seeing it was Gu Yunjiao, happily tugged at Chen's sleeve and ran over. Lu Lang also came in behind her, staring at the bowl of noodles on Gu Yunjiao's table and licking his lips. Chen's family didn't dare come in. They were worried about spending money. Gu Yunjiao had no choice but to stand up, pull her in and sit her down, then said to the shopkeeper, 3 more bowls of meat noodles. Chen's family hurriedly said, No, just these 2 can eat." "I won't eat. I brought some mixed grain cakes." Gu Yunjiao smiled and said, "Mother, just eat. Today I'll treat." Chen's family became even more worried.
How can you do that?
Gu Yunjiao shook her head. Don't worry, mother. Just enjoy your meal. Soon, the noodles were served. Lu Lang eagerly picked up his chopsticks, grabbed a piece of meat, and stuffed it into his mouth, burning his lips but not caring. Sanya was much better. She knew to on her food first before eating. Gu Yunjiao finished her bowl of noodles, then got up to buy a few meat buns and paid the full bill. Although Lu Lang was only 10, he had a big appetite. After finishing a bowl of noodles, he ate 2 more meat buns. Chen's family scolded him sharply. Are you released from prison? Look at you. Your belly is all puffed up. Lu Lang let out a big burp and said happily, it was so delicious. I still want to eat more, but my stomach is full. Gu Yunjiao smiled with her lips pressed together. Being able to eat is a blessing. Just one thing, when we get home, don't tell anyone about eating meat buns with noodles today. Lu Ling paused and nodded, I understand. I won't tell anyone. Mrs. Chen also told Sanya, you too, don't tell anyone you ate meat buns with noodles today. Sanya nodded wisely, I won't say anything. If I do, Grandma will scold my older sister again. After leaving the restaurant, Mrs. Chen suggested they go to the academy to see Sanling. Gu Yunjiao shook her head, I won't go. I have some things to do. I'll wait for you at the city gate during the late morning. Once Mrs. Chen and the others had gone far, Gu Yunjiao started wandering around the street. She wasn't interested in shops selling rouge and powder or silk fabrics. Her father had been missing for less than half a year, and she still had enough clothes. All her dresses were made of fine cotton. She didn't need rouge and powder now, especially since she was a widow and couldn't use them. Walking a bit further, Gu Yunjiao saw a vendor selling red dates by the roadside. Red dates aren't grown locally here. The climate and terrain are similar to the middle and lower reaches of the Yangtze River in her previous life, so these dates must have been brought from elsewhere. She crouched down, bought a few jean of red dates, and carried them in her hand as she continued walking. Ahead, she saw an old woman sitting on the ground with a few tied-up hens in front of her. Gu Yunjiao's eyes lit up, and she bought all 4 hens. Chicken meat has more protein than pork and is easier to digest and absorb. The 4 hens cost over 200 coins, and they felt heavy in her hand. Then Gu Yunjiao found a quiet alley, slipped into a medicine storage, and put the red dates, the 4 hens, and most of her silver inside. When she came out, she wandered the street again and bought a few jean of salt and some pig fat. She stored everything in the medicine storage, then bought a piece of pig's pancreas, a toothbrush made from pig bristles, and some toothpaste. She didn't put these into the storage. Having bought everything she needed, Gu Yunjiao was about to wait at the city gate when she suddenly saw Gu Mei walking toward her with a man. They looked like they were walking one behind the other, with Gu Mei in front and the man behind. But Gu Mei kept glancing back at the man, her eyes full of affection and charm. The man seemed distracted, staring intently at Gu Mei as if his soul was elsewhere. They clearly were together, but they didn't walk side by side because they felt shy. To Gu Yunjiao's surprise, she recognized the man with Gu Mei. He was Zhao Lijing's youngest son, Suo Zhu, who lived next door to the Jiang family. Gu Yunjiao quickly stepped aside, pondering in her mind. A few days ago, she heard that Suo Zhu's mother had asked her second aunt about marriage. Could that be about Gu Mei? But she hadn't heard that Suo Zhu and Gu Mei were engaged. Since the Jiang and Zhao families lived next to each other, such a big event as an engagement would surely have some news. After the 2 people had gone far enough, Gu Yunjiao slipped out and slowly walked to the city gate. She bought a cup of tea from the tea seller and sat on a chair. At this moment, Mrs. Chen was still at the school gate talking to Jang Youzhi with Sanya and Lu Lang. Sanya and Lu Lang eagerly told Jang Youzhi that today their eldest sister-in-law had cooked meat noodles and big steamed buns for them. They said it was so delicious, happier than during the New Year. Although they could eat meat during the New Year, the portions were small, and with many people, they couldn't eat much before it was gone. Jang Youzhi smiled gently and patiently listened to his younger siblings. Mrs. Chen pulled him aside and whispered, I've been thinking today, and I can't quite understand. Why does Yunjiao want to marry into our family just to help De Wang? At first, I thought it was for those 5 taels of silver, but now that I see she's capable, She doesn't seem to need that money. Mrs. Chen continued, but there's something strange here. The day before, it was agreed that her sister Gu Mei would marry in, and they planned to exchange the wedding tokens the next day. But I was given Yun Jiao's wedding token by the matchmaker, along with a bunch of reasons. I was so anxious then. Anyone who could help with the wedding was fine, regardless of who it was, so I agreed. Jang Youzhi didn't know there was a switch involved, but when he thought of Gu Mei, he remembered her words that day. Those confusing words about a life-changing event. She said that if this event wasn't avoided, her future would be very difficult. Thinking of this, Jang Youzhi chuckled. He knew it was nonsense. Even the most accurate fortune-teller could only speak vague words. Who could truly know what the future held? The mother and son talked for a while longer. Mrs. Chen gave Jang Youzhi new shoes and pickled vegetables, told him to eat well and study hard, then took Sanya and Lu Lang away. When they reached the city gate, Gu Yunjiao had already called a carriage and paid for it. The group got in the carriage, and what normally took an hour and a half only took half an hour. The carriage stopped at the village entrance, and they got off to go home. As they walked, Gu Yunjiao suddenly felt something and looked back. She saw a figure behind a tree quickly pulling back his head. Gu Yunjiao didn't see clearly, but given her height, she was probably a child around 10 years old. She didn't pay much attention and went home. As she entered the yard, she saw Zhou's family sitting at the door of the main hall, staring at the bundle in Gu Yunjiao's hands. Their eyes seemed eager to the bundle away. Gu Yunjiao lowered her head and entered the house. After dinner, it was already dark. Gu Yunjiao told Mrs. Chen she was leaving and headed to Sister Ho Hat's house. On the way past Zhao's house next door, she heard a suddenly raised male voice inside, saying, "I want to marry her. No one else. If my mother won't arrange the marriage, I will run away and end my life." Gu Yunjiao slowed her steps and then heard Granny Sun's voice, "Child, I haven't said I won't agree. I just want to ask around a bit. All right, stop fussing. I'm afraid of you. In a few days, I'll find someone to propose. That won't do. I need to go tomorrow. If we delay, what if she promises to someone else?" Gu Yunjiao chuckled softly and continued walking. It seemed that Gu Mei's marriage was about to be settled. The youngest son of the village chief's family was a good match. His family owned over 100 acres of land. As she approached the west end of the village, Gu Yunjiao saw no one ahead or behind and slipped into the space. A few chickens were still happily in the medicine storage, though there were several piles of chicken droppings on the ground. Gu Yunjiao's lips twitched, but she ignored the droppings, put the salt she bought into her pocket, and carried out the chickens and lard. The gate of Ho Hat's yard was closed. Gu Yunjiao's hands were full, so she kicked it open with her foot. Yingzi quickly asked from inside, "Who's there?" Gu Yunjiao responded, and Yingzi hurried over to open the door. Ho Hat saw Gu Yunjiao caring for chickens and looked a bit stunned. Gu Yunjiao threw the chickens into the yard. "We'll slaughter one tomorrow to eat. The rest will lay eggs, and later, we'll slaughter another." She pulled Ho Hat inside, placed the lard on the table, and took out the salt from her pocket. "Use the oil and salt freely. When it's gone, I'll buy more." Then she handed Ho Hat 2 pieces of broken silver. "Keep this silver. After eating the chickens, go to town daily to buy meat. You can buy fish or beef and mutton when available. When it runs out, I'll give you more silver." Ho Hat tightly clutched the silver, looking a bit nervous, as if she were being scolded by a leader. "All right, I understand." Gu Yunjiao smiled. "Then it's a lot of trouble for you, sister. I'll come back afternoon tomorrow." Ho Hat said it wasn't hard, and saw Gu Yunjiao off. The next day, the Jiang family finished lunch. Gu Yunjiao couldn't wait, and sneaked over to Ho Hat's house. Yingzi opened the door, hurriedly closed the courtyard gate, and then led Gu Yunjiao into the kitchen. Gu Yunjiao found it a bit funny. Eating some meat felt like a secret meeting of underground agents. Ho Hat lifted the lid of a clay pot on the stove, and a fragrant smell immediately filled the air. She carefully took out the chicken with a cloth, saying, "This chicken smells so good." I sealed the doors and windows with straw while cooking, to prevent the smell from escaping and being noticed. Gu Yunjiao chuckled. took chopsticks and a bowl, and called out, Yingzi, come and eat. Yingzi shook her head. Mother said, I can only eat after sister finishes. Gua Yunjiao scolded gently. Don't listen to your mother. Come on, just eat. She tore off a chicken leg and put it in Yingzi's bowl, then tore another for herself and started eating. Seeing Ho-Hot still hesitating, Gua Yunjiao said, Sister-in-law, don't be so formal. It's not a big deal, just relax. Ho-Hot finally sat down, hesitated for a moment, then picked up her chopsticks and reached toward her bowl. Gua Yunjiao wasn't sure if it was because she hadn't eaten meat in a long time, but the flavor was surprisingly good. She ate until she was full and then put down her chopsticks. For several days, Gua Yunjiao enjoyed good food and a comfortable life, even ignoring Zhou's insults. One early morning, just before dawn, Gua Yunjiao and Mrs. Chun were cooking porridge in the kitchen when they heard someone knocking at the door. It was still early and many people in the house hadn't gotten up yet. She went to the kitchen door and saw that Uncle Jiang Hua had already opened it. Outside, a carriage was parked, and a young servant dressed like a servant was talking to Jiang Hua. Gua Yunjiao was about to return to the kitchen when she saw Jiang Hua turn and run toward her, shouting as he ran, Sister-in-law, sister-in-law, something terrible has happened. Third brother is in trouble. Gua Yunjiao's heart sank slightly. She looked back at Mrs. Chun. Mrs. Chun was stirring porridge with a spatula in her hand. When she heard Jiang Hua, she dropped the spatula into the pot, splashing porridge everywhere. Gua Yunjiao quickly went over, scooped up the spatula, and set it aside. Mrs. Chun rushed to the kitchen door, just as Jiang Hua hurried over. At that moment, Zhang Rong also came out quickly from the room. Third brother, what are you shouting about? What happened to third brother? Jiang Hua looked at him and then at Mrs. Chun. Sister-in-law, a young servant from third brother's classmate came to report. Last night, third brother was drinking with his classmates in the county and fell from the upstairs balcony. He's badly hurt and still hasn't woken up. How? How is that possible? Mrs. Chen's legs went weak, and she almost collapsed to the ground. Gu Yunjiao quickly ran over and gently supported her, preventing her from collapsing to the ground. Jiang Rong opened her mouth in shock. How could this happen? Is her life okay? Jiang Hua looked very worried. It's still unclear. They said she was taken to the county clinic last night. The only things we know now are that she hasn't woken up and her leg is broken. Mrs. Chen trembled all over and couldn't speak. She leaned on Gu Yunjiao, her eyes wide with fear. At this moment, old Master Zhang's voice came from the upper room. Third son, what happened? Jiang Hua ran to the window and said, Father, just now a servant from third brother's classmate came to report that third brother fell from the building and is badly hurt. What? Old Master Zhang's voice changed tone in shock. Mrs. Yang and Mrs. Liu also came out of the room, standing at the door with worried looks. Jiang Hua said, Father, don't worry. Second brother, and I will go to the county town right away. Old Master Zhang's voice came from inside. Then go quickly. If there's any news, send someone to bring a message back. Mrs. Chen suddenly found the strength to stand straight. I want to go. Jiang Hua waved his hand. Hurry up. The servant is bringing the carriage now, so you can ride along. Mrs. Chen forced herself to walk outside. Gu Yunjiao suddenly said, Wait. Both Zhang Rong and Jiang Hua stopped and looked at her. Gu Yunjiao said, We should bring some silver. No matter how badly he's hurt, once he's in the clinic, it will cost money. Jiang Hua and Zhang Rong exchanged a glance, then both turned to look at the upper room. Mrs. Chun ran toward the upper room, standing by the window and calling out, Father, give me some silver. Third brother is waiting for help. There was a moment of silence in the upper room. Then Zhou's voice was heard. Where is there any silver? I just gave you 10 taels to pay debts. Do you think silver appears out of thin air? All the silver in the house has been used up by you in the main house. Do you still have the nerve to ask me for silver? Mrs. Chen cried, kneeling on the ground. Mother, I beg you. This isn't just for fun. I need silver to save his life. She knocked her head on the ground with a loud thud. Gu Yunjiao couldn't bear to see her like this, and was about to go and help her up when old Master Zhang's voice sounded from inside. Wife, Just give her a few taels of silver. Zhou sharply said, "No, I said there's none. If you want silver, then take my life instead." Mrs. Chen cried out painfully, "Mother, I beg you. This is third brother's life." Suddenly, a loud noise came from the window. Gu Yunjiao saw the window open, and a handful of copper coins was thrown out. Mrs. Chen kneeling by the window was hit on the head and face by the coins. Mrs. Chen was feeling around to pick up the copper coins on the ground. Gu Yunjiao quickly stepped over to help gather the coins. While collecting, Mrs. Chen was crying. The total amount of coins on the ground was only about 100 coins, which was not much money. Remember, 1,000 coins could exchange for 1 tael of silver. Gu Yunjiao took out a handkerchief, gathered all the coins she found, and put them into Mrs. Chen's hand. Mrs. Chen held the coins, stared at them blankly for a moment, then slowly stood up from the ground. Suddenly wiping away her tears, she turned sharply to look at the window of the upper room, which had already closed again. She clenched her teeth and said, "Let's go." At this moment, Sanya ran over. "Mother, what are you doing?" "I want to go too." Mrs. Chen paused for a moment. "Don't go," she said. "I don't have time to take care of you." Then she remembered something, went inside, and took a small pouch from under her pillow, clutching it in her arms. Gu Yunjiao thought for a moment, then went inside to take a gold needle, wrapped it in a cloth, and carried it on her back. She didn't know what Jang Youzhi's situation was, but perhaps she would need the gold needle. When she came out, Mrs. Chen was outside, instructing Sanya. "Mother and eldest sister are going to the county town. I don't know when we'll be back. Be good at home with Lu Lang. Eat well, don't run around. If I don't come back at night, wash your hands and face and go to bed." Lu Lang said nearby, "I want to go to the county town too." He still wanted to go and eat meat noodles. Mrs. Chen sternly said, "What are you going for? Your brother is hurt. Do you think I'm going to the county town for fun?" Lu Lang didn't speak and looked upset, pursing his lips. Mrs. Chen strode out quickly. Gu Yunjiao followed behind. When they reached the door, they saw a carriage parked outside, with a handsome young servant standing beside it, bowing his head. Gu Yunjiao looked at the small step stool by the carriage and helped Mrs. Chen get in. Inside the carriage, Gu Yunjiao lowered the curtain. At this moment, the young servant outside asked, "Are both gentlemen going too?" "This horse probably can't pull so many people," he added. Jiang Rong frowned. "Then forget it, I won't go." The young servant and Jiang Hua got into the carriage. They sat on the front bench, and the carriage slowly started to move. The morning breeze kept blowing the curtains at the window, bringing a chill that reached Mrs. Chen and Gu Yunjiao. Mrs. Chen tightly held Gu Yunjiao's hand, seeming to seek some strength from her. Gu Yunjiao noticed a few red marks on Mrs. Chen's face, probably from the copper coins thrown by Zhou Shi earlier. The journey was filled with uncomfortable silence, only broken by the sound of hooves and the turning wheels. Jiang Hua kept urging the servant along the way. The servant occasionally whipped the horse. In less than half an hour, they saw the city gate. The servant drove the carriage toward the gate and stopped after a few minutes. When the carriage stopped, Gu Yunjiao lifted the curtain and saw the servant had already set down the footstool. She got out of the carriage and turned to help Madame Chen down. The door of the medical clinic was open, with a sign above in black characters on a white background that read Li Family Medical Clinic. At this moment, a young man in a blue robe came out and bowed to Madame Chen, saying, "Auntie." Madame Chen's voice trembled slightly. "Zhizhong, where is third brother?" Su Zhizhong led Madame Chen inside. "Brother Youzhi is inside." Jiang Hua walked ahead. When they entered a room, they saw Jang Youzhi lying on a bed, half of his face slightly scratched, eyes closed, unconscious. Madame Chen trembled all over and went over, calling, "Third brother, mother sees you've come." Jang Youzhi on the bed did not respond. Jiang Hua asked Su Zhizhong, "What did the doctor say?" Su Zhizhong lowered his head. "The doctor said there's some internal injury, and one leg is broken. The break isn't very clean near the thigh. It's been set, but he'll probably be limping in the future." Gu Yunjiao looked serious. Since the break was near the thigh, it was indeed a bad break. Even in modern times, a break here is hard to fix with a cast, Surgery is needed to insert steel pins into the bone. Once the bone heals, the pins are removed. With current medical conditions, it's impossible to insert pins, so the bones might shift, making a limp very likely. Su Zhizhong continued. It's not just the leg. Falling from that height probably hurt the internal organs, and also the head. Dr. Li said Youzhi is unconscious and might have a head injury. Madame Chen stared anxiously at Su Zhizhong. Jiang Hua asked urgently if he has a head injury. What does that mean? Su Zhizhong looked at Madame Chen, sighed. Dr. Li said if the head is injured, it's hard to say. He might become mentally slow in the future. Madame Chen nearly fainted from shock. Gua Yunjiao caught her. After finishing, Su Zhizhong said, I stayed with Jiang brother all night and am exhausted. Since Annie has come, I'll go back and rest now. Jiang Hua grabbed his arm. Don't leave yet. We still don't know exactly how third brother fell. You need to give us an explanation. Su Zhizhong frowned slightly. This isn't really my business. Brother Zhang was chosen in the exam, so the scholars and some of our classmates from the academy went to the drunken immortal residence for a banquet. Youzhi was probably upset about not passing the exam, drank too much, went outside to use the restroom, and then fell from the railing. Jiang Hua still held on to him. So, it seems that my third brother's fall is connected to that Zhang guy. You all who drank together are also involved. Su Zhizhong pulled his clothes back from him, annoyed. You're unreasonable. Youzhi fell on his own. What does that have to do with others? All right, I won't argue anymore. I'll visit Brother Jiang another day, he said, then quickly walked away. Jiang Hua wanted to stop him but hesitated, because Su Zhizhong was a scholar with a reputation. He didn't dare offend him. While he was hesitating, Su Zhizhong had already gone far. A servant came in. Are you Jiang scholar's family? Please settle the cost for the bone setting and the consultation. Mrs. Chen was still confused. How much silver? The servant said, 2 taels. He handed over a prescription, which Gu Yunjiao took casually. The servant added, the clinic doesn't sell medicine. You need to go to Wang's pharmacy to get the medicine. Jiang Hua frowned. The medicine isn't even used yet and it costs 2 taels? The servant smiled faintly. Too expensive? Bone setting isn't something ordinary doctors can do. Charging only 2 taels is because Jiang scholar is a scholar. He continued later, when you go to get the medicine, you'll see that 2 taels is actually cheap. Mrs. Chen only had about 1.5 taels of silver, which Gu Yunjiao had given her earlier. She clutched her chest tightly and said with difficulty, I came in a hurry and didn't bring that much silver. Maybe I can ask my family to go back and bring some. The servant nodded. All right, but I remind you, get the silver quickly and buy the medicine for the patient. His injury can't be delayed. This month, wouldn't that cost dozens of taels of silver? Mrs. Chen felt hopeless hearing about such a large amount, but she still forced herself to speak to Jiang Hua. Third brother, why don't you go back and ask our parents for some silver? Otherwise, the clinic's bills can't be paid, and third young master also needs money for medicine. Jiang Hua frowned. There's no silver at home. I think the money for third young master's medicine will have to come from that Mr. Zheng. He's a scholar, a respected man. It's easy for him to lend a few dozen or even hundreds of taels. Just then, Jang Youzhi woke up. Weakly, he shouted no. Mrs. Chen hurried over, tears in her eyes but smiling. Third young master, you're awake. Is your head okay? Jang Youzhi softly nodded to show he was fine. He hadn't hit his head badly. The injury on his face was from branches scratching him when he fell. Actually, he woke up last night, but the pain was too much to bear. He stayed awake most of the night, eyes open in pain. By morning, he was drowsy and fell back asleep. Last night, Su Zhizhong was sleeping soundly on the nearby bed, completely unaware that Jang Youzhi was in pain and couldn't sleep. When he woke up and heard Jiang Hua's words, he quickly tried to stop him. With his eyes closed and enduring his discomfort, he slowly said, if Brother Zheng brings silver, then it's fine. But if he doesn't, it's really bad to go ask others for money. He paused and added, this isn't anyone else's business. It's my own mistake. Third uncle, don't ask others for silver. You must know he's a scholar. If we upset him, our whole family will suffer. Jang Hua listened and said, I'm not insisting on asking him. I just want to know where the money for treatment will come from. Our grandparents said there's no silver left. Jang Youzhi closed his eyes and slowly said, First, I'll ask someone to borrow some. When I get better, I'll take on some copying work at home. I can slowly save up the money. Jang Hua stomped his foot. That's easy to say. Copying books only earns a few copper coins. When will I be able to pay it back? Jang Youzhi sighed. There's no other way. I can only pay it back slowly. Jang Hua was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, The doctor said your leg isn't healing well. It's broken at the thigh, so you'll probably be lame. What will we do then? Being lame means he can't take the imperial exams. Not only in the Great Chu dynasty, but throughout history, people with disabilities were often not allowed to serve in official positions. It affected their status and the reputation of the court. Jang Youzhi was stunned. His already pale face turned even whiter. His voice trembled. Dr. Li really said that? Jang Hua nodded heavily, looking very worried. Jang Youzhi closed his eyes, and for a moment, many thoughts raced through his mind. He fell from the upstairs, but it was not because he was careless. He was pushed down by someone. Because of the scheming related to the autumn exams, he was very cautious at the banquet. He didn't drink much alcohol, and when someone offered him a drink, he quietly poured it into his sleeve. Jang Youzhi thought he was careful enough, but when he finished changing and returned to the seat, he was suddenly pushed from behind and fell from the stairs. The incident happened so quickly that when he instinctively turned his head back, he only saw a splash of blue clothing disappear at the staircase. Then he felt himself falling, and he tilted his head back with force. He knew that if he fell headfirst, he would be completely finished. When he hit the ground, his buttocks landed first. He heard a sharp in his bones, and then it felt as if a heavy object struck his chest. He immediately fainted. He could endure the pain of a broken leg, but if it ended his chances in the imperial exams, his life would lose all hope. What could he use to repay his mother's kindness? How could he live up to his older brother, who had done so much for him? For some reason, Jang Youzhi suddenly remembered Gu Mei's words. A chill ran through him. He instinctively felt that Gu Mei was talking about this very thing. If he became lame, it would surely affect his future and his entire life.
Why?
Why did she know what would happen in the future? At that time, the autumn exams had not yet finished, and Zheng Jiren was not yet a Jiren. How could she know he would win and be invited to the banquet? How could she know he would fall and break his leg at the banquet? Thinking about Gu Mei's words, that his days ahead would be difficult, Jang Youzhi suddenly felt hopeless. Seeing Jang Youzhi so devastated, Madame Chen was anxious. Why are you telling him all this? It doesn't mean he will definitely become lame. She then comforted Jang Youzhi. Third young master, don't worry. Mother will definitely have the doctor give you the best medicine. Your leg will be fine. Gu Yanjiao didn't speak, but sighed inwardly. They couldn't even afford medicine. So, what's the use of talking about the best medicine? Her medicine supplies were complete, but she had other plans and didn't need to rush. Madame Chen clenched her teeth after speaking and said to Gu Yanjiao, You and third uncle stay here to take care of third young master. I'll go back to get the silver. Gu Yanjiao softly replied, Mother, I'm afraid it will be hard to get the silver. Madame Chen's gaze was firm. I will definitely get the silver. Third young master's leg must be fine. After speaking, Madame Chen left quickly, ran to the city gate, and took a carriage back home. Half an hour later, the carriage arrived at the house entrance. Mrs. Chen asked the driver to wait a moment, as she was about to return to the county town. The driver agreed. Mrs. Chen went straight to the upper room. In the upper room, old Master Jiang and Mrs. Zhou were present. Mrs. Chen entered and said directly, Father, Mother, that over 100 coins are not enough. Third brother hasn't taken medicine at the clinic yet. Please, kindly give some silver to treat his injury. Old Master Jiang remained silent, took out a pipe, and smoked steadily. Mrs. Zhou initially said nothing, then after a while, she snorted angrily. I told you I have no silver. If you want it, take my life. Mrs. Chen gritted her teeth. No silver. Third brother can't get medicine. If you don't give me silver today, I will split the family. Split the family? Even if I sell the house and land, I will still pay for third brother's leg. Split the family. You always talk about splitting the family. Who are you trying to scare? Do you think you're some precious treasure? Is that why you're reluctant to give? I think you're not really about splitting the family. You just want to climb over me and act bossy. As she spoke, Mrs. Zhou grabbed a teacup nearby and threw it at Mrs. Chen. Mrs. Chen didn't dodge or block. The cup hit her forehead and then shattered on the ground into 8 pieces. A bleeding cut appeared on Mrs. Chen's forehead. Blood paused briefly on her thick eyebrows before dripping down. Mrs. Chen didn't wipe it but looked at Mrs. Zhou and begged, "Mother, the silver I borrowed, is that okay? I'll write you an IOU. I'll pay you back later." Mrs. Zhou suddenly stood up, furious. "No, I told you I have no silver." She was so angry from being pressured that she panted heavily. She waved her hand and said, "Enough. Let's split the family quickly and be done. I don't want to suffer your temper anymore." Mrs. Chen looked up and said, "Fine, then let's split the family. Third brother is still waiting for the silver to buy medicine." Old Master Jang finally shouted angrily, "Nonsense. This family must not split." Mrs. Chen knelt on the ground and said then, "Father, just give me the silver." It wasn't that she was being unreasonable. She had endured enough of this life. Her in-laws tightly held onto the family's money. If she hadn't had some dowry before, she wouldn't even have enough to buy hair oil. She was willing to split the family. Even if there were no workers at home and life was harder, the money would be in her hands, and she could use it as needed. She hated feeling so oppressed. She knew Mrs. Zhou had money, at least 30 to 50 taels of silver accumulated over the years, but she was reluctant to take it out. Mrs. Zhou wailed, "This is trying to force us to death. Where in this world is there such a daughter-in-law? Oh heavens, why hasn't that wicked woman been taken away yet? Bad luck. It was a mistake to let the eldest son marry her. She caused his death, and now third son is also in trouble. All because of her, that wicked woman." Mrs. Chen knelt straight on the ground, almost forgetting that the nickname Bad Luck Woman used to belong to her. At this moment, Old Master Jiang stood up. "Get up. I will go with you to the county town first, and then we will think of a plan." Mrs. Chen finally stood up. Old Master Jiang led the way, with Mrs. Chen following behind. When they reached the gate of the courtyard, Old Master Jiang suddenly stopped. "You should wipe your forehead with a handkerchief. You look so worried." Mrs. Chen said nothing and didn't wipe the blood on her forehead. She left the courtyard and headed next door to Mr. Zhao's house. Old Master Jiang was surprised. "Hey, where are you going?" Could she be going to talk to Mr. Zhao about dividing the family? Mrs. Chen coldly replied, "Borrowing money." Mrs. Chen took a while inside before coming out and getting into a carriage. She sat inside, while Old Master Jiang sat outside with the coachman. After half an hour of bumpy riding, they finally reached the county town. Old Master Jiang went into the clinic and first checked on Jang Youzhi. When Jang Youzhi saw the old man, he seemed to want to say something. Just then, he caught sight of the wound on Mrs. Chen's forehead, and suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Mrs. Chen was nearly frightened to faint. She hurriedly rushed over, panicking, to wipe Jang Youzhi's blood and shouted, "Third son, don't scare mother." Her eldest son had died from bleeding, so how could Mrs. Chen not be afraid? Guo Yunjiao was outside boiling medicine. Hearing the commotion inside, she stood up and looked in. She saw a small pool of blood on the bed. She frowned. She had looked at Dr. Li's prescription. It was suitable for the condition, but the formula wasn't very good. However, no one asked her to treat third son, so she didn't dare go over herself. Even if she did, people wouldn't trust her, and she'd just embarrass herself. Old Master Jiang saw Jang Youzhi blood and became a little anxious. He ordered Jiang Hua, "Quick, go call the doctor." Dr. Li was soon called over. After checking the pulse, he said, "This is a wound from falling from upstairs, damaging the internal organs. There's no other way, just take medicine." After speaking, Dr. Li left the room. Old Master Jiang followed and pulled him aside quietly. Doctor, give me a clear answer. Can third son's leg be saved? Dr. Lee shook his head. Let me tell you this, it's not that my medical skills are poor. Even if the imperial doctor comes, this leg will probably be lame. The leg injury was not in a good place, and the splint was hard to fix properly. It was easy to move, and each time it moved, the bone could shift crookedly. From now on, he would definitely need to use a cane when walking. Although old Master Jang had prepared himself mentally, hearing Dr. Lee's definite words made him feel like the sky was falling. It's over. Third brother can't take the imperial exams anymore. He won't be able to bring honor to the Jang family in the future. The family's hopes for success seemed to vanish completely. He stood outside feeling lost for a long time before going back inside. Once inside, he told Zhang Hua, "You go back with me. We don't need so many people here." Mrs. Chen looked at the old master, but said nothing. After a long pause, she seemed to speak to herself. Do you believe it? Once the old master leaves, he might never come back. The old master is good at calculating things. Third brother. She turned to look at third brother lying on the bed with his eyes closed, speaking softly. His leg might really be crippled now. He won't be able to take the exams, and the old master won't spend money on him anymore. Gu Yunjiao didn't speak either. She understood the mindset of old Master Zhang's group. It was like they had invested in a project. They had scraped together some money, hoping for 100 or 1,000 times return in the future. Now that the project was completely failed, would they still invest more money? That seemed impossible. She went outside again to check if the medicine was ready. She borrowed a bowl, poured out the medicine, and brought it into the room. The medicine was still hot, steaming on the table. Mrs. Chen suddenly grabbed Gu Yunjiao's hand. "Yunjiao, you're good at medicine. Do you have any way to heal third brother's leg?" Gu Yunjiao asked back, "Mother, do you trust me?" Mrs. Chen hesitated after hearing this. Gu Yunjiao was still young. Although she had healed Guohua last time, that was a minor illness. A broken leg was much more serious. At this moment, Jang Youzhi on the bed suddenly opened his eyes. "I trust you. Your medical skills must be better than Dr. Lee's." His words weren't nonsense. He had seen her treat Jang Erlang for a dislocated shoulder. She pulled and pushed, and the arm was back in place, all in the blink of an eye. Coincidentally, Su Zhizhong had also dislocated his shoulder before, and he had gone to Dr. Lee for treatment, accompanied by someone. Dr. Lee had examined Su Zhizhong's arm for a long time and tried several times before successfully putting it back. Su Zhizhong had cried out in pain like a pig being slaughtered. Compared to that, it was clear that Gu Yunjiao's technique was much better than Dr. Lee's. Gu Yunjiao raised an eyebrow when she heard Jang Youzhi's words. She didn't know where he got his confidence from. After all, no matter how good her medical skills are, she arrived too late to show much. But trusting her is enough to handle things. She walked to the edge of the bed and sat down. "I'll check her pulse first." After feeling the pulse, she sighed in relief. The pulse was not dangerous, which meant the internal organs only suffered some shock and were not seriously harmed. The trouble was her broken leg. She thought for a moment. Dr. Lee's prescription I looked at. Based on Sanlang's condition, the formula is not wrong, and following it should help, but it doesn't really relieve the pain. If I had my own formula, Sanlang wouldn't be in so much pain. Gu Yunjiao continued. As for whether the leg can heal, no one can promise that. It mainly depends on whether the bones will shift later. Jang Youzhi nodded slightly. "I trust you. I'll use your formula. Doctors like patients who believe in them and cooperate with treatment." Mrs. Chen looked at Jang Youzhi. She thought, Sanlang is smarter than me and more educated. Since he said so, he must have his reasons. So, I'll listen to him. She took out some silver from her pocket, leaving more than 2 taels for paying the clinic and taking the carriage. The remaining 3 taels she gave to Gu Yunjiao. "You've written the prescription, so take the silver to buy the medicine." Gu Yunjiao took the silver and nodded. The money for the medicine might not be enough. "I'll ask Manager Wang later if we can buy on credit." Mrs. Chen was instantly excited. "If we can buy on credit, that would be great. Don't worry, I'll definitely pay back what I owe." After leaving, Gu Yunjiao quickly headed to Wang's pharmacy. Today wasn't market day, so there weren't many people inside. Manager Wang saw her and stroked his beard with a smile. You just came here? Why are you here again to get medicine? Gu Yunjiao smiled. Yes, but you know I don't have enough silver. Otherwise, I wouldn't have only taken one set earlier. Can you give me a few days' credit? Manager Wang raised an eyebrow and waved his hand. No, I never give credit. In this world, most people are poor. Most of the people coming to buy medicine are poor, and not having enough money is common. Once you start giving credit, then this pharmacy wouldn't be a pharmacy anymore. It would be a charity hall. Gu Yunjiao felt embarrassed. She had underestimated the problem. She and Manager Wang weren't close, so why would he give her credit? Curious, Manager Wang asked. I didn't ask earlier, but didn't you just get 30 taels of silver?
Did you spend it all?
That's hard to believe. Gu Yunjiao thought for a moment and shook her head. I have money. Manager Wang raised his eyebrows even higher. You have money and still want credit? Gu Yunjiao forced a helpless smile and did not mention the issue again. Instead, she asked, can I borrow some paper and a pen? Of course, there was paper and a pen. Every pharmacy had a doctor who could write prescriptions. Manager Wang was about to say that a young girl like her shouldn't be writing prescriptions, but then he thought, let's see what she can do. He took Gu Yunjiao to the doctor's area. Dr. Liu moved aside to give space. Gu Yunjiao hesitated for a moment, then picked up a brush, dipped it in ink, and quickly wrote out a prescription. Dr. Liu and Manager Wang watched closely. Although Manager Wang didn't treat patients himself, he had worked in the pharmacy for many years and knew basic medical principles and herbs. Looking at the prescription, he saw nothing wrong. This girl really knew her stuff. Dr. Liu saw ingredients like su duan, bone fragment, and natural copper in the prescription and asked, did someone break a bone? Could it be Scholar Jiang who fell from the building last night? The town was small, and any incident quickly spread throughout the county. Gu Yunjiao nodded and handed the medicine list to Manager Wang. Please help me get the medicine. Then she said, you get the medicine, I'll change my clothes. Manager Wang pointed to the backyard. Gu Yunjiao went inside and found a small room. After entering, she took some silver from the medicine storage and then came out. The shop assistant was still busy fetching the medicine. Gu Yunjiao also asked the shop assistant to prepare some bandages and asked Manager Wang, how much is it all together? Manager Wang took out the abacus, calculated the cost based on the prescription, and after finishing, he looked up. 6 taels and 5 qian of silver. Fearing Gu Yunjiao might find the price too high, Manager Wang explained, you have 3 7 herbs here, and the amount is quite a lot. 3 7 herbs are not cheap. Last year's drought in the southwest reduced their yield, and prices soared. Gu Yunjiao nodded. In her previous world, 3 7 herbs mainly came from Yunnan. In this time, they were probably from a similar region. She took out her silver and handed it to Manager Wang. He quickly counted out her money. Then Gu Yunjiao went to Dr. Liu's place to borrow a brush and ink and wrote an IOU. It read, a Wang's Pharmacy, 3 taels and 5 qian of silver. Signed by Jang Youzhi. After writing the IOU, Gu Yunjiao returned to the clinic. She first showed the IOU to Mrs. Chen, who could read a few characters. Seeing it was for over 3 taels of silver, she felt a bit anxious. She knew this was just for 5 prescriptions, but she dared not think about how much more she would owe later. Next, Gu Yunjiao asked Jang Youzhi to press his fingerprint on the IOU. She took the IOU back to the pharmacy. The medicine was already prepared. Gu Yunjiao pulled Manager Wang aside and handed him the IOU. Master Wang looked at the IOU with his eyebrows twitching. What is this? Gu Yunjiao smiled. This IOU will stay with the shopkeeper for now. If anyone asks whether I extended credit to Jang Youzhi for medicine, the shopkeeper can show them this paper. Shopkeeper Wang chuckled. You little girl, what are you up to? Aren't you afraid I might come back to ask Jang Youzhi for money using this? Gu Yunjiao smiled. Feel free to ask him. She could still afford to lose a few silver coins. She has medicine and silver in her pharmacy, but she wouldn't foolishly handle everything herself. Without a division of the family, it's natural that old Jiang and Mrs. Zhou take silver. She also had a little plan in mind. Now that Jang Youzhi has lost his usefulness and the main house is heavily in debt, maybe she could take the chance to split the family. Shopkeeper Wang happily folded the IOU and put it in his pocket, then suddenly said, "The more I look at you, the more familiar you seem. Are you perhaps the daughter of Dr. Gu?" Gu Yunjiao hesitated for a moment and nodded. She looks like her father, so those who know him easily recognize her. Shopkeeper Wang clapped his hands. "I knew it. No wonder you smell of musk."
He sighed.
"When your father was alive, he used to come here once a month to have a drink with me. Have you heard any news about your father?" Gu Yunjiao replied, "I heard someone saw a man in the city who looked a bit like my father. I don't know if it's him." Shopkeeper Wang perked up. "Really? Next time I go to the city to buy herbs, I'll ask around and see if I can find out anything." Gu Yunjiao nodded to him. "Thank you very much, Shopkeeper Wang." Shopkeeper Wang stroked his beard. "With my relationship with your father, you should call me Uncle Wang." Gu Yunjiao smiled at him. "Uncle Wang, regarding the musk and this IOU, I ask you to keep it a secret." Shopkeeper Wang nodded. "Don't worry. With my friendship with your father, this small matter is nothing. But I want to remind you, you're still young. Don't go around prescribing medicine to others recklessly. If something goes wrong, it could be serious." Gu Yunjiao smiled. "Thank you, Uncle Wang. It's my family, so it's fine." After saying this, Gu Yunjiao took her leave. She called a carriage back to her clinic. Mrs. Chen gave some copper coins and asked someone to carry Jang Youzhi onto the carriage. The carriage headed toward Qingshan village. On the bumpy road, Mrs. Chen was worried. Such a bumpy ride. Won't third brother's leg, which was fixed, get crooked? Gu Yunjiao said, "If it does, so be it. When we get back, I'll check it again." Half an hour later, the carriage stopped in the Jiang family's courtyard. It was already late morning. Jiang Hua ran out first from the house. "Why are you back so soon? Is it incurable?" He had never been to a doctor before and didn't know the rules inside. Mrs. Chen said impatiently, "How can it be incurable? The clinic doesn't allow people to stay, so it's perfect for Yunjiao to treat him." Jiang Hua frowned. "Big sister-in-law, you're just joking. She's just a young girl. What does she know?" Mrs. Chen didn't argue with him. She simply said, "You go out and help second brother carry Samling into the room." Jiang Hua stepped out and called Jiang Rong. The two of them carried Jang Youzhi into his room and laid him on the bed. Gu Yunjiao took 2 packets of medicine, one large and one small, and handed them to Mrs. Chen. "Mother, you go boil the medicine. Start with the small packet, then after 15 minutes, pour the medicine from the big packet in." Mrs. Chen agreed and took the medicine to the kitchen. Lu Lang and Sanya were both in Jang Youzhi's room. Sanya stood by the bed, tears falling down her cheeks.
Liu Long was unusually quiet.
Gu Yunjiao washed her hands thoroughly, then came in and said, "You two go out first. I want to look at your third brother's leg." Lu Lang pulled Sanya out. Gu Yunjiao closed the door and also shut the window. When Jang Youzhi first decided to let Gu Yunjiao treat him, he hadn't thought much about it. Now suddenly he realized about the place where he was hurt. He forgot all the pain in his injury. His fists clenched and his whole body stiffened. Gu Yunjiao closed the window, then lifted his quilt and began to lift his long gown. Her movements were smooth and natural. His undershirt had already been cut open and discarded by Dr. Li, revealing 2 bare legs underneath his robe. His face turned bright red. He fumbled to pull at his gown, like a newlywed just entering the bridal chamber, stammering, oh my goodness, a young girl seeing him like this. He thought he might as well die. Gu Yunjiao didn't look at him. She started unwrapping the bandages on his splint. "There's nothing to be embarrassed about. I am a doctor, and you're a patient." She said this, but she also felt a bit shy. After all, Jang Youzhi wasn't a medical school professor. He was a real man. Not to mention, he was quite handsome. But she knew she couldn't show any sign of shyness, or the treatment couldn't continue. Jang Youzhi's skin was pale, but now his whole body was flushed red, like a cooked shrimp. He even forgot the pain from his injury. Gu Yunjiao quickly unwrapped the splint and reached toward his leg. His leg was swollen. Her cool little hands touched and moved back and forth over his thigh. Jang Youzhi felt terrible, part pain, part embarrassment, and his body trembled slightly. At this moment, Gu Yunjiao frowned and said, "It's crooked." She wasn't sure if the bone was originally misaligned or if the bumpy ride caused it to shift. Either way, it needed to be reset. What comforted her was that the injury was not as high as she had imagined. The splint was applied skillfully, and with proper care afterward, recovery shouldn't be difficult. After confirming the injury's position, Gu Yunjiao prepared to set the bone, but noticed Jang Youzhi was very nervous. His muscles under her hands were swollen, but he still seemed tense. She quickly thought and suddenly asked, "Are the daughter of the academy's teacher pretty?" Jang Youzhi closed his eyes and wondered, "The academy's teacher? Which teacher? Does Gao Laosher have a daughter? Or Yu Laosher?" While thinking, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his leg, then heard Gu Yunjiao say, "It's fixed now." Jang Youzhi was in pain for a while before he finally relaxed. When he opened his eyes, he saw Gu Yunjiao reapplying the splint. It then clicked for him. Her earlier words were like what she told Jang Erlang that day, about pigs flying in the sky. It was probably a distraction technique to make the patient relax completely. He saw her ears slightly redden, and suddenly realized she was shy too. But she kept that shyness hidden in her heart. After all, she was still a young girl who hadn't even entered her bridal chamber, and her older brother had gone ahead. She didn't even know what a man was like. How could she not be shy? He was older than her, a man, yet he lacked her innocence. Gu Yunjiao quickly bound the splint, then lowered her robe and covered Jang Youzhi with a blanket. She opened the door, and Madame Chen came in. "The medicine is ready. Did you see the leg? Is the bone crooked?" Gu Yunjiao nodded. "I reset it." Madame Chen was so happy she recited a Buddhist prayer. If it weren't for having a doctor in the family, everything would be ruined. At that moment, Lu Lang led Sanyo inside. He closed the door behind him and looked at Madame Chen, hesitant to speak. Madame Chen noticed his strange expression. "What's wrong?" Lu Lang clenched his fists suddenly. "I overheard Grandpa and second uncle and third uncle talking." Madame Chen's face changed. "What did they say?" Lu Lang glanced at Jang Youzhi lying on the bed, who was quietly watching him. He gritted his teeth and quickly said, "Grandpa said third brother's leg is ruined, and he can't serve as an official anymore. He also said it will cost a lot of silver to treat his leg. Second uncle just said that kid, Sam Lang, insisted on learning to drink. Now look at this. Everything's ruined. Over the years, he has spent at least dozens of taels of silver on himself, all wasted." Uncle Third sighed. "Treating his illness costs a lot of silver. The doctor said dozens of taels." Second uncle jumped up and said, "No, that can't be. We can't let him spend all the family's silver. Since his bones are healing, he's fine now. Why still take medicine?" Uncle Third replied, "If we don't pay, big sister-in-law will definitely cause trouble." Second uncle said, "Let her make a fuss. I'm not afraid of her." He added, "I think we should just split the family estate. 13th brother can't hold an official position anymore. The whole family relies on eating, so splitting up would save on expenses." Mrs. Chen sneered. "What did Grandpa say?" Sixth brother said. Uncle Third said, "There's no rush to split. What if third brother's leg gets better?" Grandpa replied, "We'll see about splitting in a couple of months." Gu Yunjiao watched sixth brother with surprise. He has a good memory, probably repeating everyone's words exactly. He even mimicked their tone perfectly. Mrs. Chen clenched her teeth and said, "Is this really a family?" She looked at Jang Youzhi and said, "We're not really people, just objects. If we're useful, we stay. If not, we're thrown away." Jang Youzhi forced a bitter smile. Though he already knew what these family members were like, he still felt a cold heart at this moment. Mrs. Chen raised her head and said, "Fine. We won't hold them back. I'll go talk to Zhao Lijing about splitting the family." Gu Yunjiao almost clapped for her. But Jang Youzhi said, "Mother, it's not appropriate for you to go. It might cause trouble." Mrs. Chen shook her head. "I'm not afraid. Today I'm going all out, risking my life, to tear this family apart from these wolves and tigers. Jang Youzhi wanted to say something, but Mrs. Chun had already rushed out.
He sighed.
He had planned to find a way for them to suggest it themselves. Sigh. Her temper is just too hard to bear. Soon, they heard arguing outside. Gu Yunjiao listened carefully. Mrs. Chun kept repeating the same thing. Either give silver for Jang Youzhi's treatment or split the family. Old Master Jiang was annoyed by the noise. Plus, Zhou Shi and Zhang Rong were also arguing about splitting the family. He had planned to wait a few more months, but now he gave up. Fine, he said, if you want to split, do it. If your family can't survive, don't come crying later. As soon as he finished, Zhang Rong said, I'll find someone, and hurried out. He was the most eager to split the family. He was unhappy with the special status of the main house at home. He had wanted this for a long time. His eldest brother is no longer here, and De Wang is also gone. Now, he is the eldest son, and Erlang is the oldest grandson, but in this family, they haven't received the treatment that usually comes with being the eldest son and grandson. The whole family treats Sanliang like a precious treasure. All the money is spent on Sanliang. Only by dividing them can the parents see the second branch clearly. At this moment, there is half an hour before dinner, and Zhang Rong quickly called Zhao Lijing and two uncles from their family. When Jang Youzhi heard the greeting outside, he waved for Luliang to come over and whispered, later, you stay with Mom. Whatever they say, don't cause trouble. Remember, come back and tell me everything. Luliang nodded and ran out. Zhao Lijing and the uncles from Zhang's family sat in the main hall, and Mrs. Chun was there too. Originally, Mrs. Chun, as a woman, had no right to interfere in such big family matters, but her husband had died, Jang Youzhi couldn't do anything, and Luliang was still young, so only she could decide. Luliang stood beside Mrs. Chun. Although she was usually fierce, she was uncertain now. When Luliang arrived, she tightly held his hand, seeming to seek strength. Old Master Jiang cleared his throat and spoke. Today, I've called a few people to witness something. It's about Sanliang's injury. The eldest daughter-in-law caused trouble, making the whole family uneasy. Since that's the case, we will divide the main family, and everyone will live separately in the future, to avoid arguments. Zhao Lijing spoke politely. Dividing is good. When a tree grows, it branches out. When a son grows up, he starts his own family. This is unavoidable. Old Master Jiang nodded. That's what I think too. First, about food rations. We just harvested the autumn grain, and this year's harvest is good. The family has enough food. We will divide it according to the number of people, giving you enough for half a year. Mrs. Chun didn't speak. Old Master Jiang continued. Next, the houses. Our home has only this one courtyard. The main house has been living in the east wing, which has 5 rooms. Now, Erlang is about to marry. The second branch's house isn't enough for everyone. My idea is to give the 2 rooms in the south of the main house to Erlang as his new home. Mrs. Chun sneered. Father, that's not possible. There are 3 rooms left and 1 is a small room. How can our family of 5 live there? Sanliang is also of marriageable age. What will happen then? Old Master Jiang lowered his hand and said, My division has its reasons. Wait until I finish. He continued, and the land. The family has a total of 30 mu of land. This land, I will give 3 mu to the main house. Only 3 mu of land? Mrs. Chen's voice changed. Father, this is too much. Old Master Jiang frowned and said, I told you I have my reasons. I will explain later. Why are you shouting? Mrs. Chen held back her anger and said nothing. 6th young master is already 10 years old, and he understood these words clearly. However, he knew that nothing he said would make a difference. As a child, no one listened to him. Zhao Lijing and the 2 uncles of the Jiang family exchanged glances. It was true that the division was unfair to the main household, but they were only here to witness, not to judge what was right. At this moment, Old Master Jiang took a puff of his pipe and then said, There is a reason for how I am dividing things. This matter, I originally planned to keep silent about it until I die. Today, I have no choice, or you might say I am bullying the orphan widow of the main household. He exhaled smoke slowly and said, "Third young master is not truly part of our Jiang family."
What?
Zhao Lijing and the two uncles were all shocked. Even Jang Erlang and Jiang Hua didn't know about this. Their shock was even greater. They all looked at Mrs. Chun at the same time. Mrs. Chun clenched her fists and said nothing. 6-year-old sixth young master was already close to fainting. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. Was his third brother not his biological father or mother? Old Master Jiang continued. Back then, the eldest was working at a grocery store in the county, and Mrs. Chun was also living in the county. One time, the eldest went out to buy supplies, and on the way back, he found third young master under a tree. He simply took him home and raised him as his own. At that time, the eldest hadn't been back to the county for over half a year, and everyone thought he was the biological child of the eldest. Before he died, the eldest told me about this. He said that if third young master's parents came to find him, he would return the child. That's when I found out. Tell me, if third young master is not part of our Jiang family, and I've raised him all these years, even paying for his education, have I not done my best? Zhao Lijing and the others nodded. That's right, old master is kind and just. Hearing this praise, old Master Zhang's wrinkles on his face relaxed a little. Third young master is now grown up and able to support himself. Our family can't keep supporting him. Third sister will marry out sooner or later. The main household only has sixth young master left as a son. These 3 acres of land and 3 rooms are all allocated to sixth young master. The second and third households, with so many people, might not each get 3 acres in the future. Giving a small child 3 acres of land and 3 rooms is already quite generous. Everyone thought about it and seemed to agree with what the old master said. Old Master Jiang said, "Now that third son's leg is broken and the main household has no workers, no one to farm the land, I will take care of these 3 acres for him, plant the crops, and give him the harvest. I will keep 30% as a hardship fee. When sixth son grows up, I will transfer these 3 acres to him." Mrs. Chen almost laughed. Is this called dividing the family? After all this time, the main household has nothing and even has to give away 2 rooms. This is really too much. Mrs. Chun stood up. This isn't fair. Old master, this division is too unfair. Am I not part of this family? Do I not deserve food and a place to live? I have worked hard for this family for 20 years, and now I have nothing? Jang Erlang sneered. You still want to share the family property? Who knows when you'll remarry? Mrs. Chen's face turned red. If I wanted to remarry, I would have done it long ago, not waiting until now. She looked around the room. You all are too mean. I want to find third son. Jang Erlang sneered again. He's an outsider. What right does he have to interfere in our Jiang family affairs? Mrs. Chun hesitated for a moment, but still left the room. After thinking carefully, she decided not to tell third son about his background. He doesn't know himself, and she had already planned that as long as his biological parents didn't come looking for him, she would keep this secret forever. Thinking further, Mrs. Chun headed toward Gu Yunjiao's room. Gu Yunjiao was reading a medical book. When she saw Mrs. Chun come in, she quickly stood up. Mrs. Chun felt there was no one else to discuss with and lowered her voice, telling her everything the old master had said. Gu Yunjiao was too shocked to react to the fact that Jang Youzhi was not Mrs. Chen's biological son. When she heard that only sixth son would get 3 acres of land, and that he would have to wait until he was an adult to receive it, her brow furrowed. Mother, I think that land might not be handed over to him in the future. Maybe it's better for the old master to exchange the land for silver. Mrs. Chun hesitated. We have no land at all. What will the whole family eat then? Won't sixth son blame me when he grows up? At this moment, sixth son suddenly came in from the door. Mother, I don't blame you. I heard that good boys don't rely on family divisions, and good girls don't wear their wedding clothes twice. I don't care about these 3 acres. When I grow up, I will earn my own money to buy food. Big sister-in-law is right. It's better to ask for silver directly. With silver, third brother can also get his leg treated. Hearing third son say this, Mrs. Chen couldn't help but tear up. Sixth son is so sensible. She lowered her head, wiping her tears. It's all my fault. I don't even have a maternal family. Without parents or siblings to support me, I deserve to be bullied. She was sold to a wealthy family as a maid when she was young. She no longer remembers who her real parents are. Gu Yunjiao gently patted Chen's hand and softly said, "Mother, don't be sad. Even if they don't give us a copper coin with me here, you won't go hungry. I will also do my best to heal third brother's leg." In her previous life, she never lacked money and had no strong sense of wealth. To her, the Jiang family's possessions were either wanted or not, and it didn't matter much. She thought for a moment and said, "But, Mother, it's better not to agree to the house matters. Second brother isn't a good person, and moving into the East Wing isn't a good idea. Also, regarding the old master's and grandmother's retirement, Mother, you should ask clearly. It should be written in black and white in the family agreement, so they don't make unreasonable demands later." Chun wiped her tears and said, "All right, I understand." She took Lu Lang back to the main room. "Father, the family still has some silver and we also raise pigs and chickens. Shouldn't some of these be shared? Plus, over the years, we've saved some silver. Shouldn't some be divided among us?" Before Jang Youzhi could speak, Jang Rong stood up. "You still want to share the silver? How much money has third brother spent on the family over the years? I haven't asked you for silver, and that's good enough." At this moment, Jiang Hua also nodded. "That's true. Third brother probably spent more than 30 taels of silver. Logically, this money should come from your big family. By calculation, you should also owe us silver." Chen looked at their faces and felt very disappointed. She married into the Jiang family 20 years ago. She considered them family, but now they treated her like an outsider. When she married, she brought a dowry of dozens of taels of silver, filling the house. Now, they are arguing over trivial matters. It's pointless, truly pointless. Chen lowered her eyes. Father said he would give Lu Lang 3 acres of land. I just discussed this with Lu Lang. We have no laborers at home, so we don't want the land. Father, just exchange it for silver, which is about 5 taels per acre, totaling 15 taels. Also, the 5 rooms in the East Wing are barely enough for us to live in. I don't want the rest. These rooms must be given to us entirely. Those are my only 2 requests. If you agree, fine. If not," Chen suddenly raised her head, "I'll take my dowry list to the government office and complain. My dowry of 70 or 80 taels of silver was all given to your Jiang family. I worked hard to raise my children. And now this is how you treat me?" Everyone remained silent, each quietly calculating in their minds. After a long pause, Elder Jiang said, "All right then. You can stay in those few rooms just as a loan. When the third daughter gets married, the 2 rooms in the south still need to be returned. Lu Lang can only have 3 rooms, which is already enough." Mrs. Chen didn't argue about this and asked, "What about my parents' old age care?" Everyone looked at Elder Jiang. He hesitated for a while and said, "Although the oldest son is no longer here, our family has raised third brother all these years. Third brother should repay us for raising him. I don't ask for much, just 2 silver coins each year from the main household. 2 silver coins may not seem like much, but it's enough. At 10 cents per pound of meat, eating 1 pound a day, 2 silver coins can last most of a year." Mrs. Chen was about to complain that as a single mother with no family support, she couldn't afford that much silver, but Elder Jiang said, "Third brother broke his leg, and it's been a hard year for you. Let's skip this year's payment. Start paying from the beginning of next year." This statement shut Mrs. Chen up. On reflection, it was just a 3-month delay. Zhao Lijing then praised Elder Jiang a lot. He wrote a document in triplicate, 1 copy for the official archives. It clearly stated that Jang Youzhi was not a biological child of the Jiang family, so he would not inherit the family estate, and he would have no further connection with the Jiang family. This was specifically requested by Jang Rong, who had heard that Mrs. Chen had borrowed money from Zhao Lijing again. He was worried she might keep borrowing to pay for Jang Youzhi's leg treatment, and that creditors might come after them later. It also stated that 3 acres of land were worth 15 silver coins for Lu Lang, and that they would give the 2 old people 2 silver coins each year for their pension until they passed away. The details about the house were also included. After Zhao Lijing finished reading the document, Elder Jiang went inside and took out 15 silver coins to give to Mrs. Chen. Mrs. Chen took the coins with a cold smile. She had previously asked for money to treat third brother's illness, but they had said they had no money. Now they had it. But she was too tired to argue and simply put the coins into her pocket. Elder Jiang, in front of everyone, divided the grain and told Jiang Rong and Jiang Hua to move into the east wing. Mrs. Chen and Lu Lang both signed the family separation document, and the household was officially divided. Mrs. Chen bowed to everyone and said, "Third brother doesn't even know his own background. I only ask everyone to keep this a secret and not mention it in front of him." Zhao Lijing and the others nodded in agreement. Jiang Rong snorted, but no one knew what he meant. Zhao Lijing took a document, which needed to be stored at the government office for household registration. He told Chen Shi, "By the end of the year, I will report the document, and then I will give you a new household sticker." Chen Shi thanked Zhao Lijing. After he left, she led Lu Lang home with the silver in her hand. Gu Yunjiao came out smiling and asked, "Is the division finished?" Chen Shi, feeling very sad, saw her bright smile and suddenly felt a little better. Inside, Jang Youzhi also tried to smile and asked, "Mother, is the division done?" Chen Shi nodded. Jang Youzhi then said, "Where is the household division document?" "Let me see." Chen Shi reached into her sleeve to take it out, but suddenly remembered that the document clearly stated Jang Youzhi was not part of the Jiang family, so she shouldn't show it to him. She forced a smile and said, "I've put the document away. There's nothing interesting to see." Jang Youzhi was confused. Just now, his mother seemed to want to take it out, but then she didn't. He didn't ask further. Thinking about Sanlang's secret background made Chen Shi feel uneasy. Just then, Sonia spoke to ease her awkwardness. "Mother, what are we eating tonight?" Chen Shi was startled. "Oh, right. What should we eat?" The house had no pots, bowls, or even a stove. She blamed herself for being too impatient. No matter what, she decided they should eat dinner first. Gu Yunjiao smiled again and said, "Looks like we need to go to the county town tomorrow and buy some pots and bowls." Chen Shi said, "I'll go to the main room and ask. We can borrow their stove for tonight." Gu Yunjiao shook her head. "Mother, forget it. It might cause trouble again. I'll just cook some rice and take it to Sister Ho Hat's house." Chen Shi hesitated. "Is that okay?" Gu Yunjiao nodded. "Sister Ho Hat is kind. It's fine." She went inside to pack some rice into a bag and told Sonia and Lu Lang, "When you think it's about time, go to Sister Ho Hat's house and bring the food." Sonia and Lu Lang nodded eagerly. Gu Yunjiao carried the rice and left. When she was near Sister Ho Hat's house, she suddenly looked back and saw a child with a bald head following her at a distance. When she turned around, the child quickly hid to the side. Gu Yunjiao thought to herself, "This is the second time I've seen this child follow me. I wonder what he wants." She knocked on the door of Sister Ho Hat's house and went in. Ho Hat sighed in relief. "You didn't come at noon. I was worried sick. I asked around and found out that Sanlang had an accident and went to the city." Ho Hat pulled Gu Yunjiao into the kitchen and pointed to the stove. "Look, the braised pork you taught me to make is still there, untouched." Gu Yunjiao smiled and said, "Thank you for your hard work, sister-in-law. Today I need to borrow your stove and pot." While quickly washing rice and cooking, she explained about the division of the family. Guohua listened and felt happy for her. "That's good. Your mother-in-law is a good person. In the future, you won't have to secretly sneak around to eat meat." She then went to the backyard. "I'll pick some vegetables from the garden to stir-fry." Soon, Guohua brought back some greens and eggs from the past few days, along with 3 chickens' eggs. As the meal was nearly ready, Gu Yunjiao started cooking. She first stir-fried some greens, then scrambled a few eggs into a big bowl. Just after finishing the eggs, Lu Lang and Sanya came over. Gu Yunjiao divided some of the eggs and braised meat for Guohua and her daughter, then covered the rest with a bowl for Lu Lang to carry. Sanya carried the greens, and Gu Yunjiao packed the rice into a clay jar, then headed home. On the way, Lu Lang was so excited he kept looking down at his bowl, which was filled with plenty of meat. As the three of them carried their meals into the yard, they met Qi Lang from the third household. Qi Lang was 8 years old, at that mischievous age. When he saw Lu Lang carrying 2 bowls, he reached out his hand. "What good dishes are there?" Lu Lang quickly dodged, but it was too late. Qi Lang had already lifted half of his bowl. He shouted, "So much meat." Lu Lang hurriedly ran into the house. Qi Lang followed, running toward the room, but Gu Yunjiu stepped quickly to block him. Sanya was clever, and also came over to stop him. Qi Lang was anxious and ran around them toward the east wing. Just as he reached the door, Lu Lang slammed it shut with a bang. Qi Lang knocked and said, "I want to eat meat." "Open the door." Inside, Lu Lang replied, "If you want meat, go eat at your own house. We've divided the family, we're not the same family anymore." Qi Lang kicked the door a few times and cursed, then ran off. Gu Yunjiu finally told Lu Lang to open the door. The meal table was set in Jang Youzhi's room. Mrs. Chen looked at the braised meat on the table, stunned. Where did this meat come from? Guohua can still afford to eat meat now. Guohua was known to be poor. Her family only had 2 acres of land, her husband had died, and after paying taxes, there wasn't much left. Gu Yunjiu smiled and said, "Mother, just eat. I gave you some silver." Mrs. Chen was even more worried. "You took out your private savings? You are so careless with money." In the future, Gu Yunjiu waved her hand. "Mother, please don't say any more. I think health is the most important. I'm still young and need to grow taller. I can't grow without eating meat." Lu Lang said nearby, "Mother, I'm still young too. I need to eat meat to grow tall." Sanya also said, "Mother." Mrs. Chen looked worried. "Stop, eat your food. You eat, I won't say anything else. Is that okay?" Everyone took a bowl of rice and started eating. Lu Lang took a piece of braised pork, put it in his mouth, chewed twice, then closed his eyes and sighed. "Wow, this is so delicious. I wish I could eat meat every day." Sanya carefully took a bite, her eyes instantly narrowing like a happy cat. Mrs. Chen didn't eat, but instead took a piece and fed it to Jang Youzhi. Gu Yunjiu ate slowly and calmly. She had to admit, Ho-Hat's cooking was really good. She had described the method of making braised pork randomly, and Ho-Hat actually made it. Lu Lang ate 2 pieces of meat in a row but then hesitated to pick up his chopsticks again because the portion wasn't large. But he could still eat scrambled eggs. Scrambled eggs were also a rare good dish. After a few bites, Lu Lang grinned and said, "Splitting the family is really good. Not only do we get to eat meat, but we don't have to fight with Erlang, Si Lang, Wu Lang, or Qi Lang over the dishes." He took a bite of scrambled eggs and mumbled, "By the way, we also don't have to listen to Grandma scolding." "That's great." Sanya nodded and then shook her head. "It's because the eldest sister-in-law is good. With her, we get to eat meat." Gu Yunjiu smiled happily. "As long as you two behave well and listen, we can eat meat every day." Mrs. Chen's frown from earlier because of Jang Youzhi relaxed now. Suddenly, she felt that splitting the family might have been the best decision she ever made in her life. Even though they lost a lot this time, the whole family was happy. That was more precious than any amount of silver. Jang Youzhi lay on the bed, slowly chewing the meat in his mouth, a smile in his eyes. He also thought splitting the family was a good idea. A family like this, full of happiness, truly felt like a real home. Gu Yunjiu talked about future plans again. "Mother, should we clear out a room to make a kitchen? We also need to invite someone to build the stove. Right? We don't have pots, bowls, or ladles. I'll go to the county town tomorrow to buy them." Mrs. Chen nodded. "I was just about to discuss that with you. The 15 taels of silver we got from splitting the family, I need to pay back Aunt Sun next door 5 taels, and the 3 taels I owe at the pharmacy. You can take that tomorrow and pay them back. I'll also give you 3 taels to buy some things." Gu Yunjiu agreed, "Okay." Although she has money, she doesn't want to take everything on herself. The family isn't just hers. To make it better, everyone should share responsibility and work together. Gu Yunjiu remembers something else. "Mother, we don't have a vegetable garden. I saw Sister Guifei's family has a lot of vegetables in their backyard. They and their daughter can't finish them all. Maybe we can go there every day to pick some vegetables." Whatever we want to eat, we can just pick it. I'll give her a bit of copper coins each month. If mother agrees, I'll tell her tomorrow. Mrs. Chen nods. All right, you tell her. From now on, third sister can go pick vegetables. After dinner, Gu Yunjiao writes a shopping list. Mrs. Chen takes third sister to wash dishes in the kitchen. Yang is also washing dishes. When she sees her, she snorts. This water belongs to my family. I chose it this morning. If you want to use it, go pick it yourself. Mrs. Chen ignores her and scoops water from the tub to wash dishes. Third sister helps nearby. Yang continues sarcastically, spendthrift, just because you've divided the family, you get to eat meat. With your little silver, how many days can you eat? Third sister protests. Big sister-in-law said as long as I listen, I can have meat every day.
Yang snorts again.
Clearly, she's just trying to fool a child. Only children believe that. Mrs. Chen finishes washing dishes and goes back. She sees Gu Yunjiao still in Jang Youzhi's room, writing the shopping list with his pen and ink. Mrs. Chen leans in to look. She recognizes only a few characters and reminds her, you still need to buy a water tank, buckets, and a bathtub. Have you written those down?
She sighs.
I should try to get more family property. No wonder people say a broken family is worth 10,000 coins. Everything needs buying, and we spend too much silver. 2 or 3 silver coins definitely won't be enough. Oh, and have you written the kitchen knife and chopping board? Gu Yunjiao nods. Yes, I have. Suddenly, Jang Youzhi, lying on the bed, speaks. Mother, my luggage is still at the academy. Find a time to bring it back. My sword is a gift from my master. It's a good sword. If you sell it, you should get a few dozen silver coins. Mrs. Chen is happy. Oh, now we won't have to worry about medicine money. Then she adds, but this is my husband's belonging. Jang Youzhi shakes his head. Sell it first. Later, I'll find a way to buy it back. He had never thought about money before. He believed scholars should focus on reading, not on money. Books contain riches. If you read well, everything will come naturally. But this time, because of money, he's in a tough spot. He now understands how important silver is. He needs to think carefully about how to earn money in the future. Gu Yunjiao suddenly looked up and said, Tomorrow, I will go to the county town to pick up your luggage, and I will also the sword. Jang Youzhi nodded and said, Thank you for your trouble. Gu Yunjiao suddenly slapped her forehead and said, Oh, I also need to buy a small stove for boiling medicine and some charcoal. I already have a medicine jar. Lu Lang then came over to Gu Yunjiao and asked, Big sister-in-law, how do you still know how to write? Gu Yunjiao smiled and asked, Why? Do you want to learn? Lu Lang glanced at Jang Youzhi, but said nothing. Jang Youzhi softly said, Lu Lang wants to learn. Starting tomorrow, follow third brother to study. Third brother doesn't need to go to the academy now, so he has plenty of time. Lu Lang looked at Chen Shi, who replied with a frown, If you want to learn, just learn. Before, your third brother wanted to teach you, but you refused. Lu Lang pursed his lips and said, I used to hope third brother would become an official, so I could enjoy good food and comfort. But now I don't count on that anymore. Gu Yunjiao chuckled softly. Chen Shi patted his head and said, What kind of words are those? Jang Youzhi smiled and said, Mother, don't blame him. It's a good thing. No matter the reason, at least he's trying to improve. Chen Shi suddenly said to Gu Yunjiao, We also need to buy a shoulder pole and rope for carrying water. In the south, wells are rare. Most villages get water from the river in front of the village. Gu Yunjiao nodded and said while writing, Then we also need to buy alum. After finishing, she read the list aloud for everyone to check if anything was missing. Chen Shi grew more worried, thinking that 5 taels of silver might not be enough. After Gu Yunjiao took the list and left, Chen Shi also went away. When Jang Youzhi asked Lu Lang about the family separation, he explained what grandpa, second uncle, and third uncle had said. Lu Lang hesitated for a moment and learned what everyone said. But he wasn't stupid and didn't mention anything related to Jang Youzhi's background. Jang Youzhi listened to the analysis and realized Lu Lang hadn't told the whole story. He was lost in thought for a moment. The next morning, Chen Shi called the neighbor Zhang Duwang and others to help with cooking. Gu Yunjiao took a carriage into town. First, she went to the academy. The driver, Lu Er, was from the village. Today, Gu Yunjiao agreed to pay him 50 coins for a whole day of service. Lu Er drove the carriage to the academy gate, and Gu Yunjiao asked the gatekeeper's servant to find Su Zhizhong. The servant took her inside. Su Zhizhong was called out. He thought someone from his family had come, but when he came out, he saw a young girl. She was slender, with fair skin, very pretty, and looked somewhat familiar. Gu Yunjiao greeted him politely, saying, "I am Youzhi's older sister-in-law, here to pick up his belongings." Su Zhizhong scratched his head, realizing why she looked familiar. He had seen her yesterday at the medical clinic. As they walked toward the dormitory, he asked, "Is Brother Jang feeling better?" Gu Yunjiao simply replied, "He's doing okay." The dorm was a two-person room. Su Zhizhong and Jang Youzhi shared it. Gu Yunjiao quickly packed Jang Youzhi's books and belongings, then took down a sword hanging on the wall. The sword was heavy, with a black wood sheath decorated with silver embroidery, probably worth some silver. Seeing such a large bundle that Gu Yunjiao couldn't lift, Su Zhizhong offered, "Let me carry it to the gate of the academy." Gu Yunjiao thanked him, holding the sword while he carried the bundle. The two headed out together. At that moment, it seemed class was about to start, and they met several people along the way. Everyone smiled flirtatiously at Su Zhizhong. A young boy ran over, glancing at Gu Yunjiao and joking, "Zhizhong, is this your fiancé arranged by your family?"
Su Zhizhong blushed deeply.
"Don't talk nonsense. She's Youzhi's older sister-in-law." The boy sheepishly touched his head and ran off. Su Zhizhong helped place the bundle into a carriage. Gu Yunjiao thanked him again before getting into the carriage and leaving. Watching the carriage disappear into the distance, Su Zhizhong pondered. He had heard that Youzhi's older brother was no longer around, but he hadn't expected that his sister-in-law was still so young. Although a bit thin, she was quite pretty. Gu Yunjiao sat in the carriage, thinking about whether to hide the sword in the medicine storage, claiming she had pawned it and would return it later to Jang Youzhi. After all, it was her teacher's keepsake. But then she realized that if she pawned it, she would get a ticket. Where could she find one to give him? She decided she still needed to it. In the county town, there were only two pawn shops, one called the Li Family Pawn Shop and the other called Yuxiang Pawn Shop. They looked like two separate shops but were actually owned by the same people. Gu Yunjiao took the sword to the Li Family Pawn Shop and asked about it. The shopkeeper, Sheng, took out the sword, and a bright flash of light shimmered. He placed a strand of hair on the blade and gently blew, cutting the hair in two. Sheng couldn't help but praise, "What a fine sword." As a pawn shop owner, he usually devalued customers' items to spend less money, but he couldn't resist praising this sword. He also touched the silver inlaid hilt and asked Gu Yunjiao, "Do you want it for silver or for goods?" Gu Yunjiao knew what he meant. Previously, when her mother had no money for medicine, the shopkeeper asked her the same question when she used her jewelry as collateral. Pawn shops offer two options. If you don't plan to redeem, you pay more money. If you want to redeem later, you pay less. Gu Yunjiao said, "I'll choose the latter." Chao Feng replied, "If you choose that, I will keep this item for 3 months. 50 taels of silver for the redemption. You get 45 taels now, and after 3 months, you can pay 65 taels to get back this sword." Gu Yunjiao gasped, surprised. No wonder people say that pawn shop rules are 9 out of 13, meaning they lend high-interest loans against your items. She was wondering how the interest was calculated when Chao Feng shouted, "Write the ticket, an old, rusty iron sword." Gu Yunjiao shivered. Just a moment ago, he said it was a good sword. Now it's turned into a rusty one. Oh my, if the ticket says that, will she really get a broken piece of metal when she redeems it? That's hard to say. She quickly said, "I don't want to it anymore." Chao Feng raised an eyebrow. "Young lady, you really don't want to it? The price is already good enough." Gu Yunjiao shook her head. "No, I won't it. Thank you for your trouble." Chao Feng regretfully handed the sword down from the counter. The pawnshop counter was tall, and Gu Yunjiao reached up to take the sword. After leaving the pawnshop, Gu Yunjiao put the sword into her luggage. She decided not to it anymore, because if she couldn't redeem it later, Jang Youzhi would probably feel guilty for a lifetime. She then went shopping. At the blacksmith shop, she bought a pot, a kitchen knife, a chopping knife, a spatula, a water jar, which cost more than 2 taels of silver. Next, she bought a bathtub, water bucket, carrying pole with rope, chopping board, bowls and chopsticks, a jar for pickles, a clay pot, water ladle, stove, and some charcoal. Seeing a fishing rod for sale, Gu Yunjiao also bought one. It was cheap, only a few coins. The cart was already full. Lu Er, the driver, smiled wryly. Little Dr. Gu, how much more do you want to buy? There's so much. I'm worried the horses can't pull it all. Gu Yunjiao looked at her shopping list. Not much left. Just some oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. After buying those, it was noon. Gu Yunjiao bought a dozen meat buns and handed 2 to Lu Er. Uncle Lu, let's eat and then head back. The carriage headed straight from the village entrance. People who knew the news well understood that the main branch of the Jiang family had separated. Curious folks looked at the carriage, wondering what was inside. Not far behind, Gu Yunjiao saw the bald-headed boy again. He was running after the carriage from a distance. Gu Yunjiao asked Lu Er, Uncle Lu Er, which child in our village shaved his head? Nowadays, people believe that hair and skin are given by parents, so only monks shave their heads. If someone is bald, it's usually because they are naturally bald. Lu Er sighed, you mean him? He's my cousin Lu Dagon's son, called Atai. His mother died a few years ago. His father remarried, and since then, no one has taken care of him. He pulled the reins gently, making the horse walk slowly. It's not really his father's fault. A few years ago, he got a strange illness. There was a sore on his head. Back then, his mother was still alive. She took him to the town and even to the county seat, but they couldn't cure it. Later, his father took him to see you, gave him medicine, and applied some ointment. It got better for a while, but after 6 months, it came back. After his mother died, no one took him for treatment anymore. The sore on his head worsened and started rotting. It wasn't just rotting, it also smelled bad. If you got too close, it was almost unbearable. His stepmother wouldn't let him eat at home or sleep there. Now, he lives alone in an old house that our Lu family is about to abandon. His father would occasionally bring him a bowl of rice, but sometimes he forgot. The boy was always hungry or full, never steady. The child knows people look down on him, so he usually stays away from others. Gu Yunjiao sighed after hearing this. That child is so pitiful. Lu Er nodded. Yes, indeed. Even the monks in the temple felt sorry for him. They shaved his head and sometimes gave him herbal medicine. Gu Yunjiao finally understood why the boy kept following him. He probably heard that Gu Yunjiao could treat illnesses and hoped to heal the sore on his head. The carriage stopped at the Jiang family's gate. Lu Er helped unload the things. Atai peeked out from behind a tree. Gu Yunjiao smiled at him and said loudly, Atai, I'm busy today. Come back tomorrow, and I'll help look at your sore. Atai seemed surprised that Gu Yunjiao spoke to him. He stood there blankly, as if startled. When Lu Er heard Gu Yunjiao's words, he was also surprised. Dr. Gu, are you really going to treat this child? He asked. Gu Yunjiao nodded. Lu Er hesitated, but his father probably won't give him any money. Now, all their savings are with his stepmother. Gu Yunjiao already had a plan in mind. It's okay, I'll check first. Maybe there's a free way to do it. Lu Er was surprised. Is it the dirt from the stove? Gu Yunjiao chuckled. Uncle Lu Er, stove dirt isn't a cure-all. It's medicine, but you can't use it randomly. Lu Er carried things inside, and Gu Yunjiao also took a metal pot and went in. Lu Er said, Little Dr. Gu, if you're really willing to help him, I thank you on behalf of that child. If not, he's always so grumpy, and his future wife won't want him. He's done for. At this moment, Mrs. Chun and Lu's third sister came out of the house. They took a little, then another, and gradually carried things inside. Both the second and third rooms had finished eating and were relaxing. They stood in the yard, watching. Mrs. Yang would comment on everything she saw. When she saw the bath bucket, she shook her head. This bucket is too small. My mother's family's bath bucket is bigger. Seeing the iron pot Gu Yunjiao bought, she said, This pot isn't good. It looks fragile. Looking at the bowls and chopsticks, she tooted. TSK, these porcelain ones are so thick. Won't they cut your mouth when you eat? Mrs. Chen almost wanted to cover her mouth with a cloth. Gu Yunjiao paid for the cart and carried the last item into the house. Then she came out to stand at the door, glanced at Mrs. Yang, and loudly said, "Mother, third sister, Lulu, you haven't eaten lunch yet. Come and eat meat buns." She emphasized the words meat buns on purpose. Gu Yunjiao noticed the adults and children in the yard, all swallowing saliva at the same time. She turned back inside, opened a dry lotus leaf wrapping, revealing plump, white meat buns. Lulu reached out to grab one, but Gu Yunjiao shouted, "Wash your hands first, then eat." Lulu stuck out his tongue. "Big sister-in-law, our water jar is still new, and there's no water in it yet." Gu Yunjiao shook her head, then used chopsticks to eat. Luckily, there was some tea in the house, so they washed the chopsticks and started eating. Mrs. Chen first handed one to Jang Youzhi inside before starting herself. After eating, Gu Yunjiao asked Mrs. Chen, "Mother, how's the stove working?" Mrs. Chen, still chewing her bun, replied, "Zhang Daliang and the others are still busy. They should finish by the afternoon." Soon, Mrs. Chen brought another bun inside for Jang Youzhi. After eating, Mrs. Chen began tidying up. Since the kitchen wasn't ready, she first packed Jang Youzhi's belongings. Gu Yunjiao helped her carry the big bundle inside. Mrs. Chen opened the bundle and immediately saw the sword inside. She was surprised. "Didn't you say you would use it as a sword?" Before Gu Yunjiao could answer, she added, "You didn't really use the sword, so where did you get the money to buy so many things?" That morning, she only gave Gu Yunjiao money for the ride. Jang Youzhi was lying on the bed, watching her. Gu Yunjiao had already thought it through and calmly said, "Today I went to the city. I happened to meet a rich person who was unwell. I treated him, and he was grateful, giving me a few silver ingots as thanks. I thought about the sword. Since it belonged to third brother's teacher, I didn't want to sell it in case I couldn't buy it back." Jang Youzhi looked at Gu Yunjiao and suddenly felt a little emotional. Mrs. Chen was a bit helpless. How can you spend your money?" After a moment, she said, "Then, this silver, consider it borrowed from you. In the future, Mother will definitely return it." Gu Yunjiao smiled, but didn't say much. At dinner time, the stove was ready, but it couldn't be used yet. Gu Yunjiao went to Hohata's house to prepare the food and brought it back. Yesterday, Gu Yunjiao told Sister Hohat that they would have chicken today. Jang Youzhi, who was badly injured, truly needed to recover. She carried a covered clay pot, Luling held a ceramic jar, and Sanya carried 2 bowls of vegetables. When they entered, except for Jiang Rong and Jiang Hua, almost everyone else in the second and third houses was in the yard. They hadn't started eating yet. This time, Qilong didn't run over to lift the lid. Last night, Jiang Hua explained in detail what it meant to split the family, telling him not to covet others' food. Qilong's heart itched, and he sniffed hard, asking Luling, "Sixth brother, what are you eating today?" Luling, being a child, couldn't help showing off. "Today we're eating chicken." Big sister-in-law said she wants to give third brother a good supplement. His words made the children across the table, including 18-year-old Jang Erlang, look at him with green eyes, as if they all turned into yellow weasels. Gu Yunjiao hurriedly carried the clay pot into the house. Outside, Qilong's voice came, full of grievance, "Mother, I also want to eat chicken." Lu Shi loudly said, "Don't imitate that troublemaker. If we keep eating like this, our family will run out of food in no time." Yang Shi's voice was even louder. "Exactly, I've never seen such a spendthrift. Eating meat every day, tch, tch, tc. Aren't you afraid of lightning from the sky?" Hearing Yang Shi's words, Gu Yunjiao chuckled softly, accidentally almost dropping the clay pot she was holding. She quickly set the pot down on the table. Jang Youzhi, lying on the bed, saw her smiling happily. Her leg pain was forgotten, and her mood improved. Yes, when you treat insults as jokes, not only do the harsh words no longer hurt you, but they can also add some fun to life. Guo Huai is a great cook. Gu Yunjiao swears she has never tasted such delicious chicken in her past life. You should know that her family chef used to work at a 5-star hotel. Gu Yunjie really wants to invite Guohuai to her house to be the cook. Unfortunately, it's just a thought. If she dared to say it out loud, Madame Chen's eyes would pop out in shock. Gu Yunjie glances at Madame Chen, who is patiently feeding Jang Youzhi. Jang Youzhi can't move yet. To prevent his bones from shifting, she hasn't let him sit these days. Seeing Madame Chen treat Jang Youzhi better than Lu Lang, Gu Yunjie can't help but admire her kindness. But she wonders what Jang Youzhi would think if he ever learned about his true background. Madame Chen feeds Jang Youzhi, then quickly eats some rice herself, and says to Gu Yunjie, "Yunjie, I've thought about it. We don't have land now, and no place to raise pigs or chickens. I plan to do some embroidery to earn money." Gu Yunjie reaches into the clay pot with her chopsticks, picks out a piece of chicken blood, and casually puts it into Jang Youzhi's bowl. She then looks at Madame Chen and says, "That's a good idea. I didn't know you could do embroidery." Madame Chen smiles. "I used to serve as a maid, and even after I got married, I worked for my master for a few years. I can make clothes, shoes, and do embroidery." Gu Yunjie looks at Madame Chen's hands. Sensing her gaze, Madame Chen smiles. "You're probably thinking my hands are rough. That's okay. As long as I keep them oiled with cooking oil for a few days, the dead skin will soften. I don't need my hands to be delicate, just not to damage the silk when I do embroidery. Besides, I don't do detailed work often, mostly just making shoes and clothes." Madame Chen continues with her plans. "From now on, Lu Lang will gather firewood, I'll fetch water, and I'll wash the clothes. You just focus on cooking, and the chores like washing dishes will be handled by third sister. When you cook, bring her along. Once she learns, she can cook in the future. I see you often read books. Besides cooking, you just focus on reading." Gu Yunjie nods. "Okay. Thank you, mother." Madame Chen feeds Jang Youzhi some chicken blood, then says, "In a few days, once my hands heal better, I'll go to the county town to see if there are any jobs available. We don't have land, and if we don't earn any income, our family will really be left with nothing." Lu Lang lifts his head from his bowl, wanting to say something, but then lowers it again. Jang Youzhi slowly chewed his food and mentioned earning money. He already had a rough idea, but he couldn't act on it yet. He had to wait a little longer. After eating, Gu Yunjie was boiling medicine for Jang Youzhi under the corridor, while Sanya held her bowl and went to the kitchen to wash it. Madame Chen was washing the clothes Jang Youzhi had taken off. Lu Lang, now more mature, sat beside Gu Yunjie. He took the fan from her hand and fanned vigorously at the stove. "Big sister-in-law, you go read a book. I'll boil the medicine." Gu Yunjie crouched nearby, explaining to Lu Lang how to check the fire and how long to boil the medicine.
Yu Lang listened carefully.
Madame Chen was washing clothes nearby and suddenly whispered to Gu Yunjie, "By the way, you probably don't know. I paid back some money to Sister Sun yesterday. She told me that her lock pillar and your eldest sister have already settled things." Gu Yunjie had seen the lock pillar and Gu Mei together that day, so it wasn't surprising. Madame Chen, while rubbing the clothes, said, "I heard they're getting married next month." Gu Yunjie just responded with a faint Madame Chen, who was used to taking care of people and reading faces, quickly noticed that Gu Yunjie wasn't very interested in this topic. It seemed the sisters might not get along very well. She didn't say anything more and lowered her head to wash clothes. It was still bright outside, so Gu Yunjie took a medical book and sat by the door to read. Lu Lang stretched his neck to look, but the page was full of tiny characters. He didn't quite understand why his big sister-in-law liked reading so much. The next morning, Gu Yunjie made plain rice porridge. After breakfast, she checked Jang Youzhi's pulse. He had been taking medicine for 2 days, and his pulse was a little steadier. He hadn't vomited blood again these days. She could tell he was very uncomfortable, lying in bed unable to move. Gu Yunjie mostly didn't let him sit up either. It was understandable because the broken part was near the hip joint, and without a cast, it was too easy for him to move around. After taking his pulse, Gu Yunjie called Lu Lang inside. She took him to Jang Youzhi's bedside and said, "Your third brother has been lying here all day. It's very uncomfortable for him. We need to give him a massage. I'll do it first. Watch carefully, and once you learn, you can do it." Lu Lang nodded confidently. "I'm sure I can learn." Gu Yunjiao started massaging Jang Youzhi's arm, then his shoulder, and finally the uninjured leg. When she massaged his leg and shoulder, Jang Youzhi was okay and managed to hold it together. But when her hands moved to his leg, he couldn't stay calm anymore. Both his legs were bare. Although covered by a blanket in sensitive areas, he still felt like he might accidentally show himself at any moment. Although it has already been seen, I still feel very embarrassed. Moreover, her hand was pinching and squeezing his thigh, which was really upsetting. Lu Lang watched very carefully. Just as he was about to say he understood, he suddenly saw Jang Youzhi turn his head to the side, with his ears and neck all red. Lu Lang foolishly said, "Third brother, you don't have a fever, do you? Your face is very red." Gu Yunjiao was lowering her head, holding Jang Youzhi's thigh. She paused, wanting to laugh but feeling shy. She was sure he wasn't having a fever. She had just checked his pulse. It was probably just shyness. Gu Yunjiao cleared her throat softly. "Lu Lang, you've got it now, so I'll leave your brother to you. Just make sure not to touch his injured leg." After giving her instructions, Gu Yunjiao quickly left. When she stepped outside, she felt the air become much cooler. It seemed a bit hot inside. At this moment, Chinshur came back with water and said to Gu Yunjiao, "A Tai is poking around outside. Is he looking for you? Didn't you say yesterday that you wanted to treat his illness?" Gu Yunjiao hurriedly went outside. First, she saw Grandma's son and Aunt Qin sitting outside, mending shoes and chatting. Aunt Qin greeted her, "Little Dr. Gu, what are you busy with?" Gu Yunjiao smiled at her. "I'm looking for a Tai. My mother said he's outside." Aunt Qin pursed her lips. "Look, he's behind that tree." Gu Yunjiao looked, and sure enough, a light had appeared behind the tree. Aunt Qin reflexively waved her hand to her nose when she saw the light head, then asked Gu Yunjiao, "What are you looking for him for?" "He smells terrible." Gu Yunjiao smiled. "I want to see if I can treat the ulcer on his head." Grandma's son snorted. "I told you, Yunjiao, many doctors have looked at that ulcer, but no one can cure it. Even your father couldn't treat it. Do you think you can?" Gu Yunjiao just smiled. "I'll see." Aunt Qin lowered her voice, speaking mysteriously. "I tell you, his father doesn't care about him. Even if you examine him, there's no fee." Gu Yunjiao waved her hand. "It's okay." She then beckoned to a Tai behind the tree. A Tai looked at Grandma's son and Aunt Qin, shook his head. Gu Yunjiao immediately understood. He probably didn't dare come over, afraid of being disliked. She simply walked toward a Tai. The closer she got, the more nervous a Tai became, as if he might run at any moment. His legs were trembling, but he clenched his teeth and stood still. Before she reached him, Gu Yunjiao smelled a foul odor. It was like something rotten, very unpleasant. She stopped and took a cloth to tie around her face, covering her nose to block some of the smell. Seeing Gu Yunjiao's action, a Tai lowered his head deeply. Gu Yunjiao approached him and said, "I tied the cloth not because I dislike you. I have a sensitive nose and am very aware of smells. This is just to help me see your condition more easily." A Tai finally looked up, his eyes full of gratitude. "I understand. Because I smell bad, no one wants to get close to me. It's been a long time since anyone was this near." His eyes darkened. "Even my father just left food at the door and walked away." He pressed his lips together. "Thank you for willing to treat me." Gu Yunjiao smiled. "Lower your head. I need to check first." A Tai felt a bit embarrassed. Although he couldn't see the top of his head, he knew how disgusting the sores there looked. He hesitated for a few seconds and shyly lowered his head. Gu Yunjiao examined carefully. There was a large sore in the middle of his scalp, oozing yellow-green pus, with the surrounding skin red, swollen, and raw. The foul smell came from these pus. Then Gu Yunjiao pointed to a large stone by the tree. "Sit down, I'll check your pulse." A Tai sat down nervously. Gu Yunjiao crouched beside him and carefully felt his pulse. Old Aunt Qin, who was at the foot of the wall, saw that Gu Yunjiao was truly treating a Tai and couldn't help but sigh. Not to mention anything else, Yunjiao is kind-hearted. Grandma's son nodded in rare agreement. "That's true. She's willing to help even without money." And he smells terrible, too. If it were me, I'd be sick just looking at him. Gu Yunjiao didn't hear their conversation. After taking the pulse, she had a good idea. Atai's fever was high, and he was the kind of person prone to boils and abscesses. This nasty sore had been there for years, and many doctors had tried to treat it but failed, showing how difficult it was. Gu Yunjiao pondered. There were many recipes for treating abscesses, but Atai had seen many doctors, indicating common treatments didn't work well for him. Plus, he had no money to buy medicine, which was another problem. She thought carefully and suddenly remembered a recipe from the Compendium of Materia Medica. She looked at Atai. Do you trust me?
Atia nodded strongly.
I trust you. Ever since I heard that you cured Sister Gua's illness with soil from the stove, I thought you were a miracle doctor. I just didn't dare to find you. Gu Yunjiao nodded. That's good enough. Listen carefully to what I say, then go home and do as I tell you. Atai nodded with effort. Gu Yunjiao said, You have no money, so we will have to treat the illness without using money. Look around the village, see which pigsties Sao has just given birth. You need fresh pig manure. Take a basin or something similar to collect it. Atai was surprised to hear about pig manure but nodded in agreement. Gu Yunjiao continued, After collecting the manure, find a piece of tile or a broken pot, wash it clean, and dry the manure on the tile. She explained, that means drying it out. Then, wash your head with hot water and mix the dried manure with clean water to make a paste, then apply it to your head. Apply it for 5 days straight, then come back to see me. Did you understand everything? Is there anything you don't know? Atai nodded. I understand. I will do it. Gu Yunjiao stood up. By the way, it's best not to use your old quilt and pillow. Get new ones. If you don't have money, wash them and boil them in hot water. She looked at his torn clothes and sighed. Also, wash yourself often, change your clothes regularly, and boil your clothes in hot water too. She paused. And keep your place clean to avoid getting sick. Atai nodded again. Gu Yunjiao smiled. Go now. Atai looked at Gu Yunjiao deeply, then ran away. Gu Yunjiao took a few steps and then untied her scarf, taking a deep breath. Even with the scarf tied, the foul smell was overwhelming. She had a very sensitive nose and almost vomited, but she held it in tightly. Aunt Qin waved to call her over. How is it? Will his sore heal? Gu Yunjiao smiled. I gave him some medicine. It will take 5 or 6 days to see the effect. Grandma's son asked, Really? But she thought to herself, 5 or 6 days. She wanted to see if, after that time, Atai's sore could really heal. Gu Yunjiao had only cured Guahua's diarrhea, and a few ignorant women in the village exaggerated her medical skills. She didn't believe it at all. It was just luck. Suddenly, she remembered something and smiled at Gu Yunjiao. By the way, I want to ask you something. Is your eldest sister usually diligent at home? Who does the chores in your family? Gu Yunjiao smiled sweetly. Well, when my eldest sister gets married and comes here, you can ask her then. Their marriage was already arranged, so was it useful to ask now? After saying this, Gu Yunjiao turned and went inside. As soon as she entered the yard, she bumped into Lu Lang. Lu Lang was holding a bucket in one hand and carrying her new fishing rod on his shoulder. Seeing Gu Yunjiao, he took the initiative to say, Big sister-in-law, I will go to the river to see if I can catch some fish. Yesterday, when he heard his mother worried about the family's lack of income, he noticed the fishing rod Gu Yunjiao bought and thought about fishing to eat, which could also save some money on vegetables. Gu Yunjiao was a bit worried. You going to fish by the river? Isn't that unsafe? Her thoughts were from the future, believing children should stay away from water to avoid danger. But in this era, children climbed trees and played by the river, and adults didn't pay much attention. What else could children do if not that? Lu Lang patted his chest confidently. Big sister-in-law, don't worry, I am good at swimming. Moreover, mother also agreed. Gu Yunjiao turned around and saw Mrs. Chen nodding at her. She looked at Liu Long's bucket, which had a strange bamboo clip inside. What is this for? Lu Lang blinked. To catch eels. Gu Yunjiao became interested. All right, I'll go with you. Sanya ran out from inside. I want to go too. Just as Gu Yunjiao was about to leave, She saw Jang Erlang's face dark and staring at her from the door of the West Wing. She ran to the kitchen, grabbed a new chopping knife, and didn't care if it might scare Lulang and Sanya. She tucked the knife into her belt and then headed outside. Mrs. Chen stood at the door watching, and after the three of them had gone far, she worriedly went inside and said to Jang Youzhi, "I think Erlang, that sneaky, shameless boy, is still trying to get close to Yunjiao.
We can't keep watching like this.
There are no thieves forever, but there are always defenses." Jang Youzhi was lying on the bed, angry and anxious, but his leg couldn't move. He closed his eyes, clenched his fists, and thought, "Jang Erlang, once my leg heals, I will find a way to deal with him." Gu Yunjiao led Sanya and Lulang to the river. Lulang dug up some earthworms to use as bait, cut them into pieces, and threaded them onto the fishing hooks. Gu Yunjiao took the fishing rod. "I'll fish." "I can do it. You go catch eels." Lulang grinned happily. "All right, big sister-in-law, I'll wait to eat eel." He took off his shoes and socks, placed them aside, and went further into the shallow water. Sanya carried her bucket and followed. Gu Yunjiao still worried about the safety of the two children. She kept watching the float, then turned her head to look at them. From a distance, she couldn't see clearly, but she saw Lulang feeling around in the water, then putting something into the bucket. Soon, Sanya excitedly shouted, probably because she caught an eel. Just as she was thinking this, she saw the float dip, and Gu Yunjiao's heart lifted. She pulled the fishing rod forcefully upward. A carp slightly longer than chopsticks jumps out of the water. Gu Yunjiao reels in her line, takes the fish off, and throws it on the ground. Then she threads a piece of earthworm onto her hook and casts her fishing rod again. There don't seem to be many fish in this small river. After a while, she catches a bream and a crucian carp. Looking at Lulang and the others, they're already walking farther away. Gu Yunjiao raises her voice and calls out, "Lulang, don't go too far. It's about time we head back." "Coming," Lulang's voice replies from a distance. Soon, Lulang and Sanya come over here. Gu Yunjiao looks into the basket and exclaims happily, "So many." Lulang smiles proudly. "That's nothing. Our family doesn't have land anymore. We catch more yellow eels in the fields." Gu Yunjiao also throws a few fish into the basket. Just as she is about to leave, she notices a turtle crawling by the riverbank. She quickly steps forward and catches the turtle. The turtle's forelegs are moving, but when Sanya pokes it, the turtle quickly pulls its head and legs into its shell. Sanya reaches out and says, "Sister-in-law, I want to play with it. Let me hold it." Gu Yunjiao hands the turtle to her and picks up her fishing rod to go home. At home, she separates the fish and eel into two different basins. Seeing that it's almost noon, Gu Yunjiao rolls up her sleeves and prepares to make lunch when Ho-Hot comes over carrying a basket. On top of the basket are 2 bunches of greens and a few carrots. She takes out the greens, and underneath is a piece of meat. Gu Yunjiao and Ho-Hot agree that because there's no space at home, the remaining 2 chickens will stay at her place for now. She asks Ho-Hot to buy a jean of meat every day and send some greens over daily. Gu Yunjiao pays her 10 cents a day as a reward, and the money for the meat is separate. She still has the mindset of a young lady from her previous life, used to spending money to buy others' time and labor. Ho-Hot is happy to take on this task. Raising chickens is easy. Just throw in some wild vegetables or dig up some worms for them to eat. Buying meat only requires a trip to the town, which is just a few miles away. This way, she can earn 10 cents a day, which is very good. Gu Yunjiao puts down the meat and vegetables, catches the carp from the basin, and places it in Ho-Hot's basket.
"This fish was caught by me.
Take it back for Yingzi to eat. By the way, I have some here. Take a piece to make the fish better." She breaks off a piece of and puts it in the basket. Ho-Hot looks a bit embarrassed and says, Gu Yunjiao smiles and says, "Sister-in-law, remember what I said, try to eat more meat and eggs." She pointed to the fish in the osmanthus basket. Fish are the same, whether it's shrimp, eel, or loach. The more you don't eat meat, the weaker your body becomes. If you get sick, the cost of treatment is not small. Guogua nodded firmly. She had eaten some meat these days and felt that Yingzi's face seemed a bit rounder. She also seemed to have more energy when walking. Yesterday, she made the tough decision to buy a laying hen and some chicks to raise, planning to have eggs every day. Guogwa sat on a small stool, quickly helping Gu Yunjiao pick vegetables, then joked, "Do you know a Thai, Dr. Gu? I just came to your house and heard Aunt Lee scolding at the door. She said that boy lost his mind and ran into her pig pen, taking a basin of pig manure. Aunt Lee said he was so hungry he took it to eat. That child without a mother is really pitiful." Gu Yunjiao smiled. Tai's actions were quite strong. Guogwa still shook her head. His mother was still around before, and he was a handsome kid before he got sick. Now he's like this. Taking the opportunity, Gu Yunjiao said, "That's why you should treat yourself better. If something happens to you, Ingzi will be even worse off than him." Guogwa shivered. I've been listening to you lately, and I don't hold back on eating and drinking like before." After finishing picking vegetables, Guogwa thanked her again, and then carried her basket away. Gu Yunjiao decided to make carp meatball soup for lunch, stir-fry some shredded carrots, and also cook eel. Seeing the eel, she was troubled. It was so slippery she couldn't catch it, let alone cut it open. How could she do it? She remembered Lu Lang catching eels perfectly. She called out at the door, "Lu Lang." Lu Lang quickly ran over. "Big sister-in-law, what's the matter?" Gu Yunjiao gestured with her chin. "What should I do about the eel? I can't catch it, so I can't cut it. You need to help me catch it, and I'll figure out how to cut it." Lu Lang said, "I can cut it. Big sister-in-law, just watch. But I need to find something first." Lu Lang ran out again. After a while, he came back with a piece of wood placed on the stove, holding a nail in his hand. Gu Yunjiao was amazed. She watched Lu Lang catch an eel and then nail its head to the wood with the iron nail. He started cutting from the head down to the tail, splitting the eel open. Then he pulled out the eel's intestines and used a knife to remove its backbone. Gu Yunjiao watched with wide eyes. Although Lu Lang's movements weren't very skillful yet, he handled it very well. She sincerely clapped beside him, saying, "Sixth brother, you're so clever. This is a good idea." Sixth brother felt a bit happy but quickly became a little sad, saying, "I used to see big brother do it like this before." Gu Yunjiao watched sixth brother become more skilled at his work and confidently went to cut meat. At this moment, Mrs. Chen also came in. Seeing sixth brother kill the eel, she was surprised and said, "Oh, I didn't know my son had this skill." Sixth brother became even more excited and worked harder. Gu Yunjiao chopped meat, and Mrs. Chen waited until sixth brother finished killing the eel. She then asked Gu Yunjiao to cut open the Christian carp. They cooked the rice, and Gu Yunjiao made fish ball soup with Christian carp. Mrs. Chen cut the eel into sections and fried it in the pot to make it crispy. The sticky juice on the eel needed to be fried away, otherwise it wouldn't look good or taste nice. Mrs. Chen fried the eel until dry, then took a bowl to serve it and washed the pot clean. Suddenly, Gu Yunjiao said, "Mother, wait a moment. I'll prepare some ingredients first." She quickly ran out, and not far away, she saw some perilla growing by the roadside. She plucked a handful and hurried back. She washed the perilla and placed it on a plate, then took another plate with sliced meat and put it on the stove. Mrs. Chen looked at the perilla and asked, "Are you going to stir-fry the eel with this? Isn't this wild grass?
Can we eat it?"
Gu Yunjiao nodded and said, "Yes, it can be eaten. We add it last. It makes the dish fragrant." She pointed to the sliced meat and said, "We'll fry the meat and eel together." Mrs. Chen was surprised and said, "My goodness, we need to fry the eel with meat in this bowl?" Gu Yunjiao shook her head and said, "Actually, it's best to stew it with cured meat and add some chili. That flavor is amazing. Too bad it's not the season for eating cured meat now." Mrs. Chen sighed. The Gu family wasn't very wealthy, and she didn't understand why Gu Yunjiao was so particular about eating eel. It was even more refined than the young ladies she used to serve. But then she thought, since Gu Yunjiao paid for the meat herself, Mrs. Chen didn't say anything. She put fatty pork into the pot to render the oil. At this time, the pigs ate only natural food, so the meat was truly fragrant. When the fat was rendered, the aroma filled the air instantly. Gu Yunjiao's cooking skills weren't very good. In her past life, She had a fun recipe book but never cooked herself. This life, after her father disappeared, she learned a little from the housemaids. Her cooking was average. Mrs. Chen's cooking wasn't very good either. She used to be a maid and didn't cook much. After marrying into the Jang family, she mostly ate vegetables and didn't have many chances to cook. But as long as she was willing to add enough oil and control the salt properly, the dishes would usually taste okay. Seeing that Mr. Chen was about to finish stir-frying the eel, Gu Yunjiao added all the perilla leaves from the plate and stir-fried a few more times before taking it off the heat. The carp fishball soup was also ready. Mr. Chen noticed some oil remaining in the pan after frying the eel and, unwilling to wash it, quickly stir-fried some spinach instead. The kitchen was converted from a small room in the south, separated from Jang Youzhi's room by just a door. Without stepping outside, the dishes could be served directly. At this time, the main hall of the main house was also busy with meals. Seven Ling looked at the carrots and cabbage on the table and pouted. Liulong's family is eating meat again today. I can smell the meat smell. Old Master Jiang stayed silent. Zhou Shi looked stern and said, if you want to eat meat, ask your mother to buy some for you. Stop shouting here. Seven Ling pouted in frustration and suddenly shouted, we didn't eat meat before because we wanted to save money for third brother's education. Now that third brother is no longer part of our family, why can't we eat meat? Zhou Shi suddenly exploded, if you want to eat, eat.
If not, get out.
Seven Lang threw down his chopsticks and ran outside. I won't eat anymore. Eating greens every day. I don't want to eat greens anymore. Lu Shi put down her chopsticks and followed him out. Seven Lang, come back quickly. Once the food is finished, you'll only go hungry. Zhou Shi's voice was loud, and Seven Lang's words were straightforward. The few people sitting by Jang Youzhi's bed, preparing to eat, heard everything clearly. Sanya whispered, Grandma is scolding again. Gu Yunjiao once again felt grateful that they had split the family, otherwise, she would be the one scolded now. Liulong's attention was focused on the dishes in front of him. He excitedly rubbed his hands together.
Great.
All these dishes are delicious. I feel like every day after the split feels like New Year's. Mrs. Chen scolded, you talk too much. Eat up, everyone. She first fed Jang Youzhi a piece of eel before starting to eat herself. Gu Yunjiao couldn't wait to taste the eel. The flavor was quite good. The carp fishball soup was cooked to a milky white color, sprinkled with bright green scallions. She took a small bowl, scooped some out, and tasted it slowly. After taking a sip of the soup, Gu Yunjiao sighed contentedly and accidentally spoke her true feelings. This is the life worth living. Sanya asked innocently, big sister-in-law, what kind of life did we have before? Gu Yunjiao thought for a moment. Before, we were just surviving. Now, we can barely call it living. Although this life was still far from her ideal. Sanya and Luling listened, seeming to understand but not quite. Luling, eating the eel, said happily, if I want to live a good life, I never want to live like we did before. Jang Youzhi watched Gu Yunjiao. Suddenly, he thought that losing a leg might not be entirely bad. Without a leg, there's no chance of separation. Without separation, how could they have such a happy life now? Gu Yunjiao seemed to notice Jang Youzhi's gaze and looked at him. Jang Youzhi, feeling a bit nervous for some reason, quickly looked away. Gu Yunjiao casually said, in about 10 days, third brother will be able to sit up and eat. After eating, Gu Yunjiao helped put away the bowls and chopsticks in the kitchen. Third sister placed a small stool and carefully boiled water and washed dishes. Gu Yunjiao watched for a while, checked that the washing process was done correctly, and then confidently left. At this moment, sixth brother ran over, looking a little nervous. I saw second uncle and third uncle, along with second, fourth, fifth, and seventh brothers, leaving with buckets. They're probably catching eels. What should we do? With so many people, they might catch all the eels. I won't be able to catch any tomorrow. He patted his head in frustration. It's all my fault. When I brought the buckets in, I shouldn't have let fourth brother see. Gu Yunjiao was about to comfort him, but the boy started comforting himself instead. It's okay, it's okay. They're probably just catching in their own fields, not at the river. Gu Yunjiao smiled and patted his head. You're such a hopeful kid. In the room, Jang Youzhi raised his voice. Sixth brother, aren't you supposed to be learning to read?
Come over now.
Third brother is feeling well enough. Sixth brother agreed, coming. Gu Yunjiao returned to her room to read. She had many medical books and case records from Gu's family, many of which she hadn't seen in her previous world. She planned to spend some time reading all of them. In the afternoon, sixth brother watched as second and fourth brothers carried buckets into the yard. He stretched his neck to look inside, seeing that most of the buckets were filled with eels. His heart sank. Were all the eels in Qingshan village caught? After dinner, the children played in the yard. Seventh brother couldn't help showing off. Today, we ate eels at my house. It was so delicious. Sixth brother proudly smiled. That's nothing special. We also ate eels, but they were cooked with meat. Seventh brother said, my eldest sister-in-law said that using meat doesn't taste as good. The best is to stew with cured meat. That's really tasty. My eldest sister-in-law is right. She knows everything. Seventh brother, eager to show off, was overshadowed by sixth brother. He huffed and walked away feeling unhappy. Gu Yunjiao sat by the window, secretly amused. For a simple meal, Lu Lang quickly became her biggest fan. 2 days passed, and that afternoon, while Jang Youzhi was feeling well, Gu Yunjiao checked his pulse again. His internal injuries had improved noticeably, so Gu Yunjiao prepared a new medicine formula. Mrs. Chen saw her make the prescription and asked, tomorrow, aren't you going to the county town to buy medicine again? Gu Yunjiao nodded. I'll go and get the medicine and come back. The next day, after breakfast, Gu Yunjiao left in Lu Er's cart. She needed to go to the county town, but it wasn't really to buy medicine. She planned to use her own medicine stock, which saved money and was of the best quality. In the county town, Gu Yunjiao went to the Wang family pharmacy, took back the IOU, then wandered around the street. She bought a roasted chicken, some dried seaweed, and dried shrimp, then found a quiet place to slip into her family's medicine storage. The storage was the same as before, even the lights were still on. Gu Yunjiao checked the temperature and humidity display panel. Everything was unchanged. She went to the counter to prepare the medicine. When she reached for the Panax Nodo ginseng, she moved to the fine herb shelf. She took a piece of Panax Nodo ginseng, ready to put it into the grinding machine, but suddenly hesitated. She was looking at a sealed glass bottle containing musk. The bottle was originally full. After selling about 10 grams, there was some space left in the bottle. But now the bottle was still full. Gu Yunjiao stared at the bottle for a long time, almost doubting her memory. Suddenly, she slapped her forehead and counted the Panax Nodo ginseng in the counter. Her family's Panax Nodo ginseng was the best kind, 10 heads, which meant 10 pieces weighing a jin, about 500 grams. She counted, including the one in her hand, and there were a total of 27 pieces. After counting, she finally put the Panax Nodo ginseng into the grinding machine. The machine started spinning as expected. After preparing the medicine, Gu Yunjiao left the storage and took a cart home. As soon as she entered the yard, she saw Lu Lang and a child playing with a turtle on the ground. Looking closer, Gu Yunjiao raised her eyebrows. Xiao Chuan, why are you here? Hearing his sister's voice, Gu Chuan dropped the turtle he was holding and rushed over, hugging her waist and crying. Gu Yunjiao, still holding the medicine, couldn't hug him back and hurriedly asked, why are you crying? Did something happen at home? Lu Lang was very clever. He stepped forward and took the medicine from Gu Yunjiao. Sister-in-law, take Xiao Chuan inside and talk. Gu Yunjiao finally pulled Gu Chuan inside and sat down at the table. Seeing his tear-streaked face, she wiped his tears and said, a real man shouldn't cry so easily. If something's wrong, just say it. Do you want to be like Mom and become a crybaby? Gu Chuan dared not cry anymore. He sniffled and said, Sister, all 10 acres of land at home have been sold. Gu Yunjiao was shocked.
What?
She pounded the table. I just can't understand what Mom is thinking. Your eldest sister also sold her part. I saw that each of them took half of the money. I heard them say that mom plans to go to the city to find dad, and eldest sister wants to use her share for her dowry. Gu Yunjiao was furious. Did you tell Uncle Second and Uncle Third? Gu Chuan looked sad. I told them, but by the time I knew, the land had already been sold. Uncle Second and Uncle Third scolded eldest sister harshly, told her to return the money and buy back the land. But she refused, saying she had already signed the official contract and couldn't get it back. Uncle Second said he would buy a few more acres of land in my name if she handed over the money. But she still refused, saying she needed the money for her dowry. Eldest sister said she has no father, and if she doesn't get some dowry, her in-laws will look down on her. She cried so much. Uncle Second and Uncle Third couldn't do anything about her. Gu Yunjiao frowned. What did your mother say? Gu Chuan lowered his head. Mother said she will leave for the city tomorrow. The carriage is ready, and she wants me to go with her. But eldest sister secretly told me not to go with mom. She said she would sell me. Gu Yunjiao thought for a moment. With Mrs. Li's personality, if she ran out of money, she might really sell Gu Chuan. Gu Chuan started crying again. Second sister, I don't dare go to the city with mom. Eldest sister is getting married. I will be alone after that. Second sister, can I go with you? Mrs. Chen, who was sewing clothes for Lu Lang next door, paused when she heard Gu Chuan's words. Then she heard Gu Yunjiao say, Xiao Chuan, I also want to take you with me. But I'm getting married, and here, it's just the in-laws' house. In ancient times, a girl who married out couldn't bring her younger brother to live with her in the new home. Who would allow that? Gu Chuan's sobs grew louder. Second sister, there isn't much rice left at home, and the fields are gone. What will I eat in the future? Boo-hoo, I will starve to death. Boo-hoo. Gu Yunjiao didn't know what to do for a moment. After thinking carefully, she decided to entrust Gu Chuan to Uncle Air. She gave Uncle Air some money each month to cover Gu Chuan's living expenses. But living as a guest in someone else's house, she knew it wouldn't be easy. Just then, Mrs. Chen came out of the house. She reached out to pat Gu Chuan's head. This child is also pitiful. Since that's the case, let him stay with us. Gu Yunjiao looked at Mrs. Chen in surprise. Although she knew Mrs. Chen was kind-hearted and truly loved her own son Jang Youzhi, she hadn't expected Mrs. Chen to be so accepting, even of her daughter-in-law's younger brother. She thought for a moment, stood up, and bowed sincerely to Mrs. Chen. Thank you, Mother. Mrs. Chen smiled. What are you thanking me for? If anyone should thank someone, it's me. Having Xiao Chuan here is good, and Lu Lang now has a playmate. I think we don't even need to buy a new bed, just let him sleep on the same bed as Lu Lang. Lu Lang used to sleep in the small east room in the south, but now that room has been turned into the kitchen, and Lu Lang's bed is in the main hall. Gu Chuan was sensible. He stood up and bowed to Mrs. Chen. Thank you, Auntie, for taking me in. Mrs. Chen hurriedly said, This child, so young but so polite. Don't worry, at Annie's house, it's just like being at home. Gu Yunjiao looked at Gu Chuan. After lunch later, I'll go back home with you to get your clothes and belongings. Gu Chuan nodded repeatedly. At this moment, Ho Hot called outside, Little Gu doctor. Gu Yunjiao knew she was bringing vegetables, so she quickly went out to meet her. They arrived in the kitchen, where Ho Hot took out items from the basket one by one. Today, there's beef for sale in town. I thought of what you said. If I see it, I buy it. This beef is really expensive. 1 jin of beef costs 30 coins, enough to buy 3 jin of pork. She then shyly added, Today, the butcher who sells meat saw me coming to buy, and he gave me a sausage without taking my money. She specifically mentioned this to see if Gu Yunjiao wanted the sausage. If she did, she would give it to her. If not, she would keep it for herself. Gu Yunjiao smiled. That's good. I don't really like eating sausages. But does your sister-in-law know how to make them? Ho Hot nodded. Yes, I've seen my mother make them at home before. It takes some effort. That's good. Sister-in-law, go ahead and busy yourself. I won't keep you. Sister-in-law Osmanthus, seeing that Gu Yunjiao didn't want the intestines, left gratefully. Gu Yunjiao washed rice and cooked dinner. She placed the roasted chicken wrapped in lotus leaves, bought from the county, on the stove. The stove heated quickly, warming the chicken. She also cut some meat to stir-fry with celery and made a seaweed and egg soup, adding dried shrimp for flavor. She tasted a spoonful. It was very tasty. There were only 2 dishes. Madam Chin came to look, but didn't interfere. During dinner, Gu Chuan was initially shy and didn't dare to take any vegetables. Madam Chin tore off 2 chicken legs, one for Jang Youzhi and one for Gu Chuan. Seeing that his sister didn't say anything, Gu Chuan finally took the chicken leg. While eating, Gu Chuan almost cried. The last time he ate a chicken leg was when his father took him to the county, over half a year ago. Jang Youzhi held his chicken leg, feeling a bit heavy-hearted. He wanted to give this chicken leg to Lu Lang. He saw the longing in Lu Lang's eyes. But he also knew his body really needed nutrition now. He had to recover quickly, so he wouldn't burden the family. He looked at Lu Lang with regret and silently vowed to buy many, many chicken legs for him in the future. After dinner, Gu Yunjiao went to Lu Er's house and called his carriage to go to her mother's home. It was about 7 or 8 miles, and the carriage arrived in just over 20 minutes. The yard gate was open, and the carriage drove straight in. Gu Yunjiao got off with Gu Chuan. Gu Mei heard some noise outside and looked out from the door. Seeing Gu Yunjiao holding Gu Chuan, with a machete hanging at her waist, her heart skipped a beat. She thought, oh no, Gu Yunjiao is probably here to ask for money. After all, Gu Yunjiao had married, and besides her clothes and belongings, she had no dowry. Gu Mei hurriedly closed the door. Gu Yunjiao didn't seem to see her and went into her father's study. She packed all the books into a large box, then, with Gu Chuan on one side and Lu Er on the other, carried the box onto the carriage. Gu Mei peeked through the door and saw Gu Yunjiao lifting the box onto the carriage. Afraid she might take some valuables, she was about to come out but changed her mind. She had already searched the house carefully. There was nothing valuable. Who knew what junk Gu Yunjiao had collected? Better not go out, to avoid provoking her. She put down the box and went to Gu Chuan's room. She packed his clothes into a large bundle, rolled up the bedding and quilts, and placed them on the carriage as well. After finishing, Gu Yunjiao went to Li's room. Li seemed to be asleep, lying face down, unmoving. Gu Yunjiao knew Li Shi was pretending to sleep, but she didn't wake her. Instead, she found all the remaining books in a cabinet in the bedroom. She also took out the household posters from a box and quietly hid them in her arms. When Li Shi heard the sounds of rummaging, she couldn't hold back anymore. Although she had hidden 25 taels of silver in her quilt, she was still worried that Gu Yunjiao might sell her clothes or jewelry. She still had a few silk dresses and some jewelry left, which she planned to wear to the city to find Yu Lang. Li Shi opened her eyes, turned over, and saw Gu Yunjiao wrapping some books. The bundle contained only books, nothing else. She relaxed a little and closed her eyes, pretending to sleep again. She knew that selling land was not something to be taken lightly. Now, Gu Yunjiao was furious, like a fierce demon. She was a bit afraid and thought it was better to pretend to sleep. Besides, she didn't think there was anything valuable in the house except for a few books. She heard bundle, looked at Li Shi on the bed, and said, "Mother, I advise you not to go to the city." Li Shi opened her eyes at this and sat up stubbornly. "I must go to find your father. I am not as heartless as you all." Gu Yunjiao sneered. "Mother has never traveled far. Do you know the directions? And, as a woman traveling alone, aren't you afraid of being kidnapped?" Li Shi, in her early 30s, was not too old and still had some beauty. Selling a few taels of silver was also an option. Li Shi trembled slightly. "That won't happen. You're just trying to scare me." Gu Yunjiao smiled coldly. "Fine, do as you like." She paused and asked, "Where's the deed to this house?" Li Shi looked on guard. "What are you going to do? Are you going to sell the house? That's not allowed." Gu Yunjiao pulled Gu Chuan over. "What do I want the deed for?"
Give it to Gu Chuan.
"You, and he can sell the land, but this house should be left to him, right?" Li Shi muttered. "That's not possible. I can't give it to you. How do I know you won't sell it?" Gu Yunjiao coldly said, "I'm not as heartless as you all." She had searched the house and couldn't find the deed, so it must be with Li Shi. Her gaze settled on Li Shi's pillow. Li Shi had been sleeping on the bed every day. The important things were probably hidden there. She strode over, lifted the pillow, but it was empty. Nothing underneath.
Li Shi panika.
What are you doing? Are you trying to take my things? She quickly covered herself with the quilt, clutching it tightly. Gu Yunjiao could tell she was foolish and that the item was inside the quilt. She pulled the quilt hard, and it was torn open. Inside, she saw Li holding a small box.
Li shouted, Mayer, come quickly.
Your sister is trying to steal my silver. Gu Mei heard everything clearly from the next room. She suddenly stood up, then slowly sat down again. She had no benefit in getting involved. She wouldn't get the silver either. Let them argue. Gu Yunjiao reached out to Li. Hand over the house deed. Li shrank to the corner of the bed, clutching the box tightly and shaking her head. Gu Yunjiao coldly said, Don't force me to take it by force. I don't like acting like a bandit, but if I do, your 25 taels of silver won't be safe. She didn't know why, but every time she saw Li crying, her patience wore thin. Li started crying when she heard this. She looked toward the door, but didn't see Gu Mei's figure. She knew she couldn't win against Gu Yunjiao. She cried and tremblingly opened the box. What kind of sin have I committed to raise such an unfilial daughter? Yulong, my Yulong, where are you? If you don't come back, I won't be able to live. She cried as she took out the house deed from the box, holding it in her hand, wanting to give it out but reluctant. Gu Yunjiao signaled to Gu Chuan, Go get it. Gu Chuan climbed onto the bed and took the house deed from Li. Gu Yunjiao told him to keep it close. Then she said, My brother, I'm taking this. Mother, forget it, just leave it at that. She had wanted to say a few words to her mother, but thought it wasn't necessary. Did her mother even listen? Let her do as she pleased. She couldn't stop her. Gu Chuan looked back at his mother. She was clutching the box tightly, tears in her eyes, showing no reaction to his departure. Even if she had told him to listen to his sister in the future, she didn't. She was lost in her grief, her eyes empty of him. At that moment, Gu Chuan's heart grew cold. He held Gu Yunjiao's hand more tightly. Gu Yunjiao carried her bag in one hand and held Gu Chuan's hand with the other. She placed the items down, then turned to the door of Gu Mei's room and sneered. Gu Mei, you're doing very well. I knew your heart was dark, but I didn't expect it to be so black. You first tricked your sister into doing a good deed for someone's good luck, and now, for your dowry, you're urging your mother to sell land, regardless of your brother's life or death. All right, I will wait and see what kind of good life a tough person like you will have in the future. Gu Mei couldn't help but add, Don't worry, my days will definitely be 100 times better than yours. Gu Yunjiao chuckled. Okay, then let's watch and see. Gu Chuan, let's go. Gu Mei hid inside the house, sneering quietly. Gu Yunjiao's good days won't last long now. Probably. Jang Sanlang's leg is also broken. In the past, the Jiang family was too stingy to pay for his treatment. Chun Shi borrowed money everywhere to treat him. Later, it seems she pawned a sword to get money. After several months of treatment, Jang Sanlang's leg was still lame. Chun Shi told her to marry Jang Sanlang. She was a bit reluctant at first, thinking he was but seeing his face, she felt that even if he was lame, she could tolerate it. But Jang Sanlang stubbornly refused. He said he didn't want to burden her. In reality, he just didn't like her. She clearly expressed her feelings several times, saying she didn't mind his lame leg, but he remained unmoved. Later, Chun Shi decided to marry her off. She received 5 taels of bride price and married to a widower who looked decent and had a daughter. At first, she thought she had found a good man. That man only knew a few characters and worked as a bookkeeper in the county town. At first, they got along very well. But then, forget it, don't think about it anymore. Gu Yunjiao didn't realize that her sister's thoughts had already drifted back to the past. She had already pulled Gu Chuan onto the carriage. Lu Er quickly drove the carriage away. Not long after, the carriage returned to the village. When it passed by Zhao Lijing's house, Sun Dama stood at the gate, looking at the boxes and bundles on the carriage, exaggeratedly saying, Oh, Yunjiao has returned to her parents' home. She covered her mouth and laughed. So many things. She probably moved her whole family here. Gu Yunjiao didn't say anything. She knew a little about Sun Dalma. She wasn't a bad person, or she wouldn't have lent money to Qinshi. But she was too clever, and her words implied she was worried that Gu Mei, her future daughter-in-law, would be at a loss if she moved everything out of her parents' house. Gu Yunjiao didn't bother to respond to this. Gu Chuan, though young, also sensed something was wrong in her words. This morning, he heard Lu say that the family next door was engaged to his eldest sister, so he guessed that this was his sister's future mother-in-law. He couldn't help but say, "There are books and my clothes and luggage inside. My eldest sister sold all the land at home to buy dowry money. I have no food to eat, so I had to come to my second sister's place." Grandma's son opened her mouth in shock. "Aw,
This.
it can't be true. Isn't all the land supposed to stay with the men? How does she have the right to sell it?" At this moment, the carriage stopped in front of the Jiang family's house. Gu Chuan jumped down and loudly said, "She's so heartless. She sees I'm young and bullies me." Hearing this, Grandma Sun's face turned red and white, and she went inside. Next door, Lu Er helped Gu Yunjiao carry things inside. Some of the people from the second and third rooms looked out the window, some at the door, and others in the yard. They still didn't know Gu Chuan would be living in this house. Everyone's thoughts were similar to Grandma Sun's. Such a big box and a large bundle. Did they clear out all the belongings from her family? Yang Shi looked at the big box and started to regret. If she had spent 5 taels of silver back then, she could have married Gu Yunjiao to Erlang. She shouldn't have been so eager to take from her in-laws. Those 5 taels would have come back quickly. Third sister ran over to help Gu Yunjiao organize the things. All the books in that box were placed in the small room where Gu Yunjiao and third sister slept. Gu Chuan's clothes and luggage, Gu Yunjiao also tidied up for him. She pointed to Lu and said to Gu Chuan, "From now on, when third brother is feeling well, you should study characters with him, along with Lu. I'll buy some paper and brushes for you when I go to the county town next time. Learning to read and write is good, but you also need to practice calligraphy. Otherwise, you'll forget everything after a few days. And, since you don't know the children in this village well, it's best to play outside with Lu so no one bullies you." Gu Chuan nodded hard. "I understand." Lu grinned and put his arm around Gu Chuan's shoulder. "Don't worry, sister-in-law. With me here, no one can bully little Chuan." After packing up the luggage, Gu Yunjiao quickly went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Today, there was beef, but Gu Yunjiao looked a bit worried. In her previous life, she lived in a spicy province, and her recipes always included chili peppers with beef. But now, Jang Youzhi was still sick and couldn't eat spicy food. Suddenly, she didn't know how to cook it. She tried to recall the beef dishes she had eaten before. Salt-fried beef. Must use dried chili powder. Cumin beef, forget it, there's no cumin here. Stir-fried beef, no. It needs fresh chili peppers. Gu Yunjiao swallowed her saliva and started counting her fingers. Then she saw a few potatoes on the ground. These were brought over by Gu Huihua. Gu Yunjiao quickly decided to make beef stew with potatoes, without using chili, and it would still taste good. She swiftly cut the beef into pieces and marinated it with cooking wine and soy sauce. Once marinated, she started cooking rice. After the rice was cooked, she sautéed in garlic to bring out the aroma, then added the beef to stir-fry. Finally, she transferred everything into a clay pot and simmered it slowly with water. The aroma of the beef was very special, especially the beef fat, which smelled very good. Usually, hot pot base ingredients include beef fat to enhance flavor and freshness. Lu Lang pulled Gu Chuan quickly and followed the smell inside, saying, "Sister-in-law, what delicious dish is this? It smells even better than meat." Gu Yunjiao smiled. "It's still meat, but just beef." Lu Lang jumped up happily. "Great. I've never tried it before. I heard beef is very tasty." Gu Yunjiao thought to herself that after eating beef tonight, Lu Lang would have something to show off to others. The dinner was still set on Jang Youzhi's bed. A large bowl of beef stew with potatoes was placed in the middle of the table, steaming hot. Jang Youzhi lay on the bed, watching the happy, smiling faces around him, and couldn't help but smile too. After taking medicine for several days, his chest discomfort had mostly disappeared, and his leg pain had improved a lot. The medicine Gu Yunjiao gave him included ingredients to reduce swelling and relieve pain. He found that eating now had become something to look forward to. Even he couldn't help but look forward to what delicious food would be on the table today. The beef stew with potatoes reached the peak of Gu Yunjiao's cooking skills. Several children couldn't stop eating. After dinner, Gu Yunjiao called Gu Chuan, "Clear the dishes." Later, when Sanya washes the dishes, you help her beside. Mrs. Chun hurriedly said, "No need, no need. He's just a boy, it's not good for him to go into the kitchen." Gu Yunjiao shook her head. No matter if it's a boy or girl, since they live in this family, they should contribute their part. She said to Gu Chuan, "In the future, when sister cooks, you should watch and learn slowly. Remember, a boy who can cook is the most charming," she said with a smile, patting Gu Chuan's head. Gu Chuan was stunned by her words but raised his small fist. "Yes, I will learn seriously." Jang Youzhi, lying on the bed, suddenly had a thought in his mind. Should he also learn to cook? While Sanya and Gu Chuan were washing dishes, Gu Yunjiao returned to her room, locked the door, and slipped into her space. Once inside, she headed straight to the fine ingredients cabinet, took out all the sanqi, a medicinal herb, and counted them one by one. She counted again, 27. She had clearly taken one and ground it into powder, mixing it into Jang Youzhi's medicine, so there should be 26 left. Gu Yunjiao did not believe in superstitions. She counted 3 times in a row, and still the number was 27. She looked again at the bottle of musk perfume and suddenly understood. The pharmacy seemed to transcend time and space. Its contents always remained the same. Originally, Gu Yunjiao planned to leave the Jiang family and open her own pharmacy. Now, her desire to open a pharmacy grew even stronger. She had plenty of medicinal herbs, and not opening a pharmacy would be a waste. Confirming her thoughts, Gu Yunjiao quickly came out. She sat at the table and carefully thought about where to open her pharmacy. There was a town 2 miles from Qingshan village, but it was too small with few people. She worried she wouldn't make enough money in 10 or 20 days. Nowadays, in the countryside, people are poor and they wouldn't go to a pharmacy unless it was really necessary. Going to the county was not a good idea either. There was only one Wang family pharmacy in the county, and with the population, the market was already full. Today, when Gu Yunjiao went to collect an IOU from Wang's pharmacy, it was not market day, so it was very quiet. No one was there. Gu Yunjiao thought carefully. To make money from a pharmacy, she needed to go to the capital city. The capital had a large population, and even with a few more pharmacies, the market could handle it. Another big advantage of the capital was that it was the main distribution center for medicinal herbs in the entire Great Chu dynasty, like today's wholesale market. Her pharmacy still needed some less common medicines, which she had to replenish. It would be convenient to buy supplies in the capital when opening her pharmacy. Once the pharmacy was running, she could also make some traditional Chinese medicines herself. For example, donkey hide gelatin, deer antler glue, patchouli water, black chicken and white phoenix pills, and gong niu huang pills, and so on. These medicines had been tested in the market and worked very well. She also had her family's secret recipe for zi shui dan, purple snow pill. Gu Yunjiao became more and more excited, eager to go to the capital and start her business immediately. But then she remembered she couldn't just leave Chen's family behind. Since she promised Chen she would stay for 3 years, she had to keep her word. After thinking carefully, Gu Yunjiao made her decision. Since Jang Youzhi's leg was still not fully healed and it wasn't suitable for him to travel, she would wait 3 or 4 months until his leg recovered. Then, she would persuade Chen to go to the capital with her. She opened the door and went to Chen's house. Chen was inside, embroidering under the window. She hadn't done embroidery for a long time and was a bit out of practice. She planned to start sewing something to regain her skill. Gu Yunjiao watched for a while and asked, "Mother, has Zhao Lizhen gone to the Yamen to exchange the household registration papers?" Mrs. Chen shook her head. "Not yet. When families have changes in their population, marriages, or divisions of the household, they only submit the updates to the government close to the end of the year. The government then re-registers and issues new household registration papers. Gu Yunjiao thought for a moment. So, even though her household registration has been transferred to the Jiang family, it hasn't been officially registered at the government office yet. Can the household registration papers only be processed at the end of the year? Mrs. Chun, sewing a flower embroidery, replied, "No, it's not that. But if you want to do it early, you have to pay some money." Gu Yunjiao whispered, "Mother, I have an idea. Can I apply to have my own household registration?" Mrs. Chun was surprised. The needle pricked her finger, and she her finger. If you want to have your own household registration, it's not impossible. Since you're a widow, a woman in that situation can register separately. She looked at Gu Yunjiao with complicated feelings. She knew Yunjiao was capable. The family wouldn't be able to keep her forever, but she didn't expect her to want to leave so soon. After thinking for a moment, she decided that if Yunjiao wanted to go, she wouldn't try to stop her, to avoid making enemies. Mrs. Chun, feeling a bit bitter, said, "If you want to get your own household registration quickly, I'll go to Zhaolijing tomorrow to handle it. It will only cost a little silver." Seeing that Mrs. Chun looked a bit uneasy, Yunjiao smiled. "Mother, are you worried I want to leave?" "Don't worry. Since I promised you 3 years, I definitely won't leave now. But I want to have the household registration papers in hand sooner, so I can feel at ease." She had modern ideas. To her, the household registration paper was like an ID card, and naturally, she wanted to hold it herself. Then Yunjiao added, "Also, in a few months, if Sanlang's leg heals, he will still need to go to school. I think it's better to split the household registration early. There's still plenty of time before the new year." Mrs. Chun blinked and suddenly understood. Once Sanlang's leg heals, he can continue studying. At that point, the old master will definitely regret it. What if he regrets? Will he find Zhaolijing and take back the household division papers? Since it hasn't been officially registered at the government office, taking them back wouldn't be a problem. Mrs. Chun thought about this and felt a bit anxious. No, she couldn't allow that. Her family was full of fierce wolves and tigers. She didn't want to be involved with them anymore, fighting and causing trouble forever. Life now was so comfortable. Just like Yunjiao said, was the life they used to live really worth calling life? She squinted her eyes.
You reminded me.
Tomorrow, I'll take Zhaolijing to the county town. Even if I have to spend some silver, I'll get the household registration papers sorted out quickly. She looked at Gu Yunjiao and said, "Don't worry, Mother will give you your own household account." Gu Yunjiao smiled and replied, "Thank you, Mother." "Oh, by the way, I need to hurry and make medicine for Sanlang," she added before rushing out. Mrs. Chun watched Gu Yunjiao's back, feeling a bit sad. She thought about how such a good girl would leave her someday, and she couldn't bear it. The next morning, Mrs. Chun indeed went early to find Zhaolijing, and together they took Lu Er's cart into town. It took almost a whole day to get there. By evening, Gu Yunjiao was cooking in the kitchen when Mrs. Chun entered from outside. Mrs. Chun took out 2 household registration papers from her pocket and held them up for her to see. "It's all done. Our family has been divided, and you've been given your own household account." Gu Yunjiao smiled happily. "Thank you, Mother." Mrs. Chun glanced at the fragrant dried tofu stir-fry in the pot and saw a wooden basin on the ground filled with freshwater snails. "Where did these snails come from?" she asked. Gu Yunjiao smiled and said, "Lulu brought them back with Xiao Chuan and Sanya. I thought I'd keep them for a few days until the mud and sand are washed out." Snails often carry parasites, but after cooking at high temperatures for a long time, the parasites and eggs can be killed. Today, Gu Yunjiao told Lulu not to touch the snails anymore, fearing that the children might get infected if they played in the water. The next day, Gu Yunjiao sent Sanya to the Guifei family to buy 2 pieces of pork bone and, if possible, some pig liver. Sanya returned and told Gu Yunjiao, "Big sister-in-law, Atai is behind that tree outside, looking at our house. Do you think he's looking for you?" Gu Yunjiao patted her head. "Oh, right. Today should be the 6th day. I'll go see." She was about to step outside when Sanya tugged at her clothes. "Big sister-in-law, are you really going? He smells so bad." Gu Yunjiao smiled.
He's sick.
"Once he gets better, He won't smell anymore. She went out and indeed saw Tai behind the tree. Tai peeked out half his face, wearing a shy smile. Gu Yunjiao approached him, and Tai couldn't wait to say, "Little Dr. Gu, I think I'm already better. I used that medicine for 3 days, and the pus stopped flowing. Last night, before applying the medicine, I touched it, and I started to scab over." Gu Yunjiao smiled gently. "Really? Let me see." Tai lowered his head, and Gu Yunjiao looked. Sure enough, the redness, swelling, and oozing had disappeared, and the sore area was beginning to scab over. Then she took a deep breath through her nose. Seeing her action, Tai's face suddenly changed. Gu Yunjiao smiled and said, "Don't worry, the smell is completely gone." Tai still looked a bit surprised. "Really? It doesn't smell bad anymore?" At that moment, Aunt Chin came out of her house and overheard their conversation. She stopped and looked at Tai for a while. "What's going on? Has the sore on Tai's head really healed?" Tears welled up in Tai's eyes. He nodded hard. "Yes, it's really healed. It's scabbed over now." Aunt Chin moved closer and sniffed. "Wow, it really doesn't smell anymore. This is truly healed." She clapped her hands loudly. "Amazing, truly amazing. Dr. Gu is really incredible. Many doctors couldn't cure his illness, but you did." Aunt Chin added, "Your father also couldn't cure it back then." She patted her head. "I remember Tai took medicine for a long time. The medicine residue was spilled on the road every day for people to step on. Wasn't it Tai?" Tai nodded firmly. "I took medicine for half a month, then applied ointment, and the pus stopped. But it didn't scab over. It turned into a hard lump. After half a year, it started oozing pus again. I think it's truly healed now." Aunt Chin smiled at Tai. "That's good if it's really healed. Otherwise, with this sore, you wouldn't even find a wife." Aunt Chin suddenly patted her thigh. "Oh, I'm rambling. I have other things to do." She hurriedly left. Gu Yunjiao smiled at Tai. "It's good. Starting today, you don't need that medicine anymore. Pay attention to hygiene and try to eat fewer hot foods like chili, Sichuan pepper, and pepper. Avoid scallions and garlic. Also, don't eat mutton or dog meat."
Atienojet.
I remember. After Gu Yunjiao finished speaking and was about to leave, Tai suddenly knelt down and bowed his head to her. This illness, though not serious, had caused him great pain. In these years of being sick, he rarely spoke to anyone and always kept his distance when seeing people. He thought he would live like a ghost for the rest of his life. He even thought about dying several times, believing that death would let him see his mother, who would never reject him. But then he met someone else who didn't reject him, Dr. Xiaogu. She treated him with free medicine and cured his illness, allowing him to live like a normal person. In a way, she gave him a new life. He wished he could do anything to repay her, work like a cow or a horse. But he couldn't even afford the consultation fee. Besides bowing, he didn't know what else he could do. Zhao Lijing and Sun Dainiu didn't know where they had come from, and they were passing by here. Sun Dainiu was startled and asked, "What's going on? It's broad daylight. Why are you kowtowing?" Gu Yunjiao quickly moved aside and said, "Stop kowtowing. The ground is dirty. Once you're healthy, go back and live a good life." Tai got up from the ground and ran away quickly. Sun Dainiu realized what was happening and asked, "Did you really cure the sore on his head?" Gu Yunjiao nodded and went into the courtyard. Outside, Sun Dainiu was surprised and said, "A few days ago, this girl checked Tai's pulse. I thought she was just fooling around, but it turns out she really cured him." Zhao Lijing squinted and said, "What girl? Be respectful when you speak. I hear people call her Little Dr. Gu." Sun Dainiu looked at her husband, wanting to say something, but then closed his mouth. Forget it. She already knew her husband was a clever and adaptable person. Otherwise, he wouldn't be the one in charge here. Zhao Lijing had already started planning in his mind. Gu Yunjia had previously found out about Zhang Daliang's wife's lucky pulse and used kitchen soil to cure Ho Hot. He had heard about it and thought it was just luck. Now she had also cured Tai, and explaining it as luck was no longer convincing. This proved she was truly skilled in medicine. Anyone with a clear mind wouldn't want to offend a doctor, especially a highly skilled one, because who knows when they might need saving someday. Zhao Lijing immediately set the tone. In the future, he would respect little Dr. Gu and try to help whenever possible. He also remembered that his own family had a special connection. His future daughter-in-law was a sister of little Dr. Gu. That was great. As soon as Gu Yunjiao entered the courtyard, she met Yang Shi. Yang Shi shot her a glance and called out, "Sister-in-law, the old master wants to see you.
He has something to tell you."
Her tone carried a hint of gloating. Chen Shi put down her sewing and stepped out, giving Yang Shi a faint look before entering the main hall upstairs. Old Master Jiang was sitting there, smoking dried tobacco. Seeing Chen Shi, he pointed to the chair at the bottom and said, "Sit." Chen Shi sat down and heard the old master say, "Technically, now that the family is separated, I shouldn't interfere in some matters, but since this is still the Jiang family, I have to say something. What's going on with Daoyang's younger brother, Xiao Chuan? I heard he has been living here recently?" Chen Shi lowered her head and replied, "Yes, his mother went to the capital to find his father. His older sister is about to get married, and since there's no one else at home, he can only stay here temporarily." Old Master Jiang frowned and said, "You can't stay at your married sister's house. That's not proper. Doesn't he have any uncles or relatives?" Mrs. Chen kept her head down and replied, "I kept him here." Old Master Jiang exhaled a puff of smoke and said, "Later, you should send him back. He's a member of the Gu family, and they will take care of him. What does it matter to the Jiang family?" Mrs. Chen secretly sneered, but appeared very respectful. "Father, I don't mean to disobey you, but right now the whole family depends on Yun Jiao to get by." Old Master Jiang's eyes widened. "Nonsense. The family division gave you grain and 15 taels of silver. Surely it hasn't all disappeared?" Mrs. Chen calmly said that 15 taels of silver was used to pay Aunt Sun 5 taels the next day. Recently, Yun Jiao went to the city to get medicine for third brother. She paid over 3 taels to the pharmacy, leaving just over 6 taels. The medicine wasn't even fully paid for. Now, the family's food, daily needs, and third brother's medicine are all paid for with Yun Jiao's silver. When third brother needs medicine in the future, he will rely on Yun Jiao again. "Father, tell me, can I really force Xiao Chuan out?" Old Master Jiang was silent for a moment. "Where did she get that silver?" Mrs. Chen straightened her back. She met a wealthy person in the county town. She helped someone recover from illness, and that person was grateful and gave her quite a bit of silver. Old Master Jiang was stunned. "She really knows how to treat illnesses?" Mrs. Chen nodded. "Yes, she's quite skilled, and her medical skills are pretty good." Then, Mrs. Chen carefully adjusted her expression, trying to look pitiful. "Father, please, let Xiao Chuan stay for a while. Right now, the whole family depends on Yun Jiao to survive. Please have mercy." Mrs. Chen had said enough. If old Master Jiang insisted on driving Xiao Chuan away, it would mean cutting off the family's only hope. The old man sighed helplessly. "All right, let her stay." Mrs. Chen secretly rejoiced. Just as she was about to leave, she heard the old man say, "Even if she is silver, she can't spend it all. I heard you all are eating meat every day now." Mrs. Chen looked helpless. "That's what I said, but Yun Jiao wouldn't listen. She says she's weak and needs to grow stronger, so she can't do without meat. I thought that third brother, sixth brother, and third sister could also have a share. It's not good to stop them." The old man couldn't say anything more. He waved his hand.
"Go now."
After Mrs. Chen left, old Master Jiang began to ponder. Did they divide the family incorrectly? Even if third brother can't take official exams anymore, the eldest son's wife can still earn silver. If they hadn't separated the family, wouldn't everyone be able to eat meat now? That girl probably still has quite a bit of silver in her hands. Old Master Jiang felt a bit regretful. He sighed and took his pipe back to his room. After lunch, Guiyun Jiao was reading a medical book by the window when she heard someone call out in the yard, "Is little Dr. Gu at home?" Guiyun Jiao stood up and went to the door, where she saw a woman smiling happily at her. Guiyun Jiao nodded and asked, "Do you need something?" The woman casually said, I heard you don't charge for seeing patients? I've had a headache these past 2 days. Can you take a look at me? She heard from Aunt Chin that little Dr. Gua has a kind heart, and she treated Tai's sore without taking money. She used some medicine, but it seems she didn't charge anything. Tai's stepmother is known to be a tough person, and everyone knows she wouldn't spend money to treat Tai. Hearing Aunt Chin's words, this woman was tempted and came to ask for help. Gua Yunjiao was amused and a little angry. Whether it's Gua Hua or Tai, she doesn't charge money because she genuinely feels sorry for them. She didn't expect someone to come specifically to take advantage. It's like they're not here for treatment, but to get free eggs. She calmly said, Who said I don't charge for treatment? Pulse diagnosis costs 20 coins, and if you want a prescription, it's $1 silver. Lady, if you want to see a doctor, please pay first. The woman was stunned for a moment, then spat angrily to the side. What nonsense. Who told you it's 20 coins? I should go to the town and see Dr. Su. He only charges 10 coins. Gua Yunjiao smiled faintly. Then you should go see Dr. Su. At this moment, Mrs. Chen came out of the house and scolded the woman, Ma Dajiao. Do you still have no shame? Coming to take advantage of my family? Hurry up and leave, or I'll use a broom to chase you away. Ma Dajiao was a little afraid of Mrs. Chen. They had a fight before. She had her hair pulled out twice, but Mrs. Chen was unharmed. She spat on the ground and then left. Mrs. Chen pulled Gua Yunjiao into the house and scolded, What kind of people are these? From now on, even if they are neighbors, they have to pay for medical treatment. Those like Gua Hua who know better are okay, but people like Ma Dajiao who take advantage still think it's not enough. Gua Yunjiao nodded and said, Yes, I won't let it happen again. At this moment, Yang from the West Wing called out to Gua Yunjiao from the doorway, You just said treatment costs only 20 coins? Why did you charge me a tael of silver last time? Gua Yunjiao left a quick reply, bone setting 1 tael, then went back inside. Mrs. Yang was muttering at the door about something like a heartless person. Mr. Chen glared at her harshly, and only then did Mrs. Yang curse and go inside. Gu Yunjiao had just picked up her book when Aunt Chin hurried into the yard, shouting toward her open window, Little Dr. Gu, you need to see this. Tai and his father and stepmother are fighting. Gu Yunjiao came out of the house, widened her eyes, and asked, They're fighting?
What can I do about it?
Aunt Chin patted her thigh and said, Look, I didn't tell you everything. Tai told his father he would sell himself to serve you, to be your and repay your kindness by working for you all his life. That's why they are fighting. Mrs. Chen, hearing this, put down her needle and came out of the house. What's wrong with Tai? She asked. Aunt Chin looked at her and said, Don't you know? Little Dr. Gu has cured Tai's illness. Mrs. Chen was surprised and said, I really didn't know. At this moment, old Master Jiang and Mrs. Zhou in the upper room also heard the commotion in the yard clearly. Old Master Jiang frowned again. Tai's wound was a stubborn disease, and now it's healed. The doctor's skills of the eldest daughter-in-law are truly extraordinary. A wave of deep regret filled the old master's chest. He started calculating in his mind. If Gu Yunjiao could prepare a prescription each day, in a month, she could earn 3 or 2 silver coins. That would add up to at least 36 taels of silver in a year. If they were lucky enough to attract wealthy clients, she could earn even more silver. Outside, Mrs. Chen pulled Gu Yunjiao and said, Let's go see what's happening. Gu Yunjiao followed Mrs. Chen and Aunt Chin out. Yang and Lu, who were sewing in the yard, looked at each other and put down their needles, then followed out. Along the way, they met many people, all of whom had heard that Tai's family was causing a fuss and came to watch the fun. Now that it was a farming holiday, everyone was probably bored at home and eager to see some excitement, as if they were going to a show. Tai's house was not far. When they arrived, they saw many people standing outside and inside the yard. Seeing Gu Yunjiao, someone shouted, Little Dr. Gu is here. The crowd immediately made way, and Gu Yunjiao noticed that many people looked at her with respect. She entered the yard and saw Tai kneeling on the ground, while a woman with high cheekbones was pointing at him and scolding. Next to her, a middle-aged man was bowing his head silently. The woman spat as she yelled, "You ungrateful child. We raised you with so much effort, and now you're about to help the family, but you prefer to serve others and refuse to help your own family. If I had known today, I wouldn't have given you even a grain of rice. Let you starve to death." At this moment, Tai looked back at Gu Yunjiao, his face flushing red. The woman followed his gaze and looked at Gu Yunjiao, then snorted coldly. "What? Coming to ask for money?" Gu Yunjiao was confused. "Ask for money? What money?" The woman rolled her eyes. "If you don't want money, why are you here? The little brat is asking his father for money, saying you cured his illness and need payment. If he doesn't pay, he might sell himself to you." Gu Yunjiao wanted to say she didn't want the payment, but suddenly she shut her mouth. Having been disgusted by Ma Dajiao earlier, she couldn't speak about this in front of so many people. Otherwise, more people might come asking for free treatment. If she refused to treat, she would only cause resentment. Gu Yunjiao helplessly glanced at Tai, then clenched her lips tightly. Seeing Gu Yunjiao silent, the woman took it as her agreement and scolded, Tai, even more. If you want money, I won't give you a single cent. I really don't know where you get the nerve to ask for money." At this moment, Tai suddenly raised his head, looked around, and said, "Anyone kind enough? Please call Zhao Lijing. I have something to say." A bystander agreed. "I'll go call him. I can run fast." The woman was still scolding. "What good will it do to call Zhao Lijing? Can he give you money? Or force me to pay?" Aunt Qin loudly said, "Did Jen's family stop talking? Paying for treatment is only right." The woman spat. "Who asked her to treat? Who begged her to cure Tai? She just meddled in other people's business, and it's her fault." When Chunshi heard this, she blamed Gu Yunjiao and rolled up her sleeves. She spat directly on the woman's face, calling her heartless stepmother. Tai was cured. Not to mention others, even us neighbors are happy. And you not paying are just blaming others. Yunjiao treated someone and still gets blamed? The woman wiped away the spit from her face, then rolled up her sleeves, seeming ready to fight Chunshi. Chunshi raised her thick eyebrows, placed her hands on her hips, and looked at her. When it came to fighting, she had never feared anyone in the village. At this moment, someone laughed and said, "Did Jen's family? You'd better forget it. You're no match for Aunt Chen. She's never lost a fight in our village." The woman immediately backed down, turning her face away. "Fine, I don't want to argue with you." In a short while, Zhao Lijing was called over. Sun Dama and her 2 daughters-in-law also came to watch. Tai knelt on the ground and bowed to Zhao Lijing. Zhao Lijing quickly said, "Child, speak up if you have something to say." Tai remained kneeling and bowed around himself, saying, "Everyone, you all know what I used to be like. Since I got this illness, I've seen many doctors and taken many medicines, but I never got better. I know I smell bad, and I avoid people when I walk around, afraid of bothering everyone." Everyone nodded, and someone said, "That's true. Tai is a considerate boy." Tai continued, "Later, my mother died, and my father remarried. After my stepmother came into the house, I was driven out. Since then, whenever my father remembered me, he would bring me a bowl of rice. If he forgot, I might not see a grain of rice for days. If it weren't for the monks at the mountain temple feeling sorry for me and giving me some food, I would have starved to death." Hearing this, the crowd discussed among themselves, and Tai's father lowered his head even more. "It was Dr. Gu who pitied me and cured my illness. I feel like I've been given a new life. Now I don't smell bad anymore. From now on, I want to live like a normal person. Today, I want to ask everyone to witness this, and I also ask Zhao Lijing to help me write a document. I will sell myself to Dr. Gu. I don't want money. I will serve Dr. Gu all my life, work like a beast, to repay her kindness." Gu Yunjiao felt a shiver in her heart. Healing Tai's terrible sore was just a simple task for her. She didn't expect this boy to be so grateful. Just as she was about to refuse, she suddenly squinted her eyes. Tai's stepmother had a mean face. She didn't look like a good person. And she had a son. Gu Yunjiao looked at the 2-year-old child beside the woman. Even if Atai's illness was cured, life in this house wouldn't be easy, probably still hungry and cold. She was planning to wait until Jang Youzhi's leg healed, then open a pharmacy in the city. Opening a pharmacy needed assistance. Pharmacy assistants are different from others. They need to read and recognize medicines. She heard that Atai's mother only had this one child. She valued him very much and had even studied for 2 years, so learning to read wouldn't be a problem. Training him as an assistant would be perfect. If Atai worked as a pharmacy assistant with her, he wouldn't have to worry about food or clothes for his whole life. When he grew up, he could even marry a wife. Thinking about it, Gu Yunjiao stopped speaking. The more she looked at Atai, the more satisfied she became. Atai is a grateful child, and someone like him is trustworthy to use. Zhao Lijing felt a bit troubled and looked at Lu Dagan. If you want to sell yourself, you need your father's approval. What does your father think? Before Lu Dagan could speak, his wife loudly said, "It's fine to sell him. You just eat and don't work anyway." "I actually hope you do." She pointed at Atai and said to Gu Yunjiao, "Bring 5 taels of silver, and I'll sell this child to you." Zhao Lijing immediately scolded, "You woman, so ignorant. Even parents and siblings can't buy or sell people freely. Do you know that forcing good people into slavery can land you in big trouble?" Atai was originally registered as a good citizen. If he were sold into slavery, he would become a low-status person, and his children wouldn't be able to take the imperial exams. After scolding her, Zhao Lijing turned around and saw Gu Yunjiao silent. He secretly thought, could it be that little Dr. Gu really wants to buy Atai as a servant? Seeing the compassion in Gu Yunjiao's eyes, Zhao Lijing felt he understood. Little Dr. Gu has a kind heart, probably thinking Atai has no future under his stepmother and wants to give him a way out. He then changed the subject, but if he wants to sell himself, that's not anyone's fault. He looked at Lu Dagan. "Dagan, what do you really mean?" Lu Dagan hesitated and couldn't speak. The Dagan family added, "Such a thing doesn't happen. Atai is only 12 this year. We've spent a lot on raising him. Even if he wants to sell himself, he should first repay his parents' kindness in raising him." Everyone thought about it and found this reasonable. Seeing that everyone seemed to agree, Dagan's family grew more confident and said, "I don't want much, just 5 taels of silver. Little Dr. Gu, you can take this child." Gu Yunjiao was about to reply when a wave of disapproval spread around. Someone said, "You want money? When someone dies, they're worth only a few taels of silver. Why is this boy worth so much?"
Exactly.
"You haven't even paid for his medical treatment. After curing him, you should give some silver, right? This illness is hard to treat. Many doctors have looked at him, but couldn't cure him. Yes, this boy is not very useful. He eats a lot, but can't do much. Who would want to buy him? 5 taels of silver is too expensive. That's unreasonable." Seeing everyone criticizing her, the woman awkwardly said, "Well, then, 3 taels of silver will do." At this moment, Gu Yunjiao stepped forward. "Fine, I'll give you 3 taels of silver. From now on, Atai will follow me." The woman's face lit up with happiness. She never thought that this scruffy stepchild could bring in silver. In the past, she would curse Atai at home, wishing him to die early. If Atai died, they could save some food, and the land they owned would belong to her son in the future. Of course, selling him would be even better. Atai, on the ground, was close to tears. He wanted to thank Dr. Xiaogu, but how could he give money to her? He shook his head repeatedly. "No, I don't want the money." Gu Yunjiao stepped forward and helped him up. "Your stepmother may not be a good person, but there's some truth in what she says. No matter what, it was your father who raised you. You should give the money." She looked at Lu De General, "But I want to say this first. After I give the money and make a written agreement, this child will have nothing to do with your Lu family anymore. Don't come running here often to call him back to work or ask for money." Lu De Gen hesitated, clearly not wanting to sell the child. His wife elbowed him sharply. "What are you still thinking about? This child was already useless before. Now that we can exchange him for few silver coins, it's not a bad deal." Lu De Gen finally looked at Atai with a very complicated expression. He had once truly loved this child. He only had one son for over 10 years. He raised him to study, hoping he would be successful in the future. Even when Tai was seriously ill and incurable, he didn't dislike him. But his second wife disliked the smell on the child and drove him out. He couldn't do anything about it. Later, his wife gave birth to a son, and his heart gradually shifted to the younger son. Sometimes, he even forgot he had an older son outside. Forget it, selling him is for the best. If he stayed at home, he would have to spend money to marry him off someday. Lu Dezhen finally nodded.
All right.
Guyan Jiao smiled at Zhao Lijing. Please write a document for us. She waved to Lu Lang, who was crowded in the crowd watching the scene. Go home and bring some paper and ink. Lu Lang ran off quickly. At this moment, Yang's wife shouted, Hey, Big Brother's wife, do you really dare to spend 3 or 2 silver coins to buy someone? Our parents definitely wouldn't agree. Guyan Jiao just glanced at her without saying a word. Mrs. Chun, standing with her hands on her hips, said, What's there to dare or not dare? Our big house has already been divided. Besides, Yun Jiao has her own silver, and she's not spending others' money. Many villagers still didn't know that the main branch of the Jiang family had divided, and they were all talking among themselves, asking why the family was split. Chen listened to the surrounding people's guesses, but stayed silent. Anyway, she was living comfortably now and didn't care what they thought. Lu Lang quickly brought over a basket with ink, paper, and a writing brush. This child is really clever. After arranging the brush and paper, he started helping to grind the ink. Zhao Lijing finished writing the document, read it aloud in front of everyone, and then said, Since this person has sold the property, from now on, you won't have any more relations. Today, everyone here is a witness. If anything happens, none of you should support it. The onlookers responded together, Yes, we won't support it. Guyan Jiao took out a few silver coins and gave them to Lu Dagan. Then she gave another silver coin to Zhao Lijing and said, Please help us handle a red contract at the Yamen. It's not urgent, just finish it before the new year. Now it's almost October. Jang Youzhi's leg still needs a few more months to recover, so the new year is approaching. They would go to the city after the new year, so there's no rush. Zhao Lijing smiled warmly and took the silver, saying, I'll keep this contract for you first. When the new one is ready, I'll give it to you. Gu Yinzhou nodded at him, saying, Thank you, Uncle Lijing. Zhao Lijing waved his hand and said, It's just a small favor. No need to thank me. After all, we're relatives. It's only right, haha. Zhao Lijing left. Gu Yunjiao glanced at Tai and said, Let's go home. Tai was stunned for a moment, looked back at his father, knelt on the ground, and bowed 3 times before standing up and following Gu Yunjiao. Lu Lang carried the basket, with Gu Chuan and Sanya following behind him. Chen looked at the back, walking last. Yang approached with a mischievous smile and said, Your family has another mouth to feed, and they can't do any work. I wonder how you'll manage. Chen rolled her eyes and, feeling too lazy to respond, quickened her pace. Gu Yunjiao walked along, asking Tai, Do you know how to read? Tai nodded and said, Yes, I do. Before I got sick, I went to school for 2 years. Gu Yunjiao nodded, but said nothing more. When they reached the door, Lu Lang, Sanya, and Xiao Chuan all went inside. Tai hesitated outside, standing still. Gu Yunjiao looked at him and asked, Why don't you go in? Tai tugged at his torn clothes and said, I will be a servant from now on. I won't go inside. I'll stay outside. Chen, inside the house, overheard this and shook her head. This child, he's honest. She pulled Tai into the house, inspecting him from head to toe. Your clothes, even too shabby for a rag. She didn't dare to speak the rest of what she wanted to say. Mrs. Chen shook her head. Wait for a moment. I'll find an old outfit of Sanlang's for you to wear. She went into Jang Youzhi's room to look for clothes and found an old shirt that Jang Youzhi had worn a few years ago, a blue short jacket with 2 patches, worn and frayed from washing. She handed the clothes to Tai and pointed to the kitchen. Wash yourself and take a bath. After you're done, change into this. The one you're wearing now. Just throw it away. Ah Tai nodded and went to the kitchen. Mrs. Chen came in to discuss with Guo Yunjiao. Where should we let Ah Tai sleep for now? Right now, Lu Lang and Xiao Chuan were sleeping in the main hall. There was no more space for anyone else. Guo Yunjiao thought for a moment. Let's make do for tonight. Tomorrow, I'll go to the county town. She had an idea. She wanted to send Ah Tai to Wang's pharmacy to learn for a while about herbs and medicine preparation. But she also knew the rules now. Apprentices at a pharmacy had to pay the master money. Paying the money wasn't the main issue. It was whether the master would accept the apprentice. Sending someone to learn as an apprentice, only for the master to have no use for them later, seemed a bit unfair and not in line with the current way of master and apprentice relationships. She wasn't sure if shopkeeper Wang would agree. If shopkeeper Wang agreed, Ah Tai could stay in the county town for now, which wouldn't be a problem. If not, she'd have to think of other plans. While she was thinking, she suddenly heard Zhou's scolding outside. Are you out of your mind? How dare you bring someone back? Look at yourself in the mirror. Do you think you're fit to serve the servants? You're a wasteful thing, taking my money, shut up. A sharp shout interrupted Zhou's words. Guo Yunjiao raised her eyebrows in the room and exchanged a glance with Sanya. She knew Zhou was scolding her, but what surprised her was that today, the old master actually stopped Zhou from insulting her. Then Zhou's voice rang out again. What? I can't speak now. If I don't speak, this little will ruin the whole household. Sixlang is my grandson. If she spends all the money and he's left starving, I'll have to take care of it. Stop talking, the old master shouted again. After that, there was no more sound outside. Guo Yunjiao leaned forward to look and saw Lu Lang tiptoeing to the window of the upper room. At the same time, Qi Lang's had peeked out from the west wing and shouted, Grandpa and Grandma. Lu Lang is outside listening at the wall. Lu Lang turned and glared at him, then quickly ran away like a rabbit. Mrs. Zhou's face quickly appeared at the window, and she angrily cursed, little brat, before slamming the window shut. Guo Yunjiao covered her mouth, secretly laughing. In the upper room, old Master Jiang began to lecture Mrs. Zhou. Stop scolding Daoyang's wife from now on. Just now, you didn't hear what the second wife said. She even cured the sore on Ironhead's head. Mrs. Zhou was unconvinced. So what? She cures her own patients. Why can't I say something about her? Old Master Jiang tapped his pipe hard. Are you crazy? We're all this age now. In the future, we'll inevitably have some minor illnesses. Shouldn't we see a doctor? Mrs. Zhou still looked disdainful. So what? The world doesn't only have her as a doctor. Old Master Jiang shook his head repeatedly.
You don't know anything.
Her medical skills are extraordinary. Better than her father's. Mrs. Zhou was confused. Really? Dr. Gu's medical skills are good, but several nearby counties also have famous doctors, better than Dr. Gu, and that's impressive. Old Master Jiang nodded firmly. Mrs. Zhou couldn't understand. She's only a teenager. Even if she started learning from she can't be better than Dr. Gu, right? Old Master Jiang waved his hand. You don't understand. Whether it's studying or medicine, it all depends on talent. When third brother wanted to study before, second brother also insisted on going. Didn't we send him? So what if he went? After a year of studying, he only learned to write his own name. Haha, people are different.
Mrs. Zhou said nothing.
Old Master Jiang continued. Today I heard her say that she charges 1 silver coin for seeing a patient and prescribing medicine. Think about it. Mrs. Zhou quickly responded. That means she can earn quite a bit in a year. Old Master Jiang nodded. Her reputation isn't well known yet, but once it spreads, she could earn at least 20 or 30 taels of silver a year.
Mrs. Zhou gasped.
Old man, shouldn't we consider not dividing the main house? Old Master Jiang nodded. I was careless back then. And she's so skilled at medicine and has silver to buy herbs for third brother. Maybe his leg will get better. Mrs. Zhou was stunned. Really? If Jang Youzhi's leg could heal, what's the point of dividing the family? Mrs. Zhou thought for a moment. Maybe we should wait until third brother's leg is better before calling them back. Old Master Jiang chuckled. Do you think the main house is full of fools? He sighed heavily. Maybe I shouldn't have revealed third brother's background that day. Even if they agree to return, in the future, if news leaks out, Sanlang will definitely feel uneasy. Mrs. Zhou thought for a moment and said, "Old man, do you really want them to bring the main family back?" Old Master Jiang took a deep drag on his pipe and replied firmly, "Yes, that's what I plan." Once he said it aloud, he seemed to feel more relaxed. Fortunately, there's still time to do this. By the end of the year, the local magistrate will report the population changes in nearby villages. It's not even October yet. Tomorrow, I will go see Magistrate Zhao and get the family separation documents back. Then we can pretend this never happened. Mrs. Zhou patted the bed and said, "That won't do. I already gave 15 taels of silver."
What will I do about that?
Old Master Jiang thought for a moment and said with some pain, "That silver probably can't be recovered. Just consider it as medicine for Sanlang. As long as his leg gets better, any amount of silver is worth it." He stood up and said, "No, I must go see Magistrate Zhao now." After taking a few steps, he added to Mrs. Zhou, "From now on, don't scold Daoyang's wife anymore." Mrs. Zhou snorted. Not scolding her was impossible. The more she could earn, the more she wanted to control that young wife and make her obedient. Only when she was obedient could all her earnings be handed over to her. Old Master Jiang hurriedly left to find Magistrate Zhao, carrying his pipe. As he passed through the yard, he glanced at the east wing and happened to meet Gu Yunjiao's eyes through the window. The old master forced a smile and then left. Gu Yunjiao was stunned for a long time. Was the old man having a strange day? Why was he smiling at her? In the Zhao family's main hall, after hearing Magistrate Zhao's words, old Master Zhang's face changed drastically.
What?
You've already sent the family separation documents to the government office? Even the household registration is done? Magistrate Zhao chuckled and took out the new household registration from the inner room. Sorry, I have a bad memory. Even after it's done, I forgot to return the household registration to you. Old Master Jiang took the household registration and his hands started trembling. He couldn't read, but he didn't need to. He could tell this household registration wasn't the original one. His family's household registration was replaced the year the eldest son died. That was 6 or 7 years ago. The paper was old and yellowed. But this new household registration was clearly brand new. Magistrate Zhao found his expression amusing. Mrs. Chen had come to borrow silver several times. Each time, he nodded in agreement. He was willing to lend silver because he wanted to build a good relationship with Jang Youzhi. She was a talented scholar from the city, and the official who said she could pass the imperial exams. If she could become a Jinshe advanced scholar, he wouldn't miss the chance to make friends now. Otherwise, how could they ever get close in the future? It's funny how the Jiang family is short-sighted. They want to enjoy life with Jang Youzhi, but are reluctant to spend money. When someone breaks a leg, they quickly split the family. He is much smarter. When Chen comes to borrow money, he immediately lends 5 taels. He's not afraid. Even if Jang Youzhi's leg is broken, he is still a scholar who can work as a teacher or find other ways to earn money. 5 taels can be earned easily. Old Master Jiang is so narrow-minded, so short-sighted. Old Master Jiang holds the household register, clearly knowing that things cannot be reversed. He doesn't have time to regret or feel disappointed. Instead, he quickly plans, since the main family can't come back, he is willing to spend 5 taels to marry Gu Yunjiao to second son. That way, the money she earns still belongs to the family. Old Master Jiang calms down and is about to say goodbye to Zhao Lijing. Zhao Lijing gives him a friendly punch and says, "By the way, I forgot to tell you, daughter-in-law of the eldest son, little Gu Doctor, has set up her own household. From now on, she won't be considered part of the Jiang family. Even if she wants to marry someone, the Jiang family can't interfere." Zhao Lijing strokes his beard and smiles. What? Old Master Jiang feels like he's been hit hard. He is completely upset. Gu Yunjiao is no longer part of the Jiang family. Even if he wants to give Chen 5 taels, Chen can't control her anymore. Does she want to marry second son? Old Master Jiang remembers the day Gu Yunjiao was sharpening her knife and immediately knows there's no hope. He feels dizzy and stumbles out. Zhao Lijing walks him out, smiling and patting his shoulder. Old Jiang, we've been neighbors for decades. I'll give you a piece of advice. As the head of the family, you need both vision and courage. If you're too hesitant, you won't catch the wolf. Haha, take care, old Jiang. Old Master Jiang drifts home in a daze. When Guo Yunjiao sees him, she feels very strange. He left just a cup of tea ago, yet he seems lost and defeated, as if he's been hit hard. She casually thinks for a moment, then lowers her head and continues reading. Old Master Jiang goes to the main house. Zhou Shi comes forward. Did you get the family split document back? Old Master Jiang hands her the household register and shakes his head. This is our new household register. Keep it safe. Zhou Shi can't read, but she opens the household register and counts the names on it. After counting, she says the number of people isn't right. Has the main family already split? You said that once you got the split document back, everything would be settled? Old Master Jiang didn't want to talk much and reluctantly explained. Zhao Lijing had already gone to the government office to handle it. Mrs. Zhou asked suspiciously, isn't it supposed to be done by the end of the year? How come it's already finished? Old Master Jiang realized, yes, how come it's done so quickly? Zhao Lijing wouldn't be so diligent. He made a special trip to the county just for the family division matter. Suddenly, he understood that this was either arranged by third young master or at the instruction of Guo Yunjiao for Zhao Lijing to do it. Both of them are literate and have many tricky ideas in their minds. It seems they are eager to leave the Jiang family. At the time of the family division, he thought he was free from the burden of the main family. Now he realizes he was caught in their trap. No wonder since the division, the main family has been eating meat every day. Old Master Jiang shared his analysis, and Mrs. Zhou gritted her teeth. It can't be anyone else. It must be that little. Her medical skills are so good. She can definitely cure third young master's leg. If she reveals this, can the family division still happen? Old Master Jiang also thought it made sense. Mrs. Zhou then opened the window and started cursing loudly. That little, wicked and heartless. Our family was doing well, and you, troublemaker, just had to come and stir everything up. Lightning strike her. Cursed trash who sleeps with thousands of men. Guo Yunjiao initially didn't think much of it, but the more she listened, the more she felt uncomfortable. Was she being cursed? Recently, she hadn't even met Mrs. Zhou, so she must not have offended her, right? She closed the window, lit an oil lamp, and covered her ears with a handkerchief to continue reading. Next door, Zhao Lijing heard Mrs. Zhou's curses and shook his head with a bitter smile. Old brother Jiang was too muddle-headed. The more she cursed, the more the situation would turn against her. It seemed his earlier reminder to old Master Jiang was pointless. Jang Youzhi, lying on the bed reading, frowned when he heard the foul language. He couldn't help but thump the bed frame. He only regrets that he broke his leg and that he lacks the ability to earn money. Otherwise, he would have moved his family out early to avoid this trouble. Mrs. Chun, in her room, was angry but dared not speak out. After all, Mrs. Zhou was her mother-in-law. Even if she was unbeatable among all the village women, she wouldn't dare argue with Mrs. Zhou. Worried, she got up and pushed open the next room door to look inside. Guo Yunjiao had a handkerchief stuffed in each ear while reading. Mrs. Chun felt a bit more at ease, went back to her room, found some cotton, tore a piece off, and handed it to Guo Yunjiao. Seeing the cotton, Guo Yunjiao smiled, nodded to Mrs. Chun, pulled down the handkerchief, and used the cotton to block her ears. I have to say, using cotton works better. At dinner that night, Atai refused to come inside to eat. Guo Yunjiao had no choice but to serve him some food and let him sit in the kitchen. Seeing a full bowl of rice, along with a bowl of vegetables that even had some meat, Atai's eyes filled with tears. He felt even more grateful to Guo Yunjiao and secretly decided to do his best to repay her kindness. The next morning, Guo Yunjiao still hired Lu Er's cart to take Atai into town. Lu Er is Atai's uncle. He saw that although Atai was wearing an old outfit, it was not torn or dirty, and he looked clean. The smell was gone, and he was no longer the shy, timid child he remembered. Now, this child even dared to look up at him and called him second uncle. Lu Er felt a mix of emotions. As he whipped the horse, he said, "Little Dr. Gu, you have a kind heart. You will be rewarded in the future. Having a tie with you is his good fortune." A tie sat in the back, nodding hard. He also thought that following Gu Yunjiao was his luck. Now, he was well-fed and warm, and he was starting to live like a real person. When they arrived in town, the carriage stopped at Wang's pharmacy. Gu Yunjiao took a tie inside. Shopkeeper Wang saw her and smiled. "Girl, why are you here again today?" Gu Yunjiao smiled and said, "I have a favor to ask. I don't know if it's possible. If it's too difficult, don't trouble yourself." Shopkeeper Wang looked calm and said, "Tell me what it is." Gu Yunjiao hesitated for a moment, then said, "After the new year, I plan to open a pharmacy." Shopkeeper Wang's face changed first, then he smiled. "You're opening a pharmacy? You want to be the boss yourself?" Gu Yunjiao nodded. Shopkeeper Wang burst out laughing. "That's really bold for someone so young. Although your father is in this line of work, you're still so young. Opening a pharmacy isn't like running a general store. It's much more complicated. Plus, some doctors don't even know how to make medicine." Dr. Lu also smiled and said, "Little girl, this isn't a game. If you want to do business, you can try something else." Seeing their reactions, Gu Yunjiao thought to herself that there was no need to explain further. She would take a tie back and teach him slowly. At this moment, a tie, seeing Gu Yunjiao being mocked, was so angry he almost lost his temper. He said fiercely, "You don't know anything. Little Dr. Gu is a very skilled healer." He looked at Dr. Lu and said, "Back then, you couldn't cure my illness, but now little Dr. Gu has cured me." Dr. Lu frowned and said, "What nonsense are you talking about, kid?" Gu Yunjiao covered her face. She wanted a tie to stay and learn some skills, not to be embarrassed. "Dr. Lu, don't argue with him." But Dr. Lu didn't agree.
He pointed at a tie.
"Tell me, when did you get sick, and what was your illness?" A tie clearly explained, "I had a boil on my head. 4 years ago, my mother brought me here, and you gave me a prescription. My boil was on my head and smelled very bad. At that time, you covered your nose with a cloth before examining me." Hearing this, Dr. Lu suddenly remembered. "It's you.
A ti enojet.
I took your 7 courses of medicine and used some ointments, but I didn't get any better. My mother brought me back to see you again. You said the stubborn boil was because of my hot body and I needed more medicine. But my mother had no money, so she had to take me away."
Dr. Lu snorted.
"That's no one's fault. If you kept taking the medicine, you would have healed." A tie shook his head. "But Dr. Gu didn't tell me to keep taking medicine. I only used one free herbal remedy, and it cured my 5-year-long boil." Dr. Lu was surprised. "That's impossible." A tie lowered his head. "Do you want to see?" "It's already scabbed over." Dr. Lu looked at the top of a tie's head and saw a new scab. His face turned red and white, and after a while, he awkwardly said, "That's not strange. Maybe it's her father's secret recipe." A tie shook his head again. "No, Dr. Gu also examined me back then, and it didn't work." Dr. Lu's expression suddenly looked better. If even Dr. Gu couldn't cure it, then it wasn't his fault. Still, he felt a little upset being outdone by a young girl. He asked, "What was the name of the medicine you used?" A tie suddenly stopped speaking. Dr. Lu looked a bit embarrassed. Haha, I shouldn't have asked. Every doctor has their own secret recipe. Some are learned through trial and error, others passed down from ancestors or masters. If they tell others, will they still get paid? There's an old saying, teach a disciple, and the master might starve. Without mentioning the exact medicine, even a simple pickled vegetable recipe is often kept secret. Shopkeeper Wang listened thoughtfully. So, does that mean this girl's medical skills are better than her father's? Maybe it was just a coincidence. He cleared his throat. Girl, you didn't finish your story just now. You said you wanted my help? Gu Yunjiao felt a bit shy. Yes, I was saying that after the new year, I want to open a pharmacy in the provincial city. Tai is honest and literate. I want him to follow me and work as an assistant in the future, but now our family isn't very comfortable, so I hope he can learn here with you first. Shopkeeper Wang thought for a while and shook his head. Girl, it's not that Uncle Wang won't help you. In our trade, we learn from masters and apprentices. You're opening a shop after the new year. What can you learn in just a few months? If you're not careful, you might ruin your master's reputation and no one will want to take you on. Gu Yunjia nodded. Uncle Wang, I was thinking too simply.
Thank you.
Shopkeeper Wang added, you're planning to open a pharmacy in the city. It's not that I look down on you. You don't realize how complicated things are here. Medicine is related to people's lives. You must be very careful. I started learning as an apprentice when I was 12. I didn't open my shop until I was 30. Without at least 10 years, you can't understand these things. Gu Yunjia bowed to him. Thank you, Uncle Wang. I know you're doing this for my good. She then pulled Wang aside and took a beautiful box from her bag. She opened it and revealed a wild ginseng. Will you take this wild ginseng? Would you like to buy it? Wang looked at the box and asked, Are you sure this is wild ginseng? Cultivated ginseng has existed since ancient times, not just modern. Because it has huge profits, many people are eager to get it. Cultivated ginseng includes several types. For example, forest-grown ginseng is cultivated by planting seedlings in the mountains, which is considered good. Another type is when ginseng is grown in nurseries until mature, then transplanted to the mountains. When dug up, it can still be called wild ginseng. It's like from Yangqing Lake taking a bath and claiming they are Yangqing Lake hairy. Even these two types are expensive because ginseng is very delicate and hard to grow. Only the climate in northeast China is suitable for it. Modern cultivated ginseng, grown with fertilizers and pesticides, is big and grows faster. Gu Yunjiao nodded seriously. Yes, it's 50-year-old wild ginseng. She has 2 top-quality wild ginseng pieces in her pharmacy. One is a 300-year-old wild ginseng that was auctioned at Christie's. Many people competed for it, and her grandfather spent over 10 million yuan to buy it. The piece Wang is holding now is also a top-quality ginseng, over 50 years old. It's smaller than the other, so it's much cheaper. It only cost about 800,000 yuan when bought. If it weren't for her current confidence, the items used in the medicine storage could not be restored, and she wouldn't be willing to sell this ginseng either. Last year's ginseng was hard to find, and it's a vital resource that can save lives in critical moments. Gu Yunjiao took out the ginseng because she didn't have many silver coins left. The shopkeeper, King Mo, had already bought over 10 grams and probably couldn't eat any more. In this small ancient town, the population is small and purchasing power is very limited. After thinking carefully, she decided to bring out this ginseng, also preparing for her future plans to open a pharmacy in the city after the new year. She saw the shopkeeper's hand tremble slightly. Is it really 50 years old? Gu Yunjiao nodded. Look at how dense the pattern on the bowl is. You can count it slowly to see. The shopkeeper had intended to count it earlier, but didn't dare to. Hearing Gu Yunjiao's words, he took the ginseng to the back courtyard and counted it under the daylight, counting each one carefully. He counted 52. The shopkeeper no longer doubted the age of the ginseng, but soon he started to worry again. Ginseng that is over 50 years old is naturally valuable, and he wanted to buy it, but it would cost a lot of silver. Moreover, Gu Yunjiao is Dr. Gu's daughter. First, he didn't want to cheat a friend's daughter, and second, it was clear she was knowledgeable about such things. The shopkeeper hesitated for a long time. Well, I only have a little silver now. Maybe. Gu Yunjiao smiled sweetly and extended her hand. Then forget it. I'll look for a buyer in the city later. The shopkeeper held the jewelry box tightly, reluctant to let go. Don't worry, I'll think about it some more. Gu Yunjiao smiled. If you really want it, name a price. If it's reasonable, I'll sell it to you. The shopkeeper hesitated and tentatively asked, How about 500 taels of silver? Gu Yunjiao looked at him, silently. The shopkeeper chuckled awkwardly. 500 taels definitely isn't enough. 600 taels? He looked at Gu Yunjiao's expression, feeling it was still a bit low. Gu Yunjiao simply looked at him calmly, expressionless and steady as a mountain. The shopkeeper was heartbroken. Then, how about 700 taels? Seeing that Gu Yunjiao's face remained unchanged, he was almost furious. This girl was so patient. His eyes flicked back and forth between the ginseng and Gu Yunjiao several times. Finally, he clenched his teeth and said, 800 taels. I won't go higher than that. Gu Yunjiao smiled at him. All right, then it's 800 taels as you wish. The shopkeeper was heartbroken and trembling. You're smarter than your father by 100 times, little girl. Oh, I feel so upset inside today. I finally caught you, little girl. Gu Yunjiao just smiled. Shopkeeper Wang handed her a beautiful box. Wait here, I'll go find my wife to get some money. He took a few steps, then stopped again. Here are 2 silver notes, one for 500 taels and one for 200 taels, and 100 taels in silver coins. Is that okay? Gu Yunjiao nodded. Shopkeeper Wang walked through the courtyard and went inside. Gu Yunjiao was standing alone in the courtyard. It took him a little while, about the time to drink a cup of tea, before he came back. He waved to Gu Yunjiao and opened a door to a room, then went inside. Gu Yunjiao followed and placed the beautiful box on the table. Shopkeeper Wang opened the box again to check the contents, then handed her the 2 silver notes and a bag of silver coins. He looked serious and said, You're just a young girl, holding so much silver. Be very careful. Remember, people's hearts are hard to read. Even those we trust can sometimes surprise us. Gu Yunjiao nodded, put the silver notes into her pocket, and held 100 taels of silver coins in her hand. She bowed deeply to shopkeeper Wang. Thank you, Uncle Wang. Also, this must stay a secret. Don't tell anyone. Shopkeeper Wang nodded. Don't worry, I'll keep it safe. They came out from the back, while Tai was waiting up front. Shopkeeper Wang watched Gu Yunjiao leave with worry in his eyes. Although only they knew about the ginseng deal, he was still worried. So much silver for a child, sigh. Gu Xiong is still missing, alive or dead, and she's left alone with her mother. Now Gu Yunjiao, just a young girl, has to sell things from home to survive. It's quite sad. After leaving the Wang family pharmacy, Gu Yunjiao found a place to pretend to go to the toilet. She put the silver and silver notes into the medicine storage and only kept a few dozen taels in her pouch. She also packed some licorice and astragalus into an empty bag, which still looked full. Then she bought some brushes, ink, and paper. Now that Lu and Xiao Chuan are learning to read with Jang Youzhi, Tai will need to write too. She also needs her own medicine recipes, so she can't always borrow Jang Youzhi's writing tools. Gu Yunjiao bought a small medicine jar and a medicine box for herself. Tai was very eager to serve as a servant. He carried everything she bought. After buying these supplies, Gu Yunjiao thought about winter coming soon. She bought several hot water bottles and a big bag of charcoal. Then she went to a fabric shop and bought a few bedsheets, more than 10 jean of cotton, and several bolts of cloth. She planned to ask Mrs. Chun to make winter clothes for everyone at home. Then she also bought a small bunk bed, planning for Tai to sleep on it. Luer's cart was once again filled to the brim. Luer watched as Gu Yunjiao bought a lot of things every time she went to town. His heart trembled because this girl spent money so freely. How much silver would it take to spend like that? While shopping, it was already noon. Gu Yunjiao asked Luer to drive the cart to the small restaurant where they had eaten meat noodles before. She got off the cart and ordered 3 bowls of meat noodles. Luer sat on the cart eating his noodles, watching over Gu Yunjiao's things. He had to make sure no one stole anything from the full cart. After eating 1 bowl, Gu Yunjiao thought Luer and Tai hadn't eaten enough, so she bought 2 buns, giving 1 to each of them. Luer put the buns in his pocket to take home for his son. When Gu Yunjiao got back on the cart, Luer gave her a thumbs up. Little Dr. Gu, even though you're a woman, you work so generously. In the village, people often call for my cart, and I just follow you out to share a midday meal. It's not just some plain bread. It's real meat noodles. Gu Yunjiao smiled and got on the cart. Luer continued, I often go out and have met many people. Someone like you, with such a big heart, will surely get rich someday. Gu Yunjiao giggled, I'll take your good words to heart. Luer sighed again. Scholars always speak so nicely. Then he whipped his horse and left. On the way, Gu Yunjiao asked Tai, "You heard that too, right? I plan to open my own pharmacy in the future. Would you like to work as my assistant and learn about medicine and making medicine?" Tai nodded firmly. "Mrs. Tai's master. Whatever Miss asks, Tai will do." Gu Yunjiao didn't know how she ended up in the county town and suddenly became a young lady. Tai didn't know who called him that, and she didn't bother correcting him. She continued, "Learning to recognize medicine is not too hard. After staying in the pharmacy for a while, you'll get the hang of it. But recognizing the right medicine and being sure about it, that's the hard part." Gu Yunjiao continued, "Many people make fake medicines for money. Expensive herbs like ginseng and sanqi can be faked, and even cheaper medicines are sometimes counterfeit. So, recognizing medicine requires careful attention. Selling fake medicine to patients not only has no effect but can also be harmful." Tai nodded. "I will be careful." Gu Yunjiao smiled and added, "Besides being careful, you also need patience. For example, if I tell you how to process a medicinal herb, you'll see how complicated it is." She paused and said, "There is a medicine called yellow of the human body. Many people misunderstand this medicine, thinking it is too dirty. Some even see its yellow color and believe it is human waste, but that is not true. This yellow of the human body is actually powdered licorice, poured into a bamboo tube that has been scraped clean, then sealed with yellow paper and sealed again with pine resin. On the day of the beginning of winter, the bamboo tube is soaked in clean water and placed in a cesspit." Tai had treated an illness with pig manure before and didn't mind the waste, listening very carefully. Lu Er couldn't help but interrupt. "Putting it in a cesspit? Isn't that dirty? This medicine is meant to be ingested." Gu Yunjiao smiled. "There's a layer of film inside the bamboo. You know about that, right? That layer prevents dirt and bacteria from passing through. Actually, bacteria, viruses, and larger molecules can't pass through this film. Smaller organic molecules and inorganic salts can pass through and react with the medicine." Gu Yunjiao continued, "After soaking, on the day of the beginning of spring, the bamboo tube is pulled out and then floated in the Donglu River." Tai asked, "What is the Donglu River?" Gu Yunjiao smiled. "All the major rivers of our Great Chu flow east into the sea. That water is called the Donglu River." Tai suddenly understood, so it means putting the bamboo tube into the river to float. Gu Yunjiao nodded. "Usually, they find a large, still boat, hang it on the side, and after 2 months, pull it out. After this step, all the bad smells are completely gone and the toxins and heat are also removed. So, a properly floated yellow of the human body won't have any smell." Lu Er, who was listening, was amazed. "My goodness, making this medicine is so complicated." Gu Yunjiao smiled. "It's not over after pulling it out. These bamboo tubes are left on the roof to dry in the sun and wind. Once dry, they are split open, and the licorice powder inside has glued together into a cylindrical shape. This is taken out, dried again, and only then is it ready for use." After finishing, Gu Yunjiao wanted to test Tai. "Do you remember the steps I just described?" Tai thought for a moment and began to repeat them. Gu Yunjiao listened carefully. Although he didn't repeat every word exactly, he remembered all the steps correctly without mistakes, which was impressive and showed he truly paid attention. She smiled and gave Tai a thumbs up. Tai asked curiously, "What is this medicine used for?" Gu Yunjiao said, "It can clear heat, cool the blood, reduce fire, and detoxify." Tai's eyes lit up. "Can I use this on the sore on my head like I have?" Gu Yunjiao nodded. "Smart. Yes, you can use it. Yellow toxin can cure plagues, carbuncles, and bad sores. But this involves mixing herbs, not just one medicine. You'll need to learn slowly." Gu Yunjiao added, "You should first learn how to make medicine. If you have talent, I will teach you how to see patients in the future." The cart returned to the village and entered the yard. Lu Er helped carry things inside. Yang and Lu stood by the door, watching the full load on the cart. Both were anxious and eager. They wished these good things were theirs. Gu Yunjiao had clearly treated a wealthy master's illness. How much silver had she earned? Zhou, in the main house, looked out the window and her face grew darker. If they didn't share the family, all these things would belong to her. Chun helped carry things into the house while scolding Gu Yunjiao for spending money carelessly. But her happy face couldn't hide her joy. She was thinking that winter was coming. The family was growing, and buying winter clothes and blankets would cost a lot. She was surprised Yunjiao had already arranged everything quietly. What a wonderful daughter-in-law. Gu Yunjiao paid for the cart, and Lu Er drove away. Chun closed the door and windows, blocking the jealous looks from Yang and Lu. At this moment, Zhou called Yang over. Yang quickly went upstairs. Old Master Jiang was not home. He had gone out to watch people play chess. When Yang entered the room, Zhou closed the door and windows, lowering her voice. Are you just going to watch the main house live well? Aren't you jealous?
Yang's một tuyệt.
Mother, you know I'm jealous. But what can I do? I can't just go and it. Zhou spat. Useless. Don't you have any ideas? Yang moved closer. Mother, I know I'm not clever. Tell me, is there any good plan? Zhou's voice was very low. That little. Before she even entered the bridal chamber, Er had already lost his innocence. Now she's still a young girl. As soon as second brother gets her, what else can she do? She has to obediently marry second brother. Yang whispered, Mother, don't forget.
She's not someone easy to deal with.
Last time, second brother got into trouble because of her, and he suffered. Not only did he get hurt, but he also wasted a silver and a half. Zhou squinted. Second brother is tall and strong. If he truly decides to do something, can he succeed? Once everything is settled, you can start arguing. Even if she doesn't want to marry, she will have to marry. She earns so much money. Marrying her is like marrying a treasure. Mrs. Yang nodded and then said, but now she doesn't go out much. Now only Lu Er and that little boy gather firewood. As for collecting pig grass, they don't have pigs now, so there's no need. Maybe she goes to the county town. She always takes Lu Er's cart, but that's not easy to approach. Mrs. Zhou snorted. Why rush? Just tell Erlang to be careful. He'll find a chance eventually. Mrs. Yang smiled mischievously. Mother, isn't that obvious? Erlang's eyes are always on that girl. Mrs. Zhou stood up. All right, just make sure Erlang pays attention. In the East Wing room, Mrs. Chen was carefully unfolding the fabric bought by Gua Yunjiao. Gua Yunjiao bought fine cotton cloth. 2 blue pieces, 1 brown and 1 green. These are for making clothes for the boys at home. 1 piece of red floral fabric, meant for making a cotton jacket and pants for Sanya. There are also 2 more pieces, 1 moon white and 1 lotus pink, which belong to Mrs. Chen and Gua Yunjiao. Both women are widowed and can't wear bright red or green, so they wear plain colors. Mrs. Chen gently touched each piece, marveling at the smooth, delicate texture. It's been many years since I wore such fine fabric. When they were at the main house before, they wore fine cotton cloth, but now they only wear coarse cloth. Gua Yunjiao smiled. Mother, I don't know how to make clothes. With so many clothes here, you must be busy. Maybe I should ask Sister Ho Hot to come help? Mrs. Chen waved her hand quickly. No need, no need. It's not even October yet. It won't get cold until November. We have a month, plenty of time. Lulu looked at the fabrics, left and right. Mother, which one is mine? Mrs. Chen waved her away. Go, go, go. What's there to pick? Whatever I give, you wear. She picked up the blue fabric. This one is for third brother. She looked at Lulu and Guachuan. You two are always together, so just wear blue. When you go out, you'll look good. Lulu put his arm around Guachuan and grinned. Okay, I'll wear the same as little Chuan. The brown fabric is for a tie to make a cotton jacket. Sanya happily hugged the red floral fabric. No need to ask, she knew it was hers. Gua Yunjiao winked at her. When the new year comes, sister-in-law will buy you some velvet flowers to make you look pretty. Sanya put down the colorful cloth in her hands and hugged Gu Yunjiao's leg. Big sister-in-law is the best. I like her the most. Jang Youzhi was lying alone in his room, listening to the laughter and chatter from next door, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. After tidying up, Gu Yunjiao washed the new medicine jar, added some red dates, astragalus, and angelica root, then placed a few pieces of charcoal into the new stove. Sonia squatted nearby, curious. Is this also third brother's medicine? Gu Yunjiao shook her head. No, this is for big sister-in-law to drink herself. Sonia widened her eyes with concern. Is big sister-in-law sick? She was really afraid of her sister-in-law falling ill. After their father and elder brother fell sick and passed away, and after third brother broke his leg, illness in the family was a very scary thing for her. Gu Yunjiao patted her head gently. Big sister-in-law isn't sick. This is to strengthen her body. She checked her own pulse. She was slightly lacking in energy and blood, which was common for girls. Her body was actually quite good, so she didn't need heavy tonics. Drinking this water every day was enough. For girls in their growth period, drinking this was also beneficial for developing secondary characteristics. At dinner that evening, Gu Yunjiao told Chinshi, a Tai can sleep temporarily in third brother's room. I bought a bed, and it will be ready after assembly. As for the bedding, just use Xiao Chuan's. Chinshi nodded. That's good. With a Tai here, if third brother needs water in the middle of the night, there will be someone to help. Jang Youzhi's room was a main room, spacious enough to fit a small bed comfortably. After dinner, Sonia and Gu Chuan went to wash the dishes, and Gu Yunjiao helped Lu Lang and a Tai set up the bed. The bed was simple. One end was placed, then the other, and then the bed frame was set up. Afterward, a few bed slats were laid across the frame. Once the bed was ready, Gu Yunjiao took Gu Chuan's bedding and let a Tai make his own bed. The bed was placed under the window, where Jang Youzhi's writing desk used to be. Now, the desk had been moved to the side of Jang Youzhi's bed. The family ate here, and sometimes Jang Youzhi's books were placed on the desk. After settling a Tai, Gu Yunjiao returned to her room and locked the door. She slipped into the medicine room and headed straight for the small storage cabinet. Inside, 2 beautifully decorated boxes, one large, one small, were placed side by side. Gu Yunjiao picked up the small box and opened it. Inside was the ginseng she had just sold to shopkeeper Wang today. At that moment, Gu Yunjiao's heart completely relaxed. Thinking about earning 800 taels of silver, she smiled to herself in the medicine room before coming out. The next morning, Gu Yunjiao was reading in her room when she suddenly heard crying and shouting outside. Little Dr. Gu, help! Help! Gu Yunjiao put down her book and quickly went outside. She saw a man holding a 2- or 3-year-old child. Nearby, there was an older man, and behind them, 2 women, one younger and one older. The crying was coming from these 2 women. The man was holding a child whose face was purple and swollen. He looked very anxious. Gu Yunjiao asked quickly, what happened to the child? The man replied, his grandmother was frying beans inside. The child was craving some and grabbed a handful. But after eating just a few, he choked. Water didn't help, and patting his back didn't work either. The middle-aged woman knelt down suddenly and begged, Dr. Gu, please save my grandson. He's our only child. Gu Yunjiao didn't have time to listen to her. She turned and said, bring the child inside. She sat on a chair and held out her hand. Give me the child. The man handed her the child. Gu Yunjiao placed the child's head downward on her lap, slightly raising his head, and used her other hand to pat his back between the shoulder blades. The 2 men and 2 women nearby didn't dare make a sound, afraid to disturb her. Mrs. Chen also came out of the house, standing quietly by the door with a worried look. Gu Yunjiao kept patting the child's back, pausing briefly after every 5 pats. By the 20th pat, she saw a round yellow bean shoot out of the child's mouth. The child then started crying loudly. Gu Yunjiao let out a breath of relief. She had learned the Heimlich maneuver at medical school. Fortunately, she arrived just in time. The young woman heard the child's cry and quickly picked him up. The family gathered around the child, crying with joy. The middle-aged woman was the first to react. Dr. Gu, it's all thanks to you. I almost thought. She hesitated, thinking the child might have choked to death. If her daughter-in-law hadn't hurriedly suggested calling Dr. Gu, the child might not have survived. It was strange. They had patted the child many times, but the bean just wouldn't come out. Only Dr. Gu had the right method, the right posture, and the right technique. That's what saved the child. Guo Yunjiao just smiled and said, "It's good that the child is fine. From now on, be more careful. He is still young, and it's best not to give him such things." The whole family quickly nodded in agreement. The middle-aged woman patted her head and said, "Look at me. I left in such a hurry and didn't bring any silver. I'll go back now to get the fee for the treatment." Gu Yunjiao smiled but didn't say anything about not needing payment. The family expressed their thanks repeatedly, hugged their still-crying child, and left. After they left, Mrs. Chen said, "This family's surname is Liu, just like Tai's family, but it's been many generations. They only have one grandson, and they care for him very much. Luckily, you saved him just now." She touched her chest and said, "I was really worried. If something had happened to the child, I wonder if they would blame you." Gu Yunjiao was momentarily stunned. "I didn't think that much." But after thinking about it, she felt Mrs. Chen was right and nodded. "In the future, I'll try to explain things clearly first. However, this kind of emergency rescue is always a race against time. Sometimes, saying too much might waste precious seconds, and then the person might not be saved." Soon, the middle-aged woman started to feel dizzy. She placed a small piece of broken silver on the table, thanked them again, and then left with a smile. Gu Yunjiao held the silver in her hand, weighing it. It was about 1.5 to 2 taels of silver. It seemed that this family truly valued their child. Yang sat in the corridor of the west wing across from her, stretching her neck to look over. Her eyes were fixed on the silver. Gu Yunjiao put away the silver and closed the door with a snap. "These people are really annoying. The windows in this house are small, covered with paper that isn't very transparent. Unlike modern whitewashed walls, the lighting is poor. Opening the doors and windows helps, but if they're all closed, it's dark even during the day unless they light a lamp. Either they're watched or they have to endure darkness. There's no other choice." Gu Yunjiao returned to the side room from the main hall and sat by the window again. She had carefully chosen this spot, and the table was moved there by her. The window was half open, letting in some light, but as long as outsiders weren't too close, they couldn't see her. Several days passed. The water in the pond where she kept freshwater snails had cleared, and Gu Yunjiao planned to clean the snails. She had never cooked freshwater snails before, but had eaten spicy snails. She knew the basic ingredients used in the dish. First, she sent third sister to tell sister Hohot that today she needed to buy not only meat but also some bone sticks. Then she searched around the house and found a pair of iron tongs, which she took to the kitchen. Lu Lang and Xiao Chuan saw Gu Yunjiao's determined look and, curious, followed her to see what she was up to. Handling freshwater snails is a tricky task. You need to crush the sharp tip at the end of the snail's shell so it's easier to eat and to let the flavor soak in. First, Gu Yunjiao boiled the snails in water to kill any parasites, then took them out to prepare. She picked up a snail and used pliers to firmly clamp the tip of its tail, breaking it off. It's not very difficult, just a bit tiring. Tai saw what she was doing and quickly took the pliers, saying, "Miss, let me do it." Gu Yunjiao handed him the tool, and he easily clipped off a bunch of snails with his strong grip. After cleaning the snails, Gu Yunjiao started preparing the ingredients. When Hohot brought over the pork bones, she first fried cinnamon, star anise, garlic, and dried chili in oil to release their aroma. Then she added the snails and pork bones to stir-fry. Inside the house, Chen Shi heard the sizzling sound from the stove and came to see what was happening, even though it wasn't mealtime yet. She was surprised to see Gu Yunjiao stir-frying the bones with the snails, which she thought was a waste of such inexpensive ingredients. She felt sorry for the bones, but didn't say anything. Gu Yunjiao continued stir-frying for a while, then added a ladle of water, covered the pot, and waited for it to boil. Once boiling, she transferred the snails and bones into a ceramic jar to stew. Lu Lang and Xiao Chuan stood nearby, both licking their lips in anticipation. Lu Lang couldn't resist the tempting smell and asked, "Big sister-in-law, can I try a bite now?" Gu Yunjiao waved her hand. "No. It needs to stew for a long time to absorb the flavor. You'll have it at dinner." She thought for a moment and said, "By the way, Lu Lang, Go to Zhou Miezheng's house with 2 coins and buy some toothpicks. She handed him the coins, and Lu Lang happily took Xiao Chuan out. The aroma of the stewed bones and snails drifted over the Jiang family yard all day. Across the way, Qi Lang from the West Wing drooled all over the ground. At dinner time, the snails finally made it to the table. Although Jang Youzhi sometimes ate out with friends, he had never seen snails eaten with shells before. Lu Lang felt sorry for his older brother and quickly picked up a snail to feed him. Gu Yunjiao brought over some egg custard and hurriedly stopped him. Don't feed your brother this. It has chili and spicy seasonings. The snail was already near Jang Youzhi's mouth, and he was about to eat it when he heard it was spicy. He looked at Gu Yunjiao with a sad face, feeling disappointed. Gu Yunjiao placed the steamed egg custard in front of him. Eat this, I specially steamed it for you. Jang Youzhi heard the words specially and felt unexpectedly happy. Suddenly, even the snail dish didn't seem as tasty. Lu Lang smiled at his brother, turned his chopsticks, and brought the snail to his mouth. He gently slurped the broth and snail meat from the shell into his mouth. The salty, spicy, and fragrant flavors instantly filled his mouth. While eating, Lu Lang also called out, delicious. Very tasty. Gu Yunjiao chuckled and said, the intestines inside are best not eaten. They're very dirty. When slurping, just bite halfway. Otherwise, you can eat with a toothpick. She demonstrated how to eat with a toothpick. Sanya quickly learned and ate slowly and carefully. Mrs. Chen watched the children really liked eating snails. She only tried one and didn't pick up her chopsticks again. She rarely ate meat or vegetables at home. She always thought if she ate one more bite, the children would eat one less. Gu Yunjiao told her several times, but she still insisted she didn't like meat. Gu Yunjiao couldn't do anything about her. Mrs. Chen took a bite of shredded potatoes and casually said, in a few days, the Zhao family next door will hold a wedding celebration. Gu Yunjiao responded vaguely with an continuing to eat. Seeing that Gu Yunjiao didn't understand her meaning, Mrs. Chen had to speak openly. We need to give a gift. Yunjiao, how much do you think is appropriate? The bride-to-be, Gu Mei, is Gu Yunjiao's sister. If they give too little, it wouldn't look good for everyone. Gu Yunjiao had no idea about gift-giving. Mom, just do as you see fit. I don't understand these things. Mrs. Chen had to remind her, but she's your sister. If I give too little, it'll embarrass you. She wanted to give more, since she still had some silver money. But seeing that Gu Yunjiao didn't seem to have a good relationship with her sister, she worried that if she gave too much, Gu Yunjiao wouldn't appreciate it or be happy. Gu Yunjiao said indifferently, Mom, don't worry about my relationship with her. Just follow how you usually interact with the Zhao family. Mrs. Chen explained, now that we've separated the household, we need to give a separate gift, different from before. Forget it, you're still young and don't understand these things. I'll handle it. She took a couple of bites and then asked, by the way, do you want to find time to go back to your mother's house to help your eldest sister with her makeup? Gu Yunjiao glanced at Gu Chuan. I won't go. I'm getting married and she didn't even help me with anything. Mrs. Chen understood the situation. It seemed their sister relationship really wasn't very good. A jar of snails was quickly eaten to the bottom. Lu Lang still wasn't satisfied and used a snail shell to scoop up the remaining soup to drink. Mrs. Chen looked at him and saw he could only scoop a little, so she kindly handed him a spoon to drink the soup. However, Lu Lang shook his head, saying, I want to drink this soup with the snail shell. That's the authentic flavor. Gua Yunjiao watched Lu Lang with amusement. It was probably just his psychological trick. A few days later, the neighbors in Zhao's family started setting up a wedding tent. People from both sides came to help. Mrs. Chen, who loved to join the fun, couldn't go to Zhao's house because she was a widow. So she sat at the door sewing and chatting with visitors. By mid-morning, she had learned how many betrothal gifts Zhao's family gave, how much dowry Gu Mei prepared, and even the dishes planned for the wedding feast tomorrow. At lunch, Mrs. Chen couldn't help sharing the gossip she heard. Zhao's family gave a betrothal gift of 6 taels and 6 qian, meaning lucky 66. The bride's side, she looked at Gua Yunjiao, heard that the hidden savings are 20 taels, plus about 10 taels of silver as dowry. Apparently, The dowry quilt even has a silk quilt cover. Gua Yunjiao listened quietly. Gu Chuan looked at Mrs. Chun but said nothing. Mrs. Chun continued, I also heard that tomorrow's wedding feast will be grand. Each table will have a whole chicken, a fish, and a bowl of meat. Wow, Zhao's family really pulled out all the stops. Old Zhao and his wife are going all in. Although Lu Lang was eating meat, he was a bit tempted when he heard this. Mother, can I go to the feast tomorrow? He asked. Mrs. Chun thought for a moment. Yes, you and Xiao Chuan can go. Since she and Gui Yunjiao were widows and not suitable for attending the wedding, and Jang Youzhi couldn't move, only Lu Lang and Gui Chuan could represent the family. The next day, the neighborhood was lively early in the morning. The noise from Zhao's house could be heard from the courtyard. By noon, drums and gongs sounded outside. Gua Yunjiao knew it was time to welcome the bride, so she went to the door to watch. She saw Xiao Zhu sitting on a horse decorated with red flowers. He wore a red robe, looking radiant. The wedding sedan and the musicians following behind were also there. Looking closer, the horse looked familiar. It was probably Lu Er's pulling horse. Watching the procession go far, Gui Yunjiao returned to her room. At the hour of Shen, around 3 to 5 p.m., suddenly she heard firecrackers outside. Sanya pulled Gui Yunjiao and said, The bride has been brought back. Sister-in-law, let's go see the bride. Gu Yunjiao smiled and walked to the door with Sanya. The lively sound of the swana playing 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix was so loud it was deafening. The children in the village were more excited than during the New Year. They ran towards the wedding procession, shouting, Look at the bride. The bride is coming. Sanya also happily ran along with the children. Gu Yunjiao stood still, watching the big red sedan chair slowly being carried over from afar. As the sedan approached, just as it was about to pass Gu Yunjiao, Gu Mei seemed to have a special feeling. She suddenly lifted a corner of the curtain and looked outside. The veil was pushed up to her head. Gu Yunjiao only saw a beautiful woman with bright red lips giving her a proud, contemptuous smile. Then the curtain was lowered again. The sedan reached the Zhao family's house, and the celebration seemed to reach its peak instantly. The eldest nephew of the family threw a handful of peanuts and red dates at the door, causing the adults and children to scramble for them. Xiao Chuan squeezed into the crowd, grabbed a few peanuts and ran to Gu Yunjiao, holding up his hand.
Big sister, you eat, he said.
Gu Yunjiao patted his head, took a peanut, and smiled as she went inside. Gu Mei got married, but she felt nothing inside. To her, Gu Mei was just an acquaintance. Family feelings didn't matter to her at all. In the next-door Zhao family's new house, Gu Mei had already lifted her veil. Sua Zhu had gone outside to entertain guests. She sat alone on the bridal bed, deliberately showing a shy look. Having been with several men in her past life, her mindset was no longer like that of a real bride. The young women and wives around her were talking among themselves. Such a beautiful bride. Sua Zhu is lucky. At the door of the new house, a group of young men pushed and stretched their necks to look inside. They also wanted to see the bride, but according to the rules, men couldn't enter the room. Jang Erlang stood at the front of the crowd. Through the heads of the young women and wives inside, he saw Gu Mei sitting on the bed. Gu Mei, like Gu Yunjiao, had skin as white and tender as Li snow. One white can hide all flaws, and her youth made her even more attractive. Although her features weren't as perfect as Gu Yunjiao's, she was still considered a village beauty. Moreover, Gu Mei, having been reborn, still carried the charm of a married woman, making her especially alluring. Jang Erlang thought Gu Mei was more beautiful than any woman he had ever seen. He stared at her intently, as if he wanted to swallow her whole. Gu Mei sensed something and looked up slightly, locking eyes with Jang Erlang. She quickly lowered her head in panic, afraid to look again. At that moment, Gu Mei's mind suddenly recalled some things from her past life. She shook her head hard, trying to push away those images. The wedding celebration only ended late at night. Madame Sun had driven out all the young men who wanted to cause trouble during the wedding night. Erlang Jiang was also chased out. He wandered around like a headless fly in his own yard for a while, then suddenly ran to the northeast corner of the yard and squatted down there. He could hear the cheerful laughter of relatives from the Zhao family next door. As night deepened, the noise gradually quieted down. He didn't know how long had passed before Erlang Jung finally heard Madam's son happily say, "Zhu, it's getting late. You and your wife should rest now." "Okay," Zhu replied simply, and then the sound of opening and closing doors followed. Erlang Jung felt like a cat's paw was scratching inside his heart. He endured for a while longer before standing up. He grabbed the wall with both hands, used a little force, and climbed over it. The lights in the Zhao family's yard had already gone out, except for a faint glow coming from a window in the main room on the west side. Erlang Jung knew that was Zhu's new room. He circled around the yard wall to the back, stood under the window, and listened for a while. Then he reached out and spat on his fingers, gently poking a small hole in the paper of the window. He pressed his eye against the hole and looked inside. Inside, 2 dragon and phoenix candles, thick as wine glasses, burned brightly. However, the window faced the back of the bed, and a large red curtain blocked the view. Erlang Jung could only see the shadows reflected on the curtain. He heard Zhu say, "Mayor, let's rest now."
Gu Mei replied softly,
Then, 2 shadows on the curtain overlapped, and they fell onto the bed. Erlang Jung couldn't see clearly anymore and was anxious. Without hesitation, he moved forward along the wall to get a better look. Fortunately, no one in the Zhao yard was eavesdropping. It was completely quiet, with no one around. He pushed open the front window's paper and pressed his eyes against the hole to look inside. Now his view was very clear. He saw Zhu unbuttoning Gu Mei's clothes. Erlang Jung's breathing grew heavier, without realizing it. On the bed, Gu Mei softly said, "Pull down the bed curtain." Zhu chuckled, "No need. There's no mosquitoes at this time of year, and I can see clearly like this." Gu Mei shyly spat and said nothing more. Soon, the room was filled with Gu Mei's pained cries. Moments later, Gu Mei's voice sounded again, filled with surprise and disappointment. "Is it over already?" The simple-minded Locke Zhu didn't notice that Gu Mei's tone was a bit off. He replied, "It's over. Let's go to sleep." Outside, Jang Erlang was feeling restless, wishing he could pull Locke Zhu off the bed and take his place. Inside the room, there was some rustling, and the quilt was pulled over. Jang Erlang stared at the bright red quilt for a long time, reluctant to leave, then carefully climbed over the wall to go home. The next morning, before dawn, Gu Mei was woken up by someone knocking. The dragon and phoenix candles in the room hadn't gone out yet. When Gu Mei opened her eyes, she saw Granny's son standing by the bed, almost scaring her half to death. Granny's son lowered her voice. "It's time for the morning. Get up quickly and prepare breakfast for the family." Gu Mei pulled the quilt up a little. I will come now." Seeing her son's upper body exposed, Granny's son hurriedly pulled the quilt over him and whispered, "Don't wake him up." Then she left. Gu Mei bit her lip for a while before getting up and dressing. In her previous life, she hadn't experienced something like this. On the day she was supposed to bring good luck, Jiang Daolang died. The next day, the house was chaotic, and no one called her to get up for breakfast. Later, when she married into another family, there was no mother-in-law or such scenes. After breakfast was ready, Locke Zhu yawned and got up. The Zhao family was also sitting together having breakfast. After just a few bites, Locke Zhu sneezed several times in a row. Granny's son quickly asked, "What's wrong? Are you catching a cold?" Locke Zhu glanced at Gu Mei. Usually, he slept alone, but last night he shared a bed with Gu Mei, and she had pulled the quilt away. He tugged a few times but couldn't pull it back, and he didn't want to wake her, so he curled up and slept all night. Although he didn't say anything, Granny's son had seen the scene earlier and understood what had happened. She frowned slightly. "Our Locke Zhu is a good kid. You shouldn't bully him. Look at you, just married in, and you're fighting over the quilt with Locke Zhu, making him catch a cold." At first, Gu Mei didn't realize she was called the third daughter-in-law by her mother-in-law. When she understood, she wanted to explain, but had no words. She could only kick Locke Zhu under the table. Locke Zhu chuckled foolishly. "Mother, it's not Gu Mei's fault. I was feeling hot last night, so I pulled the quilt off. Granny's son naturally saw that her son was defending his wife, but she didn't dwell on it. She just said, drink some hot water. If you still feel very uncomfortable later, go see Dr. Xiaogu next door and get some medicine. Gu Mei couldn't help but ask, who? Who is little Dr. Gu? Xu Zhulai chuckled, it's your sister. Gu Mei's eyes nearly popped out, my sister? She doesn't know how to see patients. Grandma's son glared at her. Don't you even know that? I didn't believe it at first, but now I have to believe it. That scoundrel Atai, your father couldn't cure him, but your sister did. Not just that, she's cured several others. Just the other day, I heard Lu's grandson almost choked to death, and she also cured him. Gu Mei's mouth was half open, wondering, does Gu Yunjiao really know how to treat illnesses? When did this happen? Did Dad teach her medicine? Gu Mei thought for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. After breakfast, she washed the dishes and eagerly ran to the Jiang family's house next door. She wanted to ask Gu Yunjiao what was going on. As soon as she entered, she felt a strong gaze fall on her. Gu Mei looked and saw Jang Erlang. She covered half her face with a handkerchief and hurried over to the east wing, calling out, Gu Yunjiao, come out. I have something to ask you. Gu Yunjiao came out of the house after hearing her. What's the matter? Gu Mei looked her up and down. What's going on? You can't fool others, but you can't fool me. You never learned medicine. What do you use to treat people? Gu Yunjiao smiled faintly. How do you know I haven't learned? When I was little, Dad often took me on house calls and also taught me when he had time. At home, whenever I had free time, I read medical books. Why haven't I learned? She was obviously trying to fool Gu Mei. If Gu Mei said she hadn't learned anything, she would say Gu Mei had a bad memory and forgot. Gu Mei listened to Gu Yunjiao's words, trying to remember. It seemed she did go on house calls, and Gu Yunjiao was always well-behaved, and Dad liked to take her out. As for reading medical books, she also seemed to picture her sitting and reading. Has this girl really been learning medicine under her nose since she was little? How did she not notice? Gu Mei was unsure and suspiciously looked at Gu Yunjiao, snorting, I warn you, don't mess around. If you prescribe the wrong medicine and someone dies, you'll go to jail. Gu Yunjiao raised an eyebrow. Thanks for your concern, sister. I know what I'm doing. Gu Mei snorted and turned to leave. When she passed by Jang Youzhi's room, her steps paused. She looked inside without hiding her gaze. Inside, Jang Youzhi was sitting by the bed, just looking at her. The two looked into each other's eyes, and Gu Mei showed a look of understanding. She raised her eyebrows and silently asked, Do you regret it? Jang Youzhi didn't understand Gu Mei's lip language, but understood her expression. He sneered inwardly, rolled his eyes, and casually looked away. Gu Mei thought she would see her third brother crying in regret, but to her surprise, Jiang Sanlang was still the proud and stubborn Jiang Sanlang. She sneered coldly. After all, he still had hope, believing his leg would heal. She thought if he waited a few more months until he was completely disabled, he would realize that refusing her was his biggest mistake in life. Gu Mei stepped forward again but suddenly saw a shadow in front of her. Just before she bumped into it, she managed to stop her steps. She looked up and saw second brother Jiang standing right in front of her, staring intently at her. Gu Mei felt embarrassed and annoyed, glared at him, and went around him. Second brother Jiang, distracted and absent-minded, followed her a few steps until she entered the Zhao family's house. Only then did he sluggishly turn back. Jang Youzhi watched clearly from the open window as second brother Jiang kept staring at Gu Mei and then chased after her. For some reason, although second brother Jiang's behavior was quite disgusting, it also made him feel relieved. Now that second brother Jiang had a new target, he probably wouldn't bother Gu Yunjiao anymore. Gu Yunjiao also noticed that Jiang's second brother was acting strangely. Her brows furrowed deeply. After lunch, Gu Yunjiao went to the Zhao family. Grandma's son smiled warmly. Are you here to see your sister? She's in her room.
Just go in and talk, she replied.
The pillar wasn't in the room. Gu Mei was sitting at the table, applying makeup in front of a mirror. When Gu Yunjiao entered, Gu Mei didn't bother to stand up and lazily asked, What's the matter? Gu Yunjiao suddenly felt that her visit might have been unnecessary, but since she was already here, she decided to say everything she needed to. There's something you should pay attention to, she paused. Jiang's second brother doesn't have good intentions toward you. Stay home more, and when you go out, try to go with Shuju. Hearing this, Gumei put down her eyebrow pencil and sneered. You're just a young widow. You don't even know how your future will turn out, and you're here telling me these nonsense. My man loves me. My father-in-law is the village chief, and I have plenty of land. My life is 100 times better than yours. I'm not the one who needs to worry. You should be careful yourself. Be cautious of when your mother-in-law might sell you off. Gu Yunjiao let out a light laugh. She didn't want to see Gu Mei being mistreated by Jang Erlang, so she came to remind Gu Mei. Even if it wasn't Gu Mei, but another girl, she would still remind her. Since she was ignored, she decided not to bother anymore. She smiled and said, Fine, I was just worrying too much. From now on, I won't interfere. Then she left Gu Mei's room. Outside in the yard, she met Suozhu, who was smiling foolishly. Little sister-in-law is here? Why don't you stay a bit longer before leaving? Gu Yunjiao called him brother-in-law with a smile, and then went on her way. Just after leaving the Zhao family's house, someone suddenly rushed past her like a gust of wind, bumping into her shoulder and making her spin half a turn. The person then ran straight into the Zhang family's yard, where she heard shouting, Little Dr. Gu! Little Dr. Gu! Help please! Gu Yunjiao quickly entered the house. What's wrong? She asked. The young man turned around and saw Gu Yunjiao. He hurriedly said, My sister-in-law has been giving birth since midnight last night. The baby was born, but the bleeding won't stop. The midwife said it's postpartum hemorrhage and they're preparing for the worst. Little Dr. Gu, please, save my sister-in-law. Gu Yunjiao listened calmly and said, Wait for me. I'll get my acupuncture needles. She then quickly went inside, grabbed her medical box, and headed out. She had bought this box some time ago. It contained gold needles, a pulse pillow made by Chun, her own disinfectant, and writing supplies. A doctor should look the part. A Thai hurried over, reaching out to take her medical box. Chun, who was nearby, stopped him. Don't go. She's giving birth. If you go, you'll only cause trouble. I'm going with her, a Thai insisted. The three of them left the house. Gu Yunjiao carried her medical box and started running. Postpartum bleeding is urgent. If not treated quickly, excessive blood loss could be fatal, especially since there's no blood transfusion available here. Even a divine healer wouldn't be able to save her then. Seeing Gu Yunjiao run, the young man became more anxious. He saw her box was quite large, so he quickly took it from her and carried it, running ahead to guide her. Chun, who was healthy, also followed behind, running after them. Along the way, villagers asked curiously, what happened? They had no time to answer, just focusing on running forward. Some knew the situation. Sun's daughter Hongmei is giving birth. She started having contractions last night. I heard her calling out all night from the next house. Now she's called Little Dr. Gu. It must be serious. A few people ran for about 5 or 6 minutes. The young man, panting heavily, pointed to a grand courtyard made of blue bricks and said, It's here. Gu Yunjiao slowed down a bit, walking calmly and trying to breathe steadily. When she entered the courtyard, she heard a baby's cry. The cry was loud and strong, showing the baby was healthy. Inside, several people were moving around nervously like headless flies. When they saw Gu Yunjiao, they all rushed to surround her, speaking quickly. Dr. Gu, please save my wife. Dr. Gu, please save my daughter-in-law. Dr. Gu, please help my sister-in-law. Gu Yunjiao paused for a moment and asked, Which room is the delivery room? A man who looked like a scholar pointed to a room. Without hesitation, Gu Yunjiao pushed the door open and went inside. As soon as she entered, a strong smell of blood hit her. Inside, 2 elderly women were present. One of them, with a slightly square face, hurried forward and said anxiously, Dr. Gu, please save my granddaughter-in-law. Gu Yunjiao nodded at her, placed her medicine box on the table, and then opened it to take out a set of fine needles. Mrs. Chen also came in, hoping to help Gu Yunjiao with something. Just as Gu Yunjiao was about to move a stool, Mrs. Chen placed one in front of the bed where the woman was lying. Gu Yunjiao set the purple sandalwood box on the stool and prepared to give acupuncture to the woman. The woman was no longer fully conscious, her lips pale, showing signs of heavy blood loss. Gu Yunjiao first inserted a fine needle into a point between the woman's index and middle fingers on the back of her hand. This point, called Duanhong, is a bleeding stop point, especially used to treat excessive bleeding in women. The woman's legs were bare, and her thighs were stained red. The mattress beneath her was also darkened with blood. While inserting the needles, Gu Yunjiao instructed the two elderly women place a clean mattress under the woman. They quickly laid a clean sheet under her. Gu Yunjiao then tied needles to both of the woman's hands and inserted a needle into the white point on her big toe, another point for stopping bleeding. Soon after, she also inserted needles into the Songwan 3-yin intersection, on the inside of the woman's inner thigh and the inshi, hidden white, point on her foot. Once all the needles were in place, almost simultaneously, Gu Yunjiao heard a soft voice from one of the elderly women. It seems like the bleeding has stopped. The mattress she had just placed showed only some bloodstains and was not soaked with fresh blood anymore. Another elderly woman quickly leaned in to look carefully, her voice trembling slightly. Really, no more bleeding? Gu Yunjiao then said, the bleeding has stopped for now, but she still needs medicine. I will check her pulse first, and then prepare a prescription. The old woman quickly said, Thank you, Dr. Xiaogu. Gu Yunjiao closed her eyes and took the pregnant woman's pulse. The woman's pulse was weak and fluttering, still not completely out of danger. She quickly drafted a prescription and told the old woman, Take this prescription and go to the town to get the medicine for her. 1 dose a day, twice a day. After 3 doses, her life should be safe. The old woman took the prescription with both hands and hurried out. The pregnant woman still had gold needles inserted, but Gu Yunjiao didn't leave immediately. She kept watching the woman's condition in the delivery room. The old woman came back in and saw Gu Yunjiao staying nearby, always paying close attention to the woman on the bed. She felt very grateful. After more than an hour, the medicine was brought in. Gu Yunjiao watched as the woman drank it, then waited a while before removing the needles. By then, the woman had regained consciousness, though she was weak. She looked at Gu Yunjiao with gratitude but couldn't speak. After removing the needles, Gu Yunjiao observed for a while longer. Seeing that the bleeding had stopped, she packed her medicine box and left the delivery room with Mrs. Chen. The old woman followed and said, Little Dr. Xiaogu, please come to the main hall to sit. Gu Yunjiao and Mrs. Chen were invited to sit in the main hall. A girl about 14 or 15 years old brought tea. Soon, the old woman came over, her face full of gratitude, and said to Gu Yunjiao, Thanks to you today, little Dr. Gu. I've lived over 50 years, but I've never heard of a postpartum hemorrhage being saved. I thought my granddaughter-in-law wouldn't make it. Dr. Xiaogu's medical skills are truly miraculous. She didn't really believe in Gu Yunjiao's medical skills. She just thought of trying her because her family was nearby. Unexpectedly, she actually saved her granddaughter-in-law. Gu Yunjiao listened quietly and only smiled faintly. Postpartum hemorrhage is deadly not only in ancient times but also in modern times. In ancient times, women usually gave birth at home, and transportation was poor. By the time a doctor was called, she might have already lost too much blood. Moreover, doctors were usually men, and their aid was not always suitable. It was fortunate that the woman was saved because the two families lived close by, and Gu Yunjiao arrived in time. Her blood loss hadn't reached a critical point. The old woman then took out a silver ingot weighing 5 taels and handed it to Gu Yunjiao, saying, This is your fee for the treatment. The consultation fee was a bit high, but the elderly woman felt it was worth the price. First, her daughter-in-law Heng Mei was very important to her family. Not only was the person saved, but Dr. Xiaogu treated the patient with care and responsibility. Especially since Dr. Xiaogu was a woman. If it had been another doctor, even if the patient was saved, her reputation might not have been preserved. This was another reason to feel grateful and happy. Moreover, She deliberately gave extra silver as a gesture of goodwill towards Gu Yunjiao. In the future, she might need to trouble Dr. Xiao Gu again. Gu Yunjiao was a bit surprised to receive the silver. In a rural family, 5 taels of silver could last a year. Their family was quite wealthy. Mrs. Chun was secretly happy to see the silver. As expected, wealthy families only care about saving lives. Money is not a problem. Gu Yunjiao put the silver into her sleeve and smiled at the elderly woman, saying, "The mother-to-be is not fully out of danger yet. It's best to have someone stay with her. If she shows any signs of trouble, call me quickly." The elderly woman nodded repeatedly and happily saw the 2 women off. The young man who had gone to call Gu Yunjiao earlier also came over now. Feeling a bit shy, he rubbed his head and said, "I was in such a hurry when I went to find someone earlier. I might have bumped into Dr. Xiao Gu."
Sorry about that.
Gu Yunjiao smiled. "It's okay, I wasn't hurt." The elderly woman smiled and said, "This is my second grandson, named Sun Jin." Seeing Gu Yunjiao's medicine box, Sun Jin reached out and said, "This box is pretty heavy. I'll carry it for you. I'll walk you back." Mrs. Chun looked at the young man cautiously, feeling he was a bit too eager. She quickly took the medicine box and carried it herself. "No need, Auntie. I have enough strength. I'll carry it." After saying that, she pulled Gu Yunjiao along and left. Gu Yunjiao didn't argue with Mrs. Chun. After walking a short distance, she asked, "Mother, what is that family's surname? I think they seem to care a lot about the mother-to-be. Otherwise, they wouldn't pay so much for the consultation." Mrs. Chun looked around to make sure no one was listening, then lowered her voice and said, "Of course. Their daughter-in-law Hongmei is actually related to the county magistrate's family. How could they not value her?" Mrs. Chun chattered all the way, and Gu Yunjiao quickly understood. The surname Sun belonged to the same family as Sun Dama, the elderly woman. This Sun family was also related to Mrs. Sunday. They owned about 200 acres of land in the countryside and had a shop in the county town. The mother-to-be's husband, Sun Yuan, had taken the imperial exam last year and married the niece of the county magistrate's nephew. Their family was becoming richer and more powerful. However, Sun Yuan did not participate in this year's autumn exams. The teachers at the academy said he was not yet ready. This village spreads news quickly. The next day, the story of Gu Yunjiao saving Sun's daughter-in-law was already known throughout the village. When Gu Yunjiao followed the Sun family to their home at noon, many villagers saw her running all the way into Sun's house. She and Mrs. Chun carried a medicine box as they came out, and some people saw that too. Soon, even old Master Jang knew about it. Gu Yunjiao had saved Sun's daughter-in-law and earned 5 taels of silver for her treatment. When he heard the news, old Master Jang was playing chess with a few other elders nearby. Someone chuckled. "Old Jang, what a blessing. You married such a capable daughter-in-law." An old man beside him added, "That daughter-in-law is indeed capable. She only treated a patient, and in less than an hour, she earned 5 taels of silver. Many families might not earn that in a whole year. That's such a good daughter-in-law, but she's already moved out." The old man glanced at old Master Jang and said, "What a pity, 5 taels of silver. TSK. Old Master Jang already regretted splitting from the main household. Hearing the teasing, he felt even more upset and went home feeling gloomy. He locked himself in his room, deep in thought, trying to find a way to bring the main household or Gu Yunjiao back into the family. He really envied that situation. The next day, Gu Mei also heard about it at home. After Mrs. Sun finished telling her, she added, "We have the same parents. Your sister is so good at medicine. Why didn't you learn even a little?" Gu Mei was furious. She sat in her room for a while, realizing why Gu Yunjiao took the family's old medical books and gold needles when she returned home. She had prepared in advance. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. It was just a few medical books. Those old medical books were inherited from ancestors. They were powerful, not because Gu Yunjiao was so amazing. She could read and write, and she could treat illnesses after reading the books. After understanding this, Gu Mei couldn't wait and ran over to the Jiang family. Passing by Jang Youzhi's room, she couldn't help but glance inside. Jang Youzhi was leaning on his bed, reading a book. Gu Mei's gaze boldly swept over his handsome face. He had some minor scratches on his face. Gu Yunjiao hadn't treated him, so the blood scabs had formed, but even so, his face still made people want to look at him. Suddenly, Jang Youzhi looked up and shot a sharp glance at Gu Mei. Gu Mei found him very strange. She wasn't interested in him, but she was curious about his secrets. Gu Mei pouted and sneered, no matter how good-looking, is just as a so. She quickly moved forward, reached the side room, knocked casually on the door twice, and then pushed it open. Gu Yunjiao was also reading a book. In fact, there were several books on her desk. Gu Mei reached out to grab a book from the desk. Gu Yunjiao suddenly stood up and pushed her away. "What are you doing?" Gu Mei confidently said, "I'm taking a book. These books were passed down from our ancestors. I also have a share. Why are you the only one occupying them?" Gu Yunjiao didn't understand what was wrong with Gu Mei. She wasn't someone who liked reading books. She frowned and said, "Gu Mei, if you say that, then my sister and I also share the farmland at home. Why do you get to take all the money? I don't want to argue about this. Giving you these books would be a waste. Even if you take them, you won't read them. Many of the medical books at home are rare editions, including some compiled by ancestors themselves. These items are extremely precious and must not be wasted by Gu Mei." Gu Mei pointed at Gu Yunjiao. "Are you afraid that if I read these medical books, I will become a better doctor than you in the future?" Gu Yunjiao looked confused. "Gu Mei, are your brains just for looks? Can't you think a little? Based on what you're saying, anyone who reads a few medical books can become a divine doctor. Have you thought about why only Dad practices medicine in our family, while second uncle and third uncle can't? Are they illiterate? Didn't Grandpa teach them the same when they were young? Why did only Dad inherit Grandpa's mantle? Do you really think your brain can understand medical books? Let alone treat patients?" Gu Yunjiao spoke quickly, but Gu Mei wasn't convinced. "Why do you say I have no brains? Don't think you're the only smart person in the world." In her mind, she thought if you were truly smart, you wouldn't have been tricked into coming to Zhang's house to bring good luck. Gu Yunjiao took a deep breath. "Fine, if you want to read books, go ahead. I won't stop you from improving yourself." She picked up a book from the desk titled De Chu Herbal. "Take this one to read first. When you're done, you can exchange it for this one." She had just finished reading this book and remembered its contents. Plus, it was printed, not handwritten, so it was likely available for purchase in the market. Even if Gu Mei lost it, she wasn't worried. Gu Mei was still looking at other books. Gu Yunjiao coldly said, "Also, when you exchange this book, I will test you on its content. If you can't answer, it means you didn't study carefully or you don't understand it. From now on, you don't need to look at other books either." Gu Mei wanted to argue but had no words. She pointed at the book on the table and said, "Why do you get to test me? Do you remember all the books you've read?" Gu Yunjiao replied calmly, "I remember, but how can I understand everything and give proper prescriptions if I don't?" Gu Mei picked up a copy of Qianjia Fang and said, "You've read this book, right? Then I'll test you first." Gu Yunjiao stayed silent and watched coldly as Gu Mei opened the book and stammered through the reading. She felt anxious watching her. Gu Mei couldn't even pause properly, and there were 2 typos in one sentence. With such a poor grasp, she still wants to learn medicine? She opened her mouth and continued reading aloud what Gu Mei was saying. "This illness is treated with Sanxian Wei Ling Tang with added ingredients, 120 grams each of fresh and cooked hawthorn, 21 grams of roasted malt, roasted shinsu." Gu Yunjiao finished reading the prescription in one breath. Gu Mei held the book, trying to find mistakes, but there were none, not even a single error, and even the dosage was very precise. Gu Yunjiao took the book from her hands and then handed her to Chu Benchao, saying, "I finished reading this in half a month. I give you a month to read it, then come find me to exchange it." Gu Mei, dizzy, held the book and was pushed out by Gu Yunjiao. Gu Mei stood in the yard for a while. She couldn't quite understand. She felt her goal was achieved, but something seemed off. She walked out with her head lowered, lost in thought. Just then, Jang Erlang came in from outside. Seeing Gu Mei, he was overjoyed and quickly changed direction, heading straight toward her. He bumped into Gu Mei full force. Taking the opportunity, Jang Erlang supported her shoulders and whispered, "How can you walk so carelessly?" Gu Mei looked up and met Jang Erlang's eyes. His gaze was fixed on her, as if he wanted to take her soul away. At this moment, Jang Erlang gently touched her shoulder in a flirtatious way and leaned in close to her ear, whispering, "You look so beautiful. I wish you were my wife." Gu Mei's face turned red. She hurriedly pushed Jang Erlang away and ran off quickly. Jang Erlang watched her back, licking his lips. Gu Yunjiao sat by the window and watched the scene unfold. From her perspective, she could only see Gu Mei's back, but she felt that Gu Mei's recent mood was not anger or shame, but shyness. Haha, no wonder she had reminded Gu Mei that day and was instead scolded by her. Suddenly, she had a feeling that Gu Mei, who married into the village head's family and married a simple, honest man like Suozhu, might someday have her good hand of cards spoiled by her. Gu Mei's face was slightly red as she returned with a book. Granny's son glanced at the book in her hand. "Oh, is this a medical book you took from your sister? Are you planning to learn medicine too?" Gu Mei responded vaguely and went into her room, casually tossing the book aside. She sat in front of her dressing table, looking at her beautiful face in the mirror, smiling softly, then frowning again. Her current life was not smooth anywhere. The family could only eat meat once every 10 days or half a month, and eggs were often available, about the same standard as her life back home. The 3 daughters-in-law took turns doing chores for the whole family once every 3 days, which was manageable. Suozhu was obedient. She did whatever she said. The only flaw was their married life. Suozhu's time was too short. Every time she got a bit of fun, Suozhu was done, leaving her feeling frustrated and uncomfortable. But Suozhu himself didn't think so. He believed he was normal. She wanted to maintain the image of a naive young bride fresh for marriage, so she couldn't expose the truth. Moreover, what was the point of exposing it? When it came to that aspect, it reminded her of someone elder brother Jiang. Thinking of this, Gu Mei's face turned even redder. Then she suddenly thought of something else, and her expression quickly turned cold. Just after sending Gu Mei away, Gu Yunjiao heard someone calling in the yard. "Little Dr. Gu." Gu Yunjiao got up and went outside. It was the young man who had asked her to see a doctor at Sun's house the day before. That day, the old woman had told her his name was Sun Jin. "What's wrong? Is your sister-in-law feeling unwell again?" Sun Jin looked a bit embarrassed when he saw Gu Yunjiao. "My sister-in-law is fine. She just ate an egg. I don't know why, but my grandma asked you to come again." Gu Yunjiao nodded. "I'll get my medicine box." She took out the box and Sun Jin quickly took it. The two left together. Sun Jin's grandmother, Granny Huang, was waiting in the main hall. She first served tea, then sent her grandson away before saying, "Little Dr. Gu, I don't know what to do about this. I had to ask you." Gu Yunjiao nodded.
"Please tell me."
Mrs. Huang sighed. "My daughter-in-law, Hong Mei, maybe because she was hurt during childbirth a few days ago, hasn't been able to produce milk these days." I said, "That's not a big problem. We can find a wet nurse. Our family can afford to hire one." But Hong Mei is stubborn. She doesn't want to listen to anyone. She believes that the baby should only nurse from her because she gave birth to him herself. This morning, she had someone bring the baby over, but she was so distressed that she started bleeding, and still, no milk came out. We all feel sad and don't know what to do. Mrs. Huang considered for a moment. "My idea is, you saved Hong Mei's life, and she is very grateful. Could you talk to her? Just tell her her body can't produce milk right now. Since we can't bring in a wet nurse at home, we can only feed the baby rice soup during the day, and at other times, just rice water. This can't go on like this." Gua Yunjiao thought for a moment. "A few days ago, I checked Hong Mei's pulse. Her body is a bit weak, but not so weak that she can't produce milk. She just needs to boost her energy and blood, then her milk will come." Mrs. Huang was happy. "Really? Can her milk come out?" Gua Yunjiao smiled. "Of course." "Then please, prepare a prescription for her." Mrs. Huang happily took Gua Yunjiao to Hong Mei's room. Hong Mei's mother-in-law was holding the baby, feeding him rice soup with chopsticks. Hong Mei was lying on the bed, looking at her son with tears of concern in her eyes. When she saw Gua Yunjiao come in, her mother-in-law looked like she had found a savior. Dr. Gua, please talk to this girl. It's easier to find a wet nurse. Why do you insist on suffering like this? Hearing her mother-in-law's words, Hong Mei's lips pressed tightly in displeasure. Her mother-in-law turned to speak to Gua Yunjiao, almost poking the baby with her chopsticks. Hong Mei, overwhelmed, called out, "Mom, you almost poked the baby." Her mother-in-law nonchalantly looked over. "What? I didn't. I was careful." Hong Mei wanted to argue but closed her mouth, tears of grievance welling up in her eyes. Gua Yunjiao approached gently, patting Hong Mei's hand softly, and whispered, "Let me check you. If your body is still okay, I can prescribe something to help you produce milk." Hearing this, Hong Mei looked like she had found a savior. She quickly extended her hand, eyes filled with tears and hope, watching Gua Yunjiao. Gua Yunjiao carefully checked her pulse. Hong Mei's overall health was decent, but postpartum blood loss had made her somewhat weak. However, the problem wasn't serious. Red Plum anxiously asked, "How is it? Can I still breastfeed?" Gua Yunjiao smiled and nodded at her. For a moment, Red Plum seemed to find hope, tears in her eyes, very excited. After feeling her pulse, Gua Yunjiao prepared 2 prescriptions. She pointed to one and said, "This one has 3 herbs, Chao Jia, Wang Buliuxing, and Tong Chao. Pick them, wrap them in gauze, and cook them in fish soup, goose foot soup, or pig's trotter soup. Drink the soup. That's how to promote milk production." She then pointed to the other prescription. "This one is for nourishing your energy and blood. Take 1 dose a day, morning and evening." After preparing the prescriptions, Gua Yunjiao took 2 coins as consultation fee and left. In just a few days, Mrs. Chen came back and said to Gua Yunjiao, "I just met Aunt Huang. She still thanks you. She said Red Plum's milk came in the next day, and now the baby is eating well." One morning after breakfast, Gua Yunjiao counted that Jang Youzhi's leg had been broken for about a month. He should have a follow-up to see if the bones had healed crooked. But here there were no X-rays or CT scans, so she could only feel with her hands. Gua Yunjiao went to the door of Jang Youzhi's room and looked inside. Lu Lang and Gu Chuan were writing at the table, A Tai was sitting nearby reading, and if there was anything they didn't understand, they would ask Jang Youzhi. Gua Yunjiao circled outside the door, then left. Jang Youzhi sensed that Gua Yunjiao probably had something to discuss with him, so he wanted to call Lu Lang and the others out, but she left instead. He felt uneasy and wondered what she wanted to talk to him about. He patiently waited for half an hour. When Lu Lang and Xiao Chuan had finished writing, he said, "Today's lessons are done. Go out and play." He paused and then said to Xiao Chuan, "You and Lu Lang go play. Remember to tell your sister." Gu Chuan nodded, holding Lu Lang's hand as they went out, and called out, "Second sister, I finished my homework. I'm going out to play with Lu Lang." Gua Yunjiao answered from inside the house. Jang Youzhi sat on the bed waiting. Sure enough, after a while, Gua Yunjiao came in with some bandages. Gua Yunjiao smiled at Jang Youzhi and said, "I'll check your bones to see how they've healed." Then she went to close the window and the door. Although Gua Yunjiao was honest in her heart, she couldn't keep the door and window open while touching Jang Youzhi's leg. If people from the 2nd or 3rd house across saw her, who knew what they would say? When Jang Youzhi saw her close the window, his face turned red suddenly. He didn't even dare to look at her directly, only glancing at her light purple dress with the corner of his eye, feeling his whole body tense up suddenly. He was very worried that he might react in a way he shouldn't. Gua Yunjiao quickly noticed that Jang Youzhi's face was turning red. His face and neck were flushed, making it hard for her to pretend she didn't see. To ease the awkwardness, Gua Yunjiao smiled and asked, "Are you nervous? Afraid I might hurt you?" Jang Youzhi could only mumble yes in response. Gua Yunjiao then reached out to lift the blanket. He turned his face away, closing his eyes like an ostrich, silently reciting a calming mantra in his mind. When the blanket was pulled back, Gua Yunjiao saw that Jang Youzhi was wearing a blue cotton robe without an undershirt. She seemed to act casually, but skillfully lifted the robe to hide what shouldn't be seen, then sat on the edge of the bed and began to remove the bandages. Jang Youzhi silently repeated a calming phrase, which seemed to help his mood settle a bit. But when he opened his eyes and saw Gu Yunjiao starting to remove the bandages, he became nervous again. In the past month, Lu Lang and Atai would help him wash himself daily and change his clothes every few days. But his broken leg, which was in a cast, hadn't been washed for a month. It was probably very dirty. If she saw how dirty it was, she might dislike him. Thinking of this made Jang Youzhi feel uncomfortable again. Gu Yunjiao quickly finished removing the bandages and took off the cast. Jang Youzhi felt a coolness on his leg, then a pair of soft, warm, delicate hands gently touched him. Gu Yunjiao had never done rough work at home, so her hands were usually tender. After marrying into the Jiang family, chopping firewood and gathering pig grass had roughened her hands with calluses. Since the family split, she no longer needed to do heavy work, and her hands gradually returned to their gentle state. Jang Youzhi relaxed when he didn't sense any dislike from Gu Yunjiao. All his senses focused on the skin of his thigh, feeling her soft, smooth, and slightly fragrant touch. A vague thought arose in his mind. How nice it would be if her hands stayed on his leg a little longer. Gu Yunjiao didn't know Jang Youzhi's thoughts and carefully examined his leg bones, touching back and forth several times. His heart fluttered along with her gentle touch. After finishing, Gu Yunjiao smiled happily and said, "Good. The bones didn't shift crooked." Jang Youzhi's romantic thoughts were pulled back, and he softly asked, "Does that mean I won't be lame anymore?" Gu Yunjiao was retying his splint while shaking her head. "It's too early to say now. Just because it's not crooked yet doesn't mean it won't be later. Overall, before the bones are fully healed, we can't be sure. Just be careful and don't move around too much. If the split loosens, call me quickly so I can fix it." Jang Youzhi nodded. Just as he was about to speak, a young man's voice came from the yard outside. "Is Brother Jang at home?" Jang Youzhi's face changed. It was Zheng Jiren's voice. Then Su Zhizhong's voice also sounded, "Annie, Brother Zhou, and I came specially to visit Youzhi." Soon, there was a knocking on the door, and Mrs. Chen's voice said, "Youzhi, your classmates are here to see you." Why is the door closed? Who's inside? In the chaos, Jang Youzhi and Gu Yunjiao exchanged a quick look. Both of their faces turned red at the same time. During the daytime, a young man and woman alone in a room with the door shut. If someone found out, it would be hard to explain. Gu Yunjiao felt a little nervous, but her hands remained steady. She tied the last knot and was thinking about whether she should hide under the bed for a while when she heard Jang Youzhi softly say, "The kitchen door shouldn't be closed.
You go that way."
Hearing this, Gu Yunjiao suddenly felt her mind was perfectly matched with his. Jang Youzhi's room was connected to the main hall on one side and to a converted ear room that led to the kitchen. How could she forget that? She didn't have time to pull his robe tighter and quickly stood up. She whispered, "I'll go out first. Later, I'll ask Tai to come from the kitchen side to open the door." Jang Youzhi nodded. Gu Yunjiao hurriedly pushed open the kitchen door and stepped out. At that moment, she heard Jang Youzhi inside replying, "Mother, Tai is changing my clothes. Please wait a moment." Gu Yunjiao then turned to look at Tai, who was sitting on a small stool reading a book. Tai was focused on his reading and unaware of what was happening outside. Gu Yunjiao had no choice but to walk over and shake him. "Go to third brother's room and open the door. If someone asks, tell them you're changing third brother's clothes. When the door is open, come out from that side." In Tai's mind, Gu Yunjiao was like the sky. He trusted her completely and wouldn't question her words. He opened the kitchen door and went over. Gu Yunjiao quickly closed the door behind him. Inside, Jang Youzhi had already put on his robe, covered himself with a blanket, and tidied his expression. When Su Zhizhong and Zheng Jiren entered, they saw a young boy with drooping eyebrows and eyes, looking as if he had no hope or fighting spirit in life. But Jang Youzhi had been sitting still every day, eating well, and seemed to have gained quite a bit of weight, which made his expression look strange. A few classmates didn't suspect anything, They had never seen Jang Youzhi so fat and felt it looked very odd. Thinking carefully, they realized his face was swollen.
How sad.
Mrs. Chun, seeing guests come in, was startled when she saw Jang Youzhi like that. The boy had seemed cheerful recently, so what had happened? Since there were guests, she couldn't say much and quickly went to the kitchen to pour tea. In the kitchen, Gu Yunjia had already prepared the tea. Mrs. Chun brought the tea in, then went back to the kitchen and saw Gu Yunjiao packing a plate of red dates to send to a Thai. Gu Yunjiao used red dates daily to cook with Angelica and Huangqi. The family didn't have any special snacks for guests, so she used this as a substitute. Zheng Juren and the others sat in the room. When they saw a Thai bringing in a plate of red dates, a trace of contempt crossed Zheng Juren's eyes. It was his first time visiting Jang Youzhi's home, and he didn't expect it to be so poor. The furniture was old and peeling, and even the teacups were rough porcelain. They couldn't even serve decent snacks, only a plate of red dates. In the past, Jang Youzhi dressed simply but always had an undeniable noble aura. He thought Jang Youzhi's family was wealthy and just didn't like to show off. Now he saw the truth. They were very poor. The quilt had several patches sewn on it. Zheng Juren looked away from the quilt and chuckled, saying, I should have visited Jiang Xiong earlier. It's just that recent affairs have kept me busy, and I haven't had the time. Is Jiang Xiong's leg better now? Jang Youzhi shook his head sadly. Didn't you hear? My leg can't be saved. Dr. Lee from the county said there's an 80% chance I'll be lame. I guess my path to fame is over. He had been lying in bed for a month and had already come to terms with it. He knew this disaster was caused by someone's jealousy. He was young and didn't know how to hold back. He was first in every exam at the academy, and the teachers there favored him. When the inspection came, several teachers intentionally let him show off in front of the inspector to build connections for the future. He went along with it and indeed gained the inspector's favor. But as the saying goes, the tall tree catches the wind. It seems that I was too confident, and some people couldn't stand it. As a result, they made 2 attempts to completely ruin my future. From now on, I must hide my talents and stay low-key. I deliberately acted discouraged, saying my leg was beyond help, to reassure those who wanted to harm me. Mr. Zheng smiled and said, It's not that bad. Brother Jiang, don't worry. Rest and recover well. Jang Youzhi smiled sadly and replied, Brother Zheng, there's no need to comfort me. I've accepted my fate. In a few months, when I can get back to work, I won't think about the imperial exams anymore. I'll find a place to settle down and support my family. Su Zizhong and Zhou Jing both comforted Jang Youzhi with a few words. Then Mr. Zheng, a little proud, said, I'm about to leave for the capital to take part in the spring exams. Before I go, I wanted to visit Brother Jiang and see how you're doing and also say goodbye. Jang Youzhi quickly bowed his hands and said, You're too kind. Brother Zheng, I believe you'll do very well and get into the top ranks. I wish you a bright future. Su Zizhong and Zhou Jing also congratulated Zheng, as if he had already passed the exams. Zheng, pretending to be modest, looked proud inside. While everyone's attention was elsewhere, Jang Youzhi took a quick look out the window. Su Zizhong and Zheng brought 2 young servants dressed in blue cotton robes, which seemed to be their uniform. It looked like the clothes of household servants. Jang Youzhi suddenly sighed and said to them, Actually, the day I fell from the building, I felt I was pushed from behind and fell. That person, he paused here. His eyes subtly glanced at the 3 faces in front of him. Zhou Jing and Su Zizhong looked surprised, but Zheng's mouth twitched twice, then suddenly became angry. How could this be? Who pushed Brother Jiang down? Jang Youzhi sighed, I don't know. The person pushed me from behind, but I didn't see who it was. Su Zizhong said, then report it to the officials. You have a reputation, and anyone trying to harm you, even the county magistrate, will take it seriously. Jang Youzhi shook his head. It's my fault. I was dizzy at the time. When I woke up, I was worried about paying for my treatment and didn't think about it. Now, it's been a long time. I don't know who was at the restaurant that day, and it's hard to find out. Hearing this, Jang Youzhi also noticed Zheng seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Su Zizhong and Zhou Jing still looked deep in thought. Jang Youzhi squinted his eyes. Could it be that Zheng the scholar ordered the servant to do this? After a while, Su Zizhong said, could it be that Jiang brother has enemies? Jang Youzhi shook his head. No, not at all. I think maybe a drunkard lost control and pushed me, he added. Su Zizhong sighed. That's really unfortunate. Yes, Jiang brother is just unlucky, Zhou Jing said. Zheng the scholar also sighed. The group then chatted casually for a while before saying goodbye. Jang Youzhi sat on the bed, clasped his hands, and said, goodbye, everyone. Please forgive me. I cannot get up to see you off. They all replied, no need for formalities, Jiang brother. As they left, just about to go, Gu Chuan ran into the yard holding a turtle, shouting loudly, Sister. Sister. I caught a turtle. Gu Yunjiao had caught a turtle last time. Now Sanya was raising one. Gu Chuan really wanted to eat it because his father used to buy turtles from villagers, cook the meat, and use the shell and carapace as medicine. Gu Chuan loved eating turtles, especially turtle eggs. But Sanya wouldn't let him eat her turtle, so Gu Yunjiao casually said, wait until you catch one yourself, then I'll cook it for you. Today, Gu Chuan caught a turtle and was very excited, thinking he could finally eat turtle. Gu Yunjiao originally planned to stay in the kitchen until Jang Youzhi's classmate left. When she heard Gu Chuan shouting outside, she had to come out of the kitchen, standing at the door, waving to Gu Chuan. As she stepped out, Su Zizhong, Zheng the scholar, and Zhou Jing looked over here. Su Zizhong paused when he saw Gu Yunjiao. He remembered seeing her about a month ago. At that time, she was thin and dry, like a wilted flower lacking water. She was still pretty, but very limited in beauty. In just a month, she seemed to have grown taller. Her face had gained some flesh, and she looked like a flower bud that had absorbed enough water, ready to bloom. Although her beauty hadn't fully shown yet, it was clear that once this lively bud fully opened, she would be incredibly charming. Seeing the three people looking over, Gu Yunjia had no choice but to lower her head and bow, then retreat back into the kitchen. Zheng the scholar's eyes flickered. Is this Youzhi's sister? Su Zizhong quickly said, no, this is Youzhi's widow. Zheng the scholar nodded and looked into the kitchen before slowly walking away. Inside the kitchen, Gu Chuan held up the turtle. Sister, I caught this one. Can I stew it now and eat it? Gu Yunjiao had no idea how to do this. She didn't even know how to take the turtle out of its shell. She simply shook her head and said, it's too small, not much meat. There's not enough to eat. Let's keep it for now. She pointed at the turtle and said, go and keep it with Sanya's turtle. Be careful it doesn't run away. Gu Chuan was disappointed as he came out of the kitchen. He ran to Sanya's room and placed his turtle together with Sanya's. He came out of the house and saw two carriages leaving outside the yard. Another carriage was approaching. A thin middle-aged man got off the carriage. The middle-aged man looked around at the door and asked Gu Chuan, is this the Jiang family? Qi Lang peeked out at the door and asked, yes, this is the Jiang family. Who are you looking for? The middle-aged man hesitated and said, I'm looking for Gu. I'm looking for little Gu. The doctor, Qi Lang interrupted. Qi Lang snorted and went inside without saying more. Gu Chuan called out from outside, sister, someone is looking for you. Gu Yunjiao came out of the kitchen, surprised and raising her eyebrows. Shopkeeper Wang, what brings you here? Shopkeeper Wang saw Gu Yunjiao and looked happy. Good thing I didn't get the wrong place. I first went to your mother's house and only then found out you married in Qingshan village. He smiled at Gu Yunjiao and said, Uncle has something to ask of you. Gu Yunjiao nodded and asked, you say it, I'll see if I can help. Shopkeeper Wang lowered his voice. A while ago, the money officer at the yamen had a boil behind his neck. He came to my shop and asked Lu Dafu to give him medicine. He took the medicine and applied it, but it didn't get better. Today, he came to me and said he wanted to destroy my shop. I really don't have any other choice. I remembered what that kid said last time. If you can cure his boils, I'd like to ask you to see him. I really have no other way. If there was any other solution, he wouldn't have come to a young girl. Just then, old Master Zhang arrived. He came from outside and immediately recognized Shopkeeper Wang. Anyone who had ever bought medicine from Wang's shop would know him. So, in this county, half the people recognized Wang. Wang owned the only pharmacy in the county and was quite a notable figure. Old Master Jiang thought he should make friends with him. Old Master Jiang first bowed politely to Wang and asked, "Shopkeeper, what wind blew you here today?" Wang looked at him, not recognizing him. He awkwardly smiled and said, "I came to see little Gu, the doctor, about something." Then he hurriedly said to Gu Yunjiao, "Can you help save Uncle? If you're willing, we can leave right now. I am worried that if I arrive late, Officer Qian will damage my shop." Gu Yunjiao nodded and said, "All right, I will go with you." She called out to the kitchen, "Atai, bring out my medicine box. I'm going out to see patients." Atai responded and carried out her medicine box from inside. Gu Yunjiao then told Chen's room, "Mother, I'm going to the county town with Manager Wang for a consultation." Inside, Chen's mother hurried out, "Come back early. Don't stay out until dark. It's not safe on the road." Gu Yunjiao nodded and was about to leave. Manager Wang hurriedly followed. Old Master Jiang stood there, ignoring everyone. He looked grim and stood in the yard. He could tell that today, Manager Wang was pleading with Gu Yunjiao. Even Manager Wang was asking her for help, which shows how skilled she is. That girl Gu Yunjiao was also rude. She didn't bother to introduce herself to him or Manager Wang. She didn't even call him Grandpa, just walked away as if he wasn't there. He thought she had left the family and couldn't control her anymore. Old Master Jiang went back inside with a serious face and lit his pipe again. By then, Gu Yunjiao and Manager Wang had already left the village gate. The carriage took half an hour and finally reached the county town. The Wang family's pharmacy was the same as before. But now, there was an extra person in the main hall. A man in official clothes sat stiffly in Dr. Lu's seat, with his feet in rough boots resting on the table. Dr. Lu stood nearby, looking like a student who had made a mistake, not daring to make a sound. When he saw Manager Wang and Gu Yunjiao come in, he wiped his sweat and said to Officer Qian, "That Officer Qian, Dr. Gu has arrived. Dr. Gu's medical skills are amazing. No difficult illness can't be cured. She will definitely fix your problem." He said this on purpose. If he couldn't treat a serious sore, and if this young girl Gu Yunjiao could cure it, it would only prove that he was incompetent, a poor doctor. But first, he gave Gu Yunjiao the reputation of a miracle doctor, to indirectly show that it wasn't his lack of skill, but that Gu Yunjiao's medical skills were just too good. Officer Qian looked stiffly behind Manager Wang, seeing a young girl and a smaller boy behind her, then no one else. Who the heck is a miracle doctor? Manager Wang smiled and stepped closer. "Officer Qian, Dr. Gu has come to see you. Why don't you sit here, so she can check your pulse?" He had just heard Dr. Lu's words and naturally wanted to follow that line. He also didn't want outsiders to say that Dr. Lu at his shop was an unskilled doctor. Captain Qian chuckled angrily. "Who is a great doctor? Which one is a great doctor? Stop fooling me." Shopkeeper Wang pointed at Gu Yunjiao. "This is Dr. Gu. Really, I'm not joking. Dr. Gu, you know, she is Dr. Gu's daughter." Gu Yunjiao found it amusing inside. Her father was like a shining badge. As long as they mentioned her father, those who didn't believe her before became more doubtful. Shopkeeper Wang continued to persuade. "Dr. Gu has been very talented in medicine since she was young. Although she's still young now, her medical skills have already surpassed Dr. Gu." Gu Yunjiao looked at Wang with a half-smile, thinking he was quite good at talking, making it sound quite convincing. Captain Qian's face improved a lot when he heard she was Dr. Gu's daughter. Dr. Gu's medical skills were well known in the county. Almost no one didn't know. He lowered his foot from the table, looking somewhat doubtful. "Can this little girl really do it?" Gu Yunjiao smiled at him. "You're flattering me. I'm not a great doctor, just learned some skills from my father since I was young. All right, let me examine you first." Shopkeeper Wang didn't dare to ask Captain Qian to move aside, and instead brought a chair for Gu Yunjiao to sit on. Gu Yunjiao opened her medicine box, took out a pulse pillow, and placed it under Captain Qian's wrist before checking his pulse. While checking his pulse, Gu Yunjiao asked, "Do you have a fever?" Captain Qian, although somewhat doubtful of Gu Yunjiao, answered, "A few days ago, I felt cold and hot at the same time. After taking that old man's medicine, the fever went away, but I still didn't get better and was in terrible pain. After feeling his pulse, Gu Yunjiao said, "Please stick out your tongue so I can see." Captain Qian stuck out his tongue. It was red with a white coating. Gu Yunjiao stood up again. "Can you turn over? I want to see the sore behind you." Captain Qian, suffering from neck pain, couldn't turn easily, so he turned over himself. Gu Yunjiao saw that the sore was just a little bigger than an egg, with redness and swelling around it. The redness spread quite far, even reaching his earlobe. She pressed on it, feeling it hard. Gu Yunjiao paused thoughtfully, first giving Iron A copper coin, then whispering a few words to him. Iron A quickly ran out. Then Gu Yunjiao began to prepare a treatment plan. Dr. Liu and shopkeeper Wang watched from the side. Although Dr. Liu called Gu Yunjiao a great doctor, he didn't really believe in her medical skills. He just wanted to pass the trouble of Captain Qian to her. Gu Yunjiao prepared the medicine and handed the prescription to Manager Wang. Manager Wang took a look and only prescribed 3 doses of medicine. "Can 3 doses cure the illness?" He glanced at Gu Yunjiao, feeling anxious, and took the prescription to the counter to pick up the medicine. Gu Yunjiao said to Officer Qian, "Your sore is what people call mouth ulcers, caused by excessive heat and toxins, blocked by qi and blood. I will prepare some ointment for you later. You need to apply it at least twice a day." Officer Qian stiffened and turned around, glaring at Gu Yunjiao. "I don't want to hear your nonsense. Just tell me, how long will it take to heal with your medicine?" Seeing his angry look, as if ready to hit her, Gu Yunjiao had to reply, 3 days. A real doctor wouldn't promise to cure all diseases or guarantee complete recovery. Patients have different constitutions, and their conditions can change at any time. Doctors are like fortune tellers, they tend to say vague things. But Gu Yunjiao couldn't stay silent now. Officer Qian's eyes lit up, but he also doubted. Really, just 3 days? Gu Yunjiao glanced at Manager Wang, who was picking medicine at the counter. "All right, as long as you finish the medicine and apply the ointment on time, if it's not better in 3 days, you can come and smash the shop." Manager Wang, who was personally preparing the medicine, couldn't help but grimace and looked at Gu Yunjiao with a resentful gaze. Gu Yunjiao had only said 3 days, but she thought it might take about 2 days to get better. However, she was always cautious and wouldn't speak too confidently. Besides, this was Manager Wang's shop, not hers, hee. Officer Qian still doubted Gu Yunjiao, but since Dr. Liu and Manager Wang both called her a divine doctor, he decided to give it a try. Mainly because there weren't many good doctors in the small town. Dr. Liu was now the most skilled doctor in the county, so if Gu Yunjiao didn't see the patient, there was no one else to turn to. Manager Wang had finished preparing the medicine, and Ah Tai came in carrying a lotus leaf bundle. Gu Yunjiao took the bundle from Ah Tai and said, "Manager Wang, where's the milk bowl? Bring me a clean one. I need to make ointment." Manager Wang quickly called the servant, "Get a clean milk bowl." Dr. Liu couldn't help but glance over at Gu Yunjiao. He was very curious about the ointment Gu Yunjiao was about to prepare. He had seen the prescription Gu Yunjiao just made. It was full of herbs to clear heat and reduce swelling. But he hadn't expected such a combination. Now that Gu Yunjiao was about to make the ointment, his curiosity grew even more. When Gu Yunjiao opened Ah Tai's lotus leaf bundle, Dr. Liu couldn't help but notice her putting a bunch of green onions into the milk bowl. Dr. Liu blinked, confirming he hadn't seen incorrectly. Then he saw Gu Yunjiao holding a small bamboo tube and pouring it into a milk bowl. The liquid poured out was golden and clear, with a sweet fragrance. What else could it be, if not honey? Dr. Liu kept watching, but Gu Yunjiao no longer took anything out. Instead, she started grinding inside the milk bowl. Dr. Liu wanted to question her, but just moments ago, he had called Gu Yunjiao a divine doctor. Now, questioning her would be embarrassing. He secretly sneered in his mind. Sure enough, she's just a young girl playing house. He chuckled. She probably thought she was cooking, adding scallions and honey. He stroked his beard thoughtfully. Maybe in a few days, he should take a break. Otherwise, if Officer Qian came to cause trouble at the shop, he might get into trouble too. Soon, Officer Qian also stiffened his neck and moved toward the counter. By then, the scallions in the milk bowl had been ground into a fine, greenish paste. He thought it was some kind of herbal medicine. He sniffed a few times, feeling a hint of sweetness, but the smell was a bit sharp. Gu Yunjiao had been grinding for a while. Tai, watching her movements, took the small porcelain hammer from her hand and started grinding vigorously. Once the ointment was ready, Gu Yunjiao signaled Officer Qian to come over. She first disinfected him with her prepared antiseptic solution, then applied some of the ointment. Shopkeeper Wang provided bandages, and Gu Yunjiao wrapped Officer Qian's neck tightly. The remaining ointment was quickly packed into a small covered bowl along with the medicinal herbs and handed to Officer Qian. He took the medicine, stubbornly saying, "I'll take the medicine now. I'll come back in 3 days. If I get better, I'll pay for the herbs and consultation. If I don't, humph, I'll make sure to ruin your shop." He then strode away. Shopkeeper Wang smiled and saw Officer Qian out, then turned to Gu Yunjiao. "Girl, just 3 doses of medicine. Do you think you're being too confident? Earlier, Dr. Liu prescribed 5 doses, and he didn't get much better." Gu Yunjiao smiled. "Uncle Wang, don't worry, I have everything under control. Originally, only external use was needed, but since Officer Qian was too aggressive, Gu Yunjiao prepared 3 doses just to be safe." Wang's shopkeeper thought for a moment, feeling distressed, and took out 2 coins of silver. He sighed. "It was my idea to bring you here. He didn't pay for the consultation, so I will."
"Keep it."
Gu Yunjiao waved her hand. "No need. Later, if Officer Qian pays for the treatment, you can hold on to it for me. When I come back, I'll pay you then." At this moment, Dr. Liu couldn't help but ask, "I say, Miss Gu, you just use scallions and honey? Isn't that a bit crazy?" Gu Yunjiao smiled at him. "Dr. Liu, you're joking. It's not crazy at all. This is called scallion honey paste, and it works well for boils. This recipe comes from Medical Classics collection, not something I made up." Dr. Liu's eyes widened. It was the first time he heard of the book Medical Classics collection. His family's ancestors were imperial doctors, so their medical knowledge was quite special. He chuckled awkwardly. "Is that so? Haha, I guess I am too ignorant." Gu Yunjiao then remembered that she had read Medical Classics collection in her past life, but it didn't exist in this world. However, seeing Dr. Liu's envious and jealous look, she guessed he probably hadn't read many medical books either. In this era, secret remedies of doctors were treasured like precious items. Before death, they wouldn't even tell their own sons. There weren't many medical books available in the Great Chu dynasty. Most doctors relied on family traditions passed down through generations. Gu Yunjiao's family had been practicing medicine for generations in both her lives. She had read quite a few medical books. Tai had already packed the medicine box. Just as Gu Yunjiao was about to leave, shopkeeper Wang said, "Wait a moment, I'll have Ada send a cart to take you back." Gu Yunjiao didn't refuse. When Ada arrived with the cart, she and Tai got on. She asked Ada, "I need to buy a few things. Can you take me to the street corner grocery store?" Ada agreed and drove the cart over. Gu Yunjiao got off, bought a small knife, a chopping board, and a few steaming baskets. These weren't for cooking, but for making medicine. She also bought some black beans from the neighboring grain shop, which were also used in medicine. After loading the items onto the cart, the carriage continued forward. When they arrived at her house, Ada helped Tai and Gu Yunjiao carry the things inside and arranged everything properly. Gu Yunjiao took a box of pastries she had bought especially in town and handed it to Ada before entering. Yang Shi sat in the yard, looking at her with a sarcastic smile. "Oh, our family has a remarkable person now." The shopkeeper of Wang's pharmacy personally invited her to treat a patient. How much consultation fee did she get? Gu Yunjiao ignored Yang Shi and went inside with Tai. Tai quietly asked beside her, "Miss, can the kind of boils that Captain Qian has also be treated with pig manure?" Gu Yunjiao nodded and smiled. "Yes, it can. In the medical books, it's called Pig Zero." Iron was puzzled and said, "Why doesn't the young lady give him Pig Zero? That really works well." Gu Yunjiao paused and replied, "First, his sword just started and hasn't reached that stage yet. Second, his illness is different from yours. And also, treating someone depends on the person. Like you've suffered from bad sores for many years. Don't mention Pig Zero. Even if I gave you poison, you'd probably dare to take it. But he's different. He has some status, and he's not very patient. The Pig Zero smells terrible. Even if it cures his illness, he might think I did it on purpose and secretly resent me, or look for a chance to get back at me. I'm a doctor, not someone who makes enemies. I often say if you have money, you use one kind of treatment. If you don't, you use another. As a doctor, I also need to consider the patient's financial situation. For poor people, I try to give cheap medicine. I also need to think about their mental state. Some illnesses are mainly mental. Sometimes, I also consider the patient's social status and how it relates to their illness. This way, I can help the patient and avoid causing trouble for myself. Iron nodded hard, listening carefully. Although he only understood part of what Gu Yunjia said, it made him admire her even more. Gu Yunjiao finished speaking and didn't say more. She just said there should be some Polygonum multiflorum in the mountains. Tomorrow, we'll go up the mountain to dig some. I'll teach you how to prepare it. She pointed to the steamer and black beans. These are needed to prepare the Polygonum multiflorum. The next morning, Gu Yunjiao told Mrs. Chen and then took her sickle and basket and set out. In the past, Gu Yunjiao didn't dare go up the mountain because she was wary of Jang Erlang. Now, with Iron as her helper, and because she was no longer the unprepared Gu Yunjiao of before, she had already thought of ways to deal with Jang Erlang and wasn't as afraid anymore. It was mid-October now, and the weather was a bit cold. Gu Yunjiao wore a thin cotton-padded jacket, and Iron was also wearing an old cotton jacket that Lu Lang had given him. Although it was a bit short, they could only wear it. The family's cotton jackets hadn't been finished yet. Before going up the mountain, Gu Yunjiao asked the village's bamboo craftsman Zhou for a thin bamboo, broke it into several pieces, and put them in her basket. They quickly headed up the mountain from the wasteland behind the village. As they walked, Gu Yunjiao taught Iron how to identify herbs. But it was late autumn, and there weren't many herbs left. She pointed to a plant on the ground and said, "This is fishy grass, which helps clear heat and detoxify." A Thai was surprised and said, "Isn't this pig grass? When my mother was alive, she used to pull this grass to feed the pigs." Gu Yunjiao nodded. Yes, someone uses this to feed pigs. After walking a bit, Gu Yunjiao pointed to a vine on the ground and said, "This is Hishowu. Almost every mountain has it. The medicinal part is the root. We can dig some out and take it home to make medicine." Gu Yunjiao looked around and pointed to a spot for a Thai to dig. After a while, a Thai dug out a dark brown tuber. Gu Yunjiao nodded. Yes, that's it. Dig more of this. Seeing a Thai digging seriously, she moved to the side, squatting down to turn over some rocks on the mountain. When she flipped a rock, various bugs often crawled out from underneath. Gu Yunjiao was quick and caught a centipede. She took a thin bamboo, broke it into a length similar to the centipede, then turned the centipede over and pressed the bamboo under its head and tail, straightening the centipede. Once the centipedes dried, they could be used for medicine. In a short while, she collected about 10 centipedes. The mountain centipedes were fat and large, and even though it wasn't the best season, she still gathered quite a few. She threw the centipedes into her basket, then ran back to call a Thai to finish work. A Thai was honest and hardworking. Without being told, he kept digging and had already dug up a big pile. Gu Yunjiao asked a Thai to put the Hishowu into the basket. The two carried the basket down the mountain. At home, a Thai washed some water, and Gu Yunjiao and a Thai cleaned the Hishowu in the yard. Across the street, Yang Shi looked in through the window and forcefully poked Jang Erlang, who was sitting on a chair lost in thought. "That girl across the street, when do you plan to settle her? Your grandma asked me again yesterday." Jang Erlang replied impatiently, "Why rush? Isn't there a good chance now?" He wasn't interested in Gu Yunjiao at all, only thinking about how to get Gume. Yang Shi, full of frustration, cursed. All she does is lie around. She went up the mountain today, such a good opportunity. Gu Yunjiao didn't know about their plans. After cleaning the Hishowu, she placed it on a bamboo tray and carried it into the kitchen with a Thai, then started slicing it. For several days, Gu Yunjiao and a Tai were busy with the Heishouwu. Until one day, a carriage stopped at the Jiang family's door. Gu Yunjiao was steaming the Heishouwu in the kitchen when she heard Wang the shopkeeper's voice outside. Dr. Gu, are you home? Gu Yunjiao put down her work and went outside. She scolded Wang's shopkeeper. Why do you keep calling? Has it become a habit? She didn't finish her sentence because she saw Head Constable Qian standing beside Wang's shopkeeper. Head Constable Qian was dressed in official attire with a black base and red trim. He looked around and, upon seeing her, smiled warmly and walked over. Then, with a slap like a fan, he patted Gu Yunjiao's shoulder. Halfway through, Qian seemed to realize that Gu Yunjiao was a woman, so he changed his approach and instead patted Wang's shopkeeper's shoulder, causing Wang to lean down half an inch. Divine doctor, truly a divine doctor. Your medicine cures all ailments, Qian said happily. Today, I came specially to deliver the consultation fee and to thank Dr. Gu. He had a sore on the back of his neck that had been bothering him for days, making it hard to sleep. The worst part was that he couldn't turn his neck. A few days ago, the county magistrate had given him work, and he was told he looked stubborn with his neck stiff. He felt truly miserable, but couldn't find the words to express it. Gu Yunjiao smiled politely. Not at all, not at all. Qian's voice was rough and deep. I say, Dr. Gu is indeed a great doctor. You're much better than Dr. Liu, that incompetent doctor. Wang's shopkeeper awkwardly forced a smile nearby. Across from them, Zhang Rong and Zhang Hua stood at the door of the West Wing, watching. They occasionally exchanged glances. After Qian finished speaking, he took out a tael of silver and handed it to Gu Yunjiao. This is the consultation fee. Originally, Wang's shopkeeper had promised to deliver the fee to Gu Yunjiao, but Qian insisted on coming personally. He believed that only by coming himself could he show respect to the divine doctor. Gu Yunjiao motioned for them to enter and then looked at the back of Qian's neck. The sore area where the wound had been was now completely healed, with no trace of scars. Qian sat for a while and then left, saying he had other official duties. When Gu Yunjiao saw him off, Zhang Rong and Zhang Hua on the opposite side seemed eager to approach and greet Qian, but he only glanced their way, and they obediently dared not move. Qian, with thick eyebrows and a fierce face, looked intimidating. He rode away on his horse, but Wang's shopkeeper had not left yet. After drinking 2 cups of tea, he finally spoke. Girl, uncle wants to ask you, are you only good at treating boils or can you see all kinds of illnesses? Gu Yunjiao thought for a moment and replied seriously, I am quite skilled in pulse diagnosis, eye medicine, gynecology, boils, and orthopedics. Wang's shopkeeper listened and understood that she could treat most diseases. He rubbed his hands a few times and said, Uncle Wang, I have a small favor to ask. Could you come to my pharmacy and sit as a doctor? He smiled and added, as long as you're willing to come, I will pay you a fixed salary each month, and for every prescription you write, I will give you a 5% commission. Just so you know, Dr. Liu only gets a 3% commission. Gu Yunjiao smiled at shopkeeper Wang and said, Thank you for your trust. I mentioned before that I plan to open a pharmacy in the city after the new year, so I can be closer to my father. Shopkeeper Wang looked regretful and said, Girl, you should know that becoming a doctor is not easy. It's hard to build a good reputation. You've already made some progress in your hometown, but if you go somewhere else, you'll have to start all over again. It's tough. But if you want to find your father, I understand. All right, Uncle Wang, I leave the decision to you. If you want to come work at my place, you're always welcome. After seeing off shopkeeper Wang, Gu Yunjiao turned around and saw Zhang Hua smiling at her. Young master's wife, who was that person in official uniform just now? Gu Yunjiao paused and smiled. Oh, you mean Captain Qian? Zhang Hua's eyes lit up. Captain. If only I could meet someone like that, I'd be able to walk proudly around the county. Zhang Hua nodded at Gu Yunjiao and said happily, You're becoming more capable, young lady. Now you're making friends with important people. Gu Yunjiao found it a bit funny. A captain isn't really a big shot. In her previous life, her grandfather and uncles all treated high-ranking officials, so they knew real important people. She smiled at Zhang Hua and turned to go inside. This third uncle is quite clever. He's never scolded Gu Yunjiao openly or lost his temper with her, so everyone still keeps up a polite front. At this moment, Mrs. Chen came in from outside, looking a bit dazed. Gu Yunjiao called her, but she responded vaguely and went back to her room. Gu Yunjiao quickly went to the kitchen to check how the polygonum root was steaming. She opened the ceramic jar inside the steamer and looked. The black bean juice inside hadn't been fully absorbed yet, so it needed more steaming. Just as she was about to get up and leave, she suddenly heard Mrs. Chen's voice coming from Jang Youzhi's room next door, saying, "Third young master, there's something I don't know how to handle. Can you give me some advice?" Jang Youzhi's gentle voice replied, "Mother, tell me." Mrs. Chen hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Earlier, I was chatting outside, and Mrs. Huang from the Sun family came over. She said a lot of things to me. The general meaning is that her grandson Sun Jin has not yet been engaged, and Yun Jiao from my family is a good girl." When Jang Youzhi heard this, his face darkened. "What did mother say?" Mrs. Chen shook her head. "I didn't say anything. She was just testing my opinion. I pretended not to understand." Just then, she thought, Sun's family is wealthy, and Auntie Huang is capable. Their family is harmonious. If Yun Jiao really marries into their family, it would be a good match. As soon as she finished speaking, Jang Youzhi said, "It might not be a good match. Sun Jin, their second grandson, hasn't gone to school and doesn't even recognize characters. He's just a farmer. If Yun Jiao married him, wouldn't that be a bit unfair?" Mrs. Chen opened her mouth slightly. Her eldest son also couldn't read. Does that mean marrying him would also be unfair for Yun Jiao? Thinking carefully, it does seem unfair. She was brought into the family to bring good luck, and she herself is capable. It's really a pity. Suddenly, Mrs. Chen realized Jang Youzhi never called Yun Jiao big sister-in-law. She looked at him secretly, thinking for a moment, then whispered, "If mother were to say, marrying Yun Jiao is the best. Now Yun Jiao is supporting the whole family. If she marries someone, no one in this family would know what to do." Jang Youzhi pursed his lips. "Mother, that's not right. As the saying goes, first marriage is to relatives, second marriage is to oneself. Whether Yun Jiao marries or not, and whom she marries, should be her own decision. Mother can't force her, and we shouldn't keep her tied to this family just because we can't do without her." Mrs. Chen sighed. "Actually, I don't mean that completely. I just can't bear to see Yun Jiao leave. Besides, look at how talented your brother and her are, such a perfect match." Seeing Jang Youzhi's face turn strange, she quickly stopped talking. Forget it. I was talking too much." Guan Yun Jiao heard Mrs. Chen leave through the door. She sat quietly in the kitchen without moving. At that moment, Tai carried firewood inside and said to Guan Yun Jiao, "Miss, I know the method you told me. I'll watch the fire. You can rest." Guan Yun Jiao wanted to stop him, but it was too late. From the next room, Jang Youzhi's cough sounded. Guan Yun Jiao mischievously wondered, did third brother choke on his own spit? Gu Yunjiao smiled happily and left. Not long after she returned to her room, Mrs. Chen came in. Mrs. Chen sat at the table for a while before finally speaking. "Yunjiao, I used to have some wrong ideas. I've now heard that the court encourages widows to remarry. Some keep their vows for a year, while others marry after just 100 days. If you want to marry, forget about that promise your mother mentioned before." Gu Yunjiao smiled gently and asked, "Why did you suddenly bring this up, mother?" Mrs. Chen sighed. "I have my own reasons. Right now, the family relies on you. If you really get married, I feel like everything will fall apart. But I also worry that you might miss out on a good person because of that promise." She hesitated, then said, "If there's really a good match, forget everything else. Just marry him. Don't think too much." Gu Yunjiao stood up and respectfully bowed to Mrs. Chen. "Thank you, mother. But I don't have anyone I want to marry. Even in 3 years, I won't be 18 yet. It's still early." Hearing this, Mrs. Chen was pleased that she was willing to keep the 3-year promise and felt happy inside. After dinner that evening, Mrs. Chen hurried back to her room to sew a padded jacket. Gu Yunjiao and Sanya were still tidying up the dishes. Suddenly, Jang Youzhi, lying on the bed, said randomly, "Did you all hear that?" Gu Yunjiao was momentarily stunned before realizing he was talking to her.
She nodded, yes.
Sanya was just taking a pile of bowls to the kitchen when Jang Youzhi seized the chance and said, "Sun Jin is really not suitable for you. If you want to marry in the future, I'll find someone good for you."
Gu Yunjiao smiled and said, "Really?"
"Well then, Sanling, make sure to find me someone literate." Jang Youzhi awkwardly smiled, but Sanya came back in and kept her lips pressed tightly, saying nothing. Gu Yunjiao picked up the bowls and chopsticks and left with Sanya. The next morning, the weather changed. Although it hadn't rained yet, the wind was so strong it felt like winter had arrived overnight. Mrs. Chen had almost finished making new padded jackets for the family. Even Jang Youzhi's was ready. Only her own was still unfinished. Early in the morning, Mrs. Chen told everyone to put on their new padded jackets. The jackets had 2 layers, an inner cotton core and an outer coat. The outer coat could be removed and washed if dirty, without needing to wash the inner cotton, which kept the fluffiness of the cotton as much as possible. A tie also changed into a brown padded jacket. Mrs. Chen's jackets were long enough to cover the hips, making them warmer to wear. A tie was initially reluctant to wear his new cotton padded jacket to gather firewood. Gua Yunjiao scolded him and said she would buy more cotton in a few days, and he needed to make a set of clothes. Only then did he put on the new jacket and go out. Usually, a tie would go to the foot of the mountain to gather firewood and return within half an hour to an hour. But today he went out and was gone for a long time without coming back. Gua Yunjiao had to call Lu Lang to look behind the wasteland to see if a tie was there. Lu Lang pulled Guochuan, and they ran together. Not long after, Lu Lang and Guochuan brought a tie back into the kitchen, each holding one of his hands. Gua Yunjiao saw that a tie was only wearing a thin shirt. His new cotton jacket was gone. A tie looked very pale, with purple lips, showing he was freezing badly. First, Gua Yunjiao took a tie near the stove to warm him and sent Lu Lang to get his old cotton jacket. Then she found some boiled soup to help him warm up. When Lu Lang brought back the old jacket for a tie to wear, Gua Yunjiao asked, "Where is your new cotton jacket?" A tie lowered his head silently. Gua Yunjiao frowned. "Where did your jacket go? You need to tell me. I hate it when people hide things in their hearts and don't say anything." Hearing this, a tie finally looked up, tears in his eyes, and said, "My stepmother took it off me. I was gathering firewood on the back mountain when I met her. She also went to gather firewood. She said I, as a servant, didn't deserve such good clothes, and the jacket should be given to her as a gift. She took the jacket, and she also took the firewood I collected." Gua Yunjiao couldn't help but laugh bitterly. "Good. I've been prepared for this, but I didn't expect it to happen so soon." She had specially given Zhao Lijing 1 or 2 silver coins to go to the government office and register a Tice sale contract, just in case a Tice life improved and her father and stepmother came to take advantage. She never saw a Tai as just a servant. She always wanted him to follow her to run a medicine shop, learning a skill to support himself. She planned that after a few years, once she was free from a Tice parents and before a Tai got married, she would go to the government office and cancel the sale contract. A Tai was originally a good household, so reverting his status was easy. But she never expected that, before a Tai even started working and earning wages, her stepmother was so careless that she would take away even a new jacket. Mrs. Chen happened to overhear a Tai's words. When Lu Lang couldn't find the jacket, she was the one who found it. She asked Lu Lang about it, but he didn't explain clearly. Mrs. Chen was so angry she almost burst with rage. She rolled up her sleeves and spat. "Bah! She dares to steal clothes I made stitch by stitch. Just wait, I will tear her apart." Gua Yunjiao quickly grabbed Mrs. Chen before she could lose her temper. "Mother, wait. Let me get the contract first, then we'll go together." Haha, with the contract in hand, Iron A's wife would be her property, making her more confident. Next door, Jang Youzhi overheard Mrs. Chen planning to fight someone, and Yunjiao also wanted to go. He was worried the 2 women might get hurt, so he hurriedly called Lu Lang. "Lu Lang, follow them and watch out. Don't let them get into trouble." Lu Lang confidently replied, "Third brother, don't worry. Yunjiao went to her room, took the contract, told Iron A to watch the soup, then hurriedly left with Mrs. Chen. Lu Lang followed behind, feeling excited because he thought he was helping out. Gu Chuan and Sanya held hands and followed Lu Lang. Sanya whispered, "What if mother and sister-in-law start fighting? Will you help?" Gu Chuan nodded strongly. "Of course. No one can hit my sister." Sanya looked at him and shook her head. "But you're so small, you can't beat anyone." Gu Chuan said stubbornly, "If I can't beat them, I'll bite." Sanya looked at him disapprovingly, bent down, picked up a stone, and kicked it into her hand. "I won't bite. It's too dirty." Sister-in-law said people have many germs. Gu Chuan walked a bit, then quietly picked up a stone and kicked it into his sleeve. Mrs. Chen was rushing ahead, looking like she was ready to fight. When someone met her on the way, they asked, "Oh, Mrs. Chen, what are you up to?" Mrs. Chen shouted angrily, "Go settle the score with Iron A's stepmother." Everyone heard this and thought, there's some excitement. Life is dull, so a little trouble makes it more fun. They eagerly followed behind. But today was cold, so not many people were outside. When they reached Iron A's house, only 7 or 8 people followed. Iron A's house had a simple bamboo fence around it. The 2 broken wooden doors were easy to push open. Mrs. Chen pushed the door open fiercely and stormed inside. The door swung back and forth in the cold wind, making a loud squeak. Iron A's stepmother peeked out from inside. "Who's there?" Seeing Mrs. Chen's fierce look, she was stunned at first. Then she reacted, her face changed, and she hurried to close the door. Chun ran quickly and saw Tai's stepmother about to close the door. She rushed forward like a cannonball, squeezing inside and grabbing Tai's stepmother's hair. Although Tai's stepmother was weak, she was not careless. She quickly fought back with Chen. Gu Yunjiao opened her mouth slightly. She had brought a contract of sale, planning to reason with the others first. But before she could say a word, a fight broke out. Just as she was thinking this, she saw Chen had already knocked down Tai's stepmother, riding on top of her. The stepmother was pressed down hard and suddenly shouted sharply, Did Jen, come quickly. Someone is hurting your wife." In an instant, a figure rushed out from behind the house, bypassed Gu Yunjiao, and ran inside. Gu Yunjiao realized this was not good. Even if Chen was fierce, she was just a woman. Tai's stepmother was hard to deal with, and Lu Dezhen was a big man. This was clearly bullying. She shouted, "Stop fighting," and rolled up her sleeves, rushing into the house. Lu Lang and the others saw Chen gaining the upper hand and didn't move. But now that Lu Dezhen went in, they knew something was wrong. They followed Gu Yunjiao inside. Lu Lang ran ahead but was tripped by Tai's stepmother's leg on the ground and fell flat on his face. Gu Chuan didn't stop and fell on top of Lu Lang. Sanya and Gu Chuan held hands and also fell to the ground, with stones they were holding rolling far away. The scene was extremely chaotic. Gu Yunjiao originally came to help, but when she rushed into the house, she hesitated. Because Lu Dezhen had already pulled Chen away, and no one further attacked. Chen stood there, panting with her hands on her hips. Tai's stepmother was struggling to get up from the ground. But she was pressed down by Lu Lang and Xiao Chuan and couldn't get up. Gu Yunjiao quickly pulled Lu Lang and Xiao Chuan. While pulling them, she shouted, "Everyone, stop fighting. Let's talk calmly, okay?" At this moment, the onlookers, not afraid of trouble, crowded at the door. Chen caught her breath and suddenly started talking. "Everyone, judge for yourselves. Have you ever seen someone so shameless?" She even wanted to take a cotton jacket made for a child. She took it and still dares to wear it herself. She walked to the door, pulling a woman and crying, Tai went out this morning wearing the new cotton jacket I made for him to gather firewood. No one knew he wouldn't come back. Lu Lang went out to look for him and found that someone had taken off his cotton-padded jacket. He was wearing only a thin shirt, trembling in the windless spot, afraid to go home because he was worried about losing his jacket and not being able to explain it. "You see, isn't this child pitiful?" The old lady nodded vigorously and spat at the stepmother of Tai, saying, "Bah, heartless stepmother. Gu Yunjiao then pulled Lu Lang and Xiao Chuan up. The stepmother of Ah Tai also got up from the ground and spat back without hesitation, "I am Ah Tai's mother. What's wrong with taking his clothes? His parents are still wearing ragged coats. Why should he wear such a thick new cotton jacket? Is there no sense of filial piety anymore?" Mrs. Chun chuckled. "Who are you pretending to be? His father? His mother? Did you give birth to Ah Tai? Or did you raise him for a day? You threw Ah Tai out as soon as you entered the house. How can you still ask for his respect?" Gu Yunjiao frowned as she listened nearby. Mrs. Chen's words seemed right but were actually wrong. The key point is that Ah Tai is now her servant. According to the law, he is her private property. Everything about Ah Tai also belongs to her. It's not about filial piety. Legally, it's her belongings that are being taken from her. Gu Yunjiao quickly said to Ah Tai's stepmother, "Take off the cotton jacket and give it back to me. Otherwise, we'll go to Zhao Lijing's house to talk." She realized that reasoning with these people was probably hopeless. Let Zhao Lijing worry about it. Ah Tai's stepmother sneered, "This cotton jacket is mine now that I'm wearing it. Do you want it?" "No way. What's Zhao Lijing to you? Do you think I dare not go?" I don't believe Lijing can make Ah Tai disrespect his parents. Everyone at the door cheered. "Go on. Let Zhao Lijing judge." The group went to Zhao Lijing's house. On the way past the Jiang family, Jiang Rong, Jiang Hua, and Yang's Lu family saw them and also gathered to watch the fun. Zhao Lijing often handled neighborhood disputes. Seeing so many people, he wasn't worried at all. He called his sons and daughters-in-law, brought some stools, and let everyone sit. Once everyone was settled, Zhao Lijing asked, "What's the matter?" Gu Yunjiao was about to speak, but Ah Tai's stepmother started the trouble first. "Uncle Lijing, please judge fairly." She first pointed at Lu Dagan, who was wearing a torn cotton jacket, and said, "Look at Dagan. What is he wearing?" Then she pointed to her own clothes. "This cotton jacket is thick, right? Well, it's not mine. My own cotton jacket is even more worn out than Dagan's. Iron Child is a filial boy. When he saw me wearing old clothes, he took off his cotton-padded jacket to give to me." She pointed at Mrs. Chun and said, "But this wicked woman insists I stole her things and caused trouble at our house, wanting to tear off this jacket." Zhao Lijing's eyebrows jumped in anger as Gu Yunjiao calmly explained the situation again. After Gu Yunjiao finished, Zhao Lijing fully understood and said to Lu Dagan, "Stop causing trouble. Hurry and make your wife return the jacket." Lu Dagan lowered his head silently. Iron Child's stepmother, feeling unfair, said, "Uncle Lijing, you can't favor her. Why should she get the jacket back? Isn't it also respectful for Iron Child to honor his parents?" Gu Yunjiao slowly took out the contract from her.
No.
"Iron Child is my servant. Since I bought him, he and everything he owns are my property. Without my permission, tearing off his clothes is stealing my belongings. I could report you to the authorities for this." After Gu Yunjiao finished speaking, everyone started whispering and discussing. They didn't know such an argument was possible. Most of the family didn't have servants. Iron Child's stepmother spat and said, "Stop talking nonsense. Even if you are his master, he is still Dagon's son. Spouting all this, there's nothing wrong with respecting parents." Zhao Lijing pounded the table heavily.
Quiet. Quiet.
He glared at Iron Child's stepmother and took the contract from Gu Yunjiao, waving it forcefully. "Do you think the red stamp on this paper from the official office is just for fun? Young Dr. Gu will really report you. Not only will she get the jacket, but you'll also get a beating." Iron Child's stepmother dared to argue with Gu Yunjiao, but didn't dare to confront Zhao Lijing. Her face was full of dissatisfaction. Zhao Lijing, feeling tired, said, "Young Dr. Gu is right. That's how the law works. You need to understand, you're not taking Iron Child's jacket, you're taking young Dr. Gu's property. Moreover, selling Iron Child means ending the blood relation. He has nothing to do with you anymore. When the contract was written, it was clearly explained to you. Now you're causing trouble again. Dagon, hurry up and make your wife take off her clothes." Zhao Lijing didn't plan to argue much more. These villagers and women who couldn't read or write simply couldn't understand complicated reasoning. Lu Dagan still kept his head down and stayed silent. Zhao Lijing shouted sharply, "Dagan, do you want to get into trouble with the law?" Lu Dagan shivered in fear and quickly tried to pull off his wife's coat. Atai's stepmother still wanted to argue, but Lu Dagan slapped her across the face. She was stunned for a moment, pouting sadly, but she didn't dare to resist. Lu Dagan quickly took off Atai's coat. Lu, being clever, stepped forward and took the coat. Lu Dagan's face turned dark as he pulled his wife, who was wearing only a simple shirt, and led her through the crowd to leave. Gu Yunjiao smiled happily at Zhao Lijing and bowed, saying, "Thank you, Uncle Lijing." Zhao Lijing smiled kindly and nodded at her, then signaled to Sun Dainyu to help Gu Yunjiao and Mrs. Chen leave. The onlookers also started to disperse. When they returned, Gu Yunjiao handed the coat to Atai. Atai looked down and put it on. Gu Yunjiao looked at Atai, pursed her lips, and slowly said, "Atai, I ask you, why did you just obediently give your stepmother your coat when she wanted to take it? Even if you're afraid to fight her, can't you at least run away? I don't believe you can outrun her." Atai hesitated for a moment, then whispered, Even though she's not my real mother, she's still my stepmother. The books say that if a ruler orders a servant to die, the servant must die. If a father orders his son to die, the son must die. Parents do whatever they need to."
Bah.
Gu Yunjiao spat out. "Nonsense. No book ever wrote such rotten, disgusting nonsense. You haven't read many books, yet you've become such a fool. Confucius clearly said that a father should be kind and a son should be filial. First kindness from the father, then filial piety from the son. Do you understand?" From the next room, Jang Youzhi's suppressed chuckle could be heard. Gu Yunjiao continued to educate Atai. "Is your stepmother very kind to you?" Atai shook his head sadly and said, "She's not very good to me. The day she married my father, she kicked me out of the house." Gu Yunjiao spread her hands. "Since she's not kind, why do you still show her respect? Remember this. If she ever tries to take your things again, just run away quickly, understand?"
Ati nodded firmly.
Gu Yunjiao sighed. Although Atai was smart, he was too kind and righteous. Sometimes kindness can be a good thing, but it can also be a weakness. Gu Yunjiao's eyes widened. "And do you understand? After you sell yourself legally, you no longer have parents. You don't need to. Forget it. I can't explain it to you. In short, from now on, no matter how much you want to honor your father, you must ask me first. If I say no, then you can't do it, understand?" Atai nodded again. Gu Yunjiao weakly waved her hand. "Go on, go play with Lulu." Seeing Atai now made her feel upset inside. At the same time, Gu Yunjiao realized that Atai might only be able to work as a shop assistant for medicine for the rest of his life. He couldn't become a doctor because he was too kind-hearted, too naive, and didn't know how to adapt. A doctor needs to deal with many patients and must have good social skills. He also couldn't be the shopkeeper because of his soft nature. If he became the shopkeeper and saw poor families unable to afford medicine, he would give all the medicine away. Next door, Jang Youzhi listened to the sound of Atai running out and suddenly said, "Don't be angry. He's still a kid. Just teach him slowly."
Gu Yunjiao sat by the stove, pouting.
"I'm not angry. I just wish he was better." Jang Youzhi responded with a soft "Everyone has their own fate. You're still young yourself. There's no need to worry about others." Gu Yunjiao thought about it and agreed. She was only 20 years old, and here she was, even younger, less than 15. She still didn't know what to do with her own life, so she certainly couldn't worry about others' lives. Life went on peacefully for a while. It had been 2 months since Jang Youzhi broke his leg. That day, Gu Yunjiao checked Jang Youzhi's leg again. To avoid awkwardness, she gently touched his leg while talking about her plans. "I want to open a pharmacy in the city after the new year." As soon as she spoke, Gu Yunjiao felt her thigh tighten suddenly. She gently pinched it to signal Jang Youzhi to relax and then said, "If you and your mother are willing, we can go together." The city has the Yulu Academy, one of the 3 famous academies in the country. The teachers there are definitely very skilled. I think it will help with your studies. Jang Youzhi was also planning to leave Qingshan village after his leg recovered. Clearly, once his leg healed, old Master Jang, his second and third uncles, and the entire Jang family would all come rushing to him. It's not that he didn't want to repay the kindness of the Jang family. He was willing to give them financial help in the future, but he truly didn't want to be family with such people. He just didn't want to go so far to the city. Hearing Gu Yunjiao's words, he felt a stir in his heart. He was well known in the county and throughout Nanzhou, which wasn't a good thing. Going to the city meant fewer people knew about him, which was better for hiding and keeping a low profile. As he felt the soft touch on his thigh, he softly said, "It's good to go to the city for studies. I just don't know if my mother will be willing to leave home." He paused and added, "Don't mention this for now. Once I find a chance, I'll tell my mother that I want to go to the city for school." Gu Yunjiao paused briefly and then softly responded with an "hmm." She understood Jang Youzhi's good intentions. The Qin family was reluctant to part with their home, but as long as it was for Jang Youzhi's studies, Qin would surely agree to move to Fuqing. At that moment, suddenly, Chen's voice came from outside. "What's going on? Why is Samling's door closed? Oh, and the window is shut too. Samling, what are you doing inside?" Gu Yunjiao suddenly became nervous, feeling like she had nowhere to put her hands. Jang Youzhi looked at her slightly red face and said in a deep voice, "Mother, Yunjiao is checking my leg." Oh, go ahead, you two be busy," Qin replied quickly, then suddenly realized, "Checking the leg? How do you check that? If the bone has healed properly, you'd need to touch it to know. The place where Samlang's leg was broken." Thinking of this, Qin felt a mix of emotions, some happiness, some embarrassment, and hurriedly left the room. Inside, Gu Yunjiao lowered her head and silently cursed herself. What a coward she was. Checking his leg was a clear conscience act, so why was she so nervous? Suddenly, she realized her hand was still resting on Jang Youzhi's leg. Her muscles tensed again. Gu Yunjiao quickly withdrew her hand and stood up, saying, wait a moment." She took a splint to the kitchen. After placing the splint on the ground, she measured and cut a small piece with an axe, then smoothed some wooden splinters before bringing it back to the room to rebind Jang Youzhi's leg. Once the splint was secured, Gu Yunjiao shared good news with him. "The bone is healing well. From now on, you can get out of bed and walk a bit. But don't rush. Wait until I ask Uncle Lu to buy a crutch in the county before you get out of bed." Hearing that he could finally get out of bed and walk, Jang Youzhi was so happy he almost cried. 2 months of lying in bed had driven him crazy. Even with a crutch, he was willing to take a few steps. Gu Yunjiao gave some money to Lu and asked him to talk to Uncle Lu about buying a crutch. The next afternoon, Uncle Lu brought the crutches. With the help of Uncle Lu and a Tai Lulu, Jang Youzhi finally got out of bed. He hobbled a few steps with the crutch, quickly mastering how to use it, and then walked out of the house. The outside air seemed fresher than inside. The sky, which he hadn't seen in a long time, looked especially blue. Master Zhou sat under the eaves of the main house and suddenly saw Jang Youzhi come out with a cane. He sneered quietly, still limping, just as expected. Limping is good. It saves the old man from regret over splitting the family. Jiang Hua saw this from the opposite house and quickly came out. He first smiled at Jang Youzhi. "Third brother is finally better? You can walk around now." Jang Youzhi gently smiled at him. "Third uncle, long time no see." Jiang Hua circled around Jang Youzhi, then slowly walked over to Gu Yunjiao and lowered his voice. "Is third brother's leg like this? Will it heal?" Gu Yunjiao sighed deeply and shook his head sadly. Jiang Hua immediately understood. No matter how good Gu Yunjiao's medical skills are, she couldn't cure third brother's leg. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, but his tone was heavy. What a pity for this child. His thoughts were similar to Zhou's. Since the family had split, it was better that third brother remained lame. If he suddenly became successful later, their family would regret it terribly. Old Master Zhang also saw this through the window of the upper room and felt relieved. As the head of the family, whether third brother's leg was lame or not was very important to him. If third brother recovered, He would surely be mocked for being short-sighted, losing the precious opportunity to rise in status. It wasn't just about losing a valuable asset. If third brother's leg healed, he could become an official. That would elevate the entire Jang family's social standing, a rare opportunity that might not come again in 100 years. Jang Youzhi limped around outside, and everyone was reassured. Chunshi also asked worriedly about Gu Youngjio, but she only said, "It's hard to say." Chunshi didn't press further. Since that day, Jang Youzhi had been walking outside every day with his cane. Now that the weather was getting colder, he wore a cotton robe and kept pacing back and forth along the path at the house entrance. Many villagers said he had a lame leg and that he was a bit strange. One day, Jang Youzhi was outside again, leaning on his cane. Soon, Gu Mei came out of Zhao's house and headed straight toward the west end of the village. He no longer paid attention to Jang Youzhi at all. When passing by, he didn't even glance at the poor, lame man. After Gu Mei left, Jang Erlang also came out of the house, heading in the same direction, toward the west end of the village. Jang Youzhi seemed to see nothing and continued pacing on the road. When they were far away, he called Tai over and whispered something into his ear. After hearing this, Tai quickly ran outside. He had been gone for about a cup of tea when he returned. He ran to Jang Youzhi's house and whispered, "I saw Brother Air going to visit the girl at the western end of the village." I climbed up the tree behind the house and saw that Lock Pillar's wife was there too. The girl is actually a boy. When he was young, his mother was worried he wouldn't grow up, so she gave him this nickname. His parents are no longer alive, and he lives alone. He often wanders around the village, and Jang Erlang often hangs out with him. Jang Youzhi, having received the news he wanted, happily patted Tai's head. "All right, don't tell anyone about this. It's not a good thing, and you shouldn't tell your young lady either."
Go now.
Tai nodded obediently and left as told. This is why Jang Youzhi sent Tai, not Lu Lang, to follow Jang Erlang. Tai is obedient and does whatever he's told. Lu Lang is too mischievous and might cause trouble. Jang Youzhi narrowed his eyes. What needed to be confirmed has finally been confirmed. Next, he planned to find the right opportunity to uncover the truth through someone else's help. At dinner that night, Mrs. Chen said, "Tomorrow, the Sun family is holding a full moon celebration for Hong Mei's child. Do you think we should go and give a gift?" Gua Yunjiao thought for a moment. "Let's go. It's better for Lu Lang to go and run an errand. We can give 500 coins as a gift and have a meal."
Lu Lang grinned happily.
"Oh, great. I get to go to a feast again." The next afternoon, Lu Lang indeed took Xiao Chuan to the celebration. By evening, Hong Mei came to Zhang's house holding the baby. Mrs. Chen warmly invited her inside and asked Sanya to pour water. Hong Mei smiled at Mrs. Chen. "Aunt Chen, you don't need to be so busy. I just want to say a few words and then leave. I came to invite Yun Jiao to the celebration. Yun Jiao is my lifesaver. Without her, I wouldn't be standing here today. Aunt Chen, please help persuade her to go tonight, no matter what." Gua Yunjiao looked a bit hesitant. As a widow, it's not convenient for her to attend a happy event. Hong Mei added, "I don't care. If you don't go, you're not really my friend." She leaned in close to Gua Yunjiao. "And there's one more thing I need your help with." Gua Yunjiao had no choice but to agree. "All right, I'll go tonight." By dinner time, Gua Yunjiao headed to the Sun family's house. The courtyard was decorated with a happy tent, and only a few guests remained in the evening, mostly relatives of the Sun family. After finishing her meal, Hong Mei came over and took her to the inner courtyard. Hong Mei took Gu Yunjiao to the back courtyard and led her into a room. Inside, there was a girl dressed in silk sitting by the window, lost in thought. A maid was doing needlework under the lamp. When the maid saw visitors, she quickly put down her work and stood up. The girl by the window also turned her head. The maid bowed and hurried to pour tea. Hong Mei, smiling happily, said to the girl, "This is the Dr. Gu I told you about, the one who saved my life." The girl got up, looked at Gu Yunjiao and smiled. "Wow, you're so small." Hong Mei then pointed to the girl and said, "This is my cousin Qinglan. She came from the county town to visit and will stay with me for a few days." Gu Yunjiao smiled at her. Hello, Sister Qinglan. Qinglan reached out and touched Gu Yunjiao's face. You look very pretty. You're so young, can you really tell the doctor? Gu Yunjiao just smiled. After a few casual words, Hongmei made an excuse to leave. The maid stood up and closed the door. Qinglan pulled Gu Yunjiao to sit on the bed. She seemed to have something difficult to say, and looked hesitant all along. After a while, she bit her lip and whispered in Gu Yunjiao's ear, I have a close friend who is about to get married. But she has a problem, her feet sweat easily, and there's a smell. Qinglan blushed deeply after saying this. Gu Yunjiao understood. This was part of the I Have a Friend series. Qinglan continued, she's worried that after marriage, her husband might dislike her because of this. I wonder if Dr. Gu has any way to help her with this problem. Gu Yunjiao thought for a moment. That's simple. No need to check the pulse. Do you have paper and a brush? I can write a prescription for your friend. Qinglan quickly signaled the maid to get paper and brush from Hongmei. Soon, the maid brought the writing tools. While grinding ink, Gu Yunjiao pondered carefully. Once the ink was ready, she composed the prescription. She explained, this illness is hard to cure completely. It's a matter of constitution. But if you pay attention, there shouldn't be any smell during normal times. She pointed to the prescription and said, this medicine should be boiled to extract the juice, then poured into a basin for foot soaking. Do this every 3 days. After 3 to 5 times, it should improve in 1 or 2 months. If it recurs later, just boil the medicine again for foot soaking. She thought for a moment. If you find this too troublesome, there's a simpler way. Go to the wild fields to find songa seeds, or buy them from the pharmacy, then boil the water for foot soaking. By next spring, after the burdock plants grow, picking their leaves and placing them inside shoes will prevent smelly feet even in summer. Qinglan was very happy to learn these 2 methods. Because she was a woman and had this problem, she was too shy to see a doctor. She wouldn't ask her older cousin to recommend one, unless she heard from Red Plum that Dr. Xiaogu was very skilled, and since she was also a woman, she dared not ask her cousin for help. Qinglan bowed to Gu Yunjiao and said, thank you on behalf of my close friend. Gu Yunjiao smiled and said, no need to thank me. Well, Sister Qinglan, I will take my leave now. Qinglan quickly signaled to her maid. The maid brought over a silver coin or 2 and handed it to Gu Yunjiao. This is the consultation fee from our young lady's close friend. Please, Dr. Xiaogu. Seeing the maid hesitating, Gu Yunjiao kindly said, don't worry, young lady. We are all women, and we naturally won't speak of these things outside. Moreover, I am a doctor. I will keep my patients' secrets. Qinglan felt relieved and had the maid see Gu Yunjiao out. When they reached the front yard, they saw the banquet had already ended. Red Plum hurried over and said, Dr. Xiaogu, it's getting dark. I will ask Ah Jin to back. When Gu Yunjiao heard Ah Jin, she immediately recognized him as Sun Jin, Red Plum's younger uncle. Suddenly, she remembered what Qinshi had said to Jang Youzhi that day. She guessed Red Plum was trying to match her with Sun Jin. She quickly declined, no need, no need. It's not far, and I'll be there soon. Besides, we are in the village, not outside. Red Plum still wanted to persuade her. Oh, it's fine. Let Ah Jin take you. Gu Yunjiao firmly said, Red Plum, let's forget it. If people see my status, they might gossip. Red Plum couldn't say anything more. She sighed regretfully and saw Gu Yunjiao to the gate. Sun's house wasn't far from Zhang's. It was just a 10-minute walk. It was already dark and only faintly visible. The uneven rural path made Gu Yunjiao walk unsteadily. As she was walking, she saw a flickering light ahead, like a lantern. But it was too far away to see clearly. Suddenly, Gu Yunjiao heard a noise by the roadside. She turned her head cautiously and saw a figure jump out of the grass and rush toward her. Gu Yunjiao quickly reached into her and felt the cold, hard object there. Just as she did, a palm strike came toward the back of her neck. Gu Yunjiao tried her best to stretch forward, hoping to avoid the. She knew that the back of the neck was a very fragile spot, and a strong hit there could cause someone to faint. She knew she absolutely must not faint. If she fainted, It would be over for her. Even though Gu Yunjiao had tried to dodge, the slap still landed on the back of her neck. She staggered and suddenly fell to the ground. At that moment, a voice came from the darkness. Did you do this to her here? Or did you take her to my place? Jang Erlang glanced at the lantern moving toward them from afar. Not your place. I don't want to dirty that place. That was where he was supposed to meet Gume. That place is no good either. It's too cold. He thought for a moment. Let's go to the temple at the village entrance. Remember to call more people to come and watch, he added. Yao Mei nodded and replied, no problem. I'll handle it. Aren't you worried? He looked into the distance. Someone's coming. Jang Erlang bent down, turned Gu Yunjiao over from her prone position, and then carried her on his shoulder. Gu Yunjiao seemed to have completely lost consciousness. Her legs were held by Jang Erlang, her head and hands hanging behind his back, limp and drooping. Jang Erlang took a step in the opposite direction of the lantern. Just as he moved, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back. He groaned softly and staggered. Gu Yunjiao was pretending to be faint, just waiting for the right moment to deliver a deadly to Jang Erlang. She had been planning to wait a bit longer, but when she heard Jang Erlang was taking her to the temple, she decided not to wait anymore. Her thick coat made it difficult, but Gu Yunjiao used all her strength to stab the dagger in. The tip of the knife twisted slightly before she pulled it out, then she forcefully stabbed again at Jang Erlang's neck. Jang Erlang, feeling the pain, quickly turned and threw Gu Yunjiao to the ground. The sensation of losing balance and dizziness made Gu Yunjiao scream out loud. She fell to the ground, feeling as if her internal organs had been hit hard. With her scream, the lantern nearby started to sway wildly, and then a hurried voice came. Is that Yunjiao? Yao Mei trembled upon hearing the voice. Erlang, what do we do now? Someone's here. Jang Erlang didn't have time to answer Yao Mei. He reached back and felt his neck. It was wet and sticky. When he looked at it, he saw it was covered in blood. You little brat. You're asking for death. Jang Erlang shouted and kicked at her. Gu Yunjiao saw a big foot coming toward her and, enduring the pain all over her body, rolled to the side. Not far away, Jang Youzhi heard Jang Erlang's voice and shouted angrily, Jang Erlang, how dare you? Jang Youzhi was almost going crazy with worry, only wishing he could walk faster without his cane. It had been dark for a while, and Gu Yunjiao still hadn't returned home. He couldn't sit still at home. After thinking carefully, he still felt uneasy, so he asked a Thai to bring a lantern to meet Gu Yunjiao. Then he remembered that a Thai was just a child and might not be much help if something happened, so he decided to go with a Thai. But far away, he could already hear Gu Yunjiao calling out, followed by Jang Erlang's angry words. He could guess what Jang Erlang was trying to do. At that moment, a Thai quickly shoved the lantern into Jang Youzhi's hand and ran ahead. Jang Erlang missed a step and staggered forward. Normally, he should have been able to steady himself easily, but suddenly, he didn't know what was wrong. His legs felt as weak as noodles and couldn't lift at all. He fell to the ground involuntarily. Yao Mei quickly went to help him, but Jang Erlang, like a heavy weight, fell straight onto her. Yao Mei, small and slender, couldn't hold him and was brought down with him. He got up by himself and tried to pull Jang Erlang up, but he couldn't move him. Yao Mei looked surprised and asked, Erlang, what's wrong with you? Jang Erlang was lying on the ground, heart pounding. I don't know, he said weakly. I feel so weak all over. I can't even stand up. Just then, a Thai ran over, shouting miss as he came. Yao Mei saw that a lantern was getting closer behind him. It seemed that a Thai wasn't alone. He didn't care about Jang Erlang on the ground and ran away quickly. A Thai reached Gu Yunjiao, helping her up. Miss, are you okay? He asked. At the same time, Jang Youzhi also arrived, carrying a lantern. He threw down the lantern and raised his cane, swinging it wildly at Jang Erlang on the ground. Jang Erlang instinctively tried to dodge, but he was terrified to realize that not only were his legs weak, but now he couldn't even lift his hands. He wanted to ask what Gu Yunjiao had done to him, but he could only open his mouth to make a vague sound. His tongue also started to go numb. Gu Yunjia straightened her clothes and walked over to Jang Erlang, speaking coldly. Let me handle this. Jang Youzhi stopped and moved aside. Gu Yunjia took a small dagger and squatted down. She signaled to a Tai to unbutton Jang Erlang's padded jacket, then waved the knife and stabbed him. The first cut was on his shoulder. After the knife went in, she twisted it a few times before slowly pulling it out. Jang Erlang was extremely frightened. He watched the knife fall without being able to shout or scream. Strangely, he could clearly feel the knife stabbing into his flesh, but he didn't feel any pain. He saw Gu Yunjia expressionless, looking at him like a butcher examining meat on a chopping board, then choosing a spot to strike. The second and third cuts followed. Jang Erlang still didn't feel pain, only coldness and a bit of drowsiness. His eyelids involuntarily drooped. Even his consciousness gradually became blurry. Gu Yunjia carefully stabbed at a spot over and over, about 10 times, and only then did her anger slightly ease. She wiped the blood off Jang Erlang's clothes with her dagger and then put it back into her pocket. At this moment, Jang Youzhi softly said, "It's cold outside. Let's go back." Gu Yunjia gently nodded. Tai carried a lantern and led the way, while Gu Yunjia and Jang Youzhi walked behind, one on each side. The three of them gradually disappeared into the distance. Meanwhile, Jang Erlang on the ground had completely lost consciousness, lying there like a dead person. Gu Yunjia went home, washed her face in the kitchen, and then returned to her room. Jang Youzhi sat in the room with a serious face. A strong wave of regret almost overwhelmed him. He discovered Jang Erlang and Gu Mei's affair. He could have taken care of them early with Zhao's help, but he hesitated because Gu Mei was Yunjiao's sister, and he was afraid Gu Yunjia would blame him if she found out later. He also hadn't thought of a good way to clear himself completely. His hesitation almost caused Yunjiao to be harmed. Jang Youzhi slightly opened a window and looked outside, sneering coldly. This time, he wouldn't wait any longer, even if it meant exposing himself. He didn't know how much time had passed, but suddenly, the door outside the courtyard was knocked loudly, accompanied by a voice. "Second Uncle Jiang, Second Uncle Jiang, Erlang is in trouble."
Come out and see.
Jang Youzhi peeked out through the window slit. Jang Rong came out from across the street and ran to open the door. Soon after, the youngest sister carried Jang Erlang in on her back. Yang Shi also ran out of the house. Seeing Jang Erlang slumped over her back, she hadn't even fully seen what was happening and started screaming. "Shut up, you!" Jang Rong scolded sharply, and Yang Shi's scream stopped abruptly. Jang Youzhi saw them bring Jang Erlang into the house and quietly closed the window. He kept a close eye on the situation outside. If Jang Erlang didn't come back soon, he would find a way to warn the others across the street. Jang Erlang cannot die now. Yunjiao cannot be sued because of such a beast. The old master of the main house heard the noise and came out. Late at night, when he heard his youngest sister call out, his heart pounded quickly. Several grandchildren had already been involved in incidents. If one more happened, he didn't know if he could handle it. As old Master Jiang was descending the stairs, he staggered and then hurried toward the west wing. Once inside, he heard Jang Rong asking the youngest sister, "What's wrong with Erlang?" The youngest sister's eyes darted around nervously. "I don't know. I was passing by and saw Erlang lying on the ground, unable to move. I carried him back. If you want to know what happened, ask him yourself." Everyone looked at Jang Erlang. At this moment, Jang Erlang's eyes were swollen shut, one corner of his mouth was split, and his face was bruised in several places, looking very frightening. Yang shouted loudly, "My Erlang! Who hit him with such cruelty? Who's so heartless?" Hearing the shout, Jang Erlang, dazed, slowly opened his eyes. The whole family gathered around, exclaiming happily, "Erlang! Are you okay, Erlang?" Jang Erlang tried to lift his arm, and it slowly moved up. He also tried to speak, I feel cold." He had lost a lot of blood and had been sleeping in the cold wind for nearly an hour. No wonder he was cold. Yang quickly pulled back the blanket and covered Jang Erlang. Jang Erlang struggled to speak again. Hurry and call the doctor. I have wounds all over my body. When Guyan Jiao was dressing Jang Erlang, she thoughtfully took off his padded jacket and buttoned it up again. Young sister helped him put on his clothes, so no one noticed he still had injuries. Hearing his words, Jang Hua hurried to bring an oil lamp to shine on him. Yang lifted the blanket again and then unbuttoned Jang Erlang's padded jacket. Then Yang let out a cry, "My son!" Everyone saw Jang Erlang's plain cotton shirt, already stained red with blood. Young sister was so frightened, she quickly stepped back. She didn't realize Jang Erlang had so many wounds. After running away, he hid at home for nearly an hour before sneaking out again to see what was happening. He ran over and only saw Jang Erlang lying on the ground. Seeing Jang Erlang's clothes open, he hurriedly helped him put them on and carried him back to Jang's house. Afraid the Jang family would ask him questions, he quickly stepped back a few paces and slipped away. Old Master Jang's lips trembled as he called Jang Hua, third son, hurry and called Erlang's wife to come and see Erlang. Jang Hua nodded and was about to put down the oil lamp and leave when Jang Erlang on the bed struggled and said, "Don't call her. All my injuries are caused by her."
What?
Everyone in the room looked at Jang Erlang in disbelief. Mrs. Yang shouted sharply, "Bad omen. I'm going to cut her into pieces." Old Master Jang scolded loudly, "Wait." He looked at Jang Erlang and asked, "The young lady, your wife, is just a girl. How can she fight you? You're covered in wounds. You can't just stand there and let her attack you, right?" Jang Erlang remembered how terrifying it was to be completely unable to move. She stabbed me twice first. I couldn't move after that. She must have used some medicine on her knife. He weakly said, "Let's not talk about it now. Quickly find a doctor." Jang Hua put down the oil lamp and ran outside. "I'll go to town and invite Dr. Su." Jang Rong suddenly slammed the table and shouted, "That wicked woman Gu Yunjiao. I'm going to settle the score with her." He said this while rushing out. Mrs. Yang cursed, "That wicked woman. I'm going after her too." Old Master Jiang sat quietly in the room, watching the two rush out without saying anything. Jiang Rong reached the opposite side and saw that the doors of the east wing were all tightly shut. He kicked the door angrily and shouted, "Gu family's little girl, come out here. If I don't beat you to death today, I won't be named Jiang." The wooden door slammed loudly. Suddenly, the window of the nearby room opened, and Jang Youzhi peeked out from inside. "Second uncle, I advise you to calm down. If you don't want Erlang to be exiled, you'd better stop." Jiang Rong was stunned. He rushed to Jang Youzhi's window, his face grim. "What are you talking about?" Jang Youzhi snorted softly. "Why did Erlang get involved with Yunjiao? Don't you know?" He added silently in his mind, "How dare he come here?" Then Jang Youzhi lowered his voice. "Second uncle, check the Great Chu Law. Article 27 states that forcible acts are punishable by hanging. Those who fail to complete the act face 100 lashes and exile for 3,000 miles. Jiang Rong choked and was about to speak when Jang Youzhi continued, "This is the second time for Erlang. Second uncle, don't you think about it? With 200 lashes, does he still have a life left?" Jiang Rong's face darkened. "Are you saying it's just force?"
Who can prove that?
"Besides, I don't believe it. That wicked woman probably has no shame and will go to the county to complain. Has she lost her shame?" This point Jiang Rong also thought was not wrong. Not to mention ancient times. Even in modern days, many women who face such situations choose to endure in silence. Because once the public finds out about such matters, some people will blame the offender and the victim may become the target of criticism. People might say, "Why does he do this to others but not to you?" Or "She doesn't seem like a good person." A few years ago, a woman in the county was assaulted. She was angry and reported it to the authorities, and the man was sentenced to death. But afterward, her life also became difficult. People threw rotten vegetables, eggs, and broken shoes at her house every day. At first, she tried to hold on, but eventually, she couldn't take it anymore and hanged herself with a rope. Jang Youzhi also understood this well, so he was worried that Gu Yunjiao might go to the authorities and reveal everything. He was just trying to scare Jiang Rong. but who knew Jang Rong was not a fool and understood the situation very clearly. He was not afraid at all. Suddenly, there was a noise at the door. Gua Yunjiao came out of the house holding a chopping knife. She looked at Jang Rong and his wife with a cold smile. "You think I don't dare to report? Let's see if I dare or not." As she finished speaking, Yang Shi cursed her as a wicked woman and rushed toward Gua Yunjiao. Gua Yunjiao hesitated for a moment and then swung the knife toward her. Yang Shi didn't expect her to really attack with the knife. The knife was about to hit her face, but she couldn't stop her steps and had no way to dodge. Jang Rong saw that the situation was getting dangerous and quickly pulled her back. Gua Yunjiao put down the knife and stared at Yang Shi, saying clearly, "I warn you, mind your words. If you keep cursing, one day I might make you mute with poison." Yang Shi opened her mouth, but didn't make a sound. The knife almost touched her nose, and her fear made her lose the courage to provoke Gua Yunjiao again. She believed that Gua Yunjiao had the ability to make her mute with poison. Gua Yunjiao snorted coldly, turned around, and went back into the house, closing the door. Jang Rong was angry at the closed door for a while, but didn't dare to challenge Gua Yunjiao further, afraid she might really go to the authorities. He angrily paced around, and then left. Yang Shi was even more timid and quickly followed him. When Yang Shi returned to the house, she saw Jang Erlang trembling on the bed. She hurried to the kitchen, lit a charcoal basin, and brought it over, placing it next to Jang Erlang's bed. Zhang Hua had gone for about half an hour and returned with Dr. Su. Dr. Su first asked the Jiang family to take off Jang Erlang's clothes. When Jang Erlang's clothes were taken off, everyone in the room felt even more scared. Looking at him, he was covered in blood, as if he had wounds all over his body. Dr. Su was cleaning his wounds and muttered, "It seems the person who stabbed Erlang was merciful. The cuts aren't deep, and they avoided vital spots. They look scary, but they're just surface injuries." Gu Yunjiao indeed aimed her attacks at certain areas, but it wasn't out of mercy. She didn't want to cause a legal case over someone's death. After finishing the initial wounds, Jang Erlang was turned over. Only then did everyone see 2 more stab wounds on his back. These 2 wounds were the deepest. They moved slightly and oozed blood again. Dr. Su took out healing ointment to stop the bleeding. The heavily injured spots on his back and shoulders were wrapped with gauze. After wrapping him up, Dr. Su put down a bottle of healing ointment and held up. Medicine and consultation fee together total 2 taels. Mrs. Yang shouted sharply, 2 taels? That's so expensive. Dr. Su's face darkened. "You woman, what do you know? Many medicinal ingredients have increased in price. 2 taels is already cheap, considering we're doing this as a favor for our villagers." Mrs. Yang eagerly looked at old Master Jiang, and Jang Rong simply said, "Father, give the silver." Old Master Jiang sighed and got up to leave. Jang Rong followed him out. Soon, the upstairs room was filled with Zhou's scolding. "All of you are debt collectors. My mother owed you in her past life, and now you come to ask me for silver. I don't have that much." Zhou didn't yet know that Jang Erlang's injuries were caused by Gu Yunjiao, or she would have called her a bad omen. Jang Rong clenched his teeth and suddenly shouted angrily, "Mother, can you stop scolding? All this happened to Erlang because he listened to you. Also, Erlang is the eldest grandson of the family. How many things have I and Erlang done for this family? What's wrong with spending some silver?" Mrs. Chen inside the room heard Jang Rong clearly. She couldn't help but remember when Zhou threw copper coins at her face. She realized that Zhou only cared about herself, whether it was her son or grandson. If she wanted money, she would take her life. Zhou had never thought she could be scolded back. Her eyes widened, and she slapped her thigh, howling, "You dare to scold your own mother? Shut up." Old Master Jiang shouted loudly, cutting off Zhou's words. Although Zhou was usually fierce, she dared not disobey when her father-in-law spoke. Jang Rong came out and gave silver to Dr. Su, and Zhang Hua saw him off. Yang and others entered, and she gritted her teeth, saying, "Master, is this how we let it go? Are we just going to accept this unfair loss?" Jang Rong angrily replied, "What else can we do? That girl clearly is crazy. You're not afraid? Then go deal with her yourself. Yang's mouth opened, but she couldn't speak. She remembered how fierce Gu Yunjiao had been earlier, and she dared not confront her. But she was not willing to give up. After a while, Jang Rong said again, "Forget about that matter. We can't control that girl. Once Erlang gets better, you should ask the matchmaker to find a wife for him. Once that's settled, we can relax."
Yang nodded reluctantly.
At that moment, suddenly from the upper room, Zhou shouted loudly, "Little girl, troublemaker." Jang Erlang, who had just fallen into a light sleep on the bed, shivered and woke up frightened. "I've never seen such a mean woman. Oh dear, what did we do wrong to marry such a wicked woman into our family? Why doesn't heaven strike her down with lightning?" Usually, Jang Erlang didn't mind Zhou's curses, but now he was in pain and just wanted to rest. Yet she kept making noise. He couldn't help but mutter, "Grandma is the same. So annoying, cursing every day. No matter how much she scolds, it doesn't change anything. What's the use?" Chen, hearing Zhou's curses, quickly took some cotton and went to Gu Yunjiao's room. She held the cotton to her ears and said, "Ignore her. It's just a mad dog barking." Gu Yunjiao smiled quietly and said nothing. Zhou cursed all night until her voice was hoarse. The next morning, while brushing her teeth in the yard, Gu Yunjiao saw Zhou, hoarse and gesturing with her hands, talking to Lu outside. She couldn't help but chuckle, and white foam sprayed everywhere. After breakfast, seeing that the weather was cold, Gu Yunjiao lit a charcoal basin. While reading a book, Gu Chuan suddenly ran in with a strange expression, saying, "Sister, uncle, and mother are here. They're looking for big sister next door. I just heard uncle asking if Gu Mei married into the Zhao family." He paused, then lowered his voice. "Uncle is in a carriage, and mother is sitting in the cart. I hid behind a tree. They didn't see me." Gu Yunjiao laughed and said, "Why are you hiding?" Gu Chuan suddenly hugged Gu Yunjiao's arm and said, "I don't want to go back with mother." Soon, they heard Gu Mei shouting outside, "Gu Yunjiao, come out." Gu Yunjiao put down her book and took Gu Chuan out. Gu Mei stood at the door, glancing subtly toward the west wing, then turned her gaze to Gu Yunjiao and her brother. As Gu Yunjiao stepped outside, she saw a carriage outside the yard. Sitting on the front was a man who looked somewhat like Mrs. Li. Gu Yunjiao bowed slightly. "Big brother-in-law, Li." She frowned and sneered, "You sisters are really interesting. Your father is gone, and you both are busy getting married, leaving your mother behind?" Gu Yunjiao tightly held Gu Chuan's hand and looked at the carriage with the hanging curtains. Mrs. Li should be inside. She was a tough woman. She had been gone for 2 months and didn't seem to miss her 7-year-old son at all. She didn't even lift the curtain to look out. Li Shi's face was cold. "Everyone get on the carriage. Go home and discuss your mother's matter." Gu Yunjiao thought for a moment. "Big brother-in-law, wait a moment. I need to tell my mother-in-law first." She turned around and went inside to speak with Mrs. Chun, then came out with Gu Chuan and got into the carriage. Mrs. Li sat inside, looking exhausted. She wore a dull gray cotton jacket. Her head was bare, with no jewelry at all. Gu Yunjiao glanced at her earlobes. Her father had once given Mrs. Li a pair of gold earrings. Mrs. Li loved them very much and rarely took them off, even when sleeping. Now, her ears were empty. Noticing Gu Yunjiao's gaze, Mrs. Li shrank back, looking uncomfortable. After a while, Gu Mei also got into the carriage. She looked Mrs. Li up and down and subtly curled her lips. Soon after, Gu Mei pretended to be friendly and smiled at Mrs. Li. "Mother, you haven't been gone long. Why are you back so soon?" Mrs. Li pouted, almost crying. The silver money is gone. What do I do if I don't come back?" Gu Mei was surprised. "Mother, over 20 taels of silver are gone?" Over 20 taels, if saved and used carefully, could last for years. Mrs. Li looked aggrieved. "You don't understand. On the way here, we spent silver on food and lodging. I can't go out, and I have to spend silver to ask around for your father's whereabouts. Am I easy to deal with?" Gu Mei quickly caught the key point in Mrs. Li's words. "You went to the city and stayed in and in every day, then spent silver to ask people about your father? Mrs. Lee looked wronged. What else could I do? As a weak woman with many bad people outside, I couldn't just go out wandering. If someone kidnapped me, wouldn't you all be left without a mother? Gu Yunjiao couldn't help but think to herself, having a mother like you is worse than having no mother at all. Gu Mei rubbed her forehead and asked, so, what exactly are you going to the city for? You might as well stay at home, give the money to someone trustworthy, and let them find your father in the city. Li Shi blinked and asked, why do you say that? Didn't you agree that I should go to the city before? Gu Yunjiao suddenly interrupted, she's just trying to persuade you to sell the land. Gu Mei snorted, but didn't reply. Then she asked Li Shi, how did you come back? Li Shi blinked again and said, I ran out of money, so I hired a carriage to come back. When I arrived at my parents' house, your eldest uncle paid for the carriage. Suddenly, she started crying, woo, your father's gold earrings are gone. There was no money for food on the way, so I had to sell them. Gu Yunjiao shook her head. It was a miracle that Li Shi could come back intact after all that. When they arrived home, Li Shi parked the carriage in the yard and helped Li Shi down. Gu Yunjiao and Gu Chuan got off the carriage and saw that there were other people at home. Second Uncle Li Zhu sat at the door, looking impatient. When he saw them, he stood up and went inside. Gu Yunjiao entered the house and found that the furniture was covered in dust. She looked for a cloth, wiped the chairs in the main hall, and then sat down with Gu Chuan. Li Shi waved his hand and said, everyone is busy. I'll be brief. The reason I called you back today is to discuss your mother's retirement.
What?
Gu Yunjiao doubted her ears. If she remembered correctly, her mother Li Shi was only 34 this year. Li Shi glared at Gu Yunjiao. What are you so confused about? I mean, each of you sisters should give your mother 2 taels of silver a year. I've already checked. Mayor married well, her husband is a wealthy man, and Yunjiao can now earn her own money. This little silver isn't a big deal for you. Gu Yunjiao listened expressionlessly.
Gu Mei snorted.
Eldest uncle, where did you hear that rule? I've never heard of daughters needing to support their parents. My mother isn't even without sons. Besides, she's only in her 30s. Why does she need retirement money? Tell me, what kind of old age is this supposed to support? Li Shi sat behind Li Shi, covering her face with a handkerchief, her shoulders trembling as if she were crying. Li Shi raised his eyebrows. What's wrong with being in your 30s? Your father is gone. If you don't give your mother retirement money, how is she supposed to live? Gu Yunjiao couldn't hold back anymore. Eldest uncle, shouldn't we be talking about how to raise Gu Chuan? He is only 7 years old. Could he really earn money and support himself? My mother is over 30. She has hands and feet. She won't starve. Li Shi choked a little. Gu Chuan, isn't you taking care of him? Why bother saying such useless things? Gu Yun smiled nervously. It's really nonsense. I shouldn't have come here. As a married daughter, who says I have to support my younger brother? I support Xiao Chuan. I am willing, but you can't just expect it. Gu Yun pointed at Li Shi sitting far away. Isn't raising children the responsibility of parents? Why should we push the responsibility onto others? These 2 uncles are also strange. Li Shi is only in her 30s. Why can't she support herself? Why should others have to support her? Gu Chuan sat next to Gu Yun, looking about to cry. He understood from his sister's words that she didn't want to support him anymore. Gu Yun realized she was getting a bit emotional. She patted Gu Chuan and took a few deep breaths before saying, I will raise Xiao Chuan. But I won't take care of my mother's pension. If you think I did wrong, just go to the government and report me. If the county magistrate orders me to give pension money, I won't argue. After saying this, Gu Yun remained silent. Li Shi started crying loudly. Gu Mei took the chance to say, Yun Jiao means the same as me. I won't take care of the pension either. Li Shi was very happy. She pointed at Gu Mei. Yun Jiao raised her brother. If she doesn't give pension money, fine. But you can't, you must give money. Also, don't think I don't know. You're encouraging your mother to sell land. You got half the money from selling the land. Since you took the family silver, you should support your mother. 2 silver coins a year, not a penny less.
Gu Mei snorted.
I have no money. Not even 2 coins, not even 2 cents. Second Uncle Li Zhuo stood up impatiently. Why are you arguing with her? If she dares not give the money, just go to the officials and report her. There's no need for a formal report. Just say she's bold enough to sell the family land for her dowry, leaving her elderly mother and younger brother without support. Gu Yun looked coldly at Gu Mei. His second uncle's words were not wrong. Gu Mei was guilty about selling land but still stubbornly said, "Do whatever you want. I have no money." Oldest uncle also stood up. Fine, I'm too tired to argue with you. Just wait for the officials to come and take her. He tugged Li Shi. Let's go to the county town. Gu Mei looked and realized they were serious. She felt nervous. If she really reported this, would she be forced to return the 25 ounces of silver? She quickly turned her eyes and covered her face with a handkerchief, crying, "Wah wah. Why is my life so hard? How did I end up with such a mother?" She moved the handkerchief aside and pointed at Li Shi. Other mothers think about their children, but you only think of yourself. You're only in your 30s and already planning for old age. Are your limbs broken? Or are you paralyzed? Li Shi, pointed at by Gu Mei, also started crying. Li Shi scolded loudly, "Gu Mei, how can you talk to your mother like that? Don't you have any respect?" Gu Mei flicked her handkerchief and said, "Stop acting like I'm the elder here. If your Li family really cares about her, why don't you take her back to care for her? Why do you come to our Gu family and boss around?" Li Shi was furious. "Good job, Gu Mei. I didn't see you as this kind of person before. You don't respect your elders at all."
Gu Mei chuckled.
"I know I'm not a good person, but I'm not as unreasonable as your Li family, who can't tell right from wrong. Pressuring me and Yun Jiao, 2 teenage girls, to take care of a healthy 30-year-old person. That's what your uncles should be doing? Shouldn't you be advising your sister to support this family? It's because you spoil her so much that she's so selfish. Only cares about herself." Li Shi cried even harder. She hadn't expected her daughter to see her this way. Her eldest and second uncles looked uncomfortable under Gu Mei's words. The eldest uncle could only angrily shout, so young and so sharp-tongued. Gu Mei didn't bother arguing with them. She went to Li Shi and loudly said, "Mother, even if I give you 2 ounces of silver a year, how will you live? You can't carry water, you don't know how to cook, and you're alone in this house. How will you survive?" She acted like she was doing her best for her mother. "Honestly, I think you'd be better off going back to your family. Look at how much your 2 uncles care for you. Your grandparents also love you the most. Go back to your family, and there are 2 aunts and cousins. You don't have to do anything, just wait and eat what's prepared. What do you think?" Li Shi clutched her handkerchief and slowly looked at her 2 brothers, clearly tempted. Li Shi couldn't help but shout loudly, "Gu Mei, stop giving your mother bad ideas. She's married. Why would she go back to her family to live?" Gu Mei chuckled and said, "But my dad is no longer here." She continued, "He's been missing for so long. He's probably gone. My mother is now a widow. Isn't it right for her to go back to her family?" Li Shi heard Gu Mei and shook her head in fear. "That's not true. Your dad, he wouldn't do that." Gu Mei looked cold. "You're still dreaming. I advise you to wake up quickly. If he hadn't died after all this time, he would have come back by now. Also, our family's belongings are all gone because of you. If my dad really comes back and sees how things are, he'd leave you." Li Shi started crying loudly. Gu Yunjiao looked at Gu Mei with a cold stare, clearly feeling more resentment toward Li Shi than she did herself. Gu Mei suddenly took out a silver coin from her pouch and said, "Some money for your old age. I'm willing to give it to you. But I only have this much now. I'll give you 1 tael first, and in half a year, I'll give you the rest." She looked around and added, "I need to write a note. Mother, you sign with your fingerprint. Later, don't say I didn't give you the money." She quickly found paper and a pen, wrote a note, and forced Li Shi to press her fingerprint on it. Big uncle and second uncle frowned, but since Gu Mei had given money, they tolerated her rough behavior a little and said nothing. After giving the money, Gu Mei continued to persuade Li Shi, "Mother, I'm serious. You're a weak woman. Living alone at home isn't safe. Yun Jiao and I are married and living with our husbands. Even if I wanted to take care of you, I can't. You should take this money and go back to your family. By the way, keep this money for yourself. Don't give it to anyone who asks. Big uncle and second uncle looked unhappy. Did she mean for Li Shi to go back and eat for free? Gu Yunjiao pulled Gu Chuan up and smiled, saying, Mother, my sister is right. Living alone isn't safe. You'd better pack up quickly and go back to your family with the two uncles. There's nothing valuable left in this house anyway. I'll tell second uncle and third uncle to come over now, and then to check on you. Li Shi, hearing her two daughters say this, immediately looked at Li Shi. Big brother, second brother, I'll pack a few clothes and leave.
Li Shi frowned.
Sister, now there are many people in the house. Your eldest nephew is about to get married. If you go back now, there's no place for you to stay. Look at this big house. It's better to stay here. Gu Yunjiao smiled and said, Big uncle, my mother doesn't mind. As long as she has a bed to sleep on and some food, that's enough. My mother is weak and delicate, so she needs someone to take care of her. You should take her back home to rest, or you might not feel at ease. After speaking, Gu Yunjiao quickly pulled Gu Chuan and left. Gu Mei, clever and quick, followed behind Gu Yunjiao, and they both hurriedly walked faster. When they reached a distance, Gu Mei looked back and saw no one following, so she finally relaxed. Before reaching the village entrance, Gu Yunjiao saw Sua Zhu sitting on a mule cart. He had his hands tucked inside his sleeves, and his nose was a bit red from the cold, clearly waiting for a long time. Gu Mei was happy and called out, Husband. Sua Zhu heard Gu Mei's voice and quickly got off the cart, rubbing his hands and smiling. I came specially to pick you up. Come on, get on the cart. He then said to Gu Yunjiao, My sister-in-law and brother-in-law are also coming with us. Gu Yunjiao had a good impression of Sua Zhu and was about to agree easily, but Gu Mei climbed onto the cart herself, saying, Forget about them. Let them walk back on their own. Sua Zhu didn't dare ignore Gu Mei's words. He looked a bit troubled. Just then, a carriage approached from afar. Gu Yunjiao recognized the driver. It was Uncle Lu. Uncle Lu drove the carriage over and stopped in front of Gu Yunjiao, smiling. Master Zhang asked me to pick you up. Come on, get in the cart. Gu Yunjiao smiled at Sua Zhu. Brother-in-law, thank you. I'll take Uncle Lu's cart back. Sua Zhu chuckled. That's good. Gu Mei sat in the cart, glancing sideways. Sua Zhu's mule cart was just a plain board, not really meant for passengers, mainly used for carrying grain at home. Uncle Lu's cart usually carried people and goods, but in winter, since more people needed rides, they added a blue cloth canopy. Sitting inside with the curtains drawn, it kept out the wind and rain, making it very warm. Gu Yunjiao lifted the curtain and saw a fire basin inside. The fire basin looked familiar. Uncle Lu smiled. Master Gu asked, Ty to put it in. He said it's to keep you warm on the road. Gu Mei, standing nearby, saw the fire basin and immediately looked unhappy. She scolded Sua Zhu irritably, Idiot. Look at others, then look at you. This cart has no canopy.
How are we supposed to sit?
No canopy is fine, but in winter, couldn't you bring me a cloak or a hand warmer? Are you trying to freeze me to death? Sua Zhu embarrassedly replied, I was in a hurry and forgot. Next time I'll remember. He then drove the mule cart away. Before long, Lu Er was driving the carriage and caught up with the lock pillar. Gu Mei sat in the carriage, feeling the cold wind straight into her neck. Her carefully styled hair was now messy from the wind. Seeing the blue cloth-covered carriage pass by, Gu Mei's face twisted with anger, and she cursed the lock pillar again. After walking for a while, Gu Mei felt more and more uneasy. Why was Jang Erlang so thoughtful to Gu Yunjiao? He not only sent a carriage to pick her up but also prepared a fire basin? Is this the same proud and cold Jang Erlang she remembers? Could Gu Yunjiao and Jang Erlang possibly? Gu Mei shook her head desperately, trying to push this strange idea out of her mind. She always thought she was better than Gu Yunjiao, more beautiful and smarter. It didn't make sense for Erlang to dislike her and prefer Gu Yunjiao. Gu Mei quickly concluded that all this was definitely arranged by Mrs. Chen. Now that Gu Yunjiao could earn money, she should be cherished. Gu Yunjiao and Gu Chuan happily arrived home. When asked, Uncle Lu said that Sanlang had already paid for the carriage. A Tai came out to move the fire basin into Gu Yunjiao's room, while Mrs. Chun went to the kitchen to serve rice to Gu Yunjiao and Gu Chuan. The food was kept warm on the stove. Gu Yunjiao and Xiao Chuan sat by the stove, holding hot bowls of rice and eating. After a few bites, Xiao Chuan suddenly said, "It would be nice if my mom was like Aunt Chun." Gu Yunjiao paused with her chopsticks. Yes, Mrs. Chun was like a normal mother, worried if you were hungry or cold, and always chattering a little. Gu Yunjiao's expression softened. Having a mother-in-law like Mrs. Chun was her blessing. Winter had set in for a while now, and the weather was getting colder. Despite the cold, Jang Youzhi insisted on opening the window every day. Mrs. Chun told him several times, but he wouldn't listen. Half a month passed, and Jang Erlang's injuries had almost healed. That day, Jang Youzhi saw Jang Erlang come out from the room with his arms crossed, walking around the back of the West Wing. Behind the West Wing was a wall, and on the other side was Zhao Lijing's house. Soon after Jang Erlang went around behind the wall, the sound of birds calling came from near the wall. The bird calls sounded urgent and sharp. The bird calls went on for a while, and Jang Erlang then came out from behind the West Wing and left the house. Jang Youzhi leaned on his cane and paced back and forth in the yard, his eyes constantly drifting toward the gate. Soon, he saw Gu Mei walking past the gate. Jang Youzhi immediately returned to his room, used his left hand to write a few words, then placed them in a blank envelope. He waved to call Ah Tai, whispered a few words to him. Ah Tai nodded, took the envelope, and left. Soon after, the voice of Grandma Sun came from the next room. "Hey, is there a letter on the ground? Why is there no writing on it?" Old man, look, there's a letter." Zhao Lijing took the letter from Grandma Sun, opened it. Inside was a piece of white paper with a crooked line of words. Bird calls, Gu Mei, second brother Jiang, young sister's secret meeting. Other than that, there were no extra words. Zhao Lijing's face darkened. "Where's Lock Pillar's wife?" Grandma Sun looked upstairs. She was just there, maybe she went out. Zhao Lijing squinted, carefully resealed the letter, and tucked it into his pocket. He thought for a moment with narrowed eyes, then said, "Go call the eldest and second sons." Grandma Sun saw that the old man looked upset after seeing the letter, and didn't ask more. She called the eldest son Jin Suo and the second son In Suo to the upstairs room. Zhao Lijing looked at his tall, strong sons and asked, "Where is Suo Zhu?" Jin Suo replied, "He went to Brother Zhou's house." Suo Zhu liked watching Brother Zhou make bamboo crafts and often watched for half a day. Zhao Lijing's face was serious. He waved his hand. "Let's go." Jin Suo asked, "Dad, where are we going?" Zhao Lijing didn't answer, just turned and walked outside with his hands behind his back. Jin Suo and In Suo exchanged a glance and followed. Not far along the way, passing by Brother Zhou's house, Zhao Lijing asked Jin Suo to call Suo Zhu out.
Suo Zhu looked confused.
"Dad, what are we doing?" Zhao Lijing still said nothing, just kept walking forward. When they reached the western end of the village, Zhao Lijing stopped. "Don't make a sound for now. Just follow me." His three sons were puzzled but quickly followed Zhao Lijing to young sister's house. Young sister had already hidden away to make space for second brother Jiang and Gu Mei. The yard gate was closed, but it was pointless because there was no wall, just a fence around it. The fence was only a little higher than the knees. You could step over easily. Zhao Lijing crossed the fence silently and quietly approached a room on the east side of the main house, stopping to listen.
There was no sound inside.
He then moved to the west side of the main house and stood under the window. He could hear a man's heavy breathing inside. Then came a soft, delicate woman's voice. At first, Zhao Lijing's three sons didn't know what their father was doing. Seeing him stand still, seemingly listening at the wall, they also listened carefully. Goldlock and Silverlock felt embarrassed when they heard the woman's words. They wondered why their father brought them to watch such inappropriate scenes. Only Lock Pillar's face immediately changed. He could clearly hear Gu Mei's voice. Usually, He liked her sweet and coquettish tone, but now it felt like a heavy hammer hitting his heart. Anger surged from his chest to his head, making his mind spin. His face turned red, and he turned around to kick open the door. Inside the room, there was a fire burning, and it was quite warm. The two people on the bed heard the loud noise and looked toward the door. Gumei's saw lock pillar instantly froze, then screamed uncontrollably. Erlang Jang also paused, then quickly pulled off the blanket and ran out. As soon as Erlang Jang's foot touched the ground, Lock Pillar's fist struck him. Lock Pillar punched Erlang Jang in the nose, causing him to bleed heavily. He didn't bother to wipe the blood and quickly moved aside to keep running. After just a few steps, Jean Lock entered from the door, and Silver Lock, like a tall tower, blocked the entrance completely. Erlang Jang stepped back slowly. Jean Lock and Silver Lock moved closer to him step by step. At this moment, Lock Pillar no longer paid attention to him. He pulled the blanket off the bed, dragged the Gumei down, and grabbed her hair, hitting and kicking her. Usually, Lock Pillar looked simple and honest, but now he resembled a fierce tiger, with crazy light flickering in his eyes. Jean Lock and Silver Lock also blocked Erlang Jang, punching him repeatedly and beating him severely. Zhao Li watched from the door for a while, then kicked open the hall door of the young lady's house, spun around, and found some ropes. When he came over with the ropes, he saw Jean Lock and Silver Lock exhausted from fighting, standing on the ground panting. Erlang Jang was curled up on the ground. Lock Pillar threw Gumei aside and hugged his head, crying on the floor. Gumei was curled up on the ground and had fainted. Zhao Li, with a serious face, threw the ropes inside. Tie them up. Jean Lock pulled the Gumei and tied her together with the equally Erlang Jang. The ropes were so tight that Gumei woke up. When she realized her situation, she was almost terrified out of her mind. She struggled and shouted, "Lock Pillar, don't tie me up. Please, I beg you, don't tie me." Lock Pillar's eyes were bloodshot as he looked at her. "Wretch, wretch. Have I not been good enough to you? We've only been married for a short time, and you're cheating behind my back." Gumei started crying softly, saying, "I'm sorry, Shuju.
I won't do it again."
"It's him. It's all his fault," she claimed. "Shuju, let me go. I won't do it again." Erlang Jang heard Gumei's words and silently sneered. Now, the two of them were truly like ants on the same rope. Could Gumei really hope to escape? Gumei's words were partly true and partly false. In her previous life, her first time with Erlang Jang was indeed forced. Since she married into the Jang family, Erlang Jang's eyes kept lingering on her every day. One day, when she went out to gather firewood, Erlang Jang forced himself on her. In this life, she clearly knew Erlang Jang's feelings for her. She could have avoided him, but she deliberately wandered outside, half pushed and half pleased, allowing Erlang Jang to take her. Since their first encounter, both of them found interest in each other and couldn't stop. Whenever there was a chance, they would secretly meet at the younger sister's house. This time, Erlang Jang had been lying at home for half a month. Gumei couldn't hold back anymore. Hearing the birds call, she hurriedly came out. Shuju's face was fierce. "You shameless woman, stop talking nonsense. I won't believe you anymore." He couldn't forget Gumei's words, which deeply wounded his pride as a man. Zhao Lijing waved his hand. "Take her away, take her to the ancestral hall. I want to open the hall." Qingshan village was a mixed family village. Several decades ago, during a drought in the Great Chu dynasty, many people fled here and settled down. Originally, there was no ancestral hall here, but when the Zhao family fled during the famine, several households from their clan escaped together, helping each other. As life improved, their family grew prosperous, and the Zhao family decided to build a hall in the village. Zhao Lijing himself had 4 brothers. There were several other cousins and many nephews in the family. In rural areas like this, the male members were the backbone of the family. The Zhao family in Qingshan village was so formidable that no one dared to provoke them. Jin Suo took the pole from the younger sister's house, tore open the bedding, and tied both of them to the pole. She and In Suo carried one end and walked outside. Not far from the younger sister's house was Ho-Hat's home. Ho-Hat was carrying a basket, planning to deliver vegetables to the Jang family. Suddenly, she saw the Zhao brothers carrying a bunch of white, bright objects on a pole. When she got closer, she realized it was two people. She recognized both. One was Erlang Jiang from the Jiang family, and the other was the sister of Dr. Xiao Gu. In an instant, Ho-Hat understood what was happening. She had caught them in the act. She was trembling all over, standing beside a tree, watching a few men carry a pole away. Then she ran for her life. Guohua ran quickly, rushing to the Jiang family, bursting into the house and shouting, Little Doctor, your sister." She couldn't finish her words, panting in the middle of the room. Guo Yunjiao came out of the side room and asked, "Sister-in-law Guohua, what happened? Take your time and tell me." Guohua took a breath and said, "Your sister and Jang Erlang were caught by people from Zhao's family. They're being carried away somewhere." Guo Yunjiao's face darkened slightly. She had already guessed about Jang Erlang and Guomei, but she didn't expect them to be so quick to get involved and be caught. At this moment, Jang Youzhi appeared suddenly in the main hall, silently glancing at Guo Yunjiao. Mrs. Chun, watching with interest, said, "They've taken her away? When did that happen?" Guohua replied, "Just now." The two of them were tied together and carried away. Mrs. Chen's eyes twitched. They must have been taken to Zhao's ancestral hall. Oh no. Are they going to dunk them in the pig cage? When Guo Yunjiao heard dunk in the pig cage, her mood became complicated. She was happy that Jang Erlang might be punished, but there was also Guomei involved. She didn't have much feeling for Guomei, but Guomei was her sister, her blood-related sister. She remembered Guohua saying Guomei was, so she took an old cotton-padded coat and stepped outside.
"I'll go see."
Mrs. Chun put down her sewing and said, let's go." Guohua put down her basket and followed behind. As the three left, they heard a knocking sound behind them. Guo Yunjiao looked back. It's Jang Youzhi. A few steps later, Guohua hesitated and asked, "Should we tell Jang Erlang's parents? They probably don't know yet." Mrs. Chun looked at the east wing and the main house, then said, "No need. It's not a good thing. If we tell them, they might blame us. Someone will tell them soon." Mrs. Chun was very excited now. Jang Erlang, that beast, was finally going to be punished. The Zhao family was not an ordinary family, and Zhao Lijing was not an ordinary person. Jang Erlang was definitely doomed. But inside, there was Guomei, which might also affect Yunjiao's reputation. Not long after they left, many people saw groups heading toward Zhao's ancestral hall at the east end of the village. Everyone's faces showed uncontrollable excitement. Seeing Mrs. Chun and the others come out, some people looked at Guo Yunjiao with sympathy. Then someone asked Mr. Chun, "Where is your father? And the second uncle and his wife? Why haven't they come out yet?" Mr. Chun smiled at the person. "Maybe they don't know yet." The person widened his eyes. "They don't know? Such a big thing happened and they still don't know?" Someone eager to speak said, "I'll tell second Uncle Jiang, so he doesn't really get caught in trouble later. The family still doesn't know the news." The person quickly ran off. Soon after, the entire Jiang family rushed out of the house. Jiang Rong and Mrs. Yang ran at the front, almost risking their lives. Mrs. Yang lost one shoe after a few steps but didn't seem to notice. Jiang Hua followed behind Jiang Rong, looking very anxious. Old Master Jiang seemed to have aged suddenly, stooping as he slowly moved forward. Even Zhou, who rarely went out, appeared with a very grim face, looking like someone owed her money. Lu supported her beside him. Fourth, fifth, and seventh brothers didn't seem to understand what had happened, but also ran after them. Gu Yunjiao looked at old Master Jiang and Zhou, feeling both satisfied and strangely sorry for them. If they hadn't had crooked thoughts and had properly taught their children from the start, second brother Jiang might not have ended up like this. When the head is crooked, the rest follow. Gu Yunjiao had never met her father-in-law, but according to Mrs. Chun, sixth brother's father had been an apprentice at a general store in the county since he was 7 or 8 years old. Perhaps because of this, he wasn't heavily influenced by Zhou, and he grew up to be a kind man. Sadly, he died early. Mrs. Chun, though fiery, was also a kind person. Sixth brother and third sister were not spoiled either. They were good children. More and more people appeared along the way. Qingshan village was a large village with over 100 households and several hundred people. At this moment, almost everyone in the village had come out. Even many young children, who didn't understand much, followed the adults. They didn't know what had happened, but from the excited expressions of the adults, they knew it was a big event and something exciting was happening. Everyone was running around blindly. The adults didn't stop them. When they reached outside Zhao's ancestral hall, a crowd had gathered around. Gu Yunjiao pushed her way in and saw two pale figures on the ground, both tied with ropes. She felt a strange mixture of emotions inside her. She was just sad for women of this time. But she also knew she was powerless to change the situation. The men in the village were especially excited, and Gu Yunjiao heard various comments around her. Someone said, "Haha, I've really seen something today. Yeah, this is better than the women in the brothel." Others said, "So white, so bright, it's blinding." Some added, "Not only white but also big. Haha, Jang Erlang is so lucky." Someone responded, "If that luck were yours, what would you do?" That person chuckled, "Why not? Even in death, being with someone special is still romantic. Maybe in death, they could be a pair of soulmates." Hearing these inappropriate comments, Gu Yunjiao trembled all over. No matter how much she disliked Gu Mei, a girl only 16 years old, being stripped and exposed in front of everyone was more embarrassing than death. Gu Mei closed her eyes, not sure she had fainted or simply dared not open them. Gu Yunjiao walked over, holding her clothes, but just as she reached Gu Mei, she heard an unhappy voice nearby. "What are you trying to do?" Gu Yunjiao turned her head and saw second brother In Suo staring at the garment in her hand with a very unfriendly look. Gu Yunjiao pressed her lips together. "I don't want to do anything. It's cold, so I just want to cover her with this."
Yinsuo snorted coldly.
"No, adulterers and wicked women should be for everyone to see." Just then, Zhao Li came out of the ancestral hall, looking serious as he stared at Gu Yunjiao. After a long moment, he said, "Little Dr. Gu, because it's you, I'll give you this face." Gu Yunjiao bowed deeply to him. "Thank you, Uncle Li." She turned and covered Gu Mei with the garment. As she lifted her hand, she saw Gu Mei's eyelashes flutter slightly, and there seemed to be tears at the corner of her eye. After covering her, Gu Yunjiao silently stepped back. Someone started to cheer. "Hey, why are you covering her up? She's so fair and beautiful. Who's going to pull it away? Go ahead if you want, I don't dare." "Yeah, you go. Maybe you can even touch her." "Ha ha ha, touch her so smooth." Jang Youzhi stood beside Gu Yunjiao, watching these lewd words with a complicated expression. He had directed the scene of catching someone in the act, but he hadn't expected it to turn out like this. He had heard of dunking someone in a pig cage, but he had never actually seen it. The only person he wanted to punish was Jang Erlang. Gu Mei was only an accidental victim. He hesitated, unsure whether to proceed, because Gu Mei was Yunjiao's real sister after all. After what happened that night, he no longer cared about anything. That evening, he made up his mind to kill Jang Erlang. He had read the Great Chu Law, so he wouldn't do it himself. He wouldn't risk his life and future for a beast. Therefore, using someone else's hand was the best choice. As for accidentally hurting Gu Mei, he could only say sorry. Jang Erlang was like a rice dumpling and thrown on the ground, but he was still conscious. It was so cold. He was, with lips turning purple from the cold. His injuries made his body numb, so he didn't feel pain, but he was still aware. Listening to the surrounding gossip, he knew he was finished. From the moment Zhao's family caught him, they never planned to let him live. The Zhang family members stood silently among the crowd, watching Jang Erlang on the ground. Yang Shi initially hesitated to approach because of Zhao's family. When she saw Gu Yunjiao cover Gu Mei with a coat, she finally couldn't hold back and ran over, collapsing onto Jang Erlang and crying loudly. While crying, Yang Shi hit Jang Erlang's chest. "Why are you so foolish? You dared to touch someone else's wife. What are we going to do now?" Jang Erlang stayed silent for a moment, then suddenly opened his eyes and stared at Yang Youzhi. Isn't this all you're doing? You and Grandma keep encouraging me to sleep with the woman next door. It's all the same. What's the difference? Yang Youzhi was stunned, tears hanging on her cheeks. She muttered, unable to speak. Jang Erlang suddenly smiled. There is a difference. Zhao's family is powerful. If I sleep with a Zhao woman, I will be dead. The woman next door is different. She's just an orphaned widow. We can handle her.
Ha ha.
Ha ha ha. Yang Youzhi fell to the ground as if she had seen a ghost. Next to her, Gumei closed her eyes and trembled all over. The coat she was wearing gave her some warmth. She didn't expect that. Even at this point, Gu Yunjiao would still come to give her a coat. If she were in her place, she would definitely feel ashamed and stay far away.